Open the door. Hurry. Open the door. From inside the rented room, occasional ambiguous and coquettish voices could be heard. Jun Qian anxiously called from outside. Today was the weekend, but the company still required overtime work. Jun Qian had come back to grab a document, but unexpectedly heard those voices from outside. The door was locked from the inside, and even though Jun Qian had the key, he couldn't open it. He was particularly eager to know what was happening inside. 10 minutes later, Jun Qian's girlfriend Yao Mongmong opened the door and walked out. "Aren't you working overtime? Why are you back so early?" Yao Mongmong, who was quite attractive but looked disheveled with messy hair and rumpled clothes, showed no shame or guilt upon seeing Jun Qian. "Who is inside?" Jun Qian said, as he tried to charge in but was stopped by Yao Mongmong. "Who is it, Jun Qian?" A man in just his underwear appeared behind Yao Mongmong. Chang Rui? What are you two doing behind my back?" Jun Qian's face quickly filled with anger. "What else? Of course, we're having fun." Chang Rui hugged Yao Mongmong in front of Jun Qian. Yao Mongmong offered no resistance and even coquettishly exclaimed, "Yao Mongmong, how could you do this to me?" Jun Qian clenched his fist, glaring at the two of them. With a loud slam, the door was rudely shut, and the sounds of intimacy between a man and a woman came from inside. Jun Qian angrily struck the wall. Yao Mongmong was a freshman Jun Qian had met 3 years ago in university. She was very beautiful, and after Jun Qian's persistent pursuit, they finally started a relationship. Yao Manman's family was struggling. They didn't approve of her going to university, so she had to work and study part-time. Caring about her situation, Jun Qian provided her with a monthly allowance for living expenses, bought her clothes, bags, and even covered her tuition fees. Working for so long, Jun Qian hadn't saved a penny, with 80 to 90% of his salary going to Yao Mongmong. He hadn't bought himself new clothes in 3 years. Now that Yao Mongmong was about to graduate, Jun Qian thought he could stop supporting her financially and save money for their future marriage. But then this happened. Yao Mongmong had put a green hat on him. Jun Qian felt bitter. Why did this happen? He had spent 3 hard years, but just as Yao Mongmong was about to graduate and become financially independent, she kicked him to the curb. Was he just an ATM to her? Jun Qian was only considered average-looking, not very outstanding in crowds. Without strong family background, pursuing girls like Yao Mongmong required tender care to provide them with security and trust. In other words, he had to be a pushover. Without being one, he wouldn't have a girlfriend. Who wouldn't want a girlfriend who only has eyes for them? Yao Mongmong was like a goddess in school, and Jun Qian could only catch up with her because he would soon start working and have a stable income. But such a relationship wasn't reliable. Jun Qian didn't know when Yao Mongmong and Chang Rui got involved, and if he hadn't coincidentally stumbled upon them today, he might have been kept in the dark for a long time. Fuming, Jun Qian stepped into the elevator, but as the elevator descended, the light suddenly went out, and the elevator slowly came to a halt. Was he stuck in the elevator? How unlucky. The words "Congratulations, host Jun Qian, you have acquired the love system of the Heaven Dawn" appeared in front of Jun Qian's eyes. He carefully examined the love system and its features. The system aimed to help the host find true love, and until the host met their true love, it wouldn't unbind automatically. After the system prompt, the lights in the elevator came back on, and it started operating normally again. Jun Qian could spend money on women, get 10 times the rebate with no limits. He could also see a woman's fondness for him. If the fondness reaches a maximum, the system won't offer rebates anymore. Back at the company, Jun Qian immediately targeted someone. Lily. He whispered the name of a pretty female colleague at the adjacent desk. Do you have plans after work? Let me treat you to a meal. Jun Qian invited the female colleague to eat. The colleague's full name was DRIZZLE, the most beautiful girl in the entire company with long, fair legs that many male colleagues envied. DRIZZLE was attractive, fashionable, and had many admirers and wealthy suitors. Although many male colleagues desired her, they hesitated to get too close when it came to spending money on her. Surprisingly, the famously thrifty Jun Qian suddenly wanted to invite her for a meal. DRIZZLE understood Jun Qian was a pushover, spending his salary to support a girl, so she hesitated to accept the invitation. However, as Jun Qian just wanted to earn some money and not date her, he didn't mind inviting her. More mouths to feed meant more money spent. Maybe not. How about next time? I should go back early to feed my cat. Jun Qian glanced at Qin Zueli's fondness for him, which was at 10 points. Fondness ranged from 0 to 10 as strangers, 11 to 50 as ordinary friends, 51 to 60 as close friends, 61 to 80 as lovers, and 81 to 100 as potential marriage partners. Qin Zueli's fondness for Jun Qian was only 10 points, indicating that in her eyes, Jun Qian was barely a colleague, not even a friend. It made sense considering Jun Qian had been quite thrifty before. However, it suited his plan. If the fondness was too high, and spending money easily increased it, the system wouldn't offer rebates anymore. Alright, I was thinking of taking you to Diu City for a stroll, that if you need to go back, forget it. Jun Qian casually suggested, testing if Qin Zueli felt he was too poor to go out with. Qin Zueli's eyes lit up at the mention of Diu City, showing some interest. Diu City, Shinsiji, and Taiguli were high-end shopping centers, catering to the upscale customer base. A visit there would easily cost a few thousand, almost his entire monthly salary of about 6,000 yuan. I suddenly remembered that I bought an automatic calf feeder yesterday, so I don't need to go back so early, Qin Zueli replied. Are you going then? Yes. Disappointed, Jun Qian grumbled to himself. She obviously thought he was too poor. Once she heard about going to Diu City, she immediately changed her response. Furthermore, her fondness for him increased by 5 points. The overtime work ended at 2:30 p.m. I didn't expect overtime to be so short today. My friend also wants to go shopping. Can I bring her along? Bringing a friend along was likely to prevent Jun Qian from doing anything inappropriate, ensuring no losses for Qin Zueli. However, Jun Qian wasn't aiming for a date, just to earn some money, so having an extra person didn't matter. More mouths to feed meant more money spent. Sure. No problem, Jun Qian readily agreed. This decision raised Qin Zueli's fondness for him by another 5 points. Qin Zueli quickly touched up her makeup and signed off with Jun Qian, leaving the company. Many colleagues witnessed this scene, all surprised. Jun Qian is going shopping with Qin Zueli. It can't be true. Even just going out for a meal would cost quite a bit. Is he really willing to spend money on Qin Zueli? He's known for being stingy. Would he really spend money on Qin Zueli? Zizhang, where are you going? When going downstairs, Jun Qian ran into Supervisor Li Dao. Not much, Daojie. How about having a drink together tonight? Li Dao was Jun Qian's mentor, somewhat his guy, always looking out for Jun Qian in the company, and their relationship was good. Oh, I'm a bit busy, already made plans with someone. Jun Qian pointed to Qin Zueli who had already walked out the door. Li Dao smiled, didn't say much, just nodded. Alright, you go then. After Jun Qian left, he thought of trying out this system first, so he ran to a nearby bubble tea shop, bought 2 cups of naixu, one for Qin Zueli and one for her best friend. Spend 70 for yuan. System cashback 740 yuan. Already credited. Ding. Jun Qian's phone suddenly received this text message. Alright then. Here, the drink I bought for you. Jun Qian handed the drink to Qin Zueli. This cup is for your friend. Give it to her when she arrives. She won't be here for a while. You drink it first. Oh. The two took a taxi to Guangzhou City. After paying the fare with the QR code, Jun Qian received another notification from the system. Spent 40 yuan. System cashback for 100 yuan. Already credited. Nice. His monthly salary was 6,000 yuan. And in just this short time, he earned 1,140 yuan. After getting off the car, Qin Zueli walked to the entrance of Guangzhou City, holding up the cup of naixu, and took a picture. The standard routine of the Sea King, no trace of the opposite sex in the friend circle photos. But Jun Qian didn't care. He only saw Qin Zueli as a tool to make money, while Qin Zueli thought this was a date. In this game, she was on the 1st floor, while Jun Qian was on the 5th floor. Let's go. Guangzhou City's customer base was top tier among the masses, such as traditional luxury brands like LV, BV, Paris Hilton, as well as high-end trends like Purple Label, North Face, Desanter, White Mountain, and European and American top brands like Bird of Origin, Matchsticks, etc. Brands like Nike, Adidas, don't even belong here. Just take any item from those brands, and it would cost thousands. In Qin Zueli's eyes, Jun Qian clearly didn't have this kind of spending power, so just treating her to a meal here was already nice enough. Let's just wander around for now, Jun Qian suggested. Oh, Okay. Chin Zuli didn't refuse. It was only around 3 o'clock now, so it was still early for dinner. But deep down, she looked down on this. What's the point of just looking without buying anything? From Chin Zuli's perspective, Zhang Qian was not on the same level as her at all. She was only out with him because her sycophants had all disappeared recently, leaving many open spots. If Zhang Qian was willing to be her sycophant, she didn't mind having a bit of ambiguity with him, but only limited to that. As the Sea Queen, she had to control the boundaries, never rejecting, never initiating, never taking responsibility. These were the basic principles for all Sea Queens. Give off a feeling that he's almost there, just a little more effort, and they could be a couple. So, this shopping trip today was considered a date. Since Zhang Qian dared to bring her to a place like this, he obviously had some money on him, so Chin Zuli decided to test him. My lipstick just ran out. Let's check out this store. They walked into a lipstick store. This store was Yves Saint Laurent counter, with a set of lipstick priced at over 1,000 yuan. A gift of 1,000 yuan, for Chin Zuli, was just an ordinary gift. Since entering university, she hadn't received a gift below 1,000 yuan. If Zhang Qian was hesitant even at this price, then there was no need to proceed further. Chin Zuli picked a set of lipstick, tried out many colors, and sent a clear signal to Zhang Qian. With 2,000 yuan still in Zhang Qian's account for rent, plus the over 1,000 yuan just cashed back from the system, it should be enough. Do you want to buy this? Let me gift it to you. No. The new colors this year are quite ordinary, not as good as last year's. Chin Zuli rejected Zhang Qian, even though she was materialistic. Agreeing right away would make her seem too materialistic. The Yves Saint Laurent counter beauty consultant had noticed Zhang Qian since they walked in. Dressed raggedly, wearing a shirt without a brand, she assumed he was a poor guy who was sycophantic for Chin Zuli. She had already figured it out. Zhang Qian was just her sycophant boyfriend, and not so wealthy one at that, so she didn't put much effort into introducing. If you like it, why not buy it? How expensive can a lipstick be? Zhang Qian asked the beauty consultant. After Zhang Qian said this, the beauty consultant was more certain in her thoughts. Zhang Qian not only lacked money, but also liked to show off. What do you mean how expensive can a lipstick be? Don't you know what kind of store this is? Good sir, this is our new collection this year. 14.99. This set of colors would fit your girlfriend's style. The beauty consultant rambled on. So you like showing off? Huh. Then let's make you pay. The beauty consultant enthusiastically promoted. Buy it, and it would cost over 1,000 bucks, way outside the acceptable range. Don't buy it, and you'd appear stingy, losing face in front of your girlfriend. Two paths, choose one. Most people would choose the former, puffing out one's chest to seem affluent. Cannot lose face in front of a woman, which is what the beauty consultant wanted. Just over 1,000 bucks. Too cheap. Lily, this set of lipstick doesn't suit you. Too cheap. Chin Zuli and the beauty consultant were both surprised. In their eyes, Zhang Qian was trying to use the cheap excuse not to buy it. Chin Zuli's surprise was because she always thought Zhang Qian was honest and straightforward. Why was he pretending now? Whether buying or not doesn't matter to her. She didn't need that lipstick, she just wanted to test Zhang Qian. Sir, if you think it's too cheap, we have other options in the store. Let me show you. The beauty consultant was ready to convince Zhang Qian, unwilling to let him leave without buying, to save some face. No need for you to show me. You. Come over and introduce to me. Zhang Qian pointed to a young girl who appeared to be new in the store, an honest and straightforward girl. Me. Yes, you. Come here. Zhang Qian called. In this kind of boutique, each sale counted towards their performance. Zhang Qian had some money on him, but he didn't want to credit the snobbish consultant with his sale. Xiaoyu was indeed new at the store, but due to the senior consultant's pressure, she could only assist customers when the store was very busy. Xiaoyu, I'm calling you over to introduce to our big customer here. The senior consultant was also dissatisfied. Not receiving credit from him would be unacceptable, as if he could buy expensive items or something. Xiaoyu walked over to Zhang Qian, detail, and patiently introduced several sets of lipsticks. In the end, Zhang Qian chose a set for 3,099 yuan. Lily, do you like this set? It's fine. Then I'll pay for it. Spent 3,099 yuan. System cashback 30,990 yuan. Already credited. After receiving the cashback from the system, Zhang Qian straightened up, boldly asking, Lily, do Do you have anything else you want to buy? Chinzueli's heart was in a daze. Jun Qian, who earns a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan, gave her a set of 3,099 yuan lipstick. What will he eat this month then? Although it doesn't compare to the achievement of the elderly counter lady just now, she still feels comfortable in her heart. Trying to present oneself as a big spender, and yet making oneself look so swollen. Thank you, Jun Qian. You shouldn't have spent so much, but really, it's not necessary. This set of lipstick can last a long time. Chinzueli thanked Jun Qian. When the elderly counter lady heard this, it seemed that the two of them were not in a romantic relationship, after all. Jun Qian was just a flatterer, an ATM, having spent 3,000 yuan and only getting a simple thank you in return, which almost made her burst out laughing. Shall you? Why don't you introduce a few more sets to our major client? The elderly counter lady deliberately caused trouble, not wanting Jun Qian, someone like Jun Qian, to receive too much attention even if he spends money. Shall you dared not refuse, lest she be reported for negligence. She then proceeded to introduce Chinzueli to several other beauty products. Jun Qian asked again, Lily, how do you feel about these products? They're okay. Then pack them all up. Sir, are you sure? Shall you calculated that these items cost about 27,000 yuan. I'm sure. Charge it. Jun Qian handed his credit card to Shao Yu once again. Spent 27,468 yuan. System cashback of 270 for 1,680 yuan. Funds credited. This is 270,000 yuan. Jun Qian was elated. Meanwhile, the elderly counter lady was stunned, having spent 30,000 yuan in the store without showing the slightest sign of financial pain and still smiling. Could it be that she had completely misjudged the situation? Shao Yu was also quite surprised. These were the last days of her probation period, and if she didn't meet the sales quota, she would likely be let go. Unexpectedly, Jun Qian, alone, ended up meeting her sales target. Sir, in fact, we have a lot more products available at our store that are also very good. Let me introduce them to you. The counter lady quickly changed her tone, flattering Jun Qian in an attempt to boost sales. However, Jun Qian rejected her. Your products are too cheap. With all of these, I only spent 30,000, Jun Qian said. Lily, let's go. Jun Qian took Chinzueli and left the counter. The elderly counter lady was left in a mess. After Jun Qian left, he glanced at Chinzueli's current liking level, 35 points. It had increased by 15 points. It seemed that Chinzueli had, indeed, been raised in a wealthy family. Spending 30,000 on her only raised her liking level by 15 points, not even to the level of close friends, maintaining a regular friendship instead. Nevertheless, this was still a significant change, transitioning from strangers to friends. Chinzueli was even more puzzled. What was going on with Jun Qian today? Had he come into a large sum of money, being so generous with spending 30,000 on her in one go? Chinzueli simplistically guessed that he might have learned something from a PUA tutorial online, trying to impress her with extravagant spending. Naive girls might interpret this first extravagant day as a precursor to even more lavish gestures down the line, but Chinzueli, as someone with more experience, wasn't buying it. Jun Qian, won't your girlfriend be upset with you for giving me so many gifts? Chinzueli cautiously asked. We just broke up today. Oh, can I ask why? You can't. Jun Qian didn't want to share, as it was quite embarrassing. But even without him disclosing, Chinzueli could probably guess. A flatterer like Jun Qian likely had his girlfriend dump him for a richer man, or perhaps he realized he was being used for money, and the breakup was inevitable. Jun Qian's current spending spree was likely just an act of revenge, possibly utilizing a maxed-out credit card. Nothing too serious. Hey, why hasn't your girlfriend come yet? Won't she be coming? Jun Qian inquired. She probably still at work. Let me check. Chinzueli felt that Jun Qian was trying to test her by asking about her friend's arrival, probably wondering if she would be alone and vulnerable, but that wasn't going to happen. She made it clear with, she definitely come. The purpose was to dispel any inappropriate intentions Jun Qian might have. Oh, there's still time. Let's continue shopping. Jun Qian bought Chinzueli a few t-shirts. Despite being just t-shirts, branded ones were quite costly, going up to hundreds or even thousands. Spent 3,298 yuan. System cashback of 32,980 yuan. Funds credited. Jun Qian's account balance now totaled 300,000, equivalent to 5 years of his salary. The system seemed remarkably generous. Jun Qian noticed a change in Qin Zueli's 25-point liking level towards him. She became more conversational and smiled more, seeming more open. This was the perfect opportunity. Jun Qian wanted to hold Qin Zueli's hand, but being quite honest and hesitant, he was also a bit timid. A girl like Qin Zueli was someone he could never touch, unless perhaps when she was tired of playing around and looking for an earnest person like him to settle down with. After considering it, what was there to be afraid of? Having spent over 30,000 on Qin Zueli already, why shy away from holding her hand? Finally, after a complex internal struggle, Jun Qian convinced himself. Stealing his courage, he reached for Qin Zueli's hand. This moment was indescribable. Qin Zueli was the woman he could never dream of being with, and now she was within reach. Her hand was unbelievably soft, indicating she had never done any manual labor, not even housework. Truly a pampered girl. Qin Zueli didn't resist, letting Jun Qian hold her hand, but limited to just that. Any further advancement would require her to refuse. After all, in the world of being a flatterer, one could not wish for more than to enjoy the grass and still hope to run free. Holding hands was harmless, especially without any acquaintances around. However, Jun Qian didn't see it that way. After that stroll, his heart was racing, feeling an indescribable excitement and fervor. His face flushed. Others might have coveted Qin Zueli's body, but restrained by their thin wallets, they dared not act. But for Jun Qian, simply holding Qin Zueli's hand had surpassed all his colleagues in the company. Almost something to brag about privately, that he held the hand of the goddess Qin Zueli today. My friend just messaged that she's at the entrance of Zhou City. Let's go pick her up. Okay. Zai. We're here. Qin Zueli waved to her best friend, Ai Qingyu, and took the opportunity to break free from Jun Qian's hand. After exchanging greetings, they didn't pull her back together. Jun Qian smiled, then didn't say much. After introducing each other, Jun Qian learned the girl's name. She was called Ai Qingyu, a college classmate and close girlfriend of Qin Zueli. She looked okay and wasn't short. However, standing next to Qin Zueli, she seemed a bit plain, lacking any standout features. This was the secret to successful dating. You always need a fold to accentuate the main character. It was almost 7 o'clock now, and the sky had already darkened. Qin Zueli naturally wanted to bring a girlfriend along to be cautious of Jun Qian's intentions. It was time for dinner. Jun Qian had never been to Diu City before, so he checked businesses on his phone and ultimately chose a high-end restaurant with a relatively high average spending per person. Jun Qian, this restaurant is quite expensive, are you sure? Qin Zueli kindly reminded. She had only been there once before, where they spent over 5,000 yuan, with the bill paid by a previous admirer, and she hadn't been back since. It's all right. After taking a seat, Jun Qian handed the menu to Qin Zueli to pick whatever she wanted. Pick whatever. Sure. If you say so, then I'll pick whatever. Qin Zueli and Ai Qingyu chose dishes from the menu. Of course, Qin Zueli thought for Jun Qian as well, removing a few of the pricier dishes Ai Qingyu selected, roughly calculating to keep the total around 9,000 yuan, not exceeding 10,000. Jun Qian had already spent over 30,000 on her at the mall, and she didn't know how much he had left or dared to order too expensive dishes. We've made our selections. Do you have anything in mind? Qin Zueli returned the menu to Jun Qian. He glanced at the menu, noticing the cancelled items. Was she trying to save money for herself? The prices were reasonable, staying under 10,000, around 9,000. Not drinking. He glanced at the alcohol list. Even a bottle cost over 1,000 yuan. No. Let's just have 2 bottles of cola. Qin Zueli naturally wouldn't order alcohol. If Jun Qian insisted on it, Ai Qingyu would be there to intervene. All right, let's just go with this for now. If it's not enough, we can order more later. Typically, her good girlfriend would never agree to date someone like him, unless he was particularly wealthy. Ai Qingyu noticed Jun Qian carried many bags and items. All of these must have cost over 20,000 yuan. And with this meal, it'd be another 10,000 yuan. With this amount of money, you could order takeout several times. It seemed Qin Zueli had hooked another one. Lily, how did you two meet? Ai Qingyu asked curiously. Colleagues. Ai Qingyu was a bit envious, wondering how Qin Zueli always surrounded herself with wealthy people who were willing to spend on her. She too wanted someone like Jun Qian, a successful man. But Ai Qingyu also understood her place, knowing she was just Qin Zueli's bodyguard, participating in these setups often, so she didn't dare to have any ulterior motives towards Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian also noticed the change in Ai Qingyu's feelings towards him. It went from 10 points at first meeting, then rising to 30 points, and dropping back to 20 points. After placing their orders, Qin Zueli and Ai Qingyu played around and waited before starting their meal. At the table, they chatted casually. After the meal, Zhang Qian went to settle the bill. Ai Qingyu took the chance to ask Qin Zueli, "Lily, what's your relationship with him? I've never met him before." "Oh, just friends, nothing to worry about." In Qin Zueli's mind, Zhang Qian was simply a revengeful spending companion after her recent breakup, so she didn't take him seriously. When Qin Zueli referred to him as a friend, Ai Qingyu immediately understood. Qin Zueli had gotten herself another admirer, spent 9,657 yuan, system cashback 96,570 yuan, credited, another 100,000 yuan received. That feeling of satisfaction was incredible. After settling the bill, Zhang Qian glanced at the time. It's only 9 o'clock. Naturally, he didn't want to let Qin Zueli go too easily. Not because he wanted something, but the idea of spending and earning money was too enjoyable. Thinking it over, he suddenly remembered a high-spending place, a bar. At a bar, ordering just a set could cost tens of thousands of yuan. How about we go to a bar? Typically, after dinner, one would go home, and the day would end. However, Zhang Qian's sudden suggestion of going to a bar raised Qin Zueli's guard against him, lowered affection by -5 points. Ai Qingyu glanced at Qin Zueli. It seemed she wasn't keen on going. "Not tonight, I have work tomorrow." Qin Zueli had called her for this purpose. "Isn't it Sunday tomorrow? Why do you need to work overtime?" "Yes, I have to. I've been feeling stressed lately and wanted to unwind a bit." "Sorry. No. Can you invite a few more friends to join us? It won't be too late." Shopping and dining were manageable for two people, but going to a bar and consuming a few drinks could complicate things. Qin Zueli refused to go to the bar. Zhang Qian had mentioned needing to let off steam after a recent breakup, which seemed normal, not like a lie. Furthermore, if they could invite a few more people, the situation would be entirely different. A few minutes later, Qin Zueli said she had invited two more friends. "Where are we going?" "They said they'll meet us directly." Zhang Qian thought for a moment. Red Rose. The three of them took a taxi to the Red Rose. Spend 60 yuan. System cashback 600 yuan. Credited. At the entrance of the Red Rose, two attractive, scantily clad girls were already waiting. Din Din and Angela. When they introduced themselves, they didn't use full names, and one even used an English name. Din Din had slender legs, fair skin, but average looks. Angela had delicate features, wore black stockings, looked very sexy, but wore heavy makeup, a clear regular at nightclubs like this bar. With all four girls standing together, Qin Zueli appeared relatively innocent. Din Din and Angela greeted Zhang Qian enthusiastically. "Lily, your boyfriend is so handsome." "Yes, a standard handsome guy." Handsome, even dressed like he was. Neither Qin Zueli's friends nor the staff could possibly think he was handsome. Such hypocrisy. The two girls mistakenly assumed Zhang Qian was Qin Zueli's boyfriend. Qin Zueli neither confirmed nor denied it. But Din Din and Angela didn't hold their hopes high, considering he didn't look wealthy at all. After all, if he was, why didn't Qin Zueli introduce him to them? Clearly, she was hiding him. If it had been the old Zhang Qian, he wouldn't dare to join such an event. The Red Rose was one of the higher spending bars in the area, and with four girls present, he couldn't leave without emptying his wallet. However, with the system's support, Zhang Qian wasn't afraid anymore. The more he spent, the more he earned. While he might be paying, he definitely wasn't losing. With this mindset, Zhang Qian entered the bar. Loud, booming music, colorful lights overhead, giving the classic bar atmosphere. Soon, a sales manager approached. "Good evening. Have you reserved a table?" Zhang Qian shook his head. "Are there 5 of you? Do you want a private booth or an open table?" This was an unusual combination of guests. Was he a wealthy guy? Or did the women hold the purse strings? Regardless, having a group of 4 women and a man was out of the ordinary. Naturally, Zhang Qian chose a private booth. After they were seated, it was time to order drinks. "What would you like to drink, sir?" The sales manager didn't bother asking the other girls, as they weren't paying. He went straight to Jung Qian. Any recommendations? The manager could tell it was Jung Qian's first visit, but given his appearance, he definitely wasn't a wealthy man, likely taken in as a potential cash cow by the women. In solidarity, the manager recommended cheaper drinks to avoid overcharging Jung Qian. How about Black Ace? The four of them exchanged glances, evidently Jung Qian's first time at a bar. The sales manager patiently explained what Black Ace was and the dragon set, negotiating the pricing and options carefully to avoid overtly spending. After some discussion, Jung Qian decided on a full dragon set with black gold. Card please. Jung Qian took out a worn-out bank card from his pocket. The card, which looked like it had been inserted into an ATM machine frequently over the years, was full of marks from the passage of time. After the salesperson was shocked for a moment, they brought the machine over and swiped the card. Spent 88,888. System cashback 888,880. Already credited. Seeing the tenfold cashback, Jung Qian felt even more steady in his heart. Indeed, this place was not visited in vain. He received 880,000 credited for a single expenditure. In the past, let alone 88,000. Just opening a bottle of wine worth 80 yuan would have made Jung Qian cringe for a while. But now, he didn't have to worry at all. Regardless of how much he spent, he would receive 10 times the cashback. Jung Qian pondered whether he could order several more sets of the Divine Dragon set tonight and directly buy a villa for himself tomorrow with full payment. When others swipe a Divine Dragon set without batting an eye, how could they possibly be losers? He even just thought of helping Jung Qian save money by recommending some cheap wine. The fact proved that without money, Jung Qian could not have attracted for girls of such quality to accompany him. He had been mistaken. Brother, please wait for a moment, I will arrange it for you right away. At this moment, Qin Zuli finally noticed that the card Jung Qian swiped was not a credit card, but a debit card. Between shopping, dining, and the recently swiped Divine Dragon set, Jung Qian had already spent 100,000. If it had been a low credit limit credit card, to show off in front of the girls, he could have transferred money into his savings account and then withdrawn it during transactions to prove that he was using a debit card. Unless Jung Qian had obtained many credit cards at once. However, the likelihood of such retaliatory spending was not high because even if he had obtained many credit cards, it wouldn't be possible to make such hefty expenditures. The Divine Dragon set, priced at 88,000, was just a few bottles of wine. Unlike something Jung Qian could afford, there was only one more likely possibility. Jung Qian had come into a large sum of money suddenly. It was very likely that after being dumped by his ex-girlfriend and feeling disheartened, he bought a lottery ticket and won. Iking Yue, Shinshin, and Angela, upon seeing Jung Qian swiping his card for a Divine Dragon set, had a touch of surprise in their eyes. This man seemed not as pathetic as they had imagined. When he swiped his card, he even looked handsome. Although the three of them frequented bars like this, few were willing to order a Divine Dragon set, unless they were truly wealthy and could afford to order it 3 or 4 times in one night. Even Angela had only experienced a few small Divine Dragons. Ordering a full Divine Dragon set immediately upon arrival was grand and generous. Qin Zuli clearly noticed the change in the expressions of her 3 girlfriends and unconsciously moved closer to Jung Qian, holding onto his arm, making them appear like a couple in love to others. Jung Qian's heart skipped a beat. Why did Qin Zuli take the initiative to move closer and even lean in so closely? Glancing at her other 3 female friends, Jung Qian understood. All 3 held him in higher regard now. Iking Yue favorability plus 20. Shinshin initial 5 points. Favorability plus 20. Current favorability 25. Angela initial 5 points. Favorability plus 25. Current favorability 30. Ding. 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 The music abruptly stopped. Dry ice fog began to release gradually. The spotlight lit up Jung Qian's booth. The Divine Dragon set was delivered to the booth by several cool-looking beauties, swaying to the music. The salesperson discreetly called to burly security guards to stand by Jung Qian's booth, ensuring his safety at all times. The salesperson also positioned themselves at the far edge of the booth, ready to follow Jung Qian's commands. To Jung Qian, there were only 2 words in his mind: presence. It was so grand. Some graceful and delicate ladies who frequented the Red Rose were dazzled by this scene, thinking that Jung Qian was a man of means, even feeling an urge to strike up a conversation at the booth. Jung Qian, truly a wealthy man. But as they noticed the 4 women sitting beside Zhang Qian, they dispelled that notion. Indeed, wealthy men were a scarce resource, bringing women like this along with them. Angela was there too. Could such a person also attract a wealthy man like this? Some of these women, especially those who felt particularly unfavorable towards Angela, were perturbed. But they had no recourse. In the end, they had already jumped to conclusions, and approaching at this moment might not earn Zhang Qian's attention. Well, he might end up getting involved with Angela and a dice game, Qinshan suggested. Among them, apart from Qin Zuli, they were all adept at playing dice. It was simple to get someone drunk through a dice game. Okay, I don't mind. Zhang Qian waved his hand. They began to play dice. While luck played a significant role in this game, there was also an element of skill. Zhang Qian had never been to such a place before and shook the dice casually or for a long time, but he ultimately lost more than he won, having to down several glasses in a row. Even Qin Zuli, who rarely drank, had 3 drinks. Zhang Qian felt that this 88,000 wine was not that special. Such an expensive wine probably only represented a small portion of the cost. In reality, what the bar sold was that grandeur just now. The spotlight, dry eyes, and beautiful women temporarily drew everyone's gaze toward him, selling vanity. Though he wasn't vain, the women around him were. Each one seemed so happy. After several rounds, everyone started to open up. Angela asked, "Lily, when did you start dating? I saw you were single last week." Oh no. Qin Zuli thought to herself. There was something in Angela's words. She didn't know how to respond. She had met Angela at the Red Rose entrance and maintained a non-committal attitude, brushing it off. Did she say they were dating? Or did she deny it? If Qin Zuli said she wasn't dating Zhang Qian, these 3 friends might snatch Zhang Qian from her side. She hesitated, debating whether to announce the sovereignty issue to her girlfriends. After all, it was her setup, and she had brought Zhang Qian here. You may have misunderstood. Zhang Qian and I are not dating. We are just colleagues who come out to relax after work. Oh, I see. The 3 of them naturally found it hard to believe Zhang Qian's words. Spending this much money without being in a relationship, there must be some interest in Qin Zuli at the very least. Qin Zuli was speechless. Just say you're pursuing me. Can you die? This man, with such low emotional intelligence. As for Zhang Qian, he paid no mind to their thoughts. He had no intention of pursuing either of them. Qin Zuli was just a tool for him to make money. While there might be some interest in Qin Zuli, it was only in her body, not in her as a person. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Giving Lily so many gifts and not even willing to buy yourself a piece of clothing, you are truly a good person. Lily, encountering such a man, you must treasure it well. Although these words seem to be reminding Qin Zuli to cherish, Qinshan and Angela's tone is very sarcastic. Everything they said is actually the opposite. Qin Zuli is starting to get impatient. She originally invited you to help fend off and wanted advances, but now you're turning this against her. Is this what real friends do? Indeed, maybe all friends are fake. When seeing a good man, what does it have to do with real friends or not? Although it's not openly fighting for him, it's practically the same. Qin Zuli has said to Zhang Qian before that she felt a bit embarrassed about buying her so many things and wanting to buy him a decent outfit in return. Unfortunately, Zhang Qian refused firmly. How can she handle this situation? She can't just force it on him. That wouldn't be right. But now, they are using this against her. Oh, I don't have any requirements for dressing. Moreover, Lily said she would buy me an outfit. Don't judge my clothes for being a bit worn. They are very comfortable. Lily, won't you come bouncing with me? Zhang Qian can see clearly the intentions of Qinshan and Angela. However, Zhang Qian doesn't have a good impression of these 2 people, actively helping Qin Zuli defuse the situation. Goodwill plus 10. Qin Zuli's goodwill towards him immediately increased by 10 points. Okay. The 2 got up and walked into the dance floor. Qin Zuli may not frequent these places, but she has been to bars and nightclubs enough times to know various dance moves. However, in front of Zhang Qian, she had to pretend not to be very skilled in dancing. How are you feeling? Still up for more drinks? Zhang Qian asked while mimicking others' dance moves. If Qin Zuli could still drink, he would let the salesperson bring another set of drinks. If you're not enjoying yourself, I'll accompany you. Okay. Zhang Qian couldn't even imagine Qin Zuli saying something like this before. Normally, Chinzuli is very aloof. Only hot guys can melt her icy demeanor. Someone like him, although not completely ignored, is just an acquaintance, aside from work. Now, she is like a docile little kitten, offering to drink with him if he's not enjoying himself. What does that mean? Even if she couldn't drink anymore, she would still continue for his sake. Is this the happiness of the rich? The previous Zhang Qian would have never expected this. I'm sweating. Let's take a break. Okay. When the two were returning, Zhang Qian noticed a stranger sitting in their booth. His eyebrows neatly groomed, face made up, with high cheekbones making him quite handsome. He sat in a spot similar to Zhang Qian's, holding a glass of wine and whispering with Angela. Their eyes were locked on each other, almost kissing. This made Zhang Qian very displeased. How dare you not even greet me, drink my alcohol, take my seat, and even flirt with my girl? What's the meaning of this? Zhang Qian was somewhat angry. Although he doesn't had any feelings for Angela, and she's not his girl, the booth was reserved by Zhang Qian. The alcohol was bought by Zhang Qian, and the person entered because of Zhang Qian. This was utter disrespect towards him. If someone doesn't respect you, they will do various offensive actions. Besides that man, Zhang Qian himself also had a small part to play. Even though he now has money, he doesn't have the kind of presence to assert his dominance in this situation, so he decided to be more aggressive. Chinzuli also noticed the situation with Angela and the man in the booth. She stole a glance at Zhang Qian's face, wanting to see how he would react. Zhang Qian just squinted his eyes, appearing calm. This surprised Chinzuli. Angela and Zhang Qian exchanged a glance, then Angela pinched Angela's waist. Angela realized something was wrong and quickly distanced herself from the man. At that moment, Zhang Qian took Chinzuli back. Who's this? Zhang Qian asked. Ah, this is my friend, Chen Feiyu. I bumped into him here, so I invited him over for a drink. Angela introduced Chen Feiyu to Zhang Qian, also explaining the situation. You must be Mr. Zhang. I'm Chen Feiyu. Chen Feiyu stood up from the booth, showing respect and introducing himself. After all, what he had just done was somewhat improper, and he wanted to show humility. Hello. Please have a seat. Zhang Qian sat back in the main seat. He called the server over. Bring me another set of drinks. After swiping his card, there wasn't any change returned, as he wasn't spending money for any particular woman. The drink arrived, without dry smoke or stop music, only a 3-second spotlight. Chinzuli was actually quite surprised. If it had been someone else, they might have scolded the man or even kicked him out. Zhang Qian used to be an obedient guy at the company, always agreeing to others. But now he was displaying such courage and aura, without kicking anyone out or causing a scene. He even ordered a set of drinks for Chen Feiyu worth 38,888. In her eyes, Zhang Qian's behavior was quite impressive. Oh, I didn't expect Mr. Zhang to have such a high regard for me. I must toast to you, Mr. Zhang. Chen Feiyu raised his glass and downed 3 glasses. Are you alone? Yes. Just arrived. That's great. Sit with us and drink. Mr. Zhang is mighty. I humbly accept your kindness and join your party. Chen Feiyu sat on the edge without offending anyone, realizing that Zhang Qian must be wealthier than him. Next, they played dice. After a few drinks, Zhang Qian asked, Feiyu. Yes. What is your relationship with Angela? Chen Feiyu's face slightly changed. Angela also frowned. This question was somewhat intrusive as it touched upon privacy. However, Chen Feiyu couldn't evade it. Well, I used to manage short videos, so I could say Angela was my subordinate. I recruited her. I see. Zhang Qian nodded thoughtfully. Then he asked again, have you had any inappropriate relations with Angela? If this was an equal situation, speaking in this manner would almost certainly lead to a fight, or at least a glass of wine aimed at the face. Everyone frowned, but nobody dared to get angry. No, Angela and I are just a regular boss-subordinate relationship. Although she's no longer under my direction, we have a normal friendship, definitely not what Mr. Zhang imagines. Chen Feiyu hurriedly explained. Zhang Qian could tell from his expression that he was lying, otherwise why would he answer for such a long time and stutter? What about other girls? No, none either. Chen Feiyu was sweating profusely. Oh, Zhang Qian was pleased. Doing this was more satisfying than directly having security beat Chen Feiyu up. At a drinking table, if someone doesn't drink, then I make them drink no matter how reluctant they are. At a dinner party, if I make a girl dance to liven up the atmosphere, Even if she has 1,000 reasons not to, she must dance. Offending others is also a display of power. No money? Try and see. If you meet someone with a quick temper, they might confront you on the spot, smashing a bottle over your head. Right now, these two surely must resent Jun Qian, but they still had to smile and act cheerfully. Jun Qian raised his glass and Chen Feiyu and Angela politely followed suit. No money? Try it and see. If Jun Qian didn't reserve a VIP room, didn't order a special package, he would probably be treated like an ordinary person. Things are different now. I've had a bit too much to drink. My head is spinning a bit. If I ask something I shouldn't, please don't be mad at me. Jun Qian pretended to be confused but understood. Come on, Jun Xiao. I need to use the restroom. Jun Qian stood up and left. I'll go with you, Qin Zuli offered. I'm just going to wash my face. Why are you following me? Want to help me with my belt? Ha ha, Zuli. Are you drunk? Yeah. A little drunk. Jun Qian went to the restroom, washed his face on purpose, looked at himself in the mirror, his face all red. He had lost quite badly while playing dice, drank quite a bit, almost at his limit. If he drank more, he might pass out, which would be embarrassing. However, 99% of things in this world can be solved with money. Can't handle drinking, can't handle the game. Jun Qian could hire someone to do it for him. So, Jun Qian waved his hand and called the salesperson over. Bro, do you have something I can drink? Ken good at playing dice? If so, call my VIP room for a drink, and I'll order another set of the Grand Xinlong. The salesperson looked at Jun Qian, all red-faced, a little puzzled. For girls, and you can't even get one drunk, you need someone to help you. That's really weak, but that's not his concern. As long as there's money to be made. Okay, bro. I'll arrange it right away. After returning to the VIP room, the salesperson quickly brought in a tall girl with beautiful features and a unique style of dressing. Even though her attire was a bit different, on her it exuded a special aura. Bro. This is Jin Lu, the team leader of our bar sales team. Jun Qian felt a bit regretful. With her looks, figure, and conditions, she must have numerous people willing to spend money on her. Why did a girl like her choose to work at a bar? Even though Jun Qian had never been to a bar, he had heard some things about bar sales, sacrificing one's soul just to get customers to order more drinks and increase sales. This male salesperson said she was the team leader of the sales team. Without any ability, how could she become a sales team leader in such a colorful place? It's a pity, a genuine pity. In fact, the male salesperson had another meaning, which was that Jin Lu was their VIP product. Jun Xiao, I'm Jin Lu. Call me Xuan Xuan. Can you play dice? Jun Qian asked. Yes. Are you good at it? Decent. Then come help me play. Another set of Grand Xinglong. Swiped the card. Spent 88,888 yuan. System returned 888,880 yuan. Received. This time, the cashback from the system was credited. The music in the venue paused again. The fob produced by DRIZZLE thicker now, and the spotlight stayed on Jun Qian's VIP room for nearly half a minute. The salesperson couldn't hide his excitement. Tonight was really a big order. He even shouted with a microphone throughout the venue. Table 65. Jun Xiao, another set of Grand Xinglong. The stakes were high. Ai Qingyu, Xinshin, Angela, and Chen Feiyu all stared at each other. Jun Qian must be really wealthy. In one night, by ordering a set of Grand Xinglong and a set of small Xinglong, he had spent over 100,000. Unable to drink it all himself, he even ordered another set of Grand Xinglong and had a girl in the bar drink it for him. Spending money like this is not reasonable, right? Initially, calling him Jun Xiao was just out of courtesy. Now, it had to be genuine. Who besides a second-generation rich kid could spend money like this? Qin Zuli was shocked. 2 sets of Grand Xinglong and 1 set of small Xinglong already added up to over 200,000. Jun Qian wouldn't be trying to max out his credit card, then default, and jump off a building, right? No one would be that foolish. Jun Qian must have really hit a jackpot, and it was likely sizable, at least in the millions. Just before, Xinshin and Angela had their eyes on Jun Qian. Now, after ordering another set of Grand Xinglong, they would surely compete against each other. Why hadn't she noticed earlier? If Jun Qian didn't have money, how dared he invite her out? In retrospect, not calling out those 3 would have been better. Now, the person who was supposed to be hers, she had to compete for. All right, Jun Xiao, Since you've been so generous to me, let's switch it up and challenge each other. Jinlu was confident and proposed a solo challenge. Her presence was commanding, not showing any signs of nervousness, flipping the order at any table she walked up to, turning it into her territory. Jun Qian paid slight attention to the affection level Jinlu had for him, which was at 10 points, surprising him. After spending so much money, in Jinlu's eyes, he was just a common customer, far from special. Girls like Ai Qingyu, Xinshan, Angela, and Qinzuli had received higher favorability after such lavish spending. Perhaps in Jinlu's view, Zheng Qian was just a customer slightly wealthier than average. Visiting him to drink was just part of her job, with no ulterior motives. The lady on your right, go ahead. Jinlu motioned to Qinzuli. I can't drink, I'm not playing. Qinzuli was somewhat irritated and declined. Jinlu didn't mind Qinzuli's rejection. Alright, next person. Angela was unwilling but determined, came at her own risk, so what if she looked a bit better? Tear. Double the baits. Double 6, please drink. Double 5-3, concede. After 2 rounds, Jinlu hadn't lost a single one, surprising Zheng Qian. Just now, she said she was decent at playing dice, but this was better than decent, right? Unable to compete or drink as well as her, Zheng Qian had to hire others as his proxies. Winning the first 2 rounds, Zheng Qian felt quite comfortable. Was that wealth power? Looking at those who had just tried to make him drink, now looking to satisfy, Zheng Qian felt pretty pleased inside. Double 3-2, 8 points. Jinlu rolled a small number, rare for her. At this point, everyone assumed she had lost and would have to drink. But unexpectedly, Angela rolled an even lower number than Jinlu. Double to 3, 7 points. Please drink. Angela reluctantly downed a drink, not passing the dice to the next person. Almost, I can't accept that. Again. I apologize. Next round. Jinlu's aura was overpowering, not backing down from Angela. If you lose, you lose. If you're not satisfied, play another round with me. In the bar, she seemed like a queen. Zheng Qian was starting to have a slight interest in her. Not bad. You're good at this. How can I support you as your contribution? Zheng Qian paused. Zheng Xiao, just order the drinks. Okay. Another set of Grand Xinglan. Swiped the card. Spent 88,888 yuan. System returned 888,880 yuan. Received. This time, Zheng Qian was spending money on Jinlu, so the system also had a cashback. Alright. Thanks for your support, Zheng Xiao. Jinlu sweetly smiled at Zheng Qian, making him feel great. He mainly wanted to observe Jinlu's level of affection toward him, and if there would be any changes. However, apart from a thank you, Jinlu's favorability towards him remained at 10, without any fluctuations. This left Zheng Qian quite surprised. He thought that by ordering a set of Grand Xinglan, he could at least raise it a few points. Who would have thought? Not even a point. This woman was quite interesting. Zheng Qian's interest in her deepened. Could she possibly be someone impartial? That sweet smile had truly captivated Zheng Qian, but Jinlu's favorability toward him had not changed at all. Now, he was almost certain that Jinlu wasn't someone he could win over by showering her with money. Zheng Qian, I'm a bit tired and want to go home. But I forgot my keys at the office, so I can't go home. Qinzuli whispered in Zheng Qian's ear. You forgot your keys at the office? Why does that sound a bit suggestive? Could it imply that she wants him to accompany her to a hotel? Then you stay in a hotel tonight, my treat. I'll transfer you the money later. I still want to play some more. Zheng Qian's interest was no longer focused on Qinzuli, but on Jinlu. Oh. Apart from Zheng Qian, Qinzuli didn't greet anyone and left the scene on her own. She could tell that whether it was Xinshan, Angela, or her so-called best friends, they all had set their sights on Zheng Qian. Despite maintaining friendly appearances, they had actually turned against her. If they wanted Zheng Qian, Qinzuli didn't really care. She had met him while playing outside anyway. Compared to these professionals, Qinzuli still considered herself relatively innocent. She acknowledged that her level was not as high as theirs, and she couldn't compete with them. If they were to fight over Zheng Qian, she probably wouldn't stand a chance. After Qinzuli left, Zheng Qian thought about how much money to give her. 10,000? No. The system might not give cash back. Yebai is officially classified as a second-tier city, but in reality, it could only rank around 3rd or 4th tier. The highest class hotels cost only a few thousand yuan, and Zhang Qian had never heard of one costing over 10,000. He transferred 5,200 yuan and left a note. "Sorry for keeping you up late. I'll compensate you for a nice hotel stay." Then he quickly shut his phone and resumed watching Jinlu play dice. In the following rounds, Jinlu won every single one without exception. Ai Qingyu, Xinshen, Angela, and Chen Feiyu were all close to being sick. All three of them, without exception, felt 5 to 10 points less favorable towards Zhang Qian. To find a strong nightclub woman to drink their hearts out without any dissuasion was natural for their favorability to decrease. Of course, Zhang Qian didn't pay it any mind. "I need to use the restroom." Tilda Chen Feiyu got up, almost about to throw up but managed to hold it back, or else she would have ruined Ai Qingyu's outfit. "I also need to go. Two more followed, both succumbing to vomiting. Zhang Qian was very satisfied with Jinlu. "Are you still coming?" "No. I'm not coming anymore." "I can't either." Xinshen and Angela clutched their chests, feeling incredibly uncomfortable, and pleaded for mercy from Jinlu and Zhang Qian. "All right, let's leave it at that then." Jinlu stood up, raised her glass, still filled with the drink poured earlier, and gestured towards Zhang Qian. She drank it all at once. "Zhang, can I add you on WeChat?" Jinlu's favorability towards him was still 10 points, but she took the initiative to ask for his WeChat. Naturally, Zhang Qian didn't refuse, and after adding Jinlu, she quickly sent a message. "Zhang, I haven't finished work yet. I'll treat you to a late night snack later." This clearly couldn't be said in front of others. Zhang Qian was starting to admire her more and more. Those who worked in bars generally had good social skills. Zhang Qian felt a desire to conquer her, but he was also nervous. However, even big shots like Magic, Maponi, and Li Robin, who had billions in wealth, still had women they couldn't obtain. Based on Jinlu's actions so far, she seemed to be one such woman, seemingly unfulfilled by money. But she worked in a nightclub. Was it just for the fun of it? That possibility wasn't ruled out. But what kind of man could keep a woman like Jinlu entertained? Someone like himself. In terms of experience, Zhang Qian was still a newbie who had yet to move beyond the beginner's zone, while Qin Zuli could be considered an intermediate Sea King, and Xinshen and Angela were struggling to classify into the mid-tier Sea King category. To drive away Qin Zuli and make Xinshen and Angela drink until they couldn't handle it, what level of player was Jinlu? Zhang Qian felt he might have underestimated Jinlu, likely at a top-tier level. Zhang Qian felt both nervous and excited at the same time. If something were to happen with Jinlu tonight, he believed that 99% of men wouldn't refuse. After adding Jinlu on WeChat, she left the booth. The salesperson soon caught up. "Bro, do you want more to drink?" "No. I've had enough. You want me to pass out?" Zhang Qian laughed. No. This is the VIP card from our Red Rose Club. In the future, whenever you come, you'll receive top-notch treatment. The male salesperson handed the card over flatteringly, and Zhang Qian looked at the two ladies still drinking on the couch. He believed that if he suggested taking them to a hotel now, they wouldn't refuse. However, if they could leave with him tonight, they could probably leave with someone else tomorrow night. One key can open 10,000 locks, indicating it's a master key. If one lock can be opened by 10,000 keys, then it's a lousy lock. Women like Xinshen and Angela, although beautiful, who knows how many keys have opened them? If there's any disease, it would be an absolute loss. Having finally set up an exceptional system, it would be a real loss if something went wrong tomorrow. There's still quite a bit left. If you want to continue drinking here, go ahead. If not, save it for later. I'll take a walk outside. It's stuffy in here. Zhang Qian pointed to the remaining bottles of Black Spada on the table. The male salesperson was baffled. What is this guy up to? He ordered 3 sets of the Great Dragon and a set of the Little Dragon, and he's not even taking a girl with him. Or maybe Jin is already in control. In the male salesperson's mind, the latter seemed more likely. Can I have your WeChat too? In the future, I'll reserve the best booth for you and even arrange a designated driver to take you home if you drink too much. Who wouldn't want to have such a powerful backer? Zhang Qian added the salesperson on WeChat and was escorted out of the Red Rose. Walking on the street, Zhang Qian stared at his bank card balance for a long time. 2,666,640 yuan. He had earned over 2 million in one night. As for the financial strength, he no longer needed to worry. However, there were still areas where he needed to improve: character, mindset, and temperament, among others. If he had enough soft skills, People like Chen Feiyu would not dare to enter his booth. Even with money, they would treat him as a playboy. Long ago, Zhang Qian had read a book called Rich Dad Poor Dad, which stressed that your understanding of wealth determined how much you could truly control. Once you got some money, the first step was to invest in yourself and enhance your abilities, rather than spend it. After creating the first set of Shenluan, he thought about buying a villa for himself the next day. This was typical of a scarcity mindset. After leaving the nightlife scene, Zhang Qian felt he had gained many insights. On his phone, he received a WeChat message from Qin Zuli. "I've booked a room at Shangri-La, room 9694. The implication of this message is becoming more apparent. As long as you're not a fool, anyone can see what this message means. Do you want me to go find her?" Zhang Qian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately just replied with a good night and did not respond to Qin Zuli's message again. Shangri-La Hotel. Qin Zuli finished her shower, drying her wet hair with a towel while refreshing her phone. During this time, she had been waiting for Zhang Qian's knock on the door. But when Qin Zuli saw the message he sent, she felt uneasy. Just 2 words, "Good night"? Hasn't she already hinted to Zhang Qian like this? Doesn't he understand? Doesn't he understand what she means? It means, "You can come over tonight to sleep. Room 9694 at Shangri-La, come find me. You asked me to go shopping, isn't it just to sleep with me? Now, I've skipped countless steps in the middle and given you this opportunity. Let you have your way. And you just replied with a good night? What does it mean?" It's like indirectly rejecting her. Qin Zuli was really starting to not understand this man Zhang Qian. His actions tonight were not like the Zhang Qian she knew before, capable of doing what he did. She couldn't figure out how Zhang Qian suddenly became so wealthy. She regretted a bit. Back in the mall, even when Zhang Qian refused to let her buy clothes, why didn't she spend a few hundred yuan back then? Until later, going to the bar and casually spending over 200,000 on drinks, she understood that things were not so simple. Zhang Qian was relatively honest and even a bit cowardly. In her eyes, he was the kind of man without a mind of his own, easily to be controlled by her. She could take advantage of Zhang Qian liking her, having a good impression of her, to do whatever she pleased, to do anything according to her mood. Qin Zuli had been working for 3 years and had tired of playing around. If things progressed smoothly with Zhang Qian, and he had a bit of money in hand, satisfying her material life, he would be a good marriage partner. But a good man had been lost by her. It was now past 2 o'clock in the morning, and she didn't know if Zhang Qian had been taken away by one of her 3 best friends, or had the one who came out on top later, Jin Lu. Qin Zuli felt that the latter was more likely. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became, until she eventually stopped thinking and threw her phone aside, burying her head in the blankets. At this time, Zhang Qian also received a message from Jin Lu. "Just finished with work. Is Mr. Zhang sleeping?" "No." "Where are you now?" "Just wandering around on the road. Sobering up from alcohol. Send me your location." Zhang Qian sent his location and 10 minutes later, an electric car slowly approached and stopped by his side. "Get in. You're picking me up with this. I don't drink and drive, and I don't drive after drinking." Zhang Qian nodded. Jin Lu was wearing a sports tank top, with a slim waist that could be held, sitting in the back seat, revealing a glimpse of fair skin. Zhang Qian had the urge to reach out and touch her. The 2 of them arrived at a restaurant. This was the only one open on the whole street, and there were still quite a few customers, indicating good business. "Boss, a plate of chives scrambled eggs, a bowl of red date stewed oysters, a plate of turtle stewed beef, and another plate of pickled mountain yam. My buddy, all these dishes are good for your kidneys, right? Is it because you're worried Zhang Qian won't perform tonight? Why did you invite me to dinner?" Zhang Qian raised his question. "Because you have money. I want to get to know you," Jin Lu said unabashedly, directly expressing her thoughts. It didn't seem like a lie, but Zhang Qian thought Jin Lu was the kind of woman who couldn't be bought with money. At least, she couldn't be won over with conventional methods of courting. Zhang Qian, like most people, didn't have a good impression of nightclub girls. "Even though I smoke, drink, have tattoos, hang out at bars, and like to go clubbing, I'm a good girl." If she said this to Zhang Qian, he wouldn't believe a single word. But Jin Lu was different. From the dragon deity set she had used on him, Zhang Qian was amazed by her. He dared to guarantee that Jin Lu was not a nightclub girl like Din Din, Angela, and the like. Anyone who can play at the Red Rose must have money, was what Zhang Qian implied. "You have more money, ha ha." Jinlu laughed naturally. Jun Qian couldn't refute this answer. Even the millionaire boss wouldn't dare spend that much casually at the Red Rose. Jinlu now told him she wanted to get to know him because she saw that he had money, which made Jun Qian unsure whether he believed it or not. Or was she casting a wider net to catch more fish? When the restaurant owner served the dishes, Jun Qian suddenly had an idea and stopped him. "Boss, does she often invite men here for meals?" The boss was stunned for a moment, then looked at Jinlu. Jinlu was also surprised. She didn't expect Jun Qian to ask this. She waved her hand to the restaurant owner. "You can leave." The restaurant owner walked away quickly. Jinlu got up from the table across from him and sat next to Jun Qian. "Do you think that me accompanying clients to drink at nightclubs means I'm a dirty, easy, and gold-digging woman?" Jun Qian was silent for a moment. "I didn't actually think that. Just curious." He had actually prepared to be splashed in the face with water. Jinlu raised Jun Qian's chin with a slender jade finger. "Are you curious?" Jun Qian now could only tilt his head up, nodding 3 times in a row. Then, Jinlu leaned in close to Jun Qian's ear and whispered softly, "Then come home with me tonight. The night is long. I'll tell you later." There was even a hint of warmth as she spoke. Suddenly, a wicked fire ignited in Jun Qian's lower abdomen. "Oh, so direct. Even more direct than Qin Zuli." Okay. Jun Qian was starting to like her more and more, but her favorability rating made Jun Qian begin to doubt if the system was malfunctioning. Current favorability rating: 10 points. Her smile, her seduction, her hints, in Jun Qian's eyes, all seemed so natural. Was this all an act? It didn't seem like it. But with no change in favorability rating, it only showed that Jinlu's level was very high. Without experiencing dozens of men, how could she have such temperament and demeanor? "Shall we go now then?" Jun Qian was getting impatient. "Why are you so anxious? We should at least fill our stomachs first. What if we starve?" Jinlu laughed. Jun Qian was indeed eager. When the dishes arrived, he didn't care if he was hungry or not. He ate vigorously. Jinlu made sense. Anyway, they had already decided to spend the night at her place, so it wouldn't hurt to have dinner for a while. After all, eating these kidney-boosting dishes now would give them stronger vitality for the night. 20 minutes later, the two of them finished eating and walked out of the restaurant. "Where do you live?" Jun Qian asked. Jinlu hesitated again. "Do you really want to go?" "What do you mean? Do you really want to go?" Was he just teasing her earlier? Jun Qian was already prepared to have a sleepless night. Was it just a joke? He didn't plan on letting him go. Why did he order so many strong kidney dishes? "Aren't you afraid I might steal your kidney while you're asleep?" Jun Qian was actually a bit scared. "I'm just kidding. It's so late. I'm definitely going to take you back. Otherwise, wouldn't that be irresponsible of me?" Jinlu raised her eyebrows at him. Jun Qian couldn't handle Jinlu's seductive look. Those captivating eyes of hers almost seemed to steal Jun Qian's soul. But Jinlu's level of fondness for him still stayed at a 10. "Let's go." Jun Qian sat in the back seat, and with a bit of alcohol in his system, he directly hugged Jinlu's waist. Hey. What are you doing?" "I've had a bit too much to drink. Feeling dizzy." "This is an electric car. I can still get dizzy in an electric car." Jun Qian replied shamelessly. Jinlu led him towards the villa area of Jianshan International. "You live here?" Jun Qian was a bit surprised. He had mentioned before that he wanted to buy a villa in Jianshan International. The housing prices here were already considered top tier in the region, with a professional team regularly maintaining and managing the villas, leading to considerable expenses. "Yeah, I'm renting," Jinlu replied. The two of them entered one of the villas. As soon as they entered, Jinlu took off her high heels, revealing a pair of flawless bare feet stepping on the wooden floor. "Why do you live here? Is it necessary for one person to live in such a big house?" Jun Qian thought a one-bedroom apartment would be sufficient, and a house this big would be a waste, considering the amount of rent saved. "Do you want to know why?" Jinlu walked over and stood in front of Jun Qian. Looking up at him, Jun Qian, who was slightly taller at just over 5 feet, was stared down by Jinlu, who was 5 feet 5 inches without her heels. Jinlu suddenly grabbed Jun Qian's arms, pushed him against the wall, causing a dull thud as he hit the wall. Her fiery red lips slowly approached Jun Qian. Their noses were almost touching, just a few centimeters apart. "What?" Jun Qian couldn't help but ask, not sure if he was into this feeling of being pushed by a goddess. "Are you buying a house?" Jun Qian was dumbfounded. He had thought that something miraculous would happen at Jinlu's place that night, yet she was asking him about buying a house. It turned out that besides working in a bar, Jinlu was also a real estate agent. Was she in urgent need of money? Jinlu left Zhang Qian and went to the switch, turning on all the lights in the room. This house was built in 1998, well lit with a southern and northern exposure. The ground floor suite faces north, and the second floor suite faces south. The attic has skylights. The basement is moisture-proof, with 3,000 square feet of floorboards, 900 square feet of tiles, for bathrooms, and a utility room. Jinlu emphasized the utility room. In terms of landscaping, the property is professionally maintained with a 50 square meter garden and a 100 square meter grass lawn. Open the window to see greenery. Open the door for a stroll. Nestled by the mountains and waters, a definite mansion. Jinlu's recitation surprised Zhang Qian. "Are you reciting a poem here? If you buy it, I'll marry you," she declared. Zhang Qian noticed that as she spoke those words, Jinlu's fondness for him skyrocketed to an 80. Apparently, the last sentence was the key point. Buy the house, and she would marry him. "How many people have visited here?" Zhang Qian asked. Jinlu looked into Zhang Qian's eyes and answered sincerely, "Just you." Zhang Qian could tell from her eyes, tone, and subtle expressions on her face that she was not lying. If it were a lie, Jinlu could have won an Oscar for her performance. "Why me?" Zhang Qian asked again. "Because you seem honest, without much hidden agenda, not a bad person. That's why I dared to bring you to my home late at night. Of course, also because you're relatively wealthy." Zhang Qian was surprised that his honesty, which even made him fear kidney theft, was so easily seen through. Was his face labeled honest person with a marker? "To be honest with you, this was originally my family's home. My dad got into some bad habits, lost all his fortune, got sentenced for 20 years. Before going in, he specifically instructed that this house is left for me, so that he could live comfortably after coming out, and not disown me. He made it clear that I shouldn't sell this house, or he wouldn't recognize me as his daughter. Even though my dad is in now, he owes a lot of debts with high interest rates that keep piling up, making it impossible to pay off in a lifetime. So I took the initiative to sell the house to pay off those debts for him. My dad is coming out in 2 months. He'll definitely move into this house, so I'm currently renting it. Over the years, I've saved up around 3 million, but it's still far from enough to buy this house. I won't be able to earn that much in 2 months, which is why I thought about having you buy this villa." After hearing Jinlu's story, Zhang Qian realized that Jinlu was truly planning to marry him if he bought the house. Jinlu hadn't showed this kind of fondness before. "I have a few questions to ask you," Zhang Qian said. "Go ahead. Have you had one-night stands?" "No." "Do you have a marriage history?" "No." "Is your record clean?" "You can rest assured about that. Despite working in a bar, I've always kept myself clean. I've been busy making money these years, didn't have time for romantic relationships, let alone finding a partner." Her words carried a hint of helplessness. If it weren't for this house, she might have chosen to further her education and improve her skills. But she felt she had no choice but to do what she did. As Jinlu answered Zhang Qian's questions, his expression remained calm. He felt that Jinlu was telling the truth. If it were someone else, Zhang Qian might have been more skeptical, but he couldn't doubt Jinlu. System reminder: the host, Zhang Qian, has encountered true love, willing to marry Jinlu as his wife. If the host agrees, you will receive a love fund of 3 million, and the system will be unbound. Is this real love? They only met 2 hours ago. Could this be love at first sight? Reject. Zhang Qian directly rejected. If he married Jinlu, with the love fund, he'd be able to buy that house. But what about the future? With his monthly salary of 6,000, how would he provide for Jinlu's happiness? "All right, I'll buy it." "Really?" "Yes. Let's close the deal tomorrow." Jinlu was surprised at how quickly Zhang Qian agreed. He must be quite wealthy to decide so easily. "What do you do?" Jinlu asked curiously. "Can't be seen in the light, can't go too many places." Zhang Qian had to answer that way. The system's business couldn't be revealed to outsiders. "You're being cryptic. If you don't want to say, I won't ask." Jinlu smiled. Someone as honest as Zhang Qian, who was afraid even of getting his kidney harvested, did what kind of hidden business that couldn't see the light of day? "Then why don't you take a shower first? I'll find you a set of clean clothes." Zhang Qian quickly headed to the bathroom. "I left your clothes outside," Jinlu said. "Okay." Zhang Qian quickly rinsed off, then wrapped himself in a towel and came out. In the living room, Jinlu was holding a blanket, arranging things on the sofa. "You're out already? So fast?" Jinlu was surprised by Jung Qian's sure speed. "What are you doing?" "I'm helping you make the bed. You'll be sleeping in the guest room tonight." "I'm sleeping in the guest room." "Then where do you want to sleep?" "No. I want the master bedroom." "All right, you take the master bedroom, and I'll take the guest room." "Is this really a big deal?" Jun Qian was a bit embarrassed to say. "Basically, your house is too big, and I feel insecure sleeping alone. I'm afraid of the dark. What if something spooky happens in the middle of the night and I get scared? You know, in such a big house, it's especially prone to spookiness. I had nightmares last night, dreamt of." Jinlu chuckled. All right, stop acting. You go upstairs now. The room is on the second floor. I'll tidy up first and then go over." Jun Qian appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, he was excited. He quickly went upstairs. After entering Jinlu's bedroom on the second floor, he was greeted by a pleasant fragrance. The room was exquisitely decorated and neatly arranged, with no trash in the trash can. Unlike some girls who may appear glamorous on the outside but lead a messy life, not tidying up for months. Yes, Jung Qian's ex-girlfriend, Yao Mongmong, fit this description. He did the laundry, cooked, earned money, and even cleaned the house. Jun Qian suddenly realized that for the past 3 years, he had been serving a queen. Jun Qian couldn't wait to make the bed and crawl into it. Downstairs, the sound of running water from the bathroom indicated that Jinlu was probably taking a shower. Jun Qian suddenly felt that time was dragging on. "Why don't you turn on the lights?" After Jinlu came up, she casually turned on a desk lamp, providing just enough light. Jun Qian noticed that Jinlu was carrying a cup and a pillow, indicating she had no intentions of intimacy. But then again, Jinlu had mentioned that she would only marry him after he bought this house, not now. If she did so now, it would seem he was too eager and lustful, which did not fit his current status. But Jun Qian still tentatively asked, "We'll share a bed tonight, but no physical intimacy. If Madam desires, this brother will not refuse." Jun Qian suddenly recalled a classic scene in his mind. "Let the bullets fly," right? Indeed a classic, Jinlu remarked before lying down. "Why are you staring at me? Quickly go to sleep. Aren't you tired?" Jinlu now resembled a gentle wife. I can't sleep." Jun Qian had consumed too many aphrodisiac dishes and couldn't fall asleep. "By the way, yes, how many girlfriends have you had?" Jinlu's curiosity got the better of her. "Someone as honest as you should have had quite a few girlfriends, right?" "Just one. We broke up yesterday." "Really?" "Yes, I'm not lying." "What about those girls in the bar today? What's your relationship with them?" Jinlu asked. "The one who left early is a colleague, the other 3 are her friends, and the guy came for free drinks. I don't know the other 4. Jun Qian briefly explained their relationships. "The girl who left early used you as her meal ticket for today, right?" "Very astute." Jinlu smiled. Jun Qian finally understood why Jinlu seemed different from other girls, especially her demeanor. It was genuine. Jinlu must have been raised in a high-class environment from a young age to possess such temperament. Moreover, her father went to jail early on, and she led an independent life, which contributed to her assertive aura. Feng shui changes. If it weren't for Jinlu's father straying off the path and developing bad habits, how could she have worked in a bar? Beibei is a city driven by consumption, with no major industries, but numerous early wealthy individuals. Jinlu's father must have been one of them. Jinlu's father's decision to sell this house at the time was very smart. If Jinlu had kept the house back then, its value would have multiplied. As she mentioned, it now costs 23 million to buy this house. "Tomorrow, I'll take you out to buy a car, an electric bike. The wind is strong." "No. Do you have enough money left after buying the house?" "Buying a car would mean more expenses." "Of course. If I don't buy you a car, where will I get the money to buy you a house?" Even with the system now, there's more money in Jinlu's account than in Jun Qian's. Jun Qian's plan was to get Jinlu a car first, then buy a house after the system cashback arrived. "What car do you like?" "Anything is fine." Jun Qian suddenly remembered a joke. "Dad guys drive a Grand Cherokee, dad girls a Honda Accord, green tea girls buy an A7, and Lolitas love men. What kind of car should someone like Jinlu buy?" Jun Qian wasn't well versed in cars, so he'd check at the Ferez store tomorrow. "Do you want to sleep with me?" Jinlu suddenly asked. This was an unexpected question, and Jun Qian was lost for words. Ow, I don't want to. Then why are you on my bed? As I said, your house is too big. And what would you like to eat? I'll make it for you. I want steamed buns, Jun Qian teased. Jinlu blushed, understanding his implication. Good. They're in the fridge. I'll get them for you. Jinlu brought a bag of Wanzi steamed buns from the fridge, but Jun Qian's steamed buns were of a different kind. Whether you genuinely didn't understand or were pretending not to, Jun Qian decided to wait until after buying the house, especially since Jinlu had already agreed to marry him. It would all fall into place then, right? Quiet night. The next morning, when Jun Qian woke up, Jinlu was nowhere to be found. Looking at the time, it was already past 10. There were messages from Dao Jie asking him out for drinks in the evening. Jun Qian replied, I'll be there. Relaxing music drifted from the living room. Stepping out of the room, Jun Qian saw Jinlu on the yoga mat, stretching. She wore a black sports bra and quick-dry shorts, her body exposed to the extreme, exuding sensuality. You're awake. What time did you wake up? You should know. I only slept around 3 in the morning last night. Even if I slept until now, it has been less than 8 hours of sleep. Jun Qian was still very tired, but Jinlu seemed very energetic, with no signs of fatigue on her face. 6:30. Jinlu led Jun Qian downstairs. I made breakfast, sugar-free oatmeal, skim milk, you can go eat some. Getting up at 6:30, cutting sugar, low fat, this lifestyle is too disciplined. Jun Qian also tried this kind of life, but he couldn't stick to it for less than a week. Jinlu's perseverance is beyond compare. After a simple meal and cleanup, the two took a taxi and arrived at Dayu City. Didn't we agree to buy a car? Although I know you're not too particular about dressing, I still want to buy you some clothes first. Jinlu sat in the back seat and took Jun Qian's hand. The two came to Dayu City. Under Jinlu's sharp eyes, she helped Jun Qian pick out several sets of clothes. Formal wear, casual wear, Japanese style, high street styles, etc. The most shoes were bought, such as Margiela, Amiri, Rude. The cheapest was also a classic pair of Onitsuka Tiger. Even though Jun Qian said he didn't want them, he still enjoyed it. Jinlu gesturing with the clothes on Jun Qian's body, earnestly helping him choose. It was truly intoxicating. This feeling was simply too enjoyable. Miss, can you wrap up the gentleman's original clothes? Throw it away. Jinlu decisively threw out a sentence without losing her manners. Want to keep shopping? Enough. Enough. I can't carry any more. Do you have anything you want? I'll buy it for you. Jinlu's few suit sets for Jun Qian were enough to buy a set at a high-end store with a red rose, so he also wanted to show his appreciation first. I'm out of lipstick. If you want to buy for me, pick a lipstick for me. Any brand will do. YSL is fine. YSL. Why does this brand sound so familiar? After Jinlu brought Jun Qian to the YSL store, Jun Qian suddenly realized, wasn't this the lipstick store he visited with Qin Zuli yesterday? His initial startup capital of 300,000 yuan was earned here. This kind of store, in Jinlu's eyes, could only be purchased casually. When the salesgirl saw Jun Qian, she was a bit surprised. He brought another girl to buy lipstick. Who is this person? Changing partners every day. Yesterday that girl was quite beautiful, could easily score an 8. But today the girl with Jun Qian had overwhelming allure. Whether it was in terms of figure, looks, or temperament, she outshone the girl from yesterday by miles. How could someone without a few 100,000 or more be able to get this kind of girl? The salesgirl quickly approached to make conversation. Mr. Zheng, you're here. Please take your time to look around. Let me know if you see something you like, and I'll give you a detailed introduction and offer you a discount. Jun Qian felt a bit bitter inside. Could she stop being so friendly? How did she know his surname was Jun? It might have been from the surname on the receipt when he paid by card. Jun Qian was genuinely afraid that Jinlu might imitate him from last night, asking the restaurant owner or even the salesgirl, hey, does he often bring girls here to buy lipstick? If so, Jun Qian would have to teach her a lesson. Jun Qian sneaked a glance at Jinlu, wanting to see her reaction. Jinlu just smiled, then didn't say anything, but what she was thinking inside was unknown. Hey, do I know you? That girl. Come here and recommend something. Jun Qian pointed to a girl who was there yesterday. The salesgirl was also confused. If she was indifferent, the sales would drop, and she would be embarrassed. If she was enthusiastic, her sales would still be stolen and Jun Qian would scold her. Being a store attendant really is tough. Jin Lu didn't pick and choose like Qin Zuli did, wanting everything. Instead she picked a pig liver red lipstick and went to the counter to pay. Wait. I got this. Jun Qian hurriedly took out a card from his pocket and handed it to the salesgirl. Jin Lu didn't refuse and immediately began applying the lipstick in front of the mirror. Spent 1,888 yuan. System cashback of 18,880 yuan. Received. How does it look? Jin Lu pursed her lips, making a popping sound. Jun Qian's eyes went blank. Beautiful. Sexy. Absolutely goddess-like. Her aura was far superior to Qin Zuli. On their way out, they passed by a watch shop, and Jun Qian bought Jin Lu a watch as a gesture of goodwill. Spent 59,998 yuan. System cashback of 599,900. After casually spending some money at Dayu City, the two then headed straight to Yabai Auto Sales Center. Here, there were various brand outlets. You can choose whatever you want, but one condition, it can't be less than 3 million. Jin Lu was stunned. Did I marry the god of wealth? Jun Qian smiled but said nothing. You are the god of wealth to me. With over 3 million in his account, after buying the car, he would have enough money to buy a house for Jin Lu. Where should we look? Jin Lu pointed to a shop with the logo of blue sky white clouds. Okay. Jun Qian carried the bags and went into the forest store. Sir, let me help you with your bags. It's too hard for you to carry them. The sales manager warmly welcomed Jun Qian and even took the initiative to carry his bags. Jin Lu selected a 3 series, with a final price of just over 300,000. Jun Qian shook his head. The sales manager was puzzled. Sir, are you not satisfied with the price? We actually have discounts available here, and you can drive away with just 30,000. I am indeed dissatisfied with the price, but not because it's expensive, it's too cheap. It doesn't match my girlfriend at all. Lulu, I told you to choose based on 3 million. Why are you bargaining here? Just choose a 30,000 one. Jun Qian said, pointing to the 760 Li series car on display. How much is that one? 6.6T, V12. After the discount, it's around 2.9 million. The sales manager couldn't stop smiling. I'll take that one. Let me pay with my card. Jun Qian decided and handed over his card. Wait. Jin Lu pulled Jun Qian aside. Are you foolishly wealthy? You don't even know if they have stock, and you're already paying. Oh, then what should we do? Jun Qian had no experience in buying cars. Didn't paying me. They could drive the car away. Let me talk to him. The sales manager led Jun Qian and Jin Lu to the second floor warmly and served them tea. These are tea leaves I've been collecting for many years. If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't have brought them out. Jun Qian thought the salesperson was nice, helping carry bags and making tea, even though he didn't like tea. Could you get me a bottle of cola? Sure. Of course. As soon as the salesperson heard Jun Qian wanted a cola, he immediately asked a newcomer to get it. Sir, would you like it chilled or room temperature? Regular or sugar-free? Jun Qian smacked his lips inside. Indeed, the service enjoyed by the wealthy is different from that of regular people. Chilled. I don't drink sugar-free. Okay. By the way, sir, would you like to take the car today? I bought the car from my girlfriend. You should talk to her. Jun Qian transferred the conversation to Jin Lu. The salesperson was a little distressed. Dealing with Jun Qian was enjoyable. A boss who was wealthy and naive. But Jin Lu, this beauty, was not easily dealt with, and she ruined what was supposed to be a quick sale. The salesperson had no choice but to turn to Jin Lu with a smile. Do you have the car in stock? Jin Lu's strong dominance completely silenced the salesperson. After 3 seconds of confusion, he finally reacted. Yes, we do. Fortunately, we have 1,760 in stock. You can drive away today after payment. At this price point, we actually have a lot of options. You could even get a sports car or a second-hand supercar. You should know this, right? I understand. I understand. The salesperson was sweating nervously. This beautiful woman was really hard to deal with. In the end, under Jin Lu's strong arguments, the salesperson offered 5 full car services, covering purchase taxes, insurance, and other fees, as well as a 360-degree driving recorder. The final price was only 2.8 million yuan. Jun Qian was naturally shocked. He remarked on Jin Lu's persuasive skills. Okay, let's do it. Let me pay with my card. Spent 1,846,400 yuan. System cashback of 28,464,000 yuan. Receipt. 23 million has been credited to the account. Just enough to buy that mansion in the mountains. 28 million. Zhang Qian never dreamed there would be so much money in his account. After buying that mansion, it's a tenfold return, 280 million. It feels pretty good. The current Zhang Qian can be said to be at the pinnacle of life winners. Cars, houses, and as for women, Zhang Qian glanced at Jinlu sitting in the driver's seat. She was truly a top-quality beauty, the kind that could make one drool just by looking at her. Shall we go back now? I have already arranged to meet the landlord. All right. Jinlu drove back to a cafe in the city center. Just getting out of the car, Zhang Qian almost threw up. She drives too aggressively. On the surface, she seems like an icy queen, but inwardly so violent. At the entrance of the cafe, there was a man in a suit with a briefcase, shiny glasses, clearly waiting for someone. I also spent 20,000 to hire an elite lawyer to help us review the house purchase contract for any pitfalls or loopholes, Jinlu explained to Zhang Qian. The legal industry does make a lot of money. Just looking at a contract is worth 20,000. But it's necessary, after all. More than 20 million is not a small amount. It's better to be cautious. Miss Jin, got a new car. The lawyer approached, extending his hand to shake Jinlu's hand. Mr. Wang, why didn't you come inside to wait for us? Jinlu glanced at him, carrying her bag with one hand, and pushing the door with the other, pretending not to see him, and ignoring the handshake. Mr. Wang awkwardly retracted his hand and scratched his head. At this moment, he noticed Zhang Qian, who was circling the new car parked next to Jinlu. He frowned and squinted his eyes. 20 minutes later, the landlord arrived. She was a woman around 50 years old, plump, permed wavy hair, very small eyes, and a very prominent double chin. After each ordering a drink, the negotiation began. Mrs. Pang, I have mentioned to you before about buying this villa. Did you bring the purchase contract with you? Jinlu was the first to speak. Since 1998, this villa has changed hands several times. Not sure if she is aware that Jinlu was the original owner. Mrs. Gao didn't speak, but took out a file from her Hermes bag and placed it on the table. Mr. Wang picked up the contract from the table and examined it carefully with Jinlu. Zhang Qian, like an outsider, lounged on the sofa crossing his legs. He didn't need to worry about these messy things, just transferring the money in the end. Mrs. Pang, the amount on this contract is wrong. How come it is 30 million? Didn't we agree on 23 million to cover all fees? Jinlu, noticing the incorrect amount on the contract, immediately questioned. Zilu, when we last talked, it was 2 months ago. Mrs. Pang helplessly told Jinlu, I didn't want to increase the price. This is the market price. Today it's not just you who made an appointment with me, but 3 others also have expressed interest in buying. But isn't this too much? Even if prices have gone up, it should not have increased this much in 2 months, increasing by 7 million. I had no choice. This is determined by the market. I didn't quite understand it before, but later I asked many friends in the real estate industry. They said this villa is worth at least 35 million. Selling it at 30 million is already cheap for you. Mrs. Pang helplessly spread her hands, looking like she had suffered a loss, while Jinlu appeared to have gained. Okay. I see. You go talk to the other potential buyers. We won't buy this house, Jinlu said, holding Zhang Qian's arm and walking towards the door. Zhang Qian was a bit surprised. Why not buy it now? Is the price too high? In fact, Zhang Qian intended to pay the full 23 million, so Jinlu wouldn't have to use her 3 million. Even with 30 million, there was enough money in Zhang Qian's account for Jinlu to take a bit more. If it's a little expensive, it's fine. I'm not short of money, Zhang Qian reminded. He could even afford 30 million for this villa and still get a higher return. It's not about the money. She knew we wanted to buy, so she raised the price, which is quite rude. Jinlu was a little annoyed. Seeing her angry face, Zhang Qian found it more cute. What should we do then? Not buy it? Isn't your father coming out? Let her cool off first. Maybe she will reduce the price in a few days. She said she made appointments with 3 other buyers, but I don't believe it. Jinlu seemed to have a good grasp of human nature, that if she really did make appointments, what do we do then? Buy it from someone else later. The price might be even higher, Zhang Qian reminded. Before Jinlu could respond, the lawyer, Mr. Wang, stepped out. Miss Jin, There doesn't seem to be any issue with the contract, just that the amount seems higher than your expectation. Mr. Wang had carefully reviewed the contract from start to finish and found no other problems. Come, I'll call you another time. It's been quite a hassle today, having you come all the way here for nothing. It's fine. After exchanging pleasantries, Jinlu started the car. Wait, don't leave yet. Zhang Qian stopped Mr. Wang. What's up? Let me tell you something. Go ahead. If you can negotiate the purchase of that mansion at Jianshan International for less than 30 million, all the excess amount can be considered your fee. What do you think? Zhang Qian said calmly. He could actually accept 30 million, but if Jinlu couldn't swallow her pride, then he would have to find another solution. The elite Red Circle lawyer specifically referred to a law firm in major cities frequented by prominent lawyers. To enter the Red Circle, one must have graduated from a top law school, postgraduate education, often with a background of studying abroad. Those classified in the Red Circle are among the nation's top legal talents. As for networking, that goes without saying. After graduation, law school classmates either become lawyers or work within the system, holding high positions. As for the Red Circle lawyers in major cities, their networking is even more extensive. For instance, in a court case today, the judge or chief may have been classmates with the defense lawyer. Oh, are you serious about this? Mr. Wang was a bit stunned. This was the first time he had received such a money talks commission during his time in practice. Yes, Zhang Qian said seriously, without any joking tone. All right, the task is on me. Let me get your contacts so we can communicate later, Mr. Wang said before scanning Zhang Qian's QR code. After they exchanged contact information, Zhang Qian added, in the future, just contact me. Remove Jin Lu's contact information. Mr. Wang was taken aback, feeling a bit lost. He subtly wiped sweat from his forehead, forcing a smile. Okay, Yebai is a third-tier consumer city, barely considered a second-tier city. Wang Zhao is a well-known lawyer, and according to Zhang Qian, lawyers who have been in the profession for more than 8 years in this circle earn close to 10 million annually. Why would he specially come to Yebai for just these 20,000 yuan? Unless he has some other plans. Although it's unclear how Wang Zhao and Jin Lu met, his intentions are definitely not pure. After accepting Zhang Qian's commission, Wang Zhao hurriedly left the scene. He had no idea where Jin Lu found such a wealthy benefactor, with no signs whatsoever. Jin Lu sent a message last minute, and Wang Zhao turned down many jobs to meet her. Unexpectedly, upon meeting her, he saw Zhang Qian, who had a special relationship with Jin Lu, which made him feel uneasy. But from what Zhang Qian had just told him, Wang Zhao realized his own shortcomings. Although he earned 8 million annually, he was still essentially a laborer, having to handle many major cases daily, dealing meticulously with many legal documents without any room for error. This consumed a lot of his time and left him stressed. Wang Zhao, who was not yet 40, was already showing signs of balding. Zhang Qian's spending habits were even more extravagant than some of the second-generation rich in the magic capital. The second generation enjoy good food, clothes, and entertainment, but their monthly allowance was only a few 100,000 yuan, which was already at the level of the top boss's son's allowances. In reality, the wealth controlled by the second generation was not much. If they wanted to spend several million or even tens of millions, they had to come up with reasons and excuses. Zhang Qian, looking to be around the same age as Jin Lu, in his 20s, casually spent 30 million yuan. Compared to Zhang Qian, he didn't even amount to much, couldn't even be considered in the same league, not even worthy of being compared to Zhang Qian. With such a big shot by Jin Lu's side, Wang Zhao knew he needed to dismiss any thoughts of pursuing this top-tier person and focus on his work. After getting into a taxi, Wang Zhao deleted Jin Lu's contact information. What did you talk to him about? Jin Lu blinked curiously. Nothing much, just chatted casually. Zhang Qian evaded directly addressing Jin Lu. Wang Zhao was doing legal education work at our school during my university days. There's nothing I can't tell you. You can ask me directly. Jin Lu replied. Ha ha. I wasn't talking about that, but I am curious. He seems interested in you. Jin Lu probed. Well, maybe a little, but he's married and has 2 kids. I'm not and cannot be a third party, Jin Lu said, rising and patting Zhang Qian's forehead. Relax, I'm all yours now. Zhang Qian had never thought that Jin Lu would be up to some messy business behind his back when he accepted her. As the saying goes, if one suspects, one should not use, and vice versa. After a passionate kiss, Jung Qian felt a rush through his body, a tingling sensation from head to toe. At night, Jinlu dropped Jung Qian off at Li Dao's place for a meetup. Will you come over tonight? Not sure. Probably. Besides Jianshan International, he had nowhere else to go. All right, drink less. Call me after you're done talking, and I'll come pick you up. Before she left, Jinlu handed Jung Qian 2 packs of cigarettes, a bottle of mutai in the back seat, and a gift bag. I got these for you. Drink less, and call me after you're done talking. I'll come to pick you up. Jung Qian was stunned but took them. In principle, he and Li Dao had no need for such formalities, but as a woman, Jinlu covered all bases. With such a wife, what else could he ask for? After going upstairs, Li Dao knocked on the door. Here, come in. Your sister-in-law is cooking. Li Dao greeted Jung Qian. Hello sister-in-law, you must be tired. This is for you. Jung Qian placed the gift bag on the table, not knowing what Jinlu had bought but assuming it should be suitable. Qian is here. Did you bring something? Li's sister-in-law rushed out of the kitchen to welcome Jung Qian. Although she said this, she was happy to see the gift Jung Qian brought her. Don't be so polite, sister-in-law. You lack nothing here. Li Dao just noticed the bottle of mutai in Jung Qian's hand. He said nervously. You've struck gold, buying such an expensive bottle of liquor. Ha ha. It's nothing. Just found a girlfriend, and she bought it, Jung Qian said. A new girlfriend? Did you break up with the previous one? Li Dao inquired. Jung Qian nodded, revealing he had ended things with his ex-girlfriend. You finally escaped. It's good. You should have broken up earlier. Though she couldn't be explicit due to their relationship, now that Jung Qian had split up, Li Dao could speak openly. Today he invited Jung Qian for dinner to discuss the matter of his new girlfriend. As long as it was true love, he wouldn't interfere. But it seemed like Jung Qian was being used as an ATM. But those words could be left unsaid, now that they were no longer together. Is your new girlfriend wealthy? Li Dao sat Jung Qian down, gossiping. She's quite well off, very capable, Jung Qian replied truthfully. To have saved 3 million in Yebai meant she was relatively wealthy. Most middle-class families couldn't save that much. Great, we've finally made it, haha. Nowadays, mutai is hard to come by. You either pay a premium or know a person to get a bottle of ordinary mutai. It seems Jung Qian's new girlfriend had a good financial status. Hey, I saw you with our company's Chin Zuli yesterday. You've come around, huh? Li Dao asked. Don't ask. Qian doesn't want to talk about it, and you keep pushing. Li's sister-in-law interjected, placing the hot dishes on the table. Okay. Noted. I won't ask. Li Dao waved his hand. Jung Qian awkwardly smiled. He really didn't know how to explain the situation with Chin Zuli and Jinlu to Li Dao. The three of them sat down and talked about everyday things like a happy family. After finishing the meal, Li Dao signaled for Li's sister-in-law to retreat to the room temporarily. Shay, just tell me what's up directly. Jung Qian guessed that Li Dao had something important to discuss with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked him out last night and sent a message this morning. As his mentor and elder brother, if Li Dao needed his help, Jung Qian would go all out. Li Dao extinguished his cigarette and gravely said, since you're being straightforward, I won't beat around the bush either. I'm changing jobs. Job change. Jung Qian was a bit puzzled. As the head of a department in the company, Li Dao had been with the company for 5 years. His salary was stable. Life was comfortable, so why would he want to change jobs? Well, job change. Now, after paying off the mortgage and car loan every month, plus basic living expenses, I can't save much money. Yebai is a second-tier consumer city with no industry as a support. I'm already 30 years old and I want to have a child with your sister-in-law. Jung Qian understood Li Dao's meaning. The company had no prospects. He had reached his limit there. And there was no way to move up unless he changed jobs. A few years ago, I met a client who contacted me recently, asking if I was interested in working for him. After thinking about it, I agreed. The company Jung Qian worked for was in transportation, but apart from sitting in the office all day or visiting customers, it was essentially a company that profited from information gaps with no real industry support. When customers had transportation needs, they contacted them, who in turn contacted the parent company to collect information fees, essentially functioning as middleman. This client of mine is named Chen Weiqian. His family has some actual businesses and he supported him to start his own business. What does he do? Also in transportation, but maritime transportation, one with a 70,000-ton international route and two with 40,000-ton domestic routes, and they have already obtained licenses. You have the capability, and you've been with me for so long. I want to bring you to their business department. Are you interested? Suddenly, Zhang Qian understood why Li Dao was hesitant to bring up this matter directly. Li Dao put it nicely, calling it mentoring, but in harsher terms, he was poaching employees from his old company. Dao Zhe, for you to mentor me like this, I'm grateful beyond words. Zhang Qian expressed his gratitude to Li Dao. Okay, that's settled. Li Dao also breathed a sigh of relief. Tomorrow on Monday, just go and handle your resignation directly. What do you think about us going over on Wednesday? Hold on, Dao Zhe, do you think this company is reliable? Absolutely reliable. Why do you ask? Since you say it's reliable, then I want to buy in. Buying? Haha. Li Dao laughed heartily. You're thinking too big. Do you know how much just one ship costs? What would you use to buying? Zhang Qian couldn't disclose anything about the system to outsiders, not even to Li Dao. Zhang Qian had a sudden idea. Dao Zhe, I mentioned earlier that I met a girlfriend, and she said she's willing to invest in my venture. Since there's this opportunity and you say it's reliable, I might as well directly buy some shares and join in. You're kidding after having too much to drink, right? Li Dao was taken aback, barely believing it. How much are you getting from her? 30 million. Do you know how many shares I could buy with that? Li Dao was stunned. This guy is really taking advantage of the situation. He just got a new girlfriend, and she's willing to invest 30 million in his venture. How come Zhang Qian never mentioned this girl before? Really? Dao Zhe, don't look at me like that. How many shares could I get with 30 million? Well, you have to talk to General Liu. If you're serious and not just joking, I can help you set up something tomorrow. All right. You're really something, young man. Li Dao punched Zhang Qian's chest forcefully. Tell me, how did you two meet? That's a long story. I'll tell you all about it another time. Zhang Qian had long harbored the idea of starting his own business. It wasn't a sudden decision. When a person is receiving wages or service fees, the brain stops thinking how much to earn, how much to spend, even overextending consumption. This locks them into an employee mindset and perspective forever. The system also reminded Zhang Qian that once he got married, the system would disappear automatically, and there would be no more tenfold return. Like last night, when the system asked if he wanted to marry Jin Lu, Zhang Qian had no money on him, except what the system provided. How could he possibly marry Jin Lu? Zhang Qian was an emotional person and couldn't remain unmarried forever. He needed to take advantage of the time the system was there to elevate his wealth to a certain level, so that even if the system weren't there one day, he'd still be a wealthy man. Li Dao's proposal was an opportunity to use the money from the system to engage in business. Zhang Qian didn't mind if he lost money. His goal now was to broaden his horizons and gain business knowledge. If he lost, he would see it as paying tuition. After the discussion, Zhang Qian texted Jin Lu to come pick him up. Li Dao cheerfully accompanied Zhang Qian downstairs, seemingly wanting to meet Zhang Qian's new girlfriend. When Zhang Qian got into the 760 Li with temporary plates, he rolled down the window and bid Li Dao farewell. Dao Zhe, I'm off. You head back. Seeing the brand new car and Jin Lu, elegant and queen-like sitting in the driver's seat, Li Dao couldn't help but admire. Damn, a rich beauty. He nodded at Zhang Qian, tapped on his phone, then went back upstairs. Zhang Qian soon received a message from Li Dao. You're really something. How much did you drink to be laughing like that? Jin Lu glanced at Zhang Qian, who was grinning at his phone screen. Ha ha, not much. If you don't believe me, smell my breath. Zhang Qian moved closer and left a kiss mark on Jin Lu's face. Drunk but still here? Of course, I'm a tough guy. I don't believe it. I'll make you believe it soon. Alright, as long as you can. Jin Lu smirked. Back at Jianshan International, Jin Lu helped Zhang Qian out of the car. Is this it? Jin Lu patted Zhang Qian's hand on her shoulder. Dao Zhe must have given me fake booze. Why am I feeling all weak now? Don't get too cocky. Zhang Qian boasted a moment ago, but in the short time during the drive, he felt powerless and his cheeks were flushed. Right now, The best way to describe Jung Kian's state is willing but unable. Waking up from a night's sleep, it was already the next morning. Jun Qian rubbed his sleepy eyes and had not fully woken up yet. Subconsciously, he shifted his leg to the left and felt a soft boy. Jun Qian suddenly opened his eyes. Why haven't you gotten up today? You were drinking last night, and I was afraid you might choke on vomit in the middle of the night, so I didn't dare leave. I'm lying next to you. If you feel like throwing up, I can wake up immediately to help you. Such a caring woman. Jun Qian had seen many cases of people dying from vomiting after getting drunk in the news and even in movies and TV shows. The most memorable one in his memory was the blonde girl in Breaking Bad who died next to the male Lee while she was asleep. I quit my job at the bar. Jun Qian nodded to her. Well, I'll support you from now on. He actually wanted to say, I'll have someone else support you, but he held back in the end. It wasn't appropriate to say such things in such a serious situation. I'm a bit confused about what kind of relationship we have now. Are you my kept woman? Jinlu snuggled in Jung Qian's arms, looking at him with clear eyes like a snow-capped lake. Just because of an apartment, Jinlu said she would be his from now on. So it wasn't simply a love relationship. Jun Qian was grateful that Jinlu met him. I suddenly found myself somewhat liking you. Come on. I like it being straight. You. Be more serious. Jinlu nudged Jun Qian with her shoulder. There's nothing to hide. I really like you, Jun Qian said, honestly. He wasn't just after Jinlu's body, he genuinely liked her, even though they had known each other for only a short time. But according to the system, Jinlu was his true love, so could that be false? Jun Qian glanced at Jinlu's current favorability towards him, which was at 85 points. When will you stop liking me? That day will never come. Jung Qian bit Jinlu's ear softly, saying, Men's words are like ghosts deceiving people. I don't believe you. Jinlu had worked at a bar before and had seen all kinds of men. She knew that wealthy men shared a common characteristic of getting bored easily. I don't know what you do, but I don't think it's some legitimate business, right? Like my dad, he didn't do anything legitimate before, but my mom still followed him devotedly. I bought a lot of books yesterday, planning to prepare for further studies to improve my skills. When you're unfortunate and down and out in the future, maybe I won't be able to help you much at that time, but I can still take care of your meals. How did the topic suddenly become so serious and sad? All right, Jun Qian nodded seriously. The matter of the house wasn't settled yet, so he didn't want to do anything with Jinlu. They had actually confirmed their romantic relationship that night. Honey? Yes. Get up. It's almost 11 o'clock. I'm up. Jun Qian ate a little of what Jinlu made and also checked his messages. Li Dao messaged on his phone. Ziqian, I've arranged a meeting for you tonight, 8 p.m. at Wang Yu restaurant. Although Jun Qian and Li Dao had a superior-subordinate relationship, their communication wasn't that serious in normal circumstances. He casually sent back a cat salute emoji. During that time, Qin Zuli also sent several messages to Jun Qian, apologizing and wanting to have dinner together to explain and apologize. Jun Qian didn't know how to reply, so he didn't. After eating, Jun Qian went to the company to submit his resignation formalities and then returned to his desk to pack up his things. When Qin Zuli saw Jun Qian arrive at the company, she put down her work and quickly approached him. Ziqian, why didn't you reply to my message yesterday? Why did you come so late today? By the way, Dao Zhe resigned, and Ding Hongfei got promoted. You've been late for so long. Why don't you go find him and explain? Qin Zuli cared. Others watching felt uneasy. Qin Zuli was the ice queen of their company, never smiling kindly at people. Why was she so attentive to Jun Qian now? Something seemed off. I don't need to. I came to resign too, Jun Qian said coldly. Ziqian, how about I treat you to a meal tonight? What would you like to eat? Qin Zuli asked. I have plans with someone. No time, Jun Qian replied, indifferently. Everyone was puzzled. What's going on? Qin Zuli was acting strange, and even Jun Qian seemed off. It seemed like their roles had been reversed. Shouldn't it be Jun Qian begging Qin Zuli to dinner and getting rejected with an excuse like I've made plans? Do you have time for lunch today? There's a new seafood restaurant nearby. Not hungry, just ate. Maybe another time. This time, Jun Qian gave a clear rejection to Qin Zuli. Okay. Qin Zuli felt a bit embarrassed and silently returned to her desk. Jun Qian, you're 4 hours late. What's the meaning of this? An angry accusation came from behind. Everyone turned to look. Ding Hongfei. He was wearing a brown suit, striding with purpose, holding a stack of documents and quickly approaching Zhang Qian. Don't you know what time you're supposed to be at work according to company rules? Qin Zuli saw that and thought things were getting bad. Ding Hongfei seemed to be picking a fight. He thought that Zhang Qian was an easy target and today, he wanted to assert his authority in front of everyone. As the saying goes, new officials are on fire. Ding Hongfei had just been promoted to supervisor and naturally wanted to show his power. Normally timid and submissive, coupled with being so late today, Zhang Qian was a perfect target. Ding Hongfei and Li Dao had similar qualifications, with Ding joining the company 2 months after Li Dao, but always holding the team leader position. Li Dao, on the other hand, often sat in the supervisor's position. He had long resented Li Dao and couldn't stand Li Dao's little brother, Zhang Qian. If it weren't for Li Dao covering for him, Ding Hongfei would have used various means to push Zhang Qian out long ago. Just yesterday, Li Dao left, and he received notice from the boss that he was promoted to supervisor, taking over Li Dao's previous position. Without Li Dao's protection, this little guy Zhang Qian was finally in his hands. Seeing Zhang Qian packing up his things, Ding Hongfei sneered. You seem to have some sense now, knowing you've made a huge mistake and resigning voluntarily. Working under your thumb is the real hell on earth, Zhang Qian retorted. What did you say, Zhang Qian? Say it again if you dare. Ding Hongfei couldn't bear it. His authority was being challenged, and, let me make it clear, I intentionally came late today just to embarrass you, to make you lose face in front of everyone. What can you do to me? All right, Zhang Qian, you did well. Now I formally inform you, you are fired. Ding Hongfei was so angry that his face turned red as he shouted, you're just a junior. You don't have the authority to fire anyone. Ask around, does a supervisor have the power to fire employees? Also, I already went to HR to submit my resignation when I came in. I'm no longer an employee of the company. Zhang Qian looked calmly at Ding Hongfei. Before, even if he had been poached by Li Dao in advance, he might have apologized to Ding Hongfei and let him establish his authority. But now, Zhang Qian was different. Ding Hongfei meant nothing to him now. He wasn't even worthy of his shoe. Zhang Qian was usually embarrassed by Ding Hongfei, but today he didn't need to save face for Ding Hongfei. Qin Zuli swallowed hard. Zhang Qian seemed like a different person, truly different. If Qin Zuli had to say where Zhang Qian had changed, she couldn't explain it in detail. It seemed like he had become more confident, exuding a more masculine aura. The colleagues in the company who witnessed this scene couldn't help but be impressed. Ding Hongfei usually used his position as team leader to bully and suppress ordinary employees in the company. Today, being humiliated by Zhang Qian felt good. I'll leave now, no need to see me off, Zhang Qian said as he left the company with a box in his arms. Downstairs, after some hesitation, he took out a few work notes from the box and threw the rest into the trash can. Soon after, he received a call from Wang Zhao, saying he had already reached an agreement with Mrs. Pang. Mr. Zhang, when would it be convenient for you to meet and sign the contract? The same cafe, I'm on my way there now. Okay. After meeting Wang Zhao at the cafe, Zhang Qian asked how much they had agreed upon. 220 million. 100 million less than before. Yes. I investigated Mrs. Pang's background and social connections and found that Mr. Pang's company has been on a downward trend for the past 3 years, facing legal issues and urgently needing cash to compensate the plaintiffs. I confronted Mr. Pang directly. If he didn't agree to the sale, I would apply to freeze Jianshan International's properties through the court and proceed with a judicial auction. They agreed to sell to us for 20 million. This wasn't something that could be achieved with 20,000 yuan like with Jin Lu. Zhang Qian had spent 10 million just to give Jin Lu some relief. This was not a situation where Jin Lu's presence would be appropriate. Zhang Qian immediately messaged Jin Lu to come to the cafe. After they were seated, Zhang Qian sat across from the two. Looking at Mrs. Pang, she no longer had the arrogance and domineering behavior, only a pitiful look on her face. It would have been better to sell early on, sit and wait, and end up underselling by 3 million. Even though Zhang Qian spent an extra 10 million, Mrs. Pang and Mr. Pang didn't profit. The 10 million was to give Jin Lu some satisfaction, and Zhang Qian didn't mind spending the money. He believed her smile was worth the price. Mr. Zhang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that. Mrs. Pang looked miserable, and Mr. Pang gave her a cold glance. It seemed that after the conversation with Wang Zhao, Mr. Pang scolded Mrs. Tang for her cunning ways. Miss Jin didn't come today. I want to apologize to her in person. Just as Jin Lu was mentioned, she arrived at the cafe in a hurry. What's wrong? What happened? Jin Lu didn't know what was going on, as Zhang Qian hadn't told her about the property matter, only saying it was urgent. Mrs. Pang stood up immediately upon seeing Jin Lu and apologized. Miss Jin, I'm really sorry. It's my fault for wasting your precious time. Jin Lu was perplexed. Miss Jin, Mrs. Pang has agreed to sell the property for 20 million. Just sign here, and the property at Jianshan International 7th floor will be yours. Wang Zhao had already completed all the procedures in advance. Taking the pen from Wang Zhao, Jin Lu carefully examined the contract. Is the house only under my name? She frowned. Yes, only yours. Zhang Qian nodded. Sign it quickly, and it's yours. I'll transfer the funds to Mr. Pang. Zhang Qian had spent 200 million, and the system had refunded to billion. When the transaction was completed, Zhang Qian had made money. After receiving the payment of 20 million, Mr. and Mrs. Pang left the cafe. Wang Zhao also received a transfer of 8 million. Miss Jin, you and Mr. Zhang can chat. I'll leave now. After receiving the money, Wang Zhao said goodbye to Jin Lu and quickly left. Seeing this scene, Jin Lu was clearly a bit beyond her understanding. She sat next to Zhang Qian and placed her hand on his hand, asking with a seductive gaze, "What did you do? Why did Mrs. Pang agree to sell Jianshan International's villa for 20 million? Even Mr. Pang came, and when I messaged Mr. Wang, thinking you were in trouble, it showed a red exclamation mark. What's that about?" Zhang Qian leaned towards Jin Lu, and she could smell the fragrance on him. Jin Lu could guess that Zhang Qian had used Wang Zhao, the elite lawyer, to find leverage against Mr. and Mrs. Pang, spending quite a sum of money. Wang Zhao must have realized Zhang Qian's wealth and felt inadequate, leading him to delete her contact. That's most likely what happened. Seeing the man leaning on her, smelling her fragrance, Jin Lu couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps the money spent could directly buy the 3 million higher price Mrs. Pang had asked for. Was it really worth it for her? Silly man. Going home? I cooked lunch for you. It's almost cold. Okay. On the way back to Jianshan International, Jin Lu stopped at a convenience store. What's wrong? Go in and buy some essential items. What essential items? Zhang Qian was a bit puzzled. You don't need it the first time, but you might later. Buy some just in case. After 2 seconds of silence, Zhang Qian realized. What she meant was an umbrella. Okay. You wait in the car. I'll go buy it. Zhang Qian hurried into the convenience store and bought 2 boxes of the best quality umbrellas. Spent 169 yuan. System refunded 1,690 yuan. Funds received. This also counts. Confused, Zhang Qian returned to Jianshan Villa and enjoyed the lunch Jin Lu had prepared. She was truly skilled in cooking, especially with the beef and braised pork, delicious and not greasy. While Jin Lu was washing the dishes, Zhang Qian quietly approached her from behind and hugged her. Soft and delicate, with great flexibility. Zhang Qian felt for the first time that working out can really help maintain a perfect body shape. Jin Lu has been living a disciplined life for so many years, probably never skipping a day without exercising. The lunch just now was probably specially made for him as Jin Lu didn't eat those high-sugar and high-fat foods. What's wrong? Jin Lu wiped the plates with a dishcloth. Nothing. Just want to hug you. Zhang Qian buried his face in Jin Lu's hair. Oh. I don't believe you. Jin Lu responded somewhat frostily, with a hint of implication. She had told him before that if Zhang Qian bought her the house at Jianshan International, she'd marry him. The first night, Zhang Qian had some doubts. The second night, he drank too much to perform. But now, Jin Lu is already the owner of the house, and Zhang Qian is in his best physical condition. On the way back, he also bought safety measures. Everything is ready. Don't believe then. Zhang Qian's hand started to be mischievous. Jin Lu quickly grabbed his hand and pinned him against the wall. Let me tell you, don't mess around. I have trained in martial arts. Although Jin Lu said that, her index finger was placed on Zhang Qian's Adam's apple, slowly sliding down. At that moment, Zhang Qian's desire was completely ignited. The two moved to the bedroom. Xuan, home, is this your first time? Yes. Should I use protection? Zhang Qian politely sought Jin Lu's opinion. Not necessary. I'm on safe days. If you want to use it, it's up to you. Zhang Qian was already asleep, exhausted. Next to him, Jin Lu was also exhausted. She received a message from Li Dao saying he had arrived at Wangyu Tower and asked when Zhang Qian would go over. After seeing the message, Zhang Qian lightly kissed Jin Lu's forehead and slowly got up from the bed. "Are you leaving?" Jin Lu asked weakly. Zhang Qian had exhausted her in the afternoon. "I made an appointment with two people for a business talk at Wangyu Tower. Will you come back tonight?" Jin Lu asked, holding the blanket and looking at Zhang Qian. "Definitely coming back. Will you bring me a bottle of laundry detergent when you come back?" "Why?" "For washing the sheets." Zhang Qian glanced at a red mark at the end of the bed and instantly understood. "Sure." Wangyu Tower is one of the most prestigious, high-consumption, and shining star-rated hotels in Yebao. Zhang Qian hadn't been here before. After arriving at Wangyu Tower, he realized why Jin Lu had asked him if he would come back at night. In addition to showing care, there was another important reason. Wangyu Tower was just one of the buildings, actually an artificial island enclosed in Wangyu Lake. Various entertainment facilities were available on the island, including KTV, nightclubs, restaurants, hotels, and all imaginable entertainment venues. In such a place, transactions involving money are inevitable. This was evidently a semi-snow moon site, a building about 20 floors high. Wangyu Tower offered a panoramic view of the Yebao landscape from the rooftop. After meeting Li Dao, including to men and to women, Li Dao introduced them. "Let me introduce you. This is Chen Weiqian, Manager Chen, the old client I mentioned to you." Chen Weiqian was young, in his early 30s, dressed in a blue Armani suit, full of vigor, and exuding an elite demeanor. Li Dao briefly introduced Chen Weiqian's background last night. He graduated from a prestigious university in the capital and directly went abroad for his master's degree at an Ivy League school. Even without starting a business, with such a resume, finding a job with a starting salary of $1 million a year would be easy. "Weiqian brother," Zhang Qian affectionately addressed him. Originally, he wanted to call him Brother Wei, but it seemed a bit inappropriate. "Hello, nice to meet you. You must be General Zhang, right?" Chen Weiqian was very courteous and even patted Zhang Qian's arm. Li Dao smiled awkwardly and continued the introductions. "This is Liu Shiki, Manager Liu." Liu Shiki was wearing a white lawn dress, 28 years old but looked only in her mid-20s. Without Li Dao's introduction last night, Zhang Qian might have mistaken her for a fresh university graduate. Her background was relatively simpler. She graduated from an ordinary university, did not pursue further studies, and entered the financial industry early on. She was now a shareholder in 3 companies, the founder of Zhongguan Fund, one of which was Chen Weiqian's shipyard transport trading company, just one of her investments, but making her the second largest shareholder here. According to rumors, Zhang Qian had heard from Li Dao, Liu Shiki reached her current status not solely based on her capabilities, but also exchanged her beauty for opportunities to climb the ladder. Zhang Qian felt this rumor as plausible, considering it would have been nearly impossible to achieve becoming a major shareholder in 3 companies, and the founder of a fund with only an ordinary university degree is 6 years. "Hello, Manager Liu." Zhang Qian shook hands briefly with Liu Shiki. "Hello." Liu Shiki seemed unimpressed with Zhang Qian, as she just politely responded, showing a cold attitude. Another woman was not introduced by Li Dao. She held a briefcase, observed and listened but remained silent, giving off a sharp and competent aura. She should be either Chen Weiqian or Liu Shiki's secretary. "Manager Chen, shall we chat while eating?" Each floor of Wangyu Tower could only accommodate 1 table of guests. The 5 of them went up to the 16th floor. After sitting down, instead of discussing business right away, they started to eat. However, Zhang Qian glanced a few times at the woman. She was dressed very formally, in a white suit, looking very professional, without a wrinkle on her clothes. The woman had fine features, fair skin, mountain-like eyebrows, watery eyes, giving off a pure and pristine aura. They opened 2 bottles of Romane wine and chatted while eating. It was evident that this female secretary held a high position next to Chen Weiqian or Liu Shiki and was highly regarded. Otherwise, in such a setting, it would be uncommon to eat together at the table. "Mr. Zhang, I heard from Dao that you want to invest. Is that right?" Chen Weiqian, as the big boss, was the first to speak up. Zhang Qian nodded. "You don't have to call me Mr. Zhang. Just Xiao Qian or Xiao Zhen is fine." "Well, that's not okay. We're talking about cooperation and business. While I may be older, We're equals here. Yes, my girlfriend gave me some money to support my entrepreneurial path, but I don't know where to start. Last night, I heard from Li Dao that you had just established a company, which is why I saw this as an opportunity. Girlfriend? When Li Dao introduced Zhang Qian to them, Liu Shiqi's gaze showed a trace of disdain. So how much capital do you have and how much equity are you thinking of? I have 30 million. How much stake can I get? 30 million? The others were surprised internally. What girlfriend would give 30 million for a startup? This was not just a startup. With 30 million, one could already be considered a success. Currently, our company operates on an off-shares model. Manager Liu and I are old classmates, and she came in through an angel round with a high level of trust in me, so her shareholding is not insignificant. So, if you can bring out 30 million, we can offer you 24% ownership. This 24% was not a controlling interest in the company. In an off-shares model, Chen Weiqian had the most voting rights. Even if Zhang Qian's ownership was diluted to just 1%, Chen Weiqian still held more voting power than everyone combined. The entire transportation company, with Chen Weiqian investing 40 million, and Liu Shiqi investing 30 million, each diluting a bit of their shares to Zhang Qian. Currently, the company only has 3 ships. If Zhang Qian can invest 30 million, we can purchase another large tonnage cargo ship to operate international routes, which would greatly enhance the company's business and showcase more strength externally, attracting more international business. The domestic shipping routes are already dominated by major shipyard companies, so Chen Weiqian intends to explore overseas markets. After obtaining the shares, I will introduce some clients to you to get acquainted with. However, if the company needs additional working capital in the future, we may need to make additional investments. Have you considered this, Mr. Zhang? Generally speaking, there shouldn't be a need for much additional investment. The profits after deducting costs should be sufficient to meet the working capital needs. Moreover, shipyard companies do not heavily rely on cash flow, mainly covering maintenance costs for cargo ships, salaries for the captain, first mate, second mate, and sailors, as well as fuel costs for each trip. Chen Weiqian asked in this way out of curiosity towards Zhang Qian. After all, his money came from a rather unique source, not from his family, a bank loan, or the initial earnings from his own business venture. Instead, it was startup funding provided by his girlfriend, which was quite unconventional. In case there is indeed a need for additional working capital in the future, if an additional investment is required, Zhang Qian may not have the money readily available. It's good to inquire beforehand, though even if he couldn't provide it, it wouldn't be a big deal. There is no problem with the additional investment. If the company continues to steadily profit and encounters any setbacks, I can easily provide some funding when needed, Zhang Qian guaranteed. With 200 million in his account, Zhang Qian can afford the extra millions. He invests and becomes a shareholder not solely for monetary gain but to elevate himself. Even if there are losses, that's just the cost of learning. Okay, in that case, Mr. Zhang, why don't you come by the company tomorrow? We'll have to lawyers review the contract and proceed to sign directly. Regarding your position, you will be responsible for the company's public relations and some domestic transportation operations at the level of vice president. How does that sound? Zhang Qian nodded. So soon? Haha, I guess I'll have to start calling you Mr. Zhang from now on. Li Dao hadn't expected the job negotiation to go so smoothly, with Zhang Qian transforming into his boss the next day. In the company, Chen Weiqian, as the major shareholder, founder, rightfully holds the positions of chairman, CEO, and boss. Liu Shiqi and he are second and third shareholders. Even without doing much, they are still considered vice presidents. Where are you referring to? Big brother, you are my guiding light, and there is still much I can learn from you in the future. Zhang Qian seized the opportunity to praise Li Dao. Previously, Li Dao had been following Zhang Qian as a department head. Now, with just a few words from Zhang Qian, Li Dao's future position and treatment within the company were essentially guaranteed. As long as Li Dao stayed on good terms with Zhang Qian, his status and benefits within the company would only fall behind the 3 main shareholders. Chen Weiqian was slightly surprised by the unexpectedly good relationship between Li Dao and Zhang Qian, but quickly added, "Indeed, Li Dao is very competent in his work and can certainly exceed my expectations for the position of manager. His treatment is already quite special, and he will receive shares when the company goes public in the future." Offering shares when a company goes public is a common promise made by owners to employees, but its reliability varies. However, if Li Dao firmly believes in Chen Weiqian, there must be a reason for it. Liu Shiki remained silent, with a hint of disdain in her eyes towards Zhang Qian. From his manner of speaking, behavior, and actions, she deduced that he likely hadn't started a business and the 30 million he had was provided by his girlfriend, lacking any substantial capability. If her assumption was correct, then Zhang Qian was essentially buying an entry ticket into upper society from Chen Weiqian for the price of 30 million. If Liu Shiki were the company boss, she would never agree to such a wealthy idler becoming a shareholder. As the founder of Zhonggong Fund, she had been mingling in the financial circles for a long time and understood a fundamental rule: some money is just money, while others can bring additional value. Chen Weiqian also knew this and presumably wouldn't refuse the investment from Zhang Qian, as his company lacked capital. The 30 million would make the company start more stable, but it would only bring marginal benefits, not affecting the overall situation significantly. From Liu Shiki's perspective, if Zhang Qian must be involved, giving him 20% of the shares seemed excessive. She thought 15% would have been more appropriate, but since Chen Weiqian had made the decision, she, as the third shareholder, didn't have much to say. Qianshan, get the legal department to prepare the contract, contact the business department, get this paperwork sorted out and submitted. We'll sign the contract tomorrow. Chen Weiqian instructed a girl named Qianshan beside him. Okay. Zhang Qian understood that Qianshan was Chen Weiqian's assistant. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Who's there? Come in. Chen Weiqian glanced at the door. A middle-aged man with a big belly, bald head, wearing flashy casual clothing, who looked to be in his 40s, entered, followed by a slender man in his 30s, looking sharp and giving the impression of a savvy individual. Hey, Hanj. Lao Zhang, come in and have a seat. Ha ha, heard you were on the 16th floor, so I came up to raise a toast. Have you eaten? Sit down. Let's have a meal together. Chen Weiqian thought they had pretty much covered the main business, so this was a good opportunity for Zhang Qian to meet some new people. Sure, I haven't eaten yet. Let me introduce, this is the new vice president of my company, Mr. Zhang Qian. Chen Weiqian was always generous in sharing his network, especially now that Zhang Qian was his vice president. People like them usually only needed a brief introduction through an intermediary. The emphasis on the word introduce hinted at the potential for Zhang Qian to establish his network in the future. Mr. Zhang seems very capable. He's already a vice president at such a young age, commented Han Huahao. Zhang Qian extended his hand. Zhang Qian, you can call me Xiaoqian. Zhang Dao, nice to meet you. Upon introduction by Zhang Qian, it was revealed that Han Huahao was the owner of Wangyu Building. And not just the building. The entire Wangyu Island was his personal property. As for Zhang Dao, he was the vice president of Yabai Bank, also holding a high position as a social elite. The two of them first toasted each other and then sat down together to eat. Zhang Qian's main purpose actually included developing his social relationships and expanding his network. Social relationships and networks are sometimes more useful than money. When you want to do something, the two scariest situations in the world are having money but no connections, and having connections, but no money. If you have both, there's basically nothing you can't achieve. Whether Zhang Qian can develop his network depends on his own abilities. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone thought about moving to the nearby KTV to sing. Let's go. I'll treat you to karaoke. Some innocent university students just came yesterday with pretty good voices. Han Huahao patted Chen Weiqian's shoulder. But I must remind you, we only sell performance, not ourselves. Opening a private KTV room, Han Huahao called over several dressed in cool clothing. They lined up, their appearance and temperament exceptionally pure, probably part-time university students. Good evening, boss. The girls greeted them neatly. Zhang Qian was dumbfounded. Wasn't this supposed to be just performance and no other services? How come it's the same as those on TV? Don't be surprised, this is the custom. Li Dao noticed Zhang Qian's thoughts and explained. It seemed that Li Dao was also a frequent visitor to such places while accompanying clients for drinking and dining. General Zhang, you can choose first, whichever one you like. General Zhang seems like he has never been to such a place before, lacking that boss aura. Let me pick one for General Zhang. Ziyu, go and accompany General Zhang. Han Huahao quickly caught on, and he pointed out the cleanest one to Zhang Qian. The rest, Wei Con, you go first. Jun Qian really had no presence. Sitting in front of these big shots felt like being a gigolo, very timid. He could stand firm in front of a bar crowd, but for some reason, his confidence wavered in front of this group. There's a first time for everything. With 2 billion in his bank account now, who can he not call to accompany him for singing? You go with Dao, brother. I don't like innocents. They can't have fun. I prefer sexy mature ladies. Jun Qian blurted it out courageously. Everyone was slightly surprised. Even Chen Weiqian's assistant Xia Qianchen gave him a curious look. Good buddy. Sure. Then you pick another one. Han Huahao said. Jun Qian casually chose a more seductive one. He didn't really want anyone to accompany him. He mainly wanted to emphasize his own character. The timid look just now was too honest. Jun Qian hated being honest because honest people always get bullied. He didn't want to be an honest person anymore. Dao brother looked at the innocent girl beside him with a puzzled expression, as if saying, "Don't you know I'm already married?" Partition_8.txt. Initially, Chen Weiqian wanted to choose the girl's surname Du, but after handing her over to Jun Qian, he was surprised Jun Qian passed her to Li Dao. In any case, neither of them were chosen, which was a bit disappointing. After all, he loved finding innocent university students at such places, sharing the hobby with Richard Dawn. Nevertheless, Chen Weiqian had a sharp eye and selected a relatively innocent female university student, not as alluring as you, but her appearance and temperament were not far off. Han Huahao and Zhang Dao each picked 2 girls. Alright, you guys stay. Others can go busy themselves. A woman dressed in a sexy and revealing outfit, with a mature aura sat next to Jun Qian and immediately placed her hand on his thigh. Jun Qian shivered but quickly covered his nervous expression. It was just karaoke and drinks. What's there to be nervous about? Jun Qian forcibly calmed down. Hey, isn't Mr. Han a bit rude? You all have companions. What about me? Liu Shiki sat with crossed legs, holding a high-quality wine glass on the sofa beside them. Oh, my mind. I forgot about President Liu. Han Huahao smacked his head, then quickly called a group of handsome male models over, all towering over 1.8 meters tall. Surprisingly, Liu Shiki didn't just choose one. She directly picked 2 male models, muscular and robust. They spent about 3 hours in the private room singing a few songs, all having a great time, sweating profusely. Sweaty. How about we go wash up first? Play a bit of poker? Chen Weiqian suggested, and no one objected. General John, do you know how to play poker? Chen Weiqian asked Jun Qian. I know a bit. What are we playing? Jun Qian put down his wine glass. After drinking for so long, he also loosened up and wasn't as timid as before, displaying a bit more confidence. Texas Hold'em. Okay? Texas Hold'em? I know a bit. Jun Qian used to love Hong Kong movies, having watched Stephen Chow, Andy Lau, and others' films repeatedly. His favorite was their series. He also learned a bit from Hong Kong-style poker, not very different from Texas Hold'em, playable. Alright, let's meet at Dexian Building later. Let Han boss arrange a bathing place for you. I'll head over first. Sure, Jun Qian nodded. Perhaps due to drinking too much or the air conditioning not being cool enough, he was sweating and thought it would be good to take a bath. To his surprise, Chen Weiqian didn't leave alone. He took the innocent girl with him and left the KTV private room. More importantly, even Liu Shiki went out with 2 male models separately, as if they were regulars there. Jun Qian was filled with doubts. Wasn't it supposed to be just performance and no other services? General John, would you like me to call back the girl from earlier? Han Huahao noticed Jun Qian's expression and explained for him. The mature lady had been clinging to Jun Qian, and he was a bit uncomfortable with it. Everything here does legitimate business. However, I can't control how the girls think. Jun Qian suddenly understood. No wonder Chen Weiqian had been murmuring with that girl. They were discussing the price. At KTV, the girls accompanying singing and drinking could be roughly divided into 2 types. One was forced by circumstances, extremely short of money and had to go down this path. The other type did it for financial gain, to satisfy the bizarre vanity of extravagant spending. Didn't that mean the innocent and petite you, whom he just turned down, could also have negotiated a price? It's not entirely inaccurate. As far as I know, as long as you provide enough money, about 80 to 90% of the girls are willing. As for Ziyu, she just arrived yesterday, so I'm not very clear. Honestly, Zhang Qian was actually quite attracted to her beauty, but since everyone left, he let it go. It wouldn't be appropriate to call her back now. Zhang Qian has a knot in his heart. Although Jin Lu is not the latter just mentioned, she is also with him for the purpose of money. The relationship established in this way is definitely not 100% pure. But as for Jin Lu, she should be the former. If she is not for making money, she would not be working in a bar. Jin Lu's father should not be an ordinary person before entering, otherwise Jin Lu would not have that kind of self-pride that emanates from the bone, the decisiveness in her eyes, which is chilling. If Jin Lu is not for making money, she would not lower herself to work in a bar. What she can achieve should not be lower than Chen Weiqian, Liu Shiki, and others. As for Ziyu, Zhang Qian is not sure. With Jin Lu around, he does not want to get to know another girl who works in such vibrant places. But judging from Ziyu's performance just now, it seems that her inner self is not as pure as she appears on the surface. If it weren't for Brother Dao remaining indifferent, he probably could have taken her with a little money. None of the four found girls, and they all went to the bathhouse together. As for Zia Qian, she was sent to Dexian building to wait. Do you know what business Zhang always did before? Han Huahao asked Zhang Qian. I didn't do business before, but I recently got some money and invested in Chen's project. Han Huahao just hummed and nodded, not saying anything further. After washing up, Zhang Dao mentioned that he had to meet a client the next day, so he bid farewell to Han Huahao first and asked him to greet Chen Weiqian and Liu Shiki. After Han Huahao nodded, he let him go. The three of them arrived at a private room in Dexian building. Han Huahao saw Chen Weiqian in the private room, smoking a cigarette, sitting on the sofa, laughing heartily. How come you're done so quickly? Is your ability declining? Do you need me to arrange a 6-flavor Remania pill for you next time? Chen Weiqian stopped talking to Zia Qian and stood up to greet them. Impossible, I'm a real man. Just 2 minutes after I arrived, you guys showed up. The four of them took their seats, calling for a beautiful female dealer. She was wearing a Japanese kimono, with her hair piled high, and adorned with a red shoulder-to-shoulder dragon pattern, looking exactly like the beautiful female dealers in movies. Strange. Why isn't General Liu here yet? Look, General Liu is bolder than you. You really should work out. Han Huahao teased, a man in his 40s, who likes to joke about these things. Nonsense, I'm a real man. I don't believe you. I won't watch you next time. Hearing these words, Zia Qian blushed, looking shy and embarrassed. Boss Han, let's talk less about this topic. There are female comrades here. Chen Weiqian also noticed the unusual behavior of his assistant. All right, let's not talk about it. Everyone laughed as Liu Shiki entered. Her hair was still wet, draped over her shoulders, as if she had just come from a shower. As soon as she sat down, she complained. Boss Han, what kind of physique do your male models have here? They look strong, but lack stamina. General Liu, they are just companions, not specifically trained for this. It's almost enough. Chen Weiqian explained. I'm just reminding Boss Han. The ones you hired are all showpieces, with weak muscles. They may look good at first glance, but in reality, they can't perform well. Zhang Qian didn't expect Liu Shiki, at her age, to have such a high demand. Two male models weren't enough for her. It seems she wasn't satisfied yet, and seeing that the time was almost up, she hurried over. The beautiful dealer distributed the chips. General Zhang, 20,000 chits each. I've covered your portion. Chen Weiqian pointed to the neatly arranged blue chips in front of Zhang Qian. I won't play. I'm not good at this. I'll just sit behind little Qian and watch you guys play. Li Dao politely moved a chair behind Zhang Qian. He didn't not know how to play, but he couldn't afford it. He couldn't come up with 20,000. And even if Chen Weiqian covered for him, he would owe a favor in the future. After explaining the rules again, the dealer started dealing the cards. When Zhang Qian looked at his cards, he was not cautious and even gave Li Dao a glimpse of his hand. His luck wasn't great, with the cards being 4 of clubs and 9 of spades. Li Dao managed his expression well, showing no signs. No community cards were drawn yet, but Zhang Qian had a slim chance of winning with his hand. The pot was at 500, and Han Huahao raised to 3,000, with the other to follow in suit. Zhang Qian also decided to call and see the flop. The 3 community cards came out. Jack of spades, King of clubs, 2 of diamonds. Liu Shiki folded directly, while Han Huahao smirked and called 20,000. Chen Weiqian chuckled and also called 20,000. Their hands should not be too bad, at least a pair, or possibly a straight or a flush. Jun Qian's hand, however, had no pairs, no straight, and very little chance of winning. Li Dao thought Jun Qian would fold, but he didn't. "I'm all in," he exclaimed. "What kind of hand do you have that you're playing like this?" Chen Weiqian was surprised by Jun Qian's boldness. He was all in, taken aback by Jun Qian's bravery. Next, he folded. Li Dao glanced at Jun Qian, wondering what he was thinking. Since he dared to call 20,000, he must have a strong hand. Jun Qian's hand was not good, so why go all in? Han Huahao remained silent, furrowing his brows in contemplation for half a minute, ultimately decided to fold as well. "Boss Han, with such a strong hand, why did you fold?" Chen Weiqian analyzed, assuming Han Huahao had at least a pair of kings or jacks, but he still folded. "I'm playing it safe. I think General Zhang has a stronger hand than mine." Han Huahao laughed. Second round. Jun Qian received 2 of diamonds and 2 of hearts. Chen Weiqian called 10,000. He must have good hole cards. Han Huahao and Liu Shiki folded, and Jun Qian followed. The community cards revealed 9 of spades, 4 of clubs, and 5 of clubs. With the smallest pair in hand, winning chances were still slim for Jun Qian. 300,000. Liu Weikong confidently called. Han Huahao and Liu Shiki immediately folded. "General Zhang, will you call?" "I'll call and raise another 50,000. "Another 50,000? Is he not allowing him to see the cards?" Chen Weiqian had ace of clubs and 9 of diamonds, the largest single card, pairing up with a 9. "I'll call." Chen Weiqian gritted his teeth and put down 50,000. Fourth communal card, King of Hearts. Useless for both. 100,000. Jun Qian bet. The pot was already significant, and Jun Qian pushed half his chips in. Chen Weiqian looked at his whole cards again. "I'll call." After revealing their cards, Chen Weiqian had 3 nines, beating Jun Qian's pair of 2s. General Zhang, doing business and playing poker are similar. The business world is a battlefield without gunpowder. A successful person needs ambition to avidly plunder all resources in society. Women, money, status, one must be ruthless. Like this hand we just played, if I weren't ruthless, how would I know the last public card was a 9? Chen Weiqian took the opportunity to impart this basic lesson before Jun Qian enters the business world. Third round. Jun Qian was lucky to have the ace of spades and ace of hearts as whole cards. Calling 20,000, the community cards revealed Queen of Diamonds, 5 of Diamonds, and Jack of Spades. Han Huahao and Chen Weiqian folded. Liu Shiki stayed, holding King of Diamonds and 9 of Diamonds. Her hand had the potential to form a straight or a flush, both with good odds. They both called 50,000 to see the last public card. The final community cards were Queen of Diamonds, 5 of Diamonds, Jack of Spades, Jack of Clubs, and 4 of Diamonds. With a pair on the board, although Liu Shiki could have a straight, she was wary that Jun Qian might have 3 of a kind plus a pair. A full house. Judging from Jun Qian's strong betting style, it seemed he had at least 1 jack in hand, forming a 3 of a kind. Whether there was also a pair was uncertain. If Jun Qian had a queen or a 5, it would be 2 pairs at the start, and not such high betting. It should have been smaller to lure high baits and then calls. "I'm all in." Jun Qian pushed his chips forward once again. Another all in. Liu Shiki, who was accustomed to dealing with numbers all year round, calculated in her mind that she had approximately a 70% chance of winning. Having such a high winning chance, why not go all in? Liu Shiki went all in as well. After the cards were shown, Liu Shiki naturally won. Jun Qian sighed lightly. "Lost it all, ha ha ha. I won't play with you all for now. DRIZZLE, are you coming back with me? Let my assistant see you off." Chen Weiqian suggested. "Okay." The 3 watched Jun Qian leave with some contemplation. After Jun Qian left, Han Huahao lifted his cards and glanced at them, a pair of aces. This person has a gambling spirit and temperament, steady yet fierce. He is ruthless but not greedy, destined for greatness in the future. Khan, how did you meet him? Han Huahao praised Jun Qian's character after revealing his cards. Earlier, while showering, he had asked Jun Qian's age 3 years after college graduation, not yet 26. 26 years old. At 26, if he had this kind of capital behind him, he would definitely have bought a sports car first thing. Aside from wining and dining, he would have lived lavishly. How could he have had the patience to settle down and invest in the business world? If it weren't for experiencing so much, watching those around him go through various things, Han Hua would not have been able to, in his 40s, at this age of being old but still strong, guard the assets of Wangyu Island and lead an almost retired life. Introduced by a friend, Chen Weiqian replied. He also thought highly of Zheng Qian's character and felt he didn't resemble a man who lived off others. Zheng Qian's formal attire was quite tasteful, either showing his own sense of style or that of the woman behind him. Though would someone with such taste really be interested in living off others? Zheng Qian told him that the 30 million was from his girlfriend, which Chen Weiqian found hard to believe. Initially, everyone at the KTV private room thought Zheng Qian was an honest person and treated him as such. Zheng Qian, however, sensed this perception keenly and immediately requested a change, indirectly indicating, "I am not an honest man. Don't try to provoke me." With such a personality, how could he possibly be content with living off others? Zheng Qian's final card was an ace, just as Han Hua had described calm and fierce, with a certain control over the situation. He was a great partner to have. Currently, Zheng Qian was not making a big splash yet, as he had few connections and lacked extensive resources. If he was willing to share resources with Zheng Qian, he would certainly be grateful in return. If Zheng Qian rose to great heights in the future, he would also bask in the glory. Only Liu Shiki didn't take Zheng Qian seriously and was blindly confident. She thought Zheng Qian's ruthlessness was just the behavior of a brute, reckless and headstrong. She had already hit rock bottom with her final hand, yet Zheng Qian refused to back down, showing a lack of brains. Just relying on the ruthlessness that Chen Weiqian had mentioned was not enough to succeed in the business world. If Chen Weiqian had solely been ruthless and decisive, who knew where he would have ended up? For him to come this far, besides being ruthless, there must have been other factors at play. Chen Weiqian was clever. When his hand wasn't good, he simply didn't play it. He avoided any potential risks of losing further chips. Han Hua, on the other hand, in his 40s, was steady in his approach, whether in playing cards or in business, appearing as reliable as an old dog. Liu Shiki thought he was too stable. Unlike his previous self, being too stable was considered cowardly, lacking the previous fierceness. However, due to Han Hua's unique experiences, if he hadn't been that cautious, he wouldn't have been able to hold on to the assets of Wangyu Island, have his business exposed, and end up in a cell with his brothers. In his 40s, he had already begun his retirement, guarding these assets for his old age. In Liu Shiki's eyes, losing the Wolf-like aggressiveness made Han Hua just a toothless dog. Her only doubt was whether Zheng Qian was truly living off his girlfriend and if the 30 million was given by her. "Han, could you help me investigate this person?" Liu Shiki asked. "All right, if Liu General asks, how could I refuse?" Han Hua responded with a smile, as he was also interested in Zheng Qian. Liu Shiki worked in funds management. Naturally, she had ways to gather information about Zheng Qian, but Han Hua could provide a different perspective. With multiple channels reaching out, they could truly understand what kind of person Zheng Qian was. After Zheng Qian arranged for Xia Qian to take Li Dao home, he then went on to drop her off at Jianshan International. "General Zhang, tomorrow morning, I will prepare documents and set up an office for you. In the afternoon, you can come to the company. From tomorrow on, I will be your secretary." Xia Qian shared this news with Zheng Qian during the journey. "Weren't you Chen General's secretary? How did you become my secretary starting tomorrow?" Zheng Qian was curious. "I don't know, that was what Chen General instructed me to do. Probably he thinks you have a different way of looking at me." Xia Qian bluntly conveyed her thoughts about Zheng in the future. Zheng Qian was surprised. Why would she think his gaze was inappropriate? Though he did glance at Xia Qian a few times over dinner and at the KTV, it wasn't inappropriately. Inappropriate gaze. "What about my gaze? Do you think it's appropriate?" "I think it seemed a bit off," Xia Qian answered while driving. "When you started calling me madam, I realized you often indulge in frivolous activities like this. You don't seem like a straight-laced person." "Zheng Qian?" This was awkward. Xia Qian had clearly misunderstood him. However, there wasn't really a need for Zheng Qian to explain. "I will be your boss tomorrow." Speaking like this, "Aren't you afraid of offending me? Afraid that I'll give you a hard time?" "That's just my personality. And besides, I'm not afraid of you giving me a hard time. I perform every task flawlessly," So even if you wanted to give me a hard time, you wouldn't find a way. I am not materialistic. If you have any thoughts about getting closer to me, dismiss them early. I never have any ambiguous relationships even beside Chen General, let alone with you. If you feel we don't click, you can inform Chen General tomorrow to replace me. Zheng Qian suddenly had a great impression of her. With a glance, he noticed her affection for him only amounted to 30 points. Not being materialistic implied that he could freely spend money on her without any restrictions, allowing the system to reimburse him. No need to replace you. You're good, Zheng Qian firmly stated. Huh? Why? Xia Qian had already prepared for being replaced by Zheng Qian. Her previous words indicated a desire to be dismissed. Although Chen Wei-kong indulged in luxuries, he was very capable and could learn a lot under such a boss. As for Zheng Qian, she didn't see anything special about him, and believed continuing to follow Chen Wei-kong would be better. I think you are astute and capable, intelligent and eager to learn. You should be a good assistant by my side. I'm not the person you imagine me to be. You will know in the future. When the car arrived at Jianshan International, Zheng Qian got out and sent Xia Qian home. Besides the benefits of money, Zheng Qian found Xia Qian quite impressive. It seemed that Chen Wei-kong chose her based on her personality and work style, as well as her desire for a change of secretaries. As long as Xia Qian wasn't a spy or informant placed by Chen Wei-kong by his side, Zheng Qian felt he could work smoothly with her in the future. In the Jianshan International, the first 10 second floors are brightly lit. Walking into the first floor living room, Jin Lu is sitting on the sofa reading a book. She is wearing a thin silk pajama set that barely reaches her knees, just covering her thighs, with her two jade feet crossed and placed. You're not asleep yet? Zheng Qian glanced at the time. It's already 2 a.m., and Jin Lu is still awake. I've been waiting for you since you said you were coming back. After seeing Zheng Qian, Jin Lu took the initiative to help him take off his coat and change his shoes. I've cooked sobering soup for you. I'll go get you a bowl, so you can sleep comfortably tonight. This is really considerate. Zheng Qian glugged down 2 bowls of sobering soup, and, indeed felt refreshed. Lying on the bed, Jin Lu even took the initiative to massage Zheng Qian's shoulders. Zheng Qian often sits in front of the computer, so he has some occupational hazards with his lumbar spine and shoulders not feeling quite well. After Jin Lu massaged him, he felt much better. With such a thoughtful and capable woman at home, even if Zheng Qian flaunts elsewhere in the future, Jin Lu would still secure her position as the main wife. Why are you dressed like this today? Zheng Qian glanced at Jin Lu's attire. This is pajamas. After seeing Zheng Qian's expression, Jin Lu knew what he was thinking. Hungry? Then I'll make you something to eat. I want to eat steamed buns. Last time, Jin Lu tricked Zheng Qian with Wang Ziai, and Zheng Qian didn't mind. Zheng Qian rolled over afterwards. Afterwards, there was affection. Your health isn't too good. How so? You already surrendered earlier. I'm not talking about that aspect. In that aspect, you're quite forceful. I mean, if you keep coming home late every day, your body won't be able to handle it in the long run. Your spirit will be down, and you won't have energy for anything. Do you usually exercise? Jin Lu asked again. Occasionally. I slack off every 3 days. Are you free tomorrow? I can take you to the gym. I quit my job at the gym yesterday, but I know some people there, so we can get a spot for you to work out. You're a gym personal trainer? Yes, I had 3 jobs before to make money. Gym personal trainer, bar sales, and also partnered with friends to open a coffee shop. Occasionally check on it. Good partner. No wonder Jin Lu could live in Yebai City, save 3 million. She must be a time management master. A disciplined person is truly terrifying. Okay, tomorrow morning works, but I don't know if I can get up. I'll wake you up. The next morning at 10:30, Zheng Qian was woken up on time. After a simple breakfast, he followed Jin Lu to the gym. The journey was not far, just a 15-minute drive, and another 7 to 8 minutes would take you straight to the Red Rose. I have to say, Jin Lu's planning is still very good. After arriving at the gym, Zheng Qian went to the changing room to change into workout clothes. This scene was vividly captured by the gym's personal trainers. Oh my god, who is the guy with Jinya today? I don't know. A new face, never seen him at the gym before. He should be Jin Ji's client. I saw him going to the changing room to change clothes. There were many pursuers of Jin Lu here. Some personal trainers even saw a photo of Jin Lu in the group and switched to this gym. There were even two personal trainers who liked Jinlu. They fought in the gym because of her, disrupting the gym's order. After consulting Jinlu's opinion, the owner directly fired them. From open hostility, people then subtly competed, comparing their muscles and size. There were many clients who took Jinlu's private lessons because of her beauty. But some male trainers noticed their impure intentions and warned them to stay away from Jinlu. In the end, the client never dared to come back and even deleted Jinlu's contact information overnight, not daring to refund his gym car and private lessons. I heard Jinya already resigned yesterday. Why is she bringing a student? Really? Jinya resigned. How come I didn't know? Why would we lie to you? She really resigned. Everyone suddenly had a thought. Did Jinlu resign for that guy? Impossible. That guy isn't even that attractive. Just average looking. Doesn't seem very rich. How could he catch Jinlu's eye? As they knew, high status and wealthy men, second generation rich, and tycoons all admired Jinlu openly and secretly. Why this ordinary guy? By now, Zheng Qian had changed into workout clothes and walked into the yoga area of the gym with Jinlu. Could this be true? Jinya has never brought a male student to yoga class. Your lumbar spine isn't great. Let me stretch you first. Jinlu was about to teach Zheng Qian the first move when a group of male trainers approached her. Jinya, have you eaten? Why are you here at this time of day? Jinya, this is the lunch I brought from home. Would you like some? Jinlu glanced at a male trainer's lunchbox. No sugar, no oil, low calories. A perfect fitness meal. But she still refused. Go wait, this was made by your girlfriend. Don't offer it to me like this. I've already eaten. Don't worry about me. Jinlu responded. You guys go do your thing. I'll stretch out with my boyfriend. By the way, do you have any class in the afternoon? We'll use your private training area later. Normally, only personal trainers and students can enter the private training area. But Jinlu has been working here for so long that bringing Zheng Qian in wasn't a problem. However, the male trainers didn't pay attention to that part of what she said. Their focus was all on the mention of Jinlu's boyfriend. How many men have confessed to Jinlu? All have been rejected. She resigned yesterday, and today she brought her boyfriend. And he's just an average guy. What does this queen see in him? People couldn't figure it out. Hey, I'm talking to you all. The crowd finally snapped back to reality. All right, Jinya, feel free to use it. There were few students who came in the afternoon, so our classes are mostly in the evenings. Everyone understood that Jinlu had indeed quit her job at the gym for this guy. Jinlu nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Zheng Qian on the side looked dumbfounded. When Jinlu talked to them, it was like an older sister instructing her younger brothers, and no one dared to interrupt or dispute her. Are you Jin Ji's boyfriend? I'm Dwayne Kieran. Nice to meet you. A male coach named Dwayne Kieran proactively reached out his hand to Zheng Qian. He didn't have a larger physique than others, but among this group of male coaches, he was at average build. However, Dwayne Kieran's main focus in the gym was not on weight loss or muscle building, but rather on teaching martial arts classes. Dwayne Kieran had trained with the provincial martial arts team before and had competed, even winning second place twice and third place once. He had left the martial arts team due to conflicts with the coach and joined this small gym, where in terms of treatment and salary, he was not as well off as in the previous gym. He simply wanted to get to know Jinlu and see if he could develop a relationship with her, preferably becoming her boyfriend. Nice to meet you. Zheng Qian might be a bit naive, as from Dwayne Kieran's face, he couldn't see a hint of pleasure. In fact, there was a sense of hostility in his eyes. Zheng Qian understood. These people were all pursuing Jinlu and now saw him as a rival. Zheng Qian also reached out his hand to shake. This handshake was a test from Dwayne Kieran towards Zheng Qian, finding his hand rather thin and even touching calluses on Zheng Qian's palm. These calluses weren't from lifting weights, but probably from typing regularly. Dwayne Kieran realized that Zheng Qian was more of a bookish type and had not trained in any combat sports. Sorry to take up your space. Since you don't have classes in the afternoon, let me cover everything for you. I'll be on the side watching me train to prevent injuries. The group looked at each other. What's going on? Personal training costs 300 per hour, but someone like Dwayne Kieran charges 500 an hour. With 7 of them, it's about 3,000 per hour. So let's say 3 hours this, it's about 10,000 spent. The key point was that they didn't have to do anything. Just watch Zheng Qian train. The group instantly understood. This guy seemed average in talent, but spending so much money like this. He must be a second-generation rich guy. And not just any rich kid, but one who could win Jinlu. How wealthy must he be? Jun Qian's strength had already explained the situation fully. You don't have to. Jinlu glanced slightly, knowing Jun Qian wanted to show these guys up, but she could buy a lot of meat dishes for 10,000 RMB. With her around, who would dare bully Jun Qian? It's okay, you can't just use someone else's personal training area for free. Let me swipe the card. Jun Qian took out a bank card. His action seemed to say to everyone, I never take advantage for free. I have plenty of money. What's 10,000 RMB? Not worth counting the leftover amount in his bank account. A male coach took the bank card, swiped for 3 hours at the front desk, about 10,000 RMB, then handed the card back to Jun Qian. Qianjie, let's do some stretching with Jinya first. Do some warm-up exercises. I'll go prepare towels for you. Qianjie, I'll get you some water. Do you want ice water or room temperature? Qianjie, let me make you a protein shake for quick energy recovery. Tell me what exercises we'll be doing, and I'll go clear the area for you in advance. Qianjie. Several of the staff members were now like fans of Jun Qian. Only Duen Qiren frowned. To have Jinlu help dry your hair, and even carefully blow-dry it, that's pure bliss. If they could experience this treatment once, it would be worth dying for. All right, there are so many people watching. I can do it myself. What's there to be shy about? I'm the one who washed the underwear you changed out of yesterday. She already washed his underwear. Obviously, they had spent the night together, living together. Otherwise, how could she have received Jun Qian's underwear? The goddess in their hearts was taken by Jun Qian in just one day. How frustrating. After leaving the gym, Jun Qian had Jinlu drive him to the company. On the way, Jun Qian remembered that he needed to find a lawyer, so he sent a text to Wang Zhao. Jun Qian, Lawyer Wang, are you free? Sweating Wang Zhao, I'm free. Jun Xiao, is there something about tonight's flight ticket? Jun Qian, location Jun Qian, come over, help me review a contract. Wang Zhao, okay Jun Xiao, I'll be right there. Upon arriving at the company, Jun Qian let Jinlu go back. He called Chen Weiqiang and said he was already downstairs at the company. Soon, Chen Weiqiang came downstairs to meet Jun Qian. General Zhang, you're here. Come upstairs with me. General Liu and I are preparing to contact you. In the meeting room, 3 people were seated at a long table, 2 men and a woman. General Liu, no need for introductions. This is my lawyer, Lawyer Yin, and this is General Liu's lawyer, Lawyer Luo. After Chen Weiqiang finished introducing them, he asked Jun Qian to take a seat. The 2 lawyers elaborated on the equity agreement, legal aspects related to shares, as well as issues regarding positions and benefits. In the end, a simple sentence, as long as he signs and deposits money, he would become the vice president of the company. By tomorrow noon, Jun Qian's shareholder information would be available at the Industry and Commerce Department and some apps. By the way, we haven't discussed the salary yet. General Zhang, what are your thoughts on that? Jun Qian wasn't there to work, he was there to expand his network and improve himself. As for how much he would earn, he didn't mind. If he wanted to make money, he could just spend it on women. But if he didn't take a penny, it also didn't seem appropriate. Jun Qian thought for a moment and, since he and Liu Shiki were both company vice presidents, he asked, how much does General Liu make? Oh, well, our company is just starting out, so the salaries aren't very high. I make 30,000. And General Liu makes 25,000. Then I'll take the same as General Liu. Liu Shiki, with a chilly expression, heard Jun Qian ask for the same salary and couldn't help but sneer. She and Jun Qian mainly relied on company bonuses. It wasn't that she thought Jun Qian couldn't take 25,000. It was just that Jun Qian's attitude towards her was a bit laughable. All right, 25,000 it is. Do you need another lawyer to review it? Chen Weiqiang had definitely prepared the contract without any issues, but did not offer to find a lawyer for Jun Qian, leaving it up to him to avoid any suspicion of collusion in fraud. Well, I've already called a lawyer over. As soon as Jun Qian finished speaking, Wang Zhao sent him a message saying he had arrived downstairs. Jun Qian let him come up directly. Knocking on the door, Wang Zhao, dressed impeccably, entered the meeting room. Manager Chen? General Liu? Upon entering the meeting room, Wang Zhao was surprised to see familiar faces. Lawyer Wang, Senior, Lawyer Yin and Lawyer Luo were also surprised. Ziying, Ziluo, you're here too. What a coincidence. Was Wang Zhao Zhang Qian's lawyer? Wang Zhao was their senior in college, and Chen Weiqiang and Liu Shiki were his former clients. But after Wang Zhao was transferred to the big city, they had lost touch. Chen Weiqiang and Liu Shiki admired Wang Zhao's professional abilities and had sought his legal services repeatedly. However, Wang Zhao, being in the big city, couldn't come back, so he recommended his two junior colleagues to Chen Weiqiang and Liu Shiki, becoming their dedicated lawyers. Liu Shiki was surprised but more so frustrated. She had tried to hire Wang Zhao for service several times, but was turned down. Why was Zhang Qian able to call him back with just one phone call? Had she not paid him enough or lacked enough prestige? Liu Shiki harbored some negative emotions towards Wang Zhao. Zhang Xiao, I'm sorry for being late. Wang Zhao sincerely apologized to Zhang Qian, recognizing him as a significant client. Even before leaving, he was willing to help review the contract. Wang Zhao addressed him as Zhang Xiao. What was going on? His humble attitude was hard to ignore. An elite lawyer in the big city, except when dealing with big clients, always had a haughty demeanor. Was Zhang Qian Wang Zhao's big client? It didn't seem likely. Then, how could Wang Zhao's behavior be explained if he wasn't? Liu Shiki had many doubts. Chen Weiqiang, observing this scene, confirmed his earlier suspicion. Zhang Qian was definitely not a freeloader. After Wang Zhao meticulously reviewed the contract, he was astonished to discover that Zhang Qian intended to purchase 24% of Chen Weiqiang's company's shares for a whopping 30 million. It should only be one of Zhang Qian's assets. After all, you needed just a casual amount to buy a house, and he was willing to spend 30 million. To counter Jin Lu's defiance, he had transferred 8 million in lawyer fees to him. This amount of money was a small matter for Chen Weiqiang. Zhao, I've reviewed it. The contract is fine. Wang Zhao's displayed professionalism was inspiring. He would point out any issues promptly if they existed, despite his relationship with Chen Weiqiang, Liu Shiki, and his two junior colleagues. Zhang Qian was indeed his big client. After confirming there were no issues, Zhang Qian signed it. Subsequently, using his mobile phone, he transferred the money to the company's account for financial handling. Congratulations, General Zhang, for officially becoming a part of our company. After receiving the payment, Chen Weiqiang stood up immediately and shook hands with Zhang Qian. Only after Liu Shiki saw them shake hands did she force a smile and shook hands with Zhang Qian, saying, "Welcome, General Zhang." How fake that welcome sounded. However, Zhang Qian didn't mind. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he dismissed the three lawyers. Chen Weiqiang put his arm around Zhang Qian's shoulder and walked out of the office, followed closely by Liu Shiki. Everyone, put your work aside for a moment. Let me introduce Mr. Zhang Qian, who will be in charge of our company's public relations and some domestic operations in the future. Welcome, General Zhang. Welcome, General Zhang. A round of warm applause filled the room. Zixi, come here. Bring Zhang Zong to our company group chat, then take him to his office. General Zhang, she be your secretary from now on. If there's anything you're not satisfied with in the office, you can tell Zixi to make changes. Zhang Qian nodded and exchanged WeChat contacts with Zia Zixi, then entered the company group chat. Upon joining, the screen was filled with, "Welcome, General Zhang." Zhang Qian. Hello, everyone. Zhang Qian. I hope you'll take care of me in the future. Smiling emoji. Zhang Qian glanced at the number of people in the group chat, approximately 68. The scale was decently large. Following that, he sent a big red envelope in the group chat. Another round of screens filled with "Thank you, General Zhang, you're generous." I sent a red envelope in the group chat. Hurry and grab it. Zhang Qian replied to Zia Zixi leading the way. She had her hair in a short ponytail today and wore a professional oil outfit, Parisian silk stockings on her legs, and a pair of click-clacking high heels on her feet. What's there to grab? It's optional. Everyone has a base of 1,000. Zia Zixi suddenly stopped and looked at Zhang Qian with an incredulous expression. 1,000 for each person. Why are you being so generous? Zia Qianchen clicked on the red envelope and, indeed, found 1,000 inside. First, pay respect to the peer to let everyone recognize me as the vice president. Who do I manage? Why don't you add all the people under me to a group as well? Zhang Qian explained. You don't need to give red envelopes. Everyone already recognizes you as the vice president. It's completely unnecessary, Xia Qianchen explained. This is your office. Is there anything you're not satisfied with? Zhang Qian looked around after entering. The office layout was elegant and unconventional, with a rosewood desk as the centerpiece, an Apple desktop on the desk, a miniature mountain and flowing water, and even a considerate touch of a cactus. The bookshelf, sofa, and coffee table in the back were also meticulously arranged. Did you set this up? Zhang Qian asked. Yes. If there's anything that needs to be changed, you can tell me. Xia Qianchen's ability in interior design was strong, indicating her capability. Zhang Qian sat on the soft and comfortable boss chair, unconsciously putting his legs on the desk. This used to be the boss's chair. Now it was his. Zhang Qian felt a strange feeling in his heart. Does this mean he's a successful person now? By the way, the company can provide you with a company car, with a budget of 300,000. You can choose which one you prefer. What car can you get with 300,000? A luxury car. As Zhang Qian went upstairs, he glanced at the parking lot, which was filled with Land Rovers and BMWs. What car does Manager Chen and Manager Liu drive? Manager Chen drives a black Land Rover S. Manager Liu drives a Porsche Cayenne. Land Rover S and Cayenne both definitely cost more than 300,000. With such high budget limits, why are they only giving him 300,000? Both Manager Chen and Manager Liu don't use the company's budget. Those are their personal cars, explained Xia Qianchen to Zhang Qian. With this explanation, Zhang Qian understood. Since that's the case, he definitely can't use the company's budget either. Which car do you think would be suitable for me? Zhang Qian asked her. Xia Qianchen fell into silence. It's okay. Just say it. I won't blame you. I think it would be suitable for you to drive a Santana. A Santana? Are you joking? Zhang Qian didn't discriminate against the Santana, mainly because he had assets worth over 100 million now. Driving a Santana would be fitting. Even though Xia Qianchen wasn't aware of his wealth exceeding 100 million, he held the position of vice president. Shouldn't he drive an Audi at least? Manager Zhang, a Santana is perfect for you. Looky like you, others would think you're a company employee, when in fact you are the vice president. You can also hide in plain sight. Xia Qianchen joked with him. No way. I'm not driving a Santana. The mention of a Santana reminded Zhang Qian of the days when he was stuck under a coach while driving one. Somehow, he needed to drive a car a step higher than Liu Shiqi's. What car is a step above a Cayenne? Zhang Qian mulled over it. How about just buying a Rolls-Royce? He was already the vice president. Driving a Santana wouldn't be appropriate. He needed to maintain an image. Let's discuss this later. How many people directly report to me? 6. One of them took a day off today and isn't in the office. Zhang Qian felt a bit disappointed. He was the vice president and only managed 6 people directly. Of course, he could still manage other employees, but directly managing only 6 people was not that many. Zhang Qian had Xia Qianchen create another group chat where he sent another red envelope of 2,000 to each person. He returned to the main chat where many people had added him as a friend. Zhang Qian accepted one by one. Even though giving red envelopes wasn't a form of cashback, having only female employees directly under him meant he could invite them all for dinner in the evening. Zhang Qian sent, in the small group, meet at Wangyu building at 8 p.m. I'm treating everyone to dinner. Deng Shuxin. Manager Zhang is generous. Qianyan. Manager Zhang. I just saw you. You look handsome. Hao Ruxu. Of course, our manager Zhang is the face of our company. Chan Mengman. Absolutely. Zhang Xiaoyao. Manager Zhang. I love you. There were quite a few names, and Zhang Qian couldn't remember them all immediately. But the next message in the group chat made him remember instantly. The message read, Manager Zhang, my stomach hurts today, so I took a day off, might not be able to come, sorry for not attending. Thank you for the red envelope. Then he noticed the name on the profile picture. Yao Manman. Yao Manman. Zhang Qian immediately took his legs off the desk, clicked on Yao Manman's moments. Since they weren't friends, he couldn't see much. Was it his ex-girlfriend Yao Manman? The profile picture and personal information didn't match. There were too many people named Yao Manman. Could it just be a coincidence that it was the ex-girlfriend who embarrassed him in public and then showed no remorse? Do you have any information about this Yao Manman? Show it to me. Zhang Qian inquired. Xia Qianchen coldly snorted. Zhang Qian had no ill intentions. He had just become the vice president and was already hitting on his subordinates. Manager Zhang, I'd like to remind you that Yao Monmon is indeed quite good-looking. As for her character, I can't comment. Zhang Qian, Xia Qianchen thought he had ulterior motives. She thought he was interested in pursuing Yao Monmon. It's not what you imagine. I just want to take a look. I think I know this Yao Monmon. Zhang Qian concealed the fact that she was his ex-girlfriend, revealing that would have made Xia Qianchen view him as unreliable. After all, unreliable men usually use this tactic. It's alright, you don't have to explain to me. I was just kindly reminding you. I'll bring you Yao Manman's information. Xia Qianchen showed self-awareness. She was just a secretary. She couldn't control what Zhang Qian wanted to do. Soon, Yao Manman's information was presented to Zhang Qian. The photo looked exactly like his ex-girlfriend, Yao Monmon. What a coincidence. Zhang Qian clicked his tongue. Manager Zhang, do you know her? Xia Qianchen asked curiously. Yes, I know her. We are acquainted. After that incident, Zhang Qian and Yao Monmon deleted each other on WeChat. Yao Monmon changed her profile picture, nickname, and personal signature. If not for the notes in the group, he wouldn't have recognized her. Oh, you should know, she has a boyfriend, right? You mean Chang Rui. Chang Rui, Yao Monmon. Zhang Qian was now 100% sure about this strange couple. Zhang Qian tried to keep a neutral expression. Chang Rui's father, Chang Dashan, deals in timber, and is one of the big clients our company is currently negotiating with. If you are interested in Yao Monmon, it might not be easy to win her over. However, if you use your status as vice president, I believe you could succeed. Xia Qianchen hinted. It seems that Xia Qianchen seems to understand Yao Monmon well. Let's not talk about this for now. Go make a reservation at Wangyu Tower, based on a standard of 2,000 per person. Okay. Manager Zhang, I'll arrange it now. After receiving the instructions, Xia Qianchen left Zhang Qian's office. Zhang Qian shook his head with a wry smile as he held Yao Manman's file. It turns out that Yao Manman's public boyfriend is Chang Rui, outside the office. Shuckson, this new manager Zhang seems to be quite wealthy, giving out red envelopes to large groups, red envelopes to small groups, and even organizing team events at night. I wonder what kind of person he is. Hyanyan asked with excitement. Well, he's just a bit short. Shuckson responded before quickly being hushed by Hyanyan. They didn't want their remarks to be heard by Zhang or others, as speaking ill of the boss behind their backs wasn't a good idea. Although Shuckson and Hyanyan didn't get along with Zhang Xiaoyao, Chan Mengmeng, Hao Ruxu, or Yao Monmon, simply because they were too straightforward and didn't like currying favor with leaders, Shuckson wasn't concerned. After all, Zhang Qian was just over 1.7 meters tall, while she stood at 1.76 meters, taller than him. As Hyanyan glanced at the others touching up their makeup, she sighed in relief knowing nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Sure, you may be a bit shorter, but Manager Zhang is young. He's probably a few years younger than you. Let's not say things like that in the future. If it reaches the leader's ears, you'll be in trouble. Don't you remember how terrifying it was being controlled by Manager Liu? Shuckson felt resentful at the thought. Last time with the company outing, she got her bonus deducted for being taller than Liu Shiki by 10 centimeters during a group photo. Leaders had their ways of getting back at you, and there wasn't much you could do about it. With jobs being hard to find, Shuckson had to support her father and couldn't afford to quit, even though, with her temperament, she would have left already. The clock struck 6:30 p.m. in Zhang Qian's office. Knock knock knock. Come in. Zhang Qian quickly paused the solo game on his computer upon seeing Xia Qianchen walk in, asking her what was up. General Zhang, your car is ready. We'll take the company car, an Alpha, and have Zikui drive you. Aren't you coming? Xia Qianchen was puzzled. Am I included? Of course, you're my subordinate and part of my team, so you'll be coming too, Zhang Qian replied. Xia Qianchen had thought there might be something special about this team-building event, and Zhang Qian might have some peculiar ideas, surely not including her. If she tagged along, she might spoil things for him. So was this a legitimate team-building event? Zhang Qian didn't overthink it. He simply wanted to use these people to recoup the red envelopes he distributed that afternoon. The more, the merrier, meant a higher expense. All right, I'll let them know, Xia Qianchen said before stepping out of Zhang Qian's office. Besides his employees, There were also staff from other departments outside Jung Qian's office. If there was unfinished work, staff were usually required to stay and complete it before leaving. Upon hearing Xia Qianshan's announcement, some couldn't help but feel envious. The PR team members happily jumped up and gathered at the company's alpha downstairs. After finishing his game, Zhang Qian adjusted his collar and left the office. On his way out, he ran into Chen Weiqian. "General Zhang, making quite the stir already, aren't you?" Xia Qianshan had used the company bus, so Chen Weiqian had naturally heard about Zhang Qian's plan to take his subordinates out for a meal. "It's just a welcome gesture. Now that I'm here, let's get to know each other. I'll treat you and manager Liu to a meal another day. No need to bother. General Zhang, do you have a car? How about you take my car?" Chen Weiqian offered as he reached for his keys in his pocket. "No need. We'll all take one car." Zhang Qian declined. After exchanging pleasantries, they parted ways. Descending the stairs, Zhang Qian realized a car was indeed a necessity for him now. "Hello, General Zhang. I'm the company driver, Kui Xiaobo. You can just call me Z Kui." Walking up to the car, Kui Xiaobo handed Zhang Qian a cigarette. Zhang Qian waved it off, saying, "With so many female colleagues, you shouldn't smoke." "I don't usually smoke. It's just for you," Z Kui explained, opening the door for Zhang Qian. Once inside the Alpha, surrounded by beautiful women, Zhang Qian found himself a bit flustered. "General Zhang, such a gentleman. I like it." Of course, General Zhang must have exceptional qualities to become the CEO at such a young age. "We must work hard for General Zhang in the future." Wangyu Tower is where CEO Chen meets with important clients. "I've never been there. General Zhang is so considerate." Xia Qianshan, sitting in the passenger seat, stole a glance at Zhang Qian. Having been on the receiving end of such praise before, Zhang Qian didn't take it seriously. While chatting during the ride, Zhang Qian discreetly observed a few employees in particular. Among them, Zhang Xiaoya stood out with her distinctive appearance resembling a character from a TV drama. She exuded a mature charm, with a seductive air about her and captivating eyes. Then there was Deng Shuxin, impressing Zhang Qian with her tall stature, about 1.75 meters, and strikingly fair skin, giving off an ethereal glow. Despite the lack of interaction during the ride, Zhang Qian took note of her quiet presence amidst the lively chatter from others like Hao Ruxu and Chan Mengmeng. As they reached their destination, Zhang Qian bid farewell to Xia Qianshan and prepared for the team-building event. "Yao Yao, weren't you on the diving team in school? How come you suddenly can't swim when you see Mr. Zhang?" mocked Hao Ruxu. "Ha ha." Everyone burst into laughter. Even Xia Qianshan and Deng Shuxin chuckled. "I just forgot how to swim when I saw Mr. Zhang. You're so annoying." Zhang Xiaoya blushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed after being exposed. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Qian glanced at everyone to gauge their feelings towards him. Xia Qianshan's affection remained at 30 points. Hao Ruxu and Chan Mengmeng's feelings towards him were at 45 points, while Yanyan's affection was at 35 points. Zhang Xiaoya had the highest, directly at 50 points. Deng Shuxin had the lowest, at only 20 points. Zhang Qian knew the system's affection points wouldn't deceive him. He could judge the closeness between them based on these points, but Zhang Xiaoya and the others seemed a bit excessive. They had 45 to 50 points of affection upon their first meeting. Much of it was likely due to Zhang Qian's vice president aura. Soon, everyone arrived at the Wanyuk 19th floor restaurant, where they were greeted with a sumptuous feast. Several girls couldn't resist taking photos of the dishes to share on social media. "Oh, we're missing Man today. Too bad she's missing out on this feast." Zhang Xiaoyao sighed as she finished taking photos. "Yeah, it's a shame not to have dinner with the handsome Mr. Zhang," scoffed Zhang Qian. Having reviewed information about Yao Monmon, Zhang Qian knew she was only an intern due to being a university student and couldn't work full-time at the company. But Yao Monmon constantly claimed to be busy with studies and barely had time to leave the campus, returning home only on weekends. Zhang Qian slowly realized Yao Monmon's of lies. How did he fall for such a deceiving woman? Dealing with such girls would drain every ounce of a man's value, leaving him either drained or deceived, ultimately losing. Zhang Qian chuckled along with everyone discussing gossips about Monmon. "What gossip?" Zhang Qian inquired, curious. "Yao Monmon isn't simple. She's dating two guys simultaneously, the son of one of our major clients, and another guy from her school. Her school guy has been completely in the dark, supporting her throughout her 3 years of university, providing both living expenses and tuition, treating him like an ATM. Such a sad tale for that guy, the group shared. Yao Mongmong is quite something. She often boasts about it, sharing her tips and tricks with us, claiming to be an expert in enchanting men, but we listened to it as a joke. They mocked. Zhang Qian joined in. Ha, how could there be such silly men in the world? As they discussed, Xia Qianchen noticed a peculiar look on Zhang Qian's face. He seemed somewhat averse to the topic. All right, that's enough gossiping. You all can't stop chatting. Zhang Qian tried to steer the conversation away. Let me tell you, Mr. Zhang and Yao Mongmong are acquainted. Be careful if Yao Mongmong ever comes after you. Zhang Qian waved it off. It's fine. We aren't that close, and there's nothing secretive between us. I wouldn't tattle, nor do I appreciate when people try to gossip to me. Nothing more to add. Hearing this, everyone's affinity rose by 5 points. Deng Shuxin's interest shot up by 20 points upon learning Zhang Qian didn't like tattletales. Mr. Zhang is indeed magnanimous, quite different from the other two bosses, they flattered. However, they were perplexed by the connection between Zhang Qian and Yao Mongmong, given his nonchalant attitude. By the way, will you accompany me to pick up a car tomorrow? Using the company's car is inconvenient. Zhang Qian suddenly brought up the car matter halfway through the meal. What car do you plan to get? Let me see if the Forest store can prepare everything in advance for you, suggested the group. A Rolls-Royce, Zhang Qian stated. Rolls-Royce. Everyone's gaze turned to Zhang Qian in astonishment. Even Deng Shuxin was surprised. This new vice president seemed so young. How could he afford such a luxurious car like a Rolls-Royce? The group realized they had underestimated Zhang Qian's capabilities. Zhang Xiaoyao. Affection plus 15. Hao Ruxu. Affection plus 15. Chan Mengman. Affection plus 15. Qi Yanyan. Affection plus 10. Deng Shuxin and Xia Qianchen were slightly shocked, but their affection didn't increase. In Yebai, there's no Rolls-Royce for S store nearby. The nearest one is hundreds of kilometers away. There might be a considerable wait, warned the group. I can't wait that long. I need it tomorrow, Zhang Qian insisted. You might have to pay a hefty sum. I have a budget of 1 billion. Can you make it work? Interrupted Zhang Qian. I'll make the arrangements now. No rush, we'll discuss it after the meal, Zhang Qian replied casually. What's wrong with Yebai? Just a bit of extra money. Is 1 billion enough? Zhang Qian had only seen Rolls-Royces online and wasn't sure about the car in person. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he had a strong desire to own one. Hao Ruxu, Chang Mengmen, and Zhang Xiaoyao's affection for Zhang Qian increased by 5 to 10 points. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. A middle-aged man in a floral shirt and large shorts entered, followed by a waiter pushing a cart with 2 bottles of red wine and a highball glass. Mr. Zhang, why didn't you inform me of your visit in advance? Scolded Zhang Qian jokingly. The man turned out to be Han Huahao, who offered a toast to Zhang Qian. Observing the table full of beautiful women, Han Huahao remarked on the high-caliber group. Mr. Zhang, are you alright being alone with all these ladies? He teased Zhang Qian softly. Zhang Qian quickly clarified. Han boss, it's just a casual dinner with my subordinates, nothing more. Han Huahao seemed to have misunderstood something, hinting slyly at the end of his sentence. Not bad, Mr. Zhang. Being young has its perks. They clinked glasses. Zhang Qian couldn't shake off the feeling of Han Huahao's hidden meaning. Han boss, is everything fine here? I'm starting to feel a bit awkward with your watchful eyes. Zhang Qian redirected the conversation. Oh, come on. You're always welcome here. No need to worrying about surveillance or anything like that, Han Huahao reassured. By the way, there's an international wine event happening the day after tomorrow, renting the neighboring hotel. If you're interested, Mr. Zhang, feel free to join. Han Huahao handed an invitation to Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian personally wasn't keen on the wine event and wondered if Jin Lu would be interested. Nevertheless, as Han Huahao extended the invite, Zhang Qian accepted graciously. Thank you, Han boss. I have some matters to attend to, Mr. Zhang. Enjoy your meal. I'll take my leave now. Han Huahao departed. Besides Xia Zixi, who often follows the boss as his secretary and is accustomed to dealing with high-profile figures, almost everyone else felt a bit overshadowed by Han Huahao's presence. Although Han Huahao dressed more casually, his every move exuded the aura of a big shot. Yibeiwan Island was a high-end leisure entertainment venue, and as the owner of the island, Han Huahao naturally held vast wealth and controlled elite connections. However, despite being seen as a big shot, he was surprisingly polite and friendly towards the new deputy general manager of the company. This indicated that Zheng Qian's background was extraordinary, not just as a deputy general manager, but possibly holding other positions as well. Seeing the changes in the favorability ratings of the women, Zheng Qian couldn't help but feel helpless. Han Huahao had just come over to say hello, yet their favorability ratings had increased so much. If it was so easy to raise their ratings, how would he be able to spend money on these women in the future? Only Deng Shuxin and Xia Zixi's favorability ratings remained unchanged at 40 and 35 points, respectively. After eating a satisfactory meal, it was still early, only around 9 o'clock. Spent 14,560 for yuan. System refunded 145,640 yuan. Already credited. 140,000 credited. Some of the red envelopes sent out in the afternoon were almost recovered. Zheng Qian suggested switching venues to the neighboring KTV to sing, and everyone agreed enthusiastically. They got a private room, ordered a few slightly more expensive bottles of liquor, and that should be enough. When ordering drinks, Zheng Qian mainly chose very expensive ones, with the most expensive being a bottle of Zhuanxini, priced at 60,000 yuan. General Zheng, are you mistaken? This bottle of liquor costs 60,000, not 6,000. Cheng Mengmeng reminded from the side. What's the matter with 60,000? It's what I ordered for you all. Drink as you like. I'll foot the bill. For a man who spent 100 million on a Rolls-Royce, a few tens of thousands of yuan were nothing. To them, tens of thousands were a few months' worth of wages, but to Zheng Qian, it was just the cost of a night of drinking. Zheng Qian couldn't care less about tens of thousands of yuan. Cheng Mengmeng suddenly realized that she had spoken out of line. After spending around 120,000 yuan on the private room and drinks, Zheng Qian felt it was enough. With the red envelopes sent out in the afternoon, not only did he recover the costs, but also made tens of thousands in profit. Indeed, alcohol of any price existed. Zheng Qian had repeatedly succeeded in cashback by using alcohol to trigger the system. Xia Zixi was also a bit surprised. She had underestimated this man's financial power. This man was not just a gigolo, he was a tycoon, spending money like water, surpassing Chen Weiqian. She had even thought Zheng Qian was just bragging about buying a Rolls-Royce in front of the girls, so she had pretended to praise him. Xia Zixi seemed to have miscalculated. When Zheng Qian mentioned buying a Rolls-Royce, he seemed serious. If he really wanted to buy one, it might be too late to contact anyone now, regardless of whether he would buy it. Since she, his assistant, had agreed, she should get in touch. Thinking of that, Xia Zixi walked out to call the nearest Rolls-Royce for S dealership. Seeing Xia Zixi leave, Zhang Xiaoyao took the opportunity to sit on Zheng Qian's right side. Excuse me, this is the liquor our boss Han prepared for General Zheng. Wishing General Zheng a fun evening, a waitress brought in 2 bottles of XO, which, while not extremely pricey, were also not cheap and were set in an ice bucket to maintain a low temperature. Besides the liquor, there were various fruit platters. Great, just leave it there. Zheng Qian pointed at the coffee table. After the waitress left, Xia Zixi returned from her call. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyao change seats, Xia Zixi only glanced at her and didn't say much. Yan, in particular, enjoyed singing and had never used equipment close to a professional studio level, so she was the first to get a microphone and sang a passionate rendition of Vast Sea and Sky. Don't you drink? Zheng Qian looked at Xia Zixi on his left. He couldn't recall ever seeing Xia Zixi drink. Whether last time or this time, Xia Zixi had never had a drink. I can drink, but usually when I go out with the boss, I have to drive, so I avoid alcohol. You don't have to drive this time, so have some. Zheng Qian put some ice in an empty glass and poured some alcohol for Xia Zixi. Zixi, General Zheng personally poured you a drink. You cannot drink it, right? Zhang Xiaoyao, noting this, reminded her. Xia Zixi glanced at the glass. She had more work pressure and usually liked to have a drink at home when free. She had never had this level, this class of liquor. She simply took a few sips. That's right, we're here to have fun. You don't need to be in work mode all the time, Zheng Qian said, smiling contentedly as he watched Xia Zixi take a couple sips. Zheng Qian wanted to focus on drinking and singing, to divert his attention from Yao Manman's situation. Nice, nice. You sing really well. I like it when people sing well, Zhang Qian applauded. Who's next to sing? General Zhang, why don't you sing? There was a buzz. Yeah. General Zhang, sing a tune for us. We're all your audience. No. I can't sing. Today my mouth is only for eating and drinking. Zhang Qian quickly refused. He didn't want to reveal his terrible singing abilities. I'll go. Deng Shuxin, who had been quiet all along, walked up to the microphone and chose Jay Shu's widely popular song, Simple Love. Can't say why, I've become more proactive. Zhang Qian was awestruck. Deng Shuxin's singing was like a flower adorned with morning dew, creating an inexplicable charm when heard. Good. Great singing. Zhang Qian clapped in admiration. Deng Shuxin had no intention of coming down and instead chose another song by Joker Zhu, unfinished song. Sang for you a transient journey. Her voice was smooth and sweet, like a spring water, gently flowing to nourish the heart. After the song ended, Zhang Qian was rather impressed by Deng Shuxin's singing ability. Zhang Xiaoyao keenly noticed Zhang Qian's expression. She stood up, feeling indignant, walked to the microphone, and chose a song by Teresa Tang, Agent J Screams Pierce the Long Night. After the song, everyone applauded. Zhang Xiaoyao's voice was also exceptional. Every note was perfectly executed. With her inherent mature charm and singing a song by the legendary singer, she became the center of attention. After her performance, Zhang Xiaoyao even disdainfully glanced at Deng Shuxin. While studying, this lady's not only a diver but also a soloist in the choir. Want to compete for men with me? You should step aside a bit. Zhang Qian couldn't help but gasp. He realized that Zhang Xiaoyao was not simple. She was versatile and likely quite capable. Most importantly, she seemed to embody the essence of a famous saying. Good men are high-quality resources. They won't come to you on their own. So you have to make the first move and reach out. Zhang Xiaoyao had clearly mastered this concept. When she realized that her limelight was being overshadowed by Deng Shuxin, she immediately selected a Teresa Tang song with a strong and triumphant melody to outshine Deng Shuxin's two ballads. Especially with those two breathy, sexy sounds, she showcased her mature charm to the fullest. When Zhang Qian heard those sounds, he almost spat out his drink. Among the women he knew, Zhang Xiaoyao's level seemed to be second only to Jin Lu. General Zhang, how do you think of her singing? After returning to her seat, Zhang Xiaoyao regained her smile and asked Zhang Qian how his singing was. Not bad. Not bad. Very good. After a few drinks, everyone loosened up, and regardless of whether they could sing or not, they all took turns singing a few lines. Even Zia Qianxi, who was usually meticulous about her work, got up to sing a song. Deng Shuxin and Zhang Xiaoyao seemed to be in a competition, which later turned into taking turns on stage. However, Zhang Xiaoyao sang several difficult and powerful Cantonese songs, completely overshadowing Deng Shuxin's performances of love songs, and truly became the singing queen of the KTV room that day. Finally, Zhang Xiaoyao was exhausted and sat on the sofa. Zhang Qian watched the two of them compete, enjoying the atmosphere and drinking quite a bit. During Zia Qianxi's performance on stage, without warning, Zhang Xiaoyao leaned her whole weight against Zhang Qian, her long hair very attractive, and her hand even resting on Zhang Qian's leg. This action went unnoticed by the others, but Zia Qianxi, who was singing, saw it and even missed a line of her song. Mr. Zhang, how did I do today? Did I sing well? Good. Very good. So, did I sing the best today? Yes, you sang the best. Zhang Qian's words were true. Zhang Xiaoyao indeed sang well. Hehe. Zhang Xiaoyao chuckled happily, her cheeks flushed, obviously a bit drunk, otherwise she wouldn't have had such close contact with Zhang Qian. Zhang Xiaoyao's actions became more and more excessive, eventually leaning into Zhang Qian's arms completely. Zhang Qian only felt the soft warmth and was at a loss. Zhang Xiaoyao even bit Zhang Qian's collar, sucking hard on his neck when he wasn't paying attention. Despite having her hair blocking the view, others noticed this scene, but didn't say anything. After singing so many songs in a row and outshining everyone, no one could compete with her. Mr. Zhang, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Can you help me to the restroom? Zhang Xiaoyao whispered softly in Zhang Qian's ear. It was a request that couldn't be refused. Zhang Qian helped her up, getting ready to take her to the restroom, but was stopped by Zia Qianxi. Xiaoyao, your alcohol tolerance is usually good. Why are you leaning on Mr. Zhang now? Sisters, come help. Let's take Xiaoyao to the restroom. Zia Qianxi said, taking Zhang Xiaoyao's shoulder. Don't touch me. Zhang Xiaoyao forcefully pushed Zia Qianxi away. She had tried to play the part of being heavily intoxicated, but Xia Qianxi was making a mess of it. Xia Qianxi wasn't upset and continued to support Zhang Xiaoyao. "What's wrong? Are you really drunk? Mr. Zhang, please let go. I can manage." However, Zhang Qian ultimately let go. "Fine, you take her to the restroom, be careful." Zhang Xiaoyao wanted to curse. "Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian. Just one sentence from you offering to help could have sufficed. As long as you said the word, Xia Qianxi wouldn't have anything else to say. And tonight, you could have taken her to any hotel, right?" With no choice, Zhang Xiaoyao was helped by Xia Qianxi and Hao Rushui to the restaurant. Her alcohol tolerance was actually good, and she wasn't really drunk, as she faked gagging and returned. "Everyone has had quite a bit to drink today, and it's getting late, so let's end things here for now." Zhang Qian glanced at the time. After leaving the island, Zhang Qian arranged for a car for them and prepared to send them back. However, Zhang Xiaoyao still wanted to try one last time. "Mr. Zhang, can you take me home? It's late, and I'm a bit afraid. What if I encounter danger? What should I do?" With a pitiful expression, no one could bear to ignore Zhang Xiaoyao's request. Zhang Qian didn't know how to respond for a moment. She was so insistent on him sending her. And later on, when they arrived, would she need him to help her upstairs? "Xiaoyao, don't you and Rushui live in the same neighborhood? You two can go back together. Mr. Zhang has had quite a bit to drink today. Let him go home early to rest." Xia Qianxi spoke up again. Zhang Xiaoyao seemed to not hear her, ignoring Xia Qianxi completely and staring straight at Zhang Qian. "Who does Xia Qianxi think she is? I want Zhang Qian's answer. Set up your emergency contacts. Message your parents as soon as you get home. Report your safety in the group chat. I'm a bit tired, so I won't be sending you." "Okay." Zhang Xiaoyao reluctantly got into a taxi. As the car drove away, "Mr. Zhang, are you angry with me now? Do you think you shouldn't have brought me here?" Xia Qianxi asked. Zhang Qian shook his head. He wasn't truly angry with Xia Qianxi. In Zhang Xiaoyao's eyes, Xia Qianxi seemed a bit meddlesome. Zhang Qian didn't understand why she was doing this. Zhang Xiaoyao had a previous relationship with President Chen. Although it wasn't public, as President Chen's secretary, I naturally knew about it. Also, I once saw Zhang Xiaoyao's medical examination report on Chen Weiqian's desk. I don't need to say more. You should understand, right? Medical examination report? Does that mean Zhang Xiaoyao is ill? Zhang Qian, who was a bit dizzy from being charmed by Zhang Xiaoyao, instantly became clear-headed upon hearing Xia Qianxi's mention of Zhang Xiaoyao being ill. Chen Weiqian had always been the actual head of the company, a definite top executive, handsome, ambitious, and quite a match for Zhang Xiaoyao. Office romances, even if kept secret, were understandable. When he first met Chen Weiqian, he knew he was quite wild, bound to have some issues, and if Zhang Xiaoyao had relations with him, she might also have problems. If Xia Qianxi hadn't intervened repeatedly earlier, Zhang Qian might have really ended up in Zhang Xiaoyao's bed. If things went wrong, there would have been no room for regret. "Phew. You are my savior." Zhang Qian took a deep breath, hesitant to think further. "You're welcome." Xia Qianxi knew that most men wouldn't be able to resist Zhang Xiaoyao's advances. She should have looked away. Couldn't she just ignore it and avoid turning into enemies with Zhang Xiaoyao at work in the future? But she still couldn't bear it. While Zhang Qian may seem a bit unscrupulous, he seemed like a good person. "You've had so much to drink, can you get home? Do you need me to take you?" Xia Qianxi asked considerately. "No need. Several girls have already left to go home. As a big man, what should I be afraid of? You should go home and rest early." After saying this, Zhang Qian summoned a car and returned to Jianshan International. Dang bang bang. Zhang Qian was drunk like mud. He had no idea that the aftertaste of this foreign liquor was so strong. Getting out of the car, he stumbled to the door, lacking the strength even to hold the keys, so he weakly knocked on the door. Fortunately, Jin Lu was still awake. Upon hearing the door knock, she immediately opened the door for Zhang Qian and helped him inside. "My goodness, how much did you drink?" Jin Lu looked at Zhang Qian's appearance with a hint of pity. She first helped him change clothes, then used a towel to wipe his face and gave him 2 bowls of sobering soup. Zhang Qian only became a little clearer afterwards. "The aftertaste of this liquor is too strong. I didn't feel anything when I was drinking it, but just after getting out of the car, I collapsed. Silly. That's how foreign liquor is, isn't it? Jinlu chuckled. If you can't handle it, don't drink so much next time. Okay, I won't drink so much next time. There's an invitation letter in the pocket of my jacket. See if you're interested. Jun Qian pointed to his coat. Jinlu picked up the jacket and noticed something unusual before even putting her hand in the pocket. Honey, why does your jacket smell like perfume? Perfume? Really? Yes. It smells like Da Jinling. No, it is Da Jinling. Jun Qian's expression changed slightly. Jinlu had a keen sense of smell. She even identified the perfume brand. He suddenly realized where the perfume smell came from. When he was in the KTV private room, Zhang Xiaoyao leaned on him for a while. That must be when it happened. In addition, Zhang Xiaoyao also kissed his neck. Jun Qian subconsciously touched his neck, unsure if there was lipstick residue. There was none on his hand, but he noticed a hint of crimson on the towel Jinlu had used to wipe him. Jinlu was very smart. She probably had already noticed the perfume smell and lipstick mark, but she waited for Zhang Qian to sober up a bit before gently asking about it, without showing any blame. Let me explain. It's not what you think. How? What's there to explain? It's men's perfume. What do you think I'm imagining? Jinlu took the initiative to explain for Zhang Qian. Oh. Men's perfume. It must be what General Chen sprayed. I didn't even notice. Zhang Qian said nervously. He casually checked his phone and confirmed it was indeed men's perfume. He didn't know if Jinlu deliberately let him off the hook or if she genuinely hadn't noticed. Even if Zhang Xiaoyao sprayed a men's perfume, Jinlu must have noticed the lipstick mark when she wiped his face and probably cleaned it off. Just as Zhang Qian thought Jinlu would continue to inquire about the lipstick, she picked up the invitation letter instead. Yuntang International Wine Association, how did you manage to get this invitation? Jinlu was slightly surprised when she saw the invitation letter. Well, are you interested? It seems to be the day after tomorrow. Shall we go together? Sure. Seeing that Jinlu didn't pursue the matter further, Zhang Qian breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly felt that Jinlu was quite understanding. She didn't embarrass him or make a fuss about the situation. Normally, if a woman discovered a perfume smell and lipstick mark, there would have been a big argument or even a fight. How could she patiently wipe him down, change his clothes? Perhaps this was one of the reasons Zhang Qian liked Jinlu. Glancing at Jinlu's favorability rating towards him, it hadn't decreased, still maintaining at 80 points. Quite stable. Why are you being so dishonest right after waking up a bit? Coach Jin, that move you taught me at the gym this morning, I didn't quite get it. Could you demonstrate it again for me? You're doing it on purpose. No. No. I'm not. My brain is slow. Could the coach demonstrate it again for me? Zhang Qian woke up naturally after a good night's sleep. Jinlu had been awake but hadn't gotten out of bed and was still curled up in Zhang Qian's arms. Why are you being so well-behaved today? Zhang Qian leaned over and kissed Jinlu's ear. I'm still a little sore. Don't feel like moving much. Yesterday night, Zhang Qian was a bit unruly. Even for a fitness trainer, he couldn't handle such antics. Oh, sorry. I'll be gentler next time. Actually, you're partly to blame. Who asked you to be so flexible and do so many poses? Zhang Qian retorted. You must be a playboy. How do you know so much? Jinlu's face was filled with pride. No. I learned from watching instructional videos from experts. It's my first time in actual combat. I don't believe you. Okay. Get up quickly. I'll make some food, then take you to the gym. Zhang Qian lazed around in bed a bit longer. He had indeed drunk quite a lot last night, and his head still hurt a bit. Jinlu quickly brought breakfast, a cup of rich coffee, and 2 sandwiches. Why does this coffee taste strange? What's strange about it? It's strangely good. Ha. Where did you learn such easy lines? I thought my coffee didn't suit your taste. Jinlu thought Zhang Qian wasn't used to coffee and fell for his trick. Ha. It's quite good. Even better than those sold in stores. Zhang Qian wasn't used to drinking coffee, but his previous company had frequent overtime. Over time, he needed a cup to stay awake and gradually developed a habit of drinking coffee. He found Jinlu's coffee to be aromatic and delicious, far better than the ones on the market. Is this coffee made by the cafe owner herself? It's delicious. Jinlu chuckled. All right, finish up, get up, and I'll get you some clothes. The two went to the gym and exercised for 2 hours. It was almost time for lunch. After showering and preparing to leave, they coincidentally ran into Ho Jian. He warmly greeted Jung Qian. Is Lulu accompanying General Jun to the gym again? Yes, I was forced to. Haha. Jun Qian replied. By the way, I just received an invitation letter to the Yuntang International Wine Association today. I can bring two guests along. I'm not that interested in red wine. Lulu, you seem to enjoy red wine. Why don't you and General Jun go take a look? Ho Jian took out an invitation letter from his pocket, identical to the one Han Huahao gave Jung Qian yesterday. Ah, no need. Uncle Ho, my husband received a wine event invitation yesterday. You can go there too. Visit and make some new friends. Yesterday she called him her boyfriend. Today she called him her husband. The change was quite rapid. Moreover, considering the invitations just started being sent out today, Ho Jian was sure he was among the first to receive one. How did Jung Qian get it sooner than him? Even yesterday. Well, see you there then. I'll also go have some fun. Haha. Ho Jian awkwardly laughed. Okay, Uncle Ho, we'll head off now. Jin Lu linked arms with Jung Qian and went downstairs. Yesterday, didn't you call him Manager Ho? How come today you're calling him Uncle Ho? Jung Qian was a little curious. Yesterday there were a lot of people, so I called him Manager Ho. Today, there aren't many people, so I called him Uncle Ho, Jin Lu told Jung Qian. She explained that her father had a good relationship with Ho Jian before entering, and he had taken care of her over the years. The job at the gym was actively arranged by Ho Jian for her, with better treatment than anyone else, sometimes even giving her extra benefits. Jung Qian nodded in understanding. He is actually very interested in red wine. By giving you this invitation, he probably wants to make your acquaintance. Jin Lu analyzed candidly. What do you think I should do? Jung Qian asked. It's up to you. If you want to get to know him, go for it. Don't feel obligated because of me to develop a relationship with him, Jin Lu advised. Jung Qian nodded, realizing that besides wanting to make his acquaintance, there probably wasn't any other motive from Ho Jian. After handling some things outside during lunch, Jin Lu dropped Jung Qian off at the company in the afternoon. Okay, study well at home. I'm leaving. Okay. Wait. Jin Lu leaned in and left a mark on Jung Qian's lips. All right. Go. I need to go back and study. Okay then. Buddy. Ambush. Tonight I won't let you off easy. They lingered in the car for a while before Jung Qian finally let Jin Lu go. Upon arriving downstairs, they found a brand new Rolls-Royce parked there. The shiny black paint under the sun was dazzling. It was impossible not to notice it. Jung Qian slapped his forehead, realizing he had asked Xia Qianchen to buy a Rolls-Royce for him yesterday, and hurried back to the office. General Jung, you're here. Let me introduce. This is the general manager of the Rolls-Royce store in the capital. And this is our General Jung, Xia Qianchen introduced. General Jung, nice to meet you. The two men in suits greeted Jung Qian enthusiastically, shaking his hand. This is the configuration sheet for your Rolls-Royce. Please take a look. Due to time constraints, we haven't customized it for you, but if you wish, the Forest store can help with upgrades later on. Xia Qianchen handed over the Rolls-Royce's configuration sheet for Jung Qian to review. It was a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom, with a price of 11 million, totaling 13 million. It was only a tenth of Jung Qian's budget. Okay, let's do it this way for now. Do you have the purchase contract and paperwork? Jung Qian asked. Yes, we do. Here you go. The two men handed a document bag to Xia Qianchen. All right, let's proceed with the payment. Jung Qian took out his card, and they processed the payment. His initial budget was 1 billion, never expecting the Rolls-Royce Phantom to cost just over 10 million. Despite not adding custom features, factoring in the cost of towing and installation, 13 million was still quite affordable. After the handover was completed, Jung Qian let the two men leave. In just a few words, a Rolls-Royce was sold. It felt like nothing to him, just a matter of having money and being casual. Jung Qian almost forgot about the whole thing, but to his surprise, Xia Qianchen remembered and efficiently handled the purchase. With such a secretary, capable of turning a mountain into a gold mine, Jung Qian had to consider her value. The location of Yebai was somewhat special, guarding the northern gateway of the Central Plains. Although considered part of the Central Plains, it lay too far north. Gaojai, the nearest Rolls-Royce store, was in the capital. Xia Qianchen informed Jung Qian that she didn't go home yesterday. After making a phone call at the KTV, she urgently booked an early morning flight to the capital for negotiation. This is the ticket. Since it's a private business, I can't charge the company. So, you need to reimburse me. Xia Qianchen handed the flight ticket to Zhang Qian. I can't believe you didn't go home. Zhang Qian was surprised to see the departure time and destination on the ticket. I've reimbursed you for the round-trip ticket, and I'll additionally compensate you, Xia Qianchen said. Do you have any plans this afternoon? If not, I'll take you out for some shopping, Zhang Qian suggested. Just transfer the ticket and accommodation expenses to me. It's work hours now, we can't skip work like this. It's my responsibility, so I don't need your compensation, Xia Qianchen insisted. No, it must be compensated, Zhang Qian was firm. What about work hours? I'm the deputy general manager, I can come or not. Ms. Liu is also a shareholder in several companies. She doesn't come every day, does she? No, you can't. In that case, I order you to accompany me to purchase some company supplies. Zhang Qian changed the request. You? No. Xia Qianchen was angry at Zhang Qian. Are you going to refuse a task assigned by the boss? Zhang Qian applied a clever tactic, noting that during previous business trips, he had people issue invoices for company reimbursement. Regretting her actions, Xia Qianchen realized the trap she had dug herself into and agreed reluctantly. In the end, they openly left work early. Xia Qianchen, I hereby appoint you officially. In the future, you will also work part-time as my driver, Zhang Qian remarked. Xia Qianchen had driven the most expensive car before, Chen Weiqian's Mercedes S-Class costing millions, but had never come across a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth tens of millions. She had only seen it physically for the first time yesterday, having previously viewed some pictures and videos online. Xia Qianchen was hesitant to drive it, worried about any potential risks. Let's make it clear, you're not responsible if anything goes wrong, Xia Qianchen declared. No problem, it's insured. Time is money. Let's get going, Zhang Qian reassured. It was the first time for Zhang Qian to ride in such a luxury car, with genuine leather seats and a starlit sky roof giving it a unique feel. Downstairs at the office building, Yang Mongmon got out of a taxi and saw the departing Rolls-Royce silhouette with a slight frown. After signing in at the office, she took her seat. Mongmon, you finally made it. You're about to be officially hired the day after tomorrow, right? Yes, I'm about to be hired officially. Yang Mongmon had just completed her final exam in the morning and submitted her graduation thesis. She would start working full-time at the company during the summer break. Mongmon, you missed something big. Our department has a new leader, General Zhang. He's young, successful, handsome, and wealthy, right? He even treated us to a fancy meal at Wangyu restaurant yesterday. I saw your posts on social media, Yang Mongmon responded. She regretted taking the day off yesterday and missing the introduction of Zhang Qian by Chen Weiqian. As she wasn't an official employee of the company, she wasn't in the company's main group chat and didn't see the message from Zhang Qian. Although she received a red packet, Zhang Qian didn't reintroduce himself. She had no idea that the new General Zhang was actually her ex-boyfriend, Zhang Qian. By the way, have you seen the Rolls-Royce parked downstairs of the company? That's Mr. Zheng's car. He ate shit directly from the capital city last night. Quite impressive. Yes, we all thought Mr. Zheng was just bragging in front of us after having a bit too much to drink. But turns out he really got a Rolls-Royce. I looked up the price, and it's at least in the tens of millions. I heard Mr. Zheng only invested 30 million in our company. Buying a car that's in the tens of millions just like that. So wealthy, Yang Mongmon said in amazement. Yang Mongmon furrowed her brow slightly, realizing that the Rolls-Royce parked outside was Mr. Zheng's. She thought it belonged to a big client. Yesterday afternoon, she received a red packet from Zikun and felt that this new deputy was quite wealthy, but upon arriving at the company today, she realized that this new deputy was wealthier than she had imagined. She didn't attend Mr. Zheng's team-building activity yesterday, so today she thought about whether she should personally find Mr. Zheng to apologize and show some respect to her superior. Is Mr. Zheng in his office? I'm not sure. We were just in the printing room. You can go check. Yang Mongmon got up and went to the door of Mr. Zheng's office. The glass was specially treated, allowing her to see outside, but not the other way around. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Mongmon lightly tapped on the office door. Hello, Mr. Zheng. I'm Yang Mongmon, who took leave yesterday. Are you busy right now? No response. Yang Mongmon was somewhat puzzled. Was the deputy not in the office, or did he not want to see her? Could it be that he had already left in that Rolls-Royce he was sitting in earlier? Yang Mongmon knocked on the door again. Mr. Jun, are you in there? Still no response. Suddenly, Chen Weiqian's voice came from behind. Yang Mongmon, what are you doing at Mr. Zheng's office door? Huh. I came to see Mr. Zheng. Yang Mongmon was startled. Is Mr. Zheng not in his office? Chen Weiqian knocked on the door and found no response, so he pushed the door open and saw that Mr. Zheng was indeed not there. He probably went out for some business. When he comes back, tell him I need to speak with him, Chen Weiqian said before leaving. Yang Mongmon nodded. She didn't leave the office. Instead, she quietly walked up to the desk and saw a document placed there. She was surprised to find that the document was her information. Yang Mongmon was curious, but couldn't figure out the reason. Why would Mr. Zheng have her information? Could it be that he noticed her? Was this attention because he was interested in her, or was it because she didn't attend the team-building activity yesterday, and he wanted to show his authority? After all, she was about to become a regular employee in the company, and Mr. Zheng had absolute authority. If it was the former, then there was nothing to worry about. If it was the latter, then it could be troublesome. With Mr. Zheng currently absent from the company, Yang Mongmon made up her mind to wait for the deputy to return. Whether it was the former or the latter, she would apologize and admit her mistake, and then try to create a positive impression. Tayu City. Alright, feel free to pick and choose once we're inside. I'll pay. Mr. Zheng, what are you doing? Are you trying to use money to win me over? That's not possible, Xia Qianchen said, indignantly. She was not a materialistic woman. This tactic might work on people like Zhang Xiaoyao, Yang Mongmon, but not on her. I didn't mean it that way. I just saw you working so hard, so I wanted to compensate you, my female secretary, so that you can work well for me in the future, Mr. Zheng said with a playful tone. Xia Qianchen? Secretary. Don't misunderstand. Mr. Zheng deliberately said that to tease her. Tayu City was one of the places in Yebai where people spent the most, with the highest class. Mr. Zheng wanted to go to places like Hanlong, Golden Tower, SKP, top-tier malls, but unfortunately, Yebai didn't have them. They had Wanda, but it was quite desolate, selling inexpensive items at discounted rates. Okay, if you really want to do something nice, just buy me a lipstick then, Xia Qianchen replied, and went into a lipstick specialty store. Yves Saint Laurent. Mr. Zheng was dumbfounded. Why did girls like buying lipstick so much, especially from this specific store? No wonder the first time he came to Tayu City, the old sales lady looked down on him. Turned out, she was never short of customers. Xia Qianchen went in, and Mr. Zheng could only follow quickly. Welcome. The old sales lady began, but didn't recognize Mr. Zheng at first glance, because on the previous occasions, Mr. Zheng wasn't dressed in high-fashion clothes. This time with a new outfit, he exuded an air of wealth and handsomeness. Welcome, are you here with your girlfriend? The old sales lady was smart this time. She didn't address Mr. Zheng as Mr. Zheng, pretending not to recognize him. She realized that being too friendly before led to being poorly treated, as she was too close to Mr. Zheng, creating misunderstandings with the girls, assuming Mr. Zheng often brought girls to the store. While it was true Mr. Zheng did come frequently, every time with a different girl. If the girls knew, they might think Mr. Zheng was a playboy. Definitely needed to slap herself. Now, she brought another incredibly beautiful girl to buy lipstick. I'm not his girlfriend. Yes, she's not my girlfriend, she's my secretary, Mr. Zheng quickly added from behind. Xia Qianchen gave Mr. Zheng a glare, wondering why he had to say that extra line. Bringing your female secretary to buy lipstick could easily lead to misunderstandings. Why was the sales lady smiling so brightly? Xia Qianchen thought, this is terrible, a definite misunderstanding. The old sales lady smiled knowingly and nodded. Yes, indeed, everyone who comes here denies being Mr. Zheng's girlfriend. So, what kind of lipstick are you looking for? Let me recommend some for you. The old sales lady was very enthusiastic, completely devoid of the condescending attitude from before. Well, this time is better. No inappropriate comments and very friendly. Mr. Zheng was quite satisfied. No need. I'm just browsing for now, haven't decided whether to buy. Xia Qianchen hastily refused, feeling like the sales lady thought she was a big customer. Aside from the old sales lady, there was a young sales lady, Ziliu. They followed closely behind Xia Qianchen, ready to serve her at any time. It's because you're not a big customer, but the man behind you is. After a round of shopping, mostly at luxury boutiques, Xia Qianchen ticked, and Mr. Zheng bought. This spending style made quite an impression on many boutique staff. Sun even integrated him into their memory. They knew Mr. Zheng had come 3 times to their store, each time with a different girl. After spending around 70 to 80,000, the system gave Mr. Zheng back 7 to 800,000. Glancing at Xia Qianchen, her favorability towards him increased from 35 to 50 points. They were not yet lovers but just ordinary friends. Money can't buy feelings, right? Why did her favorability increase? Mr. Zheng smiled mischievously in his heart. After strolling through the streets, the two of them found a restaurant to have dinner. Zheng Zan, you really can't give me these things, Xia Qianxi said. Zheng Qian was prepared to suppress Xia Qianxi's growing fondness for him, or else he wouldn't be able to spend money on her in the future. Even though Zheng Qian had no feelings for her, her fondness for him was too high, which was not a good thing for him. Why can't you accept them? I got them for you because I saw that you liked them. Zheng Qian cut open the steak on the plate and put it into Xia Qianxi's bowl. I really can't accept them. Zheng Zan, if you want to pursue me in this way, I advise you to save it. This tactic won't work on me. Why isn't it working? Why is your fondness for me increasing? Maybe I haven't spent enough money. Oh, how about this? You keep the things, but leave the bag with me. Why not just give everything back to me? Why leave the bag? Xia Qianxi was puzzled. You see the table next to us. I need her contact information within a minute. After Zheng Qian said this, Xia Qianxi's recently increased 15-point fondness instantly dropped back to 35 points. Xia Qianxi blushed, unsure of how to respond to Zheng Qian's actions. Go quickly. I won't go. I won't be your accomplice in doing wrong. This is aiding and abetting. King Zhou commands you to go. Look at her with her golden hair and blue eyes, full of exotic charm. Our company has ships running international routes. What if she's a potential client of our company? I'm thinking about the company's performance. Secretary Xia should understand, right? International business is not your responsibility. You're only in charge of public relations and some mainland business. What does it have to do with you? I am a shareholder of the company, so I naturally have to consider the overall situation. Attracting clients is my responsibility. Obtaining contact information is yours. Go quickly. Zheng Qian used his tactics again. Xia Qianxi couldn't argue with Zheng Qian and finally mustered the courage to approach the table where the foreign beauty was dining alone. Excuse me. Hello, miss. That extremely perverted man over there wants your contact details. I advise you not to give it to him. Just smile at me casually to let me handle it. Xia Qianxi fluent English communicatively exchanged with her. The foreign beauty, wearing only a blue and red oversized t-shirt, didn't really understand what was being said. Hello. I don't understand English. I'm an avian. I can speak a little Yansha. An avian? No wonder her legs were so long and pale, and her height was so tall. Xia Qianxi instinctively compared her to Deng Shuxin in the company. Miss, I want your contact information. Can you scan a code? Zheng Qian quietly appeared behind Xia Qianxi. Oh, scan a code. I understand. The avian girl opened her phone for Zheng Qian to scan. Are you alone? Why don't you join us? Okay, I would be honored. The avian girl even uttered a genuine phrase. Zheng Qian invited her to their table for dinner and ordered another dish for her. After chatting a bit, they learned her name was Natasha, a senior executive at a company in northern Nevia, there for cooperation talks. I've run into some trouble. The transport company we usually work with is currently full with shipments, so they can't transport our goods. I'm stuck in Evia for a few days, and it's a good time to relax. Xia Qianxi was dumbfounded. Was she really a potential client? Zheng Qian stumbled upon a hidden opportunity. This was an unexpected windfall. Natasha's words prompted Xia Qianxi to introduce Zheng Qian's transport company, which operates ships on international routes. If land transportation is not an option, you could try our company's freighters, starting from Bahai, passing through the Evian, Singaporean seas, and even through the Healing Strait. Though she was now working with Zheng in PR and inland operations, Xia Qianxi had worked alongside Chen Weiqiang and knew about the company's international routes. Really? That would be great. When do you have scheduled shipments? I'll also exchange contact information with you. I'll get back to you tonight with an answer. Is that okay, Miss Natasha? It's perfect. After dinner, Jung bid farewell to Natasha and left the restaurant. Total expenditure, 14,365 yuan. System cashback, 143,650 yuan. Credited to the account. Apart from the bank message showing the cash return, Xia Qianxi also received a message from Natasha. Thank you, Jung Rose. See, she turned out to be a potential client. You didn't believe me. Jung sat in the back of the Rolls-Royce, crossing his legs. Xia Qianxi glanced at Jung through the rearview mirror, feeling somewhat unconvinced. Even a blind cat can occasionally catch a dead mouse. She couldn't find a reason now to refute Jung. She didn't expect him to succeed. After dropping Jung off at Jianshan International, Xia Qianxi took a taxi home. You're back so early today. Yeah. Nothing much today. Just met with a client from Northern Evia. Jung moved his neck and Jinlu approached to help him take off his coat. Oh, you should park the car in the garage so it doesn't get scratched. Jung handed the car keys to Jinlu. Jinlu looked at the label on the car key Rolls-Royce. Is this your car? Yes. Just got it. Jinlu was a little shocked. A Rolls-Royce costs at least millions. How could Jung afford it so easily? Is he really a god of wealth? Oh my. Jinlu felt that Zheng's wealth was unfathomable, and her understanding of him seemed only the tip of the iceberg. After swiftly parking the Rolls-Royce in the garage, she returned to help Jung iron his clothes. Jung only then noticed that Chen Weiqian had sent a few messages on his phone that he hadn't replied to yet. Jung, what's up? Chen Zong. Just met with a Northern Evian client. Sorry for not checking my phone. Chen Weiqian. A Northern Evian client? Planning to use international routes. That's impressive. Jung Zong. Jung, I left the specifics to Xia Qianxi. Not sure if it'll work out. Chen Weiqian. Okay, clenched fist. Chen Weiqian. So, Jung Zong, tomorrow around 5 p.m., go with me to meet a client named Chan Dashan. Jung, who's the client? Chen Weiqian. Chan Dashan owes us 2 freight bills that haven't been settled. I'm taking you along to collect the debt. Isn't Chan Dashan Chan Rui's father? Jung heard that he's in the timber business, wealthy, selling wood to Southeast Asia, old Singapore, and even a Taban. They make foreign exchange. He owed Chen's company to freight bills. Chen Weiqian. We'll talk in detail after we meet tomorrow. Jung replied with an emoji before putting his phone away. There's a party tomorrow. Why don't you wear this outfit? I bought you a new Armani suit when I was at the mall. How about trying it out? Jung looked at the deep blue suit in Jinlu's hands, understatedly luxurious, full of presents. As far as he knew, there was only one Armani store in Dayu City. When did you go to the mall? Around 7 or 8 o'clock. I had already made reservations the day before, but it was only shipped by air in the afternoon. Thinking carefully about it, Zhang Qian felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, it wasn't sent in the afternoon. At that time, Cheng Qian was shopping with Xia Qian at Dayu City in the afternoon. If they had run into Jin Lu, he really didn't know how to explain. Alright, I'll try it on. After putting it on, Zhang Qian instantly felt more like himself, but his wrist felt empty and he thought he should buy a watch. I have already ordered a watch for you, Omega Lantern Ghost. It will arrive the day after tomorrow. Thoughtful, sensible. With such a thoughtful wife, Zhang Qian felt very comfortable. No matter how much money he spent on Jin Lu, he was willing to do it. Alright, the size fits well. Take it off. How did you get my measurements? I measured them with a soft tape measure while you were sleeping. Zhang Qian imagined himself sleeping heavily, being turned over by Jin Lu, and having various measurements taken, which seemed a bit funny. Next time, you can't do this while I'm sleeping. Humph, you sleep so deeply, you wouldn't know. In the morning, Jin Lu still took Zhang Qian to the gym. Many people saw this million-dollar class ride, which caused quite a stir. In their eyes, Jin Lu's boyfriend was a real high-class handsome guy. After working out, the two changed into formal attire, had some food, briefly shopped at a nearby mall, and then headed straight to Wangyu Island to attend the Cloud Tang International Wine Association event. Zhang Qian wasn't very interested in wine. He was just accompanying Jin Lu. When it came to company matters, Xia Qian was in charge. As the vice president, he went if he wanted to, and didn't go if he didn't want to. If he did go, he would just sit in the office playing games. The company's public relations department was dispensable, and as for the part of the domestic business that Chen Weiqian didn't clearly explain, it was a vague boundary. Normally, having a 3-star hotel in a city like Yebai was already quite good, but who said there was a Wanyu Island in Yebai? It's unclear how manhwaedit managed to invest so much money and open a 6-star hotel on the island. Perhaps that's what attracted Cloud Tang International. Luxurious decor, splendid and grand. In the main hall, many people were dressed in sharp suits with almost no wrinkles on their clothes. They held highball glasses, standing in groups of 4 or 5, smiling and chatting. Most of these people might not be interested in wine, but they weren't here to taste wine. They were here to expand their social network and make new friends. Perhaps their next business partner was hidden among the crowd at the wine event. Hey! Who is this? Not far away, a discordant voice rang out. A man in a white suit with a neatly tied double flower tie, accompanied by an attractive woman, walked over to Zhang Qian and Jin Lu. He stood tall, with a lot of hair gel on his head, almost to the point of reflection. His eyebrows were neatly done, with a face that looked like it was asking for a beating. A friend? Jin Lu asked. Not really. These 2 people were Yao Monmon and Chang Rui. How did you 2 get in here? Chang Rui asked while holding a glass of wine and rolling his tongue to taste it. Only then did he notice Zhang Qian arm in arm with a woman. Jin Lu. How could Chang Rui not recognize Jin Lu? Naturally playful and having a bit of money, he was a regular at the Red Rose Tavern. A month ago, when he ordered a set of da shenlong at the Red Rose Tavern, he was deeply captivated by this woman when Jin Lu came to offer him a drink. Regardless of looks or demeanor, she outshined Yao Monmon, especially Jin Lu's deep and experienced eyes, even if she did nothing but stand still, could capture a man's thoughts and attention entirely. That night, Chang Rui ordered a set of da shenlong for Jin Lu, hoping to take her back to the hotel. However, she outright rejected him. Chang Rui was a bit drunk and couldn't tolerate being refused by a bar server. He was even trying to forcefully take Jin Lu away that night but was kicked out by the Red Rose Tavern security. How did these 2 end up here? How did they come to attend the Yuntang International Wine event? Yao Monmon was both astonished and somewhat dazed. She didn't expect to encounter Zhang Qian here. Subconsciously, she compared her companion to Zhang Qian's, but in all aspects, they fell short compared to him. Miss Jin, such a coincidence. Is this your boyfriend? Chang Rui smiled then asked. Jin Lu glanced at Chang Rui. This person was ill-looking, heavy-eyed, with a bloated body, a light gait, and only his eyebrows were freshly drawn. Although dressed in luxury brands, he appeared like an imposter. At the same time, she remembered Chang Rui. That night he tried to forcibly take her away at the Red Rose Tavern, but the owner knew and had security throw him out, so she didn't need to deal with someone like him. It has nothing to do with you. Keep your distance, Jin Lu said, as she pulled Zhang Qian to walk away. Hey. Don't go. I'm talking to you. You want to leave without answering. Chang Rui immediately stopped them. Back at the Red Rose Tavern, he was thrown out by the security due to the crowd when trying to force Jin Lu away. Now at the Yuntang International Wine event, he couldn't let Jin Lu off that easily. This wasn't the Red Rose Tavern. It was a high-class social gathering place, not somewhere where hostesses like her or losers like Zhang Qian could attend. To have ties with Zhang Qian, it seemed Jin Lu's taste wasn't that great. But then again, wasn't he worse than Zhang Qian? How did Yao Monmon end up with him? Didn't she snatch Zhang Qian away? This was Chang Rui's territory. He had suffered at the bar, but here, he wouldn't go easy on Jin Lu. How did you 2 get in here? Ignore him, Jin Lu reminded Zhang Qian. Hey, a pair of sneaky thieves sneaked into the wine event, thinking they are high-class people? You don't have to run. Since you 2 enjoy the life of rat sneaking around, I won't report you to Yuntang International. You should be grateful. Zhang Qiuai patted Jin Lu's shoulder, giving her a reassuring look. This time, his identity, status, and wealth were different. Why fear Chang Rui? Moreover, these 2 were Zhang Qian's enemies. Before, he didn't have the strength to confront Chang Rui, but now he did. He didn't like it and had no reason to remain submissive. Avoiding confrontation was never Zhang Qian's style. Who are you calling rats? Who are the thieves? If someone talks to me, I'll curse them. Don't blame me for responding accordingly. Chang Rui sneered, his face filled with disdain and contempt. Slap. Zhang Qian stepped forward and delivered a slap. Chang Rui, caught off guard, stumbled and fell to the ground, shattering a wine glass and messing up his pristine white suit. This slap left Chang Rui dazed. He never dreamed that Jun Qian would dare to confront him so directly in front of everyone. Jun Qian's actions caused quite a stir, with guests turning their attention to him. Even Jin Lu stood dumbfounded. Jun Qian actually slapped Chang Rui directly. Yang Mongmong rushed forward to assist, asking, Rui, are you okay? She then glared at Jun Qian with resentment, exclaiming, Jun Qian, have you gone crazy? How dare you hit someone? I'm fine. This guy is done for. Damn it. Still cursing, huh? Jun Qian took advantage of Chang Rui's instateness and kicked him several meters away, leaving a clear shoe print on his clothes. Rui, Jun Qian. You. Yang Mongmong was shocked at the scene. Jun Qian had lost it. She rushed towards Jun Qian, wanting to slap him back to his senses. However, Jin Lu swiftly immobilized Yang Mongmong. Wow, this woman can fight like this. Isn't that the young master of the Chan family? How come he and his lady were just beaten like that? Who are these two? They seem unfamiliar. The onlookers, including Jun Qian, were stunned. Jin Lu knew martial arts skills. Lu, stop for now. Ho Jianyi intervened from the crowd, pulling Jin Lu back. Chang Rui and Yang Mongmong were then able to stand up again. You're finished. Both of you are finished. Chang Rui angrily took out his phone to make a call. Jun Zong, what's going on? Why did it come to blows? Ho Jianyi, witnessing the chaos upon entering the hotel, asked. That guy's mouth is filthy and deserves a beating, replied Zhang Qian resentfully. Let me give you some background. Chang Rui is the son of Chang Dashan. Ho Jianyi whispered the details of Chang Rui's background to Zhang Qian. Jun Zong, what should we do now? Ho Jianyi's inquiry was a formality. Jun Qian's action of assaulting someone would not be easily resolved, irrespective of his intentions. I'll hold him off for you. You guys better leave, suggested Ho Jianyi, seeing it as the most prudent course of action. Chang Rui was still on the phone, while the manager of Yuntang International called a team of security guards to surround the trio after being briefed on the situation. These security guards were Alac Special Forces personnel, hired by Wanyue Island at considerable expense. Jin Lu, even on her own, would not be able to handle them all. What's going on? A man suddenly walked in from the entrance, exuding a forceful presence. Boss Han, please intervene for me. Upon seeing Han Huahao, Chang Rui instantly approached him. Han Huahao noticed that Zhang Qian was involved in the conflict. Jun Zong, what's happening? Han Huahao, not interested in listening to Chang Rui's version, directly approached Zhang Qian for an explanation. After Zhang Qian briefly explained the situation, Han Huahao nodded knowingly. On one side was the wealthy heir Chang Rui, the son of Chang Dashan, while on the other was Zhang Qian, the vice president of Chen Weiqian, a powerful figure whose true background Chang Rui had yet to fully grasp. Although it was Zhang Qian who initiated the physical altercation, Chang Rui's foul mouth had also played a significant role. It remained to be seen whom he would side with. Chang Dashan was a well-known timber businessman in Yabai, and his relationship with Han Huahao was considerably amicable. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian was a young man that Han Huahao had been eager to get to know, foreseeing great potential in him. It was a delicate situation, considering the lack of conflicting interests between him and Chang Dashan. Just casual encounters and warm exchanges, the actual support would lean toward Zhang Qian. After pondering briefly, Han Huahao decided to side with Zhang Qian. Chang Rui, your mouth is indeed foul. Can't even keep your trap shut with such fine mind in hand, can you? Why don't you apologize to Mr. Zhang right away? Boss Han, what are you? Chang Rui's face alternated between pale and flushed, seemingly unable to believe what he heard. Han Huahao, speaking clearly and distinctly, insisted, are you deaf? I said apologize to Mr. Zhang. To apologize to Zhang. Even Yao Monmon couldn't believe it. She had been told by Chang Rui that the relationship between the boss here, Han Huahao, and his father, Chang Dashan, was exceptionally good. Now, why was Han Huahao asking Chang Rui to apologize to Zhang Qian? Did Han Huahao know Zhang Qian? Even if they were acquainted, considering the pros and cons, shouldn't Zhang Qian be the one offering an apology to Chang Rui? Jin Lu stood there stupidly, realizing that Han Huahao was siding with Zhang Qian. Ordinarily, in a situation where both sides could not afford to offend one another, shouldn't the mediator reconcile the dispute? Her boyfriend appeared to be more powerful than Chang Dashan himself. She now realized that she had only seen a glimpse of Jung Qian's true capabilities. Even some spectators in the crowd were befuddled. Who was this guy that made Han Huahao, at the risk of offending Chang Dashan, stand up for him? Oh, no. It's not just apologizing to Mr. Zheng. You also need to apologize to this beautiful lady beside Mr. Zheng. Han Huahao's words were firm and authoritative. No hint of jest. Boss Han. Can't you understand? Even if your father came, he would have to respectfully offer me a drink. Can't call me Big Brother Han. You have no standing here. You deliberately provoked the guests I invited, which is a disrespect to me. Ask your father if he dares to do such things here. Let me tell you, Chang Rui, if you don't want to apologize, I'll have someone push you in front of Mr. Zheng. Then, it won't be as simple as it is now. Han Huahao issued his final ultimatum. Chang Rui, startled, instinctively took 2 steps back. He glanced at the security personnel by Han Huahao's side, feeling like they were ready to enforce whatever command came next. After a difficult internal struggle, Chang Rui reluctantly approached Zhang Qian and Jin Lu, uttering begrudgingly, Mr. Zheng, Ms. Jin, I'm sorry. His gaze towards the two was filled with resentment and hatred, eliciting a commotion from the onlookers. This young master from the Chang family really apologized. Of course, can he afford not to apologize? Boss Han has taken his side for real. By the way, what's the background of that kid? I've never seen him before. These discussions entered Chang Rui's ears one by one. These voices were magnifying infinitely in his heart, adding fuel to the fire of anger within him. Let's go. With these words, Chang Rui left the hotel on his own. It took Yao Mongmon a while to react, hastily catching up with Chang Rui. She began to doubt why Zheng Qian would create such a big stir at the party, with even Han Huahao speaking up for him. Something felt off to her. And it wasn't until she and Chang Rui arrived at the parking lot that she saw the brand new, temporary license plate Rolls-Royce. Could Zheng Qian be the new vice president? Yao Mongmon thought to herself, shaking her head. It didn't seem very likely. The vice president had been generous, reportedly giving out hundreds of thousands in red envelopes to large and small groups. A few days ago, when Zheng Qian caught her and Chang Rui in bed, he didn't dare to make a sound. How could he be Zheng Qian? Regardless, she could ask her colleagues to find out the full name of the new vice president Zheng. Yao Mongmon picked up her phone to send a message, but hesitated and deleted it. Inquiring about this matter seemed too inappropriate. Finally, Yao Mongmon decided to rely on herself. When she went to the office the next day to submit her internship conversion documents, she would find the vice president and meet face to face. It's okay, everyone. Continue to enjoy the wine and socialize, Han Huahao reassured everyone at the party. Then, he turned to apologize to Zheng Qian. Zheng, I'm really sorry for alarming you. That kid Chang Rui, I've been wanting to teach him a lesson for a while. I didn't expect you to directly intervene, but it gave me a good thrill. Han Huahao laughed. Zheng Qian felt Han Huahao's behavior was somewhat unusual. Normally, wouldn't he choose to be diplomatic? How did he end up standing on his side? Was it because of the benefits Zheng Qian brought him? Or was he testing whether he could move the mountain named Chan? Zheng Qian didn't know, but in any case, Han Huahao had helped him this time. As for the motive, he would find out in the future. After exchanging pleasantries with him, Yao Mongmon said she wasn't in the mood to continue at the party, and the two of them left Wangyu Island. On the way back, Jin Lu suddenly asked, "Is she your ex-girlfriend?" You could tell. Zheng Qian was surprised. Jin Lu nodded. She could tell Zheng Qian didn't want to dwell on this matter, so she didn't ask further. Jin Lu had studies to catch up on in the afternoon, so after Zheng Qian dropped her off at home and spent a couple of hours, she returned to the company. Zheng Qian entered Chen Weiqian's office. In addition to Chen Weiqian, Liu Shiki was also present. Mr. Chen, what's the matter that you're in such a rush? Chen Weiqian glanced at his watch. Mr. Zheng, there is something I want to discuss with you. It's like this. Chen Weiqian told Zheng Qian about a client surnamed Chand who had visited their company a few times in Singapore from months ago. Two freight charges had not been settled, leading to delays till today. Although our company isn't heavily reliant on cash flow, dragging this on isn't feasible. I'm afraid it might become bad debt if we delay any longer. So, taking advantage of this opportunity, I thought of having Mr. Zheng accompany me on a visit to learn how to collect payment. Mr. Zheng has never chased debts, right? Chen Weiqian had actually planned to take Zhang Qian with him yesterday. He heard from Han Huahao in the afternoon about what happened at the party, even called Zhang Qian twice to decide on today's trip to Changshan. However, he deliberately didn't mention anything about the party and pretended not to know, not even telling Liu Shiki. Zhang Qian shook his head. His previous life was rather budget-constrained, barely having enough for himself. How could he loan money to others? Mr. Chen, the client you mentioned, is it Changshan? Zhang Qian asked. Yes. Do you know him? Chen Weiqian acted as if he didn't know. He actually wanted to give Zhang Qian some face. After meeting Changshan, how could Zhang Qian not bring up this matter? I wouldn't say I know him, but I have some connection with someone surnamed Chan. Zhang Qian didn't mention the incident at the party. All right, shall we go then? Is Ms. Liu coming too? Ms. Liu isn't. She's too busy, heading to negotiate business with some hedge fund tonight, Chen Weiqian said, laughing. Mr. Zhang, I heard you bought a Rolls-Royce. Is that true? Liu Shiki looked at Zhang Qian, wanting to confirm the news she had heard from a subordinate. Chen Weiqian also wanted to ask. Zhang Qian didn't try to conceal it. Yes. Just got it. Any issues? No problem. It's just that Mr. Zhang seems quite capable personally. After receiving confirmation from Zhang Qian, Liu Shiki's eyes lit up suddenly. She drove a Porsche Cayenne, while Chen Weiqian drove a higher-end car, a Bentley S-Class, on mortgage to maintain his image. Zhang Qian was quite extravagant. As a vice president, buying a Rolls-Royce surpassed both her and Chen Weiqian's cars by several levels. It was rumored that Zhang Qian paid upfront, using a company card for the purchase. With the current display of economic power by Zhang Qian, he outperformed Chen Weiqian, even comparing to her foundation. Her foundation managed funds for clients and investors, and she didn't own many assets personally, just taking a hefty salary. Zhang Qian also noticed the increased favorability of Liu Shiki towards him, jumping from a 15 to a 50. It seemed exaggerated. It's nothing special, I'm not that wealthy either, Zhang Qian said weakly. The purchase of the Rolls-Royce was more of a show-off move to demonstrate his current economic power to Yao Monmon. Otherwise, he might as well have bought a sports car, which was within the same price range and would have been more practical. Mr. Zhang, if you have surplus funds, putting them in the bank just leaves them there. You could actually entrust them to our Central Light Foundation for investment, with a conservative annual return of 10%, Liu Shiki began to boast, promoting her foundation to Zhang Qian. Chen Weiqian's expression at this moment turned sour. He couldn't control Zhang Qian's decisions, but this woman was trying to undermine him right in front of his eyes. Wasn't that being rather insensitive? Zhang Qian was well aware of this situation. He also noticed the immediate increase in favorability from Liu Shiki upon hearing about his Rolls-Royce purchase. He found it suspicious. Central Light, halfway through the year, lights out for the year. This name doesn't sound very pleasant and seems a bit ominous. Let's leave it at that, Ms. Liu. Zhang Qian made up a reason to brush her off. Mr. Zhang, shall we go now? It's getting late, afraid we might miss the person. All right. Chen Weiqian then led Zhang Qian out of the office. Mr. Zhang, how about driving your car? Let me experience a ride in a Rolls-Royce worth millions. Sure, but we're one driver short. Zhang Qian called Zia Qianchen downstairs with a phone call. The three of them then got into the car and headed towards Dafu Timber. Not bad. Not bad. This car is really nice. When our company starts making money, I'll grit my teeth and buy one too. It's not impossible. With Chen's abilities, in 2 years at most, half a year at least, you can easily buy this car. Zhang, don't flatter me too much. Haha. With your capabilities, you could probably buy 10 cars, right? This sentence, seemingly flattering, was actually a test. No. No. Chen was just joking. I was also being impulsive and bought it on a whim. Zhang Qian's response was considered a perfect answer. Zhang, are you satisfied with Miss Xia, our secretary? She has been my secretary all along, been with me for 2 to 3 years now. If there is anything she doesn't do well, you can tell her directly. She will definitely make corrections promptly, said Chen Weiqian. Seeing that the sentence did not reveal anything, he changed the subject. Yes, I am quite satisfied. Worthy of Chen, very keen in assessing people. Miss Xia is intelligent and capable. With her around, I can relax more. That's great. Zia Qianchen glanced at Zhang Qian through the rearview mirror. Not bad. This new boss finally said something nice about herself. By the way, John, the northern Russian client you brought has already negotiated with our company, leasing our ship. Although the freight is not much, it is still income for the company, Xia Qianchen reminded. She initially wanted to say the client who had approached them, but with Chen Weiqian present, she didn't want to expose Zhang Qian, so she changed her wording to the client you brought. Yes, I almost forgot about this matter, Chen Weiqian said. Zhang, you've made a great achievement with this deal. The three of them continued talking and arrived at Dafu Timber. The security guard, seeing the small golden figure on the hood, didn't even stop Xia Qianchen, just let her pass and informed the inside security team to help find a parking spot. Chen Weiqian had already made an appointment with Chan Dashan, but when they arrived at the office, Chan Dashan was not there. The secretary mentioned that Chan had gone to a meeting and would be back in about 20 minutes, so she asked the three of them to wait in the meeting room first. The female secretary dutifully informed the attending Chan Dashan of the arrival of the three of them. Hearing that Chen Weiqian had personally come, in order to show importance, Chan Dashan instructed the secretary to ask the deputy general manager to receive them, instructing him to be polite and respectful, not to speak out of turn. And this deputy general manager happened to be Chang Rui. When Chang Rui opened the meeting room door, he was stunned. Zhang Qian, how come this guy is so persistent? Everywhere he goes, there he is. Chang Rui knew the client was from the shipyard transportation company, here to settle an account. Could Zhang Qian be from the shipyard transportation company? Wait a minute. According to what Yao Mangmang said, Zhang Qian isn't in the transportation brokerage business, right? The visitor's status isn't low. It's Chen Weiqian, the president of the shipyard transportation company. This woman should be Chen Weiqian's secretary, whom Chang Rui had met before. So what does Zhang Qian do? Wait a minute. Chang Rui figured it out. Zhang Qian must be Chen Weiqian's driver. Mr. Chen, hello, my father is in a meeting, so I'll attend to you for now. Chang Rui ignored Zhang Qian and moved forward to shake hands with Chen Weiqian. Okay, let's talk when your father comes. Chang Rui felt that he was being looked down upon. He is the company's deputy general manager. Even though this deputy general manager doesn't do much, he should still be addressed as Mr. Chang when outside, right? Chen Weiqian sure has a high-handed attitude, feeling his rank is insufficient. Mr. Chen, our chairman just wanted to see you for a moment. The female secretary, upon Chang Dashan's instruction, escorted Chen Weiqian away. The reception room was left with three people: Chang Rui, Zhang Qian, and Xia Qianchen. The atmosphere suddenly turned very awkward. You kid really have some nerve, daring to come here. Do you know where this is? Are you trying to apologize to me by following Mr. Chen here? I can tell you clearly, it's not happening. Chang Rui was now furious at the sight of Zhang Qian. Even if Zhang Qian were to kneel down and apologize now, he wouldn't accept it. On Mount Yue, Zhang Qian, with Han Huahao backing him up, had made Chang Rui lower his proud head. Now, within Chang Rui's father's company, his territory, what waves could Zhang Qian stir up? You're thinking too much. I'm here today to collect from you guys, Zhang Qian said coldly. Previously, he had caught Yao Mangmang and Chang Rui in bed, but did nothing afterward, fearing it might affect his normal life. Chang Rui is a rich second generation, with capital as his father, not showing up for work for 3 days and money would automatically be deposited into his account. But Zhang Qian is different. He has rent, utilities to pay, and has to consider daily expenses. He doesn't have the luxury to confront Chang Rui, so he had endured it. But now, he no longer cares about Chang Rui. Having money equates to having the confidence to resolve disputes. He could spend a month dealing with Chang Rui. Prior to this, Zhang Qian couldn't afford to do so. Not working for a month would make him starve the next month. But now, he had the capital and the confidence, mostly because of the balance in his bank account and his current status. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Chang Rui was about to confront Zhang Qian. Having peed at his doorstep, Chang Rui no longer cared who Zhang Qian's master was. Mr. Chang, why did you immediately become hostile to our Mr. Zhang? Xia Qianchen hurriedly intervened. What? Mr. Zhang? Are you kidding with me? What kind of Mr. Zhang? Chang Rui furrowed his brows. Chen Weiqian was invited to attend the meeting at Dafu Timber Company. He sat in an empty seat in the meeting room listening to the executive meeting. The meeting was actually coming to a close, and the presentation on the whiteboard displayed the annual income report of Dafu Timber Company, as well as the projected income for the next quarter and future directions. Chen Weiqian could easily see that Chang Dashan had invited him to listen to the meeting to convey a particular message. From the presentation, it was evident that Dafu's revenue for the first 2 quarters of the year was not ideal, with outstanding debts and bad debts, making it difficult to recover funds, leaving the company on the brink of bankruptcy. Unless a substantial 10 million capital infusion was injected, the company's continued operations would be guaranteed, but it would still be operating at a loss for the next 1 or 2 years. After the meeting adjourned, Chang Dashan instructed his secretary to clear the room and then personally approached Chen Weiqian to greet him. "Sorry, Mr. Chen, I was in a meeting. What brings you here today?" Chang Dashan knew exactly what was going on. Chen Weiqian didn't beat around the bush and brought up the 2 freight matters. "It's like this, Mr. Chen. You've seen our company's situation. Business is tough this year. With a large amount of debt, I have the intention but lack the ability. Let's do this as a personal favor. Once the company is back on track, I will introduce clients to you. You can trust my connections." Chang Dashan held Chen Weiqian's hand, patted it, looking helpless. "General Chan, look at what you're saying. The volume of Dafu timber, so large that half of the Yabai region relies on Dafu timber to survive. How come you can't even come up with a few million in shipping fees?" There's nothing I can do. That's just the way the international market works," Chang Dashan sighed. "In the past, let alone a couple of million, even if it were 10 times that amount, he would easily come up with the money. But now the company is facing a crisis. When there's no money, he finds even tens of thousands too much. Chairman Chen, your company doesn't rely on cash flow anyway, so don't treat me as the last straw. Are you trying to crush this old camel?" Chen Weiqian actually already anticipated not being able to collect the debt before coming. His main purpose was to hear about the conflict between Chang Rui and Zhang Qian that occurred at the Yuntang International Wine Summit, so he wanted to bring Zhang Qian over to save face and vent some frustration. "General Chan, my company just raised some capital and acquire another cargo ship. Right now, we don't even have the money to pay the sailors' wages. If you don't pay the shipping fees, I won't be able to explain it to the shareholders. They are keeping an eye on our company's financial statements." "Which shareholder? General Liu?" "No. A new shareholder. General Zhang." "Has General Zhang arrived? Perhaps I should personally explain it to him." "All right then. General Zhang is here now, in the meeting room." Chen Weiqian steered the conversation toward Zhang Qian. As they walked toward the meeting room, a group of security guards carrying batons hurriedly passed by them. "Hey, what's going on?" Chang Dashan called out, stopping them to inquire. "General Chan, Manager Chang got into a fight with someone in the meeting room and asked us to come and help," the head of security reported to Chang Dashan. Both Chang Dashan and Chen Weiqian were taken aback. "A fight in the meeting room? What was going on? Take me there quickly." Once they pushed open the door to the reception room, Chang Dashan, his female secretary, Chen Weiqian, and the security team were all stunned. The reception room was a mess. Chairs, monitors, keyboards, ashtrays, and cups were all used as weapons and scattered everywhere. As the son of the chairman of Dafu Timber, Chang Rui, the vice president of Dafu Timber, was tangled in a physical fight with someone. He had bruises on his face, and there were visible bruises from blunt objects. Zhang Qian also had a few injuries, but they were not as serious as Chang Rui's. Xia Qianxi was hiding in a corner of the reception room with a red mark on her forehead. She tried to intervene and prevent the 2 men from fighting, but Chang Rui accidentally hurt her, leading to an escalating brawl that left the reception room in chaos. "Stop!" Chang Dashan's commanding voice halted Chang Rui and Zhang Qian. Chen Weiqian was bewildered. He had intended to boost Zhang Qian's image by bringing him here to receive an apology from Chang Rui and Chang Dashan. However, just a short while later, it turned into a physical fight in the reception room. This deep-rooted enmity prompted wonder at the severity of the situation. As a senior figure in Zhang Qian's circle, Chen Weiqian was bound to protect Zhang Qian. "General Chan, was Chang Rui's behavior sanctioned by you?" Chen Weiqian's face darkened as he interrogated. "General, please don't misunderstand. I was in a meeting just now, as you know. I only just learned about the situation," Chang Dashan hastily explained. "Chang Rui, what's gotten into you? Why did you lay your hands on General Zhang?" Look at the state you've reduced him to. Aren't you going to apologize to General Zhang? Apologize again? Chang Rui felt a wave of frustration with nowhere to vent. Last time it was Han Huahao who called him Zhang Xiao. This time it was his father, directly addressing Zhang Qian as general. It only now dawned on Chang Rui that Zhang Qian wasn't just a driver but indeed the vice president under Chen Weiqiang. In just a few days, Zhang Qian had transformed from a struggling laborer to a vice president of a company with a registered capital exceeding 50 million. Chang Rui couldn't comprehend it. Suddenly, Zhang Qian realized that it was beneficial to be physically fit. At least, in a physical confrontation, he wouldn't suffer. He only bore a small scratch on his cheek from Chang Rui using an ashtray on him, otherwise, he was unscathed. This scrawny Chang Rui had no strength, and Zhang Qian believed he could overpower him even with one hand. In the current situation, Chang Rui's disheveled appearance was a testament to that. Dad, why should I apologize? He humiliated me at the wine summit this afternoon, and it was he who struck first just now. So what if he's a vice president? Compared to the size of Chen Weiqiang's company, which could be likened to an ant challenging a giant tree, Chang Rui didn't think they were worth fearing. It's all right. No need to apologize. I did indeed strike first, Zhang Qian said, his clothes torn but feeling quite content. Then, with two crisp slaps, Chang Dashan struck Chang Rui across the face. Apologize to General Zhang. Why so many excuses from you? Chang Dashan's violent temper erupted without warning. Despite who was at fault, even if it was all Zhang Qian's fault, if they couldn't put aside their differences, Dafu Timber would go bankrupt. Dafu Timber was Chang Dashan's life's work, and he couldn't risk bankruptcy for the sake of saving face. Dad, please stop. Please stop. Isn't my apology enough? I'm sorry. General Zhang, I'm sorry. I was wrong. General Zhang, please forgive me. Chang Rui cried and begged Zhang Qian for mercy. As the saying goes, a filial child comes from beneath the rod. Despite Chang Dashan's amiable demeanor in his later years, he was quite ruthless when he was young. Chang Rui was raised under Chang Dashan's rod education. If there was one person in the world who terrified Chang Rui, it would definitely be his father. In recent years, Dafu Timber gradually expanded overseas, and Chang Dashan deserves credit for that. He worked even harder than Emperor Hongwu, focusing on the development of the business and neglecting Chang Rui's education. But today, Chang Rui crossed the line set by Chang Dashan, who felt it was time to educate him a bit. Mr. Chen. Mr. Zhang, my son is incompetent. Are you satisfied with how I handled it? Zhang Qian nodded, somewhat satisfied but not entirely. The three of them left Dafu Timber. Chang Dashan had intended to treat the three to a meal and apologize, but Zhang Qian refused. He did not want to spend any more time with Chang Rui. While on the car, Chen Weiqiang continuously apologized to Zhang Qian, feeling embarrassed that things had gone awry. It was quite a blunder. Today coincidentally coincided with a downturn at Dafu Timber. Otherwise, given Chang Dashan's protective nature towards his son, who knows how things might have ended. It's a minor issue, Mr. Chen. No need to apologize to me. I understand what you meant. Han Huahao had a unique relationship with Chen Weiqiang, and he must have been aware of the incident at the banquet. Bringing him to Dafu Timber today was to give him some face and speak up for him. It started with good intentions, and although things didn't go smoothly, at least Chang Rui received a beating, which relieved Zhang Qian, and Chen Weiqiang did not do anything wrong. Seeing that Zhang Qian wasn't upset, Chen Weiqiang felt relieved. After briefly tending to his wounds at a nearby hospital and dropping off Chen Weiqiang at his company, Xia Qianchen turned and headed towards Jiangshan International. Thank you today. I was touched, but please don't do that next time, Xia Qianchen said, after arriving at Jiangshan International. Instead of immediately getting off the car, she thanked Zhang Qian. Oh, it's rare to hear a compliment from you. Why are you thanking me? Zhang Qian was surprised and curious. Xia Qianchen asked, didn't you fight with Chang Rui because of me? While Chang Rui and Zhang Qian were arguing, Xia Qianchen stood up for Zhang Qian, but Chang Rui pushed her, causing a minor injury to her forehead. She thought Zhang Qian fought Chang Rui because of her, resulting in Chang Rui looking like a mess. Zhang Qian glanced at Xia Qianchen's increased friendliness towards him, going from 35 to 50 points. Xia Qianchen mistakenly believed that Zhang Qian fought Chang Rui for her. Her affection was hard to earn, but today's accidental increase of 15 points made the situation a bit tricky. No, Don't misunderstand me. I had wanted to teach him a lesson for a while, but never had the chance. Alright. Affection plus 5 rose another 5 points, bringing Xia Qianshan's affection to 55 points. What's going on? She regretted saying that. Alright. Go rest well and don't let the wound get infected. Okay. Zheng Qian called a car for her and saw her off before entering Jianshan International. There was no one on the first floor. Zheng Qian went to the study on the second floor and found Jinlu pondering over study questions intently, so focused that she didn't notice Zheng Qian approaching from behind until he rested his head on her shoulder. Oh, you're back, Jinlu said happily. What are you doing? Studying. It's hard. Jinlu turned on the study room lights and noticed a scratch the size of a fingernail on Zheng Qian's face. His clothes were torn, making him look like he just had a fight. What happened to you? Got into a fight with someone? Why do you look like this? Jinlu got up quickly and inspected Zheng Qian's shoulder as she spoke. Are you going back to find Chan Rui again? Not exactly. Zheng Qian briefly explained what happened in the afternoon. Is it because Dafu Timber owes your company money, and you got into a fight during the debt collection? Oh my. Is this your way of communication? It doesn't seem like the high society I know, but more like the underworld. It was Jinlu's first time hearing about Zheng Qian's work matters. He had never told her what business he was in. Jinlu stopped herself from asking. It's a pity about the Armani shirt my wife recently bought me, Zheng Qian lamented. It was the first time he received clothes from a girl, and it got ruined within a day. You can have it fixed, as long as you're okay. Jinlu helped Zheng Qian take off his clothes. What are you doing? Where are you touching? Be honest, you're injured. Just a scratch on my face. The rest of me is fine. Go take a shower first. Let me finish this page. An hour later. You're so naughty. I never expected you to be this mischievous. Jinlu playfully splashed water on Zheng Qian's face. I told you to let me finish but you wouldn't. Well, I can't be all that bad then, Zheng Qian said with a mischievous smile. Just outside the bathroom, Zheng Qian's phone rang. Who's calling at this hour? Is it something urgent? Do you need to go out? Right now, it's just the two of us. There's no emergency. You, the dog, didn't eat enough. I'm not full yet with you. After exiting the bathroom in a bathrobe, Zheng Qian took a glance at his phone. It was a missed call from Deng Shuxin. Seeing that she had called, Zheng Qian decided to call her back, moving to a quiet spot on the first floor. I was busy. What's the matter? Zheng Qian inquired. Mr. Zheng, my father suddenly fell ill and is in the hospital for treatment. I want to take a few days off. Would that be possible? Deng Shuxin sounded sad and tearful over the phone. I asked Ms. Xia earlier, and she said she couldn't make decisions regarding leaves, so I called you. Slow down, don't worry. How long off do you need? I'll approve it. Zheng Qian responded promptly. I don't know. My father has been in the operating room for over 2 hours now. I don't know what condition he'll be in when he comes out. Where are you now? I'll come by. The 7th People's Hospital in Yebai. Okay. I'll be there soon. Zheng Qian hung up and started changing into new clothes. Jinlu, now in a bathrobe, saw Zheng Qian changing and asked, Are you going out? Yes. Something came up. Zheng Qian confirmed. How's the situation at the Chan family's side? Jinlu noticed Zheng Qian's phone kept ringing, hinting at some issue. Nothing major at the Chan family. Just some trouble with the company's employees. I'll go check it out. Want me to go with you? Jinlu was considerate. No need. I'll go alone. Be careful while driving. Will you be back tonight? Jinlu glanced at the time. It was past 1 o'clock. Not sure. Depending on circumstances. Go ahead and rest. Don't wait up for me. Zheng Qian didn't take the Rolls-Royce, but grabbed the keys to the BMW, rushing to the hospital. Upon arriving at the floor Deng Shuxin mentioned, he found two girls anxiously waiting outside the operating room. Deng Shuxin's eyes were red with tears at the moment. It was evident that she had barely stopped crying under the comfort of another woman. Mr. Zheng, you didn't have to come, Deng Shuxin said, as she looked up and saw Zheng Qian had actually arrived. What's going on? Zheng Qian stepped forward. The woman next to Deng Shuxin was her sister, named Deng Yuking. Deng Yuking was graceful and beautiful, like a celestial being, radiant as spring flowers, and bright as autumn moon. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, tall figure and slender waist, elegant curves, and exquisite features. Compared to Deng Shuxin, she exuded more mature charm, each with its own unique qualities. Deng Yuking informed Zhang Qian that the doctor said it would probably take about 40 minutes, but it had been nearly 3 hours now, indicating a worsening situation and possibly an accident. As the words fell, the door of the operating room opened and a man and a woman walked out. The man wearing a mask, surgical guard, and sterile gloves was the lead surgeon. Deng Yuking and Deng Shuxin immediately surrounded him. "Doctor, what's the situation with our father? The surgery didn't go smoothly, but his life has been temporarily preserved. I should remind you that the patient may need about 300,000 for further treatment. How do you plan to handle this?" 300,000? Deng Yuking and Deng Shuxin widened their eyes simultaneously. Where could they find 300,000? Unfortunately, the patient is in the late stage of uremia and will need a new kidney source. You arrived too late. The doctor took a bill from the female nurse's hand. Go pay the surgery and hospital fees now. The patient will be transferred to the ICU soon. The amount on the bill was not small, 97,485 yuan. In total, they would need to spend about 400,000 yuan. Doctor, I'll go pay now. Deng Yuking took the bill and hurriedly ran downstairs to pay. After Deng Shuxin's father was pushed out, he was immediately placed in the intensive care unit. Zhang Qian observed Deng Shuxin and her sister Deng Yuking's expressions for a moment, realizing how significant their father's uremia was for their family. Deng Shuxin, separated by the ICU glass, couldn't help but burst into tears at the sight and leaned on Zhang Qian's shoulder. Woo! Woo! Deng Shuxin's tears soaked Zhang Qian's clothes, and he could feel her intense sorrow. When Deng Yuking returned from paying downstairs, she happened to witness this scene and thought that Deng Shuxin and Zhang Qian's relationship was unusual. Perhaps they were boyfriend and girlfriend. Seeing Deng Yuking back, Deng Shuxin immediately turned to her for comfort. The doctor mentioned we'll need a significant sum later. Can you afford it? Zhang Qian asked. Deng Yuking shook her head helplessly. We just paid over 90,000, almost 100,000. Which is all our savings. If we need another 300,000, we'll have to sell the house. I'll contact the real estate agent later to see if we can sell the house in the next few days. Deng Yuking felt helpless, her eyes turning slightly red, but her inner resolve told her to stay strong and not cry, especially at this critical time. Through their conversation, Zhang Qian learned that the sister's mother had passed away early, leaving their father to raise them, which was not easy. Father told us a few years ago that he wasn't feeling well. Shuxin and I wanted to bring him to the hospital for a checkup, but he always refused, saying a hospital visit costs thousands, and he wanted to save money for our university tuition. The doctor had just mentioned and they arrived too late, and the disease had worsened due to procrastination. If detected earlier, it wouldn't have been so severe. Parents' hearts are truly a pity. Shuxin and I have been working for the past 2 years to help our father pay off the mortgage. But now, besides selling the house, we have no other choice. Zhang Qian could see how important their father was to the sisters. Either of you give me a card number. I'll cover this money for now, Zhang Qian quietly stated. Huh. Deng Shuxin and Deng Yuking were puzzled. 300,000. That was not a small amount by any means. Stop wasting time and send the number. It's a matter of life and death. Their father had struggled to pay off the mortgage throughout his life and would not want the house sold for his treatment. Perhaps the father didn't want to sell the house even if it meant his life. Zhang Qian, for whom 300,000 was just a fraction of his account, was willing to help in this crisis. Mr. Zhang, I can't accept this money for free. Consider it a loan. Before sending the card number to Zhang Qian's phone, Deng Shuxin insisted, I'll prepare a loan agreement for you. No need for a loan agreement. Zhang Qian waved his hand and transferred the money. Spent 300,000. System cashback 3 million. Already received. Helping their father, Deng Shuxin, and Deng Yuking with the treatment also had a cashback feature. Zhang Qian didn't anticipate this, as he hadn't acted with the expectation of a cashback. After transferring the funds, Zhang Qian glanced at the two. Deng Yuking, affection plus 50. Current affection 60 points. Deng Shuxin, affection plus 20. Current affection 60 points. Their affection for him grew significantly. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. You're a lifesaver for my father. Deng Shuxin was excited and teary again. You can call me Zhang Qian or Zi Qian in private. No need to be so formal. Okay. Deng Yuking became even more convinced that Zhang Qian's relationship with Deng Shuxin was extraordinary. He seemed like a suitable son-in-law for her. Deng Yuking thought of playing matchmaker. Shuxin, it's late now. You and your husband go home first, I'll be fine alone here. Come back to take my shift tomorrow morning. Jun Qian checked the time. It was already early morning. Quite late indeed. But, husband, what's with the husband title? Jun Qian was about to clarify when Deng Yuking spoke again. Mr. Jun, is your home far from here? Not too far. I live in Jianshan International. If you don't mind, why don't you stay at our place for the night? Although it's not as good as Jianshan International, it's closer and safer than driving home fatigued at this late hour. Deng Yuking was considerate. Deng Shuxin wanted to interject and explain, but never found the chance. Shuxin, take Ziqian home first. He has work tomorrow. Deng Yuking interrupted Deng Shuxin. In the end, Deng Shuxin could only nod and then left the hospital with Jun Qian. On the way, Deng Shuxin remained silent, without much interaction with Jun Qian. Deng Shuxin's home was not far from a hospital, probably a 10-minute drive. Arriving home, Deng Shuxin found a pair of slippers for Jun Qian to change into. The house was not large, about 140 square meters, but it was tidy and clean, with every item neatly arranged. The decoration was not luxurious or shabby, but very tasteful in layout and color, exhibiting a special sense of style. This warm little house was home to Deng Ziming, Deng Yuking, and Deng Shuxin as a family of 3. Jun Qian, thank you. Oh, don't mention it. After all, you are my subordinate. This house was paid off by my father after half a lifetime of repaying the mortgage. If he knew that my sister and I chose to sell the house for his medical expenses, he would probably pull out his own oxygen tube. Jun Qian remained silent, nodding in anticipation that Deng Ziming would be this kind of person. Then, go take a shower. I'll find you some clothes and tidy up a bit. Tonight you sleep in my room, and I'll sleep in my sister's room. Jun Qian had just taken a shower, but in a rush to the hospital, he sweated profusely and his clothes were wet with Deng Shuxin's tears, requiring another wash. Once in the bathroom, Jun Qian caught sight of a few personal clothing items, in pink, sky blue, cartoon motifs. Wait. Deng Shuxin suddenly realized her mistake and rushed into the bathroom to quickly remove those personal items, her face turning red. There's only one towel. Please use mine for now. With that, Deng Shuxin covered her face and hurried out of the bathroom. Jun Qian was taken aback. After a simple shower, drying off and changing clothes, he stepped out of the bathroom. Deng Shuxin was already waiting for him in the room. The air conditioning is on. The room is tidied up for you. It's a bit messy, but make do. Jun Qian carefully examined Deng Shuxin's boudoir. The whole room had blue and pink tones, neatly arranged, with a few cartoon plush toys on the bed. The whole room exuded a very girlish vibe. Surprisingly, Deng Shuxin, standing beside him, was even younger in her thoughts. All pink. Looks good. Jun Qian nodded, then laid on the bed. The soft, comfortable bed felt inviting. There's one more thing. Deng Shuxin hesitated. She hadn't left yet. What is it? I'm not sure if I should ask. It's okay. Since you've brought it up, go ahead and ask. Are you trying to pursue me? By doing all this, Deng Shuxin, head lowered, dared not look at Jun Qian. She had been considering this question on the way here. Jun Qian had only recently joined the company. Even though he was caring towards his subordinates and their families, it didn't make sense for him to shell out 300,000 just to help out. Their relationship wasn't good, and Jun Qian could definitely sense that she didn't have strong feelings for him. Despite this, Jun Qian chose to help her at that moment, which touched Deng Shuxin. Summer secretary had noticed during a team-building event that Jun Qian was not a gentleman, prone to flirtation. If it weren't for her presence that night, he might have already been in bed with Zhang Xiaoyao. This type of person wasn't Deng Shuxin's preference. If it weren't for a romantic relationship, they could still be friends. Tonight, Jun Qian helping with the medical expenses completely shook Deng Shuxin. She felt that Jun Qian must be trying to pursue her through these actions. Jun Qian was dumbfounded by her question, but upon careful consideration, it made some sense. His actions did raise suspicions. I'm not helping Uncle Deng with the money because I'm interested in you or expect anything. Rest assured. Jun Qian tried to assure her. Though Deng Shuxin was attractive, his intentions weren't driven by that. Deng Shuxin's interpretation of his response was to save face. Well, I'll tell you the truth, you can pursue me, but I don't want it to be like this. I'm slow to warm up to people, it's all about feelings from me. Jun Qian nodded. Why did you tell me this? I had no intentions of pursuing you. Deng Shuxin simply wanted to give Jun Qian a chance, willing to spend time with him. Her current level of liking, at 60 points, was more akin to sincere friendship. One more point, and it could reach a romantic level. Winning Deng Shuxin over was simple, just a matter of increasing those favorable points. Alright, I'm a bit tired. I'll rest now, Zhang Qian said, massaging his left shoulder with his right hand. Do you have problems with your neck and spine? Deng Shuxin suddenly asked. How did you know? Zhang Qian immediately regretted mentioning it. Surely he had shown signs. I figured. I know a little about meridian massage. Let me try to help relieve your pain. Okay. Zhang Qian took off his shoes and shirt, laying on the bed. Deng Shuxin started gently massaging and kneading from his lower back. It was really comfortable. Surprisingly, she seemed quite skilled. Without Deng Shuxin mentioning that she learned from her father, Zhang Qian might have thought she did this professionally. When she worked on his shoulders, Zhang Qian winced in pain. Ouch, gentle. How about now? Deng Shuxin eased the pressure, asking. Much better. Zhang Qian let out a long breath. The initial touch had been excruciating. Zhang Qian, despite his young age, already had some hardening in the spine and shoulder pain from sitting in the office too long and overworking. The fact that he had achieved so much at a young age showed he had faced hardships and challenges most couldn't handle. He wasn't a pampered second-generation rich kid. In many ways, he seemed more like a first-generation rich. Deng Shuxin felt that Zhang Qian wasn't the person Summer had described. She might have misunderstood him. Finding Zhang Qian already asleep from her massage, Deng Shuxin helped cover him with a blanket before quietly leaving the room. Don Dong Dong. Zhang Qian, have you woken up? Zhang Qian was awakened by a series of knocks at the door. He blinked his bleary eyes and responded. He had fallen asleep directly after Deng Shuxin massaged him so comfortably the day before. Upon waking up in the morning, he felt refreshed and energetic, devoid of fatigue. I have prepared breakfast for you. Can I come in? Wait a moment. Zhang Qian was currently only wearing shorts. Whose pants did he take off? Was it Deng Shuxin's? All right, come in. After putting on his pants, Zhang Qian called out. Deng Shuxin slowly pushed open the door, carrying a tray with 2 steaming cups of coffee, buttered bread, and fried eggs. Good morning. Good morning. Let me ask you something first. Who took off my pants last night? Zhang Qian was curious about this matter. Deng Shuxin blushed. I helped you take them off, but I closed my eyes and didn't peek at you. Oh. I see. I have prepared 2 drinks for you. Choose whichever you prefer. 1 cup was Americano, and the other was latte. Okay. Zhang Qian didn't really like bitter things, so he chose the latte. After taking a sip, he couldn't help but smack his lips. It's quite delicious. Did you make it? Yes. Deng Shuxin nodded. Not to exaggerate, but Deng Shuxin's coffee was slightly better than Jin Lu's, maybe due to the different quality of ingredients. My father is a barista. He used to be a coffee taster in Kyoto and later opened a coffee shop in Yabai. However, due to various reasons, the shop closed. My coffee-making skills were taught by my father. What does your sister do? Zhang Qian asked curiously. My sister is a nutritionist. This family was in niche boutique industries. A barista, a nutritionist. Why didn't your father continue with the coffee shop? His skills are excellent, and the business should have been booming. Zhang Qian praised as he sipped his latte. There were many reasons, but primarily due to a lack of capital. My father used his money to pay for the house and our education. My sister, father, and I were saving up to reopen the coffee shop, but before we had enough funds, my father fell ill and was hospitalized. Zhang Qian nodded. The 100,000 yuan he paid at the hospital must have been saved by the 3 of them. In this consumerist era, saving even 10,000 yuan was difficult, let alone 100,000. Zhang Qian actually had an idea. What if he became a shareholder and helped Deng Shuxin's father start a coffee shop by investing some money? Of course, it was just a passing thought, and he didn't voice this idea. Jin Lu also had a coffee shop in Yabai. If she found out he was investing and competing with her, she would probably kill him. Well, it's getting late. Let me take you to the hospital to relieve your sister. Don't worry about the company. I'll write you a leave slip. After dropping off Deng Shuxin, the hospital, Zhang Qian also picked up Deng Yuking and took her home. After spending the night in the ICU, Deng Yuking looked haggard, with slight dark circles under her eyes. Zi Qian, are you pursuing my sister? Deng Yuking sat in the passenger seat, suddenly throwing out a question of epic difficulty. Zhang Qian, no. Shuxin and I just have a regular superior-subordinate relationship. It's not as complicated as you think, Zhang Qian explained. If that's the case, my sister is fortunate to have you as her boss. Thank you, no problem. Deng Yuking thought that if Zhang Qian wasn't interested in her sister, why would he take out 300,000 yuan to save their father? But since Zhang Qian denied it, she didn't press further to force him to admit. It's good if not. A man like you has plenty of girls throwing themselves at you. Zi Qian, if you want to pursue my sister, just tell me. I can help you out. Zhang Qian forced a smile. Even though he had explained, Deng Yuking still believed he had feelings for Deng Shuxin. Okay, after you get back, rest early. I need to go to the company. I won't drive you up. Zhang Qian parked the car at the entrance of the residential area. After Deng Yuking got out, Zhang Qian watched her leave and was surprised to find that her favorability towards him had increased by 10 points, directly to 70. This level of favorability was only seen between lovers. Zhang Qian could affirm that Deng Yuking had that kind of interest in him, but due to her relationship with her sister Deng Shuxin, she hadn't shown it openly. However, the system's visual favorability system could clearly observe this. He had gotten involved with a pair of sisters. How was he going to get out of this now? Zhang Qian felt a bit at a loss. On his way to the company, he kept thinking about how to get out of the situation, but after much thought, he couldn't come up with a good solution. In the end, Zhang Qian sighed. Forget it. It's destiny. If it's a disaster that cannot be avoided, let it be. Upon going upstairs, Zhang Qian entered the company and found Yao Mongmon standing in front of his office, holding a blue folder, seemingly waiting for him to sign some documents. Yao Mongmon turned around and also saw Zhang Qian. What are you doing here? Yao Mongmon was very surprised to see Zhang Qian in the company. I tell you, I don't have time to deal with you today. If you want trouble, let's talk about it later. She was holding the internship conversion documents, but she hadn't expected Zhang Qian to show up. If Zhang Qian acted unruly here, and the deputy general manager saw it, not only would she be scolded, but her internship documents will also probably not be approved. Although Chen Weiqian had only founded this company half a year ago, it had already achieved some scale and had a promising future. Yao Mongmon believed that if she could become one of the first employees in the company, even if the company didn't go public in the future, as an old employee, she would surely reap some benefits, elevating herself to the middle class. Why can't I come? Zhang Qian found it somewhat amusing. You are in front of my office, asking me what I'm doing here. Zhang Qian didn't pay her any attention and directly entered the room. Hey! What are you doing? You can't come in. This is President Zheng's office. After Yao Mongmon uttered these words, Zhang Qian had already walked into the office and sat on the office chair with his feet up on the desk. Wait a minute. Zhang Qian? President Zhang. Yao Manman's head was a little dizzy. Both of them were surnamed Zhang, and judging from Zhang Qian's recent performance, he might be the new vice president of the company. Yao Mongmon felt like she was struck by lightning and stood frozen in place. How could this be possible? Zhang Qian was clearly the new vice president of the company. He had suddenly become her boss. Yao Mongmon was simply incredulous. But whether she believed it or not, the fact was right in front of her. You are Mr. Zhang. What do you need? Zhang Qian raised his eyes. Yao Manman's legs began to tremble. Even her tongue felt numb. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. A few days ago, she had put the blame on Zhang Qian, waiting for him to come and pack his belongings in the rental house, but he never showed up. The last time she saw Zhang Qian was at the Yuntang International Red Wine Association, where he attended the event with a stunning woman, but there was a physical conflict with Chang Rui, and Yao Mongmon even called Zhang Qian crazy and neurotic. Last night, she received a message from Chang Rui saying that Zhang Qian went to Dafuwood Company to find him, but ended up getting beaten up by him. Today, looking at Zhang Qian's face with actual injuries, they were not as severe as Chang Rui had described. In fact, Zhang Qian was the one who fought back, but Chang Rui exaggerated the situation. Chang Rui also warned her to be careful if Zhang Qian caused trouble in her company, which explained her strong reaction upon seeing Zhang Qian. She should have anticipated this. Since she saw the document about herself on the office table, she should have anticipated it. This was all over. Just because of the green hat incident, Zhang Qian would never approve her internship documents. Yao Mongmon thought, if this new superior wanted to take advantage of her, should she refuse or accept? But she never expected that this new superior was Zhang Qian. What should she do? I'm sorry. Yao Mongmong lowered her head and apologized to Zhang Qian. I heard from Secretary Zia that you want to sign the regular conversion document, right? Give it to me. Zhang Qian took his foot off the table, pulled out a pen from the pen holder, and uncapped it. You want me to approve your conversion and then sabotage you in the company? I think I won't bother. Yao Mongmong had already imagined a future where he constantly made things difficult and humiliated her, ultimately forcing her to resign. As you wish, Zhang Qian scoffed. He had intended to approve Yao Mongmong, but it was up to her now. But let me tell you, Yao Mongmong, business is business. Personal matters are personal. I won't let our past relationship influence this matter. I have reviewed your internship documents and Secretary Zia's evaluation of your work. I believe you are capable of this job, so I should approve your regular conversion process. But if you refuse, leave immediately. Don't waste my time here. Yao Mongmong was stunned. Zhang Qian's words were powerful and full of masculine aura. It felt as if he had transformed and gained a new sense of self. Her internship performance had been outstanding as long as personal feelings were set aside. Yao Mongmong believed that any leader in the company would not refuse her conversion. Moreover, Zia Qianchen, a senior in the company, had a high opinion of her work. Oh wait, Yao Mongmong seemed to have noticed a blind spot. The evaluation was about her work, not about her as a person. Never mind, that wasn't the point. The point was whether she should let Zhang Qian sign and seal the document for her now. After careful consideration, Yao Mongmong respectfully presented the document in her hand to Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian picked up the pen, elegantly signed his name in the bottom right corner as Zhang Qian, and stamped the company seal on it. You may leave, Zhang Qian said, pushing the document aside and pressing the computer's power button. He remembered there was a checkpoint he hadn't cleared yet and had to do it today. Zhang Qian's modesty was abruptly suppressed by Yao Mongmong. Mr. Zhang, thank you. Little did she know, Zhang Qian was staring at the computer screen intently, seemingly engrossed in a task as Yao Mongmong left the office with the folder in her hands. Sitting back at her desk, Yao Mongmong tossed the folder onto the table, propped her chin with her hands, and fell into deep thought. What's wrong, Mongmong? Did the regular conversion document not pass? You look so downcast. How Ruxu approached her at the moment. Yao Mongmong shook her head. It passed, I'm fine. Just feeling a bit sentimental. Ah, passing and feeling sentimental? Besides being wealthy, Mr. Zhang is particularly easy to talk to. Working under him, we will surely benefit in the future. That's right. Do you know, Mr. Zhang wanted to buy a Rolls-Royce one night, and the next day, one was air freighted from Kyoto. Not just wealthy, he's extremely wealthy. Chan Mengmeng chimed in. I wonder how someone like him, so rich, would come to be the vice president of our company. You said it. Mr. Zhang investing in the company must mean he sees a bright future for us. Let's work well under Mr. Zhang. Directly air freighted over. Yao Mongmong doubted she had missed her. How did Zhang Qian suddenly become so wealthy? Even if Yao Mongmong wasn't very knowledgeable about cars, a Rolls-Royce would cost at least tens of millions. Did he win the lottery? No. Even winning the lottery wouldn't grant this kind of money. You'd need to win a huge jackpot to afford such extravagant spending. As she considered whether Zhang Qian was truly wealthy, Yao Mongmong could now confirm that he was not just posing as someone rich. By the way, Yanyan, why didn't Shuxin come to work today? Yao Mongmong didn't want to bring it up and change the subject. There seems to be something wrong at Shuxin's house, so she asked for leave from Mr. Zhang. The others nodded in agreement, except for Zhang Xiaoyao, who remained silent, averting her gaze while handling documents. She glanced at Yao Mongmong. Last time when she went for team building with Zhang Qian, Yao Mongmong wasn't at the office. Zhang Xiaoyao felt it was a good opportunity. In her heart, Zhang Xiaoyao had already marked Yao Mongmong as her fierce competitor and naturally had nothing to say to her. Yao Mongmong, I acknowledge your beauty and your ways with men, but as for Mr. Zhang, I have set my sights on him as my prey. Don't you dare interfere, or else don't blame me for turning hostile and playing dirty tricks. Zhang Qian stared at the screen, seeing a big deaf character in the middle of the screen. He sighed. This level is really tough. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Jin Lu. Zhang Qian then remembered that he hadn't reported his safety to her yet. Since last night, Jin Lu had been worried about Zhang Qian, which made him feel ashamed. He quickly apologized, then informed her that he was already at the company and safe. They chatted for about half an hour before hanging up. "Mr. Jung, are you busy right now?" Xia Qianchen's voice sounded from outside the door. Zhang Qian turned off the game and let her in. "What's up?" "Well, the client from North Russia is coming to our company to sign the contract today. Director Chen hopes you can be present," Xia Qianchen explained. "The person is already here." Zhang Qian was surprised. It had only been 2 days. He didn't expect things to progress so quickly. Natasha's urgent business was one aspect, but Xia Qianchen's efficiency was also a factor. "Yes, Director Chen is receiving them in the conference room. Are you available now?" Zhang Qian stood up and followed Xia Qianchen to the conference room. "Oh, my dear Qian, you've done me a great favor." When Natasha saw Zhang Qian, she immediately got up from her chair and threw herself into Zhang Qian's arms, passionately displaying the open North Russian etiquette, kissing him firmly on both cheeks. Seeing this, Chen Weiqian didn't know what to say. Accompanied by Zhang Qian, Natasha signed the contract, made the payment, completed the entire process, and then saw the client. Ding dong. Zhang Qian received a message from Natasha. Strange, Natasha was sitting right across from him. Why couldn't she just say it face to face? Why send a message? The message read, "Qian, are you free tonight? Accompany me for dinner." Zhang Qian suddenly understood. Chen Weiqian was the company's president. If she wanted to treat him to dinner, she would also have to invite Chen Weiqian. But if she wanted to express gratitude to the company, inviting a few people out for dinner was normal, so why send a private message? Unless this was a hint. No. Natasha couldn't be said to be hinting anymore. It was more like a clear suggestion. Having dinner with a foreigner naturally involved drinking. And if they had a drink, what did it signify? Unexpected gains? Zhang Qian couldn't refuse, so he replied okay. Natasha's interest in him was at 50 points. Not too much, not too little. North Russian girls were really open-minded, willing to have dinner and drinks with a stranger for just 50 points. They exchanged pleasantries, then Natasha left the company. Before leaving, she glanced back, giving Zhang Qian a flirtatious look that could touch the hearts of 90% of men. "How's your alcohol tolerance?" After returning to the office, Zhang Qian asked Xia Qianchen. "It's okay. What's up? Come with me to accompany the client for dinner tonight." Zhang Qian felt that with his low tolerance, he wouldn't be able to handle Natasha, so he needed someone to accompany him. After much thought, Xia Qianchen seemed suitable. "Which client?" "The one who just left." Zhang Qian told her directly. Xia Qianchen was a bit puzzled. She had been there when the contract was signed, but she didn't hear about them having dinner together. Was it a private appointment? If so, why ask her to come? "I don't want to go. You can go by yourself." After understanding the situation, Xia Qianchen directly refused. "Secretary Xia, Natasha invited both of us to dinner. Would you refuse the client just because they paid for the company? To act like a grandson before the transfer, and then like a master after the transfer, I can't do that." A magical hat trick. This move never failed on Xia Qianchen. As expected, Xia Qianchen agreed. At 6 o'clock in the evening, they arrived at the agreed location. Hi. After meeting Natasha, she had a strange look on her face, but it quickly disappeared. She deliberately changed into a new outfit, wearing denim shorts that reached her thighs and over-the-knee boots. Zhang Qian keenly noticed Natasha's strange gaze. Of course, he knew what Natasha was thinking. It was because he had brought Xia Qianchen along. If a lady invited you, of course, she intended to dine with just you. Bringing another girl along, did she think you could wipe the plate clean by yourself? "It's still early. Let's walk around together." Okay. The date location was a mall. And since they were there, how could they miss the opportunity to earn cashback? Zhang Qian immediately suggested going shopping, and Natasha readily agreed. Once inside the mall, Zhang Qian naturally took Natasha to the high-end stores, ignoring the cheaper ones. They held hands and chatted happily as they made their purchases, leaving Xia Qianchen to carry all the bags. Xia Qianchen knew that nothing good would come of being out with Zhang Qian tonight. Was this not a dinner invitation from Natasha? She could tell at first sight that she had not been invited by Natasha. Following Zhang Qian around and carrying the bags behind him just made her a laborer tonight. Affection -2. Affection -3. Affection -5. Xia Qianchen's affection for Zhang Qian visibly decreased. Zhang Qian was surprised, but took the opportunity to tease Xia Qianchen and decrease her affection towards him. I want to visit this store. Xia Qianchen was exhausted. How could this North Russian woman shop so much? Okay, I'll accompany you. Let me know if you see anything you like. I'll buy it for you. Qian, you're so good to me. Zheng Qian didn't hesitate. He agreed directly. Wait a minute. Why does this store look so familiar? Oh no, it's the same lipstick counter. Zheng Qian wanted to suggest going to a different store, but Natasha had already walked in. Helpless, he followed Natasha amid Xia Qianchen. Welcome. The old saleswoman immediately recognized Zheng Qian and warmly welcomed them. A good lad. Zheng Qian changes girlfriends at quite a fast pace. Seems like he changes them every day. Can his back withstand it? Truly a young man, strong and vigorous. Wait a minute, the girl behind Zheng Qian, carrying all those bags, wasn't she brought by Zheng Qian just a few days ago? How come she fell out of favor so quickly and ended up in the position of carrying bags behind him? The old saleswoman understood after a moment. Earlier, Xia Qianchen had said she was just a secretary, and indeed she was a secretary, but not an ordinary one. In her view, she was probably managing Zheng Qian's harem. After all, with so many people, how could Zheng Qian handle it all by himself? Hello, what would this beautiful lady like to buy? Hello, I want to see your lipsticks. Once the girl spoke, the saleswoman noticed something unusual. Look at that fair skin, blonde hair, blue eyes, high nose bridge. She's a foreign girl. It's true, the handsome lad has good taste. This kind of girl is eye-catching. Asterisk asterisk editor's note. This translation may contain errors or inaccuracies. After leaving the Yves Saint Laurent counter, Natasha's favorable impression of Zheng Qian increased significantly, and her current favorability score is at 60 points. As for Chastity, it's quite the opposite. After a round of browsing, her favorability has dropped to 20 points. The three of them arrived at a Black Pearl 3-diamond restaurant, had a meal, and then Chastity volunteered to go back to handle some documents, so she didn't stay. Zheng Qian could only think 3 words about this. Really consider it. During the meal, Zheng Qian didn't order any hard liquor, just 2 bottles of sparkling champagne. Mainly because he was afraid of the strong aftertaste of hard liquor. If he got drunk and couldn't function properly at night, things would be troublesome. With only the 2 of them left, they found a nearby hotel to stay in. Natasha, who is North Russian bloodline, possessed formidable combat abilities. Zheng Qian couldn't sleep peacefully until about 3 o'clock in the morning. The next morning, when Zheng Qian opened his eyes, the blonde beauty was no longer by his side. Rubbing his lower back, he stood up to get a drink of water, only to unexpectedly find a note left on the table. The note was written in clumsy Chinese with a marker. Strong stamina, much stronger than my husband, catching a 7 a.m. flight back home. In the bottom right corner of the note, Natasha had drawn a heart with lipstick. Zheng Qian was in a daze. Natasha was already married. If she hadn't confessed, Zheng Qian would have never known. If he had known she was married, Zheng Qian would never have done such a thing, as it goes against morals. It was now 10:30 in the morning, and Natasha was probably entering North Russian airspace. His phone had several unread messages. Jin Lu, are you coming back tonight? Zheng Qian quickly replied, I drank too much last night, got a hotel room, and forgot to reply. I'm heading back now. After waiting for 2 to 3 minutes without a reply from Jin Lu, she was probably doing some work, so she didn't look at her phone. Apart from Jin Lu, there was also a message from Chastity. She only sent one message, but it filled the entire screen of his phone, resembling a short composition, but fortunately with punctuation marks making it easier to read. Chastity's message implied that she was Zheng Qian's secretary, not his personal assistant, so don't call her to accompany you shopping like that again, or she would resign voluntarily. Zheng Qian replied, all right, I'll be more careful next time. He quickly packed up and hurried back to Jianshan International. In the study, Jin Lu was indeed reading a book. Have things been busy these past few days? You haven't been home for 2 days. Jin Lu asked sensitively. Yet, I was drinking with a client from North Russia. Those Russians can really hold their liquor. They made me drink too much, so I found a hotel nearby. Zheng Qian couldn't completely lie, his words being half true and half false. Was it a man or a woman? Definitely a man. Zheng Qian felt a bit guilty, but he tried to remain calm. Before returning, Zheng Qian took a bath and changed his clothes, so he had no worries about Jin Lu detecting the scent of another woman. Oh, all right then. Lu didn't plan to interrogate further. It was normal for men to socialize outside, even with women. What could she do about whatever happened between Zhang Qian and others? Men at this level all had their inclinations, and it was human nature. As long as Zhang Qian didn't voluntarily tell her, she would pretend not to know anything. Have you had breakfast? Would you accompany me to the gym now? Zhang Qian reluctantly bought a gym membership card before due to various reasons, but he hardly used it throughout the year, wasting over $1,000, which made him regret it. Now that there was a beautiful female personal trainer willing to accompany him daily, Zhang Qian naturally agreed to go. Over the past few days, Zhang Qian had gradually started to like exercising, feeling good after sweating each day. No need to go today, Lu said solemnly. Zhang Qian was surprised. Was she angry because he hadn't been home for 2 days? Are you upset? No. Mr. Ho has closed the gym. I'll find a suitable one for you later, Lu explained. The gym is closed. How did that happen? Zhang Qian was curious, as he had been there just fine the past couple of days, so why did it suddenly close? There are various reasons, mainly financial constraints. People open gyms for socializing and making friends, not primarily for profit. Since they've built up a network now, they decided to close it. Zhang Qian nodded in understanding. Well, in that case, could you please ask Mr. Ho on my behalf? If he's willing to continue, I can offer him some financial assistance. Consider it as investing in it. Mr. Ho Jiani was Lu's father's brother and had helped Lu before. Morally and logically, Zhang Qian had to extend a helping hand to him. Besides, Mr. Ho Jiani had also shown friendliness on 2 occasions. Zhang Qian had no reason to refuse making acquaintances with him. Lu was a bit dumbfounded. She was merely satisfying Zhang Qian's curiosity, not expecting that he'd actually offer to help Mr. Ho Jiani. Are you serious? Lu stepped forward and asked. Yes, I am. Could you arrange a meeting with Mr. Ho for me? I'll treat him to a meal, and we can discuss it then. Smack. A kiss was left on Zhang Qian's face. Thank you. Between the two of us, what's there to thank for? It's only natural. Earlier, Mr. Ho Jiani's intention to make connections was clear, which Zhang Qian noticed. He expected Zhang Qian to be cautious regarding Mr. Ho Jiani, but after hearing about this, Zhang Qian willingly extended a helping hand. The two of them spent affectionate 20 minutes in the study, had lunch made by Lu, and then returned to the company. Before Zhang Qian could even sit down, Chastity entered. What's the rush? Are you still mad at me? Zhang Qian noticed Chastity's usual expression. Mr. Zhang, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Zhang Qian took a sip of his tea. Deng Shuxin was transferred by Mr. Liu. Deng Shuxin was one of his subordinates. Why was Mr. Liu moving his people without notifying him? Zhang Qian felt a lack of respect. If there was no explanation for this matter, how would the people in the company view him in the future? I'll go find Mr. Chen. Zhang Qian put down his teacup and headed to Chen Weiqian's office, with Chastity following closely behind. One of a company's deputy general managers transferring an employee under another deputy general manager's authority without any notice. If this matter wasn't explained, how would Zhang Qian maintain his prestige in front of the company's staff? Mr. Chen, busy at the moment? Coming. After entering the office, Zhang Qian realized that the primary supervisor, Ms. Liu Shiki, was also there. Zhang Qian didn't know what they were discussing. Oh, what a coincidence, Ms. Liu is also here. Since General Liu is also here, there is something I want to ask you. Zhang Qian went straight to the point. Chen Weiqian was a bit puzzled, as Zhang Qian's eyes were full of dissatisfaction, a look Chen Weiqian had never seen before. Although he hadn't reached the point of losing his temper, he was getting close. Zhang Qian was like a pile of dry wood now, just waiting for a spark to set off a raging fire. Oh. Liu Shiki sat on the sofa, legs crossed, leaning back. John, what do you want to ask? Go ahead. Why did you move my subordinate without telling me? What does that mean? Zhang Qian restrained his dissatisfaction. Being angry in this situation would surely invite criticism, saying that he lacked magnanimity and appeared petty. Who are you talking about? General Zhang. I don't understand what you're saying. At this point, Liu Shiki continued to pretend confusion, leaving Zhang Qian unsure of her intentions. Oh. Liu Shiki drawled a long oh. Are you talking about Deng Shuxin? General Zhang. If it's Deng Shuxin, then I can explain to General Zhang. Deng Shuxin was originally my subordinate. just temporarily transfer over due to the recent busyness in the company. Originally her subordinate, temporarily transferred? Jun Qian had never heard of this. If this was indeed the case, then his approach to Liu Shiki regarding this matter was becoming inappropriate. Jun Qian looked back at Xia Qianxi, but Xia Qianxi looked helpless too, apparently not sure if Deng Shuxin was actually temporarily transferred over. General Zhang, let's sit down and talk slowly. Chen Weikong stepped in to explain. Jun Qian sat next to Chen Weikong, keeping a distance from Liu Shiki, wanting to know if Deng Shuxin was indeed temporarily transferred over. Yes, I do remember this employee, who was originally under Liu Shiki and was indeed temporarily transferred to the work group. Chen Weikong explained to Jun Qian. A temporary transfer was like borrowing. Borrowing someone's employee meant that in the end it had to be returned, perhaps with a small favor. If it was indeed a borrowed employee, then Jun Qian's actions were indeed somewhat rash. But this fault couldn't entirely be blamed on Jun Qian, as he was unaware of this borrowing circumstance. At the very least, Manager Liu should have informed me, right? Not even a word. That's Manager Liu's fault, isn't it? Oh, how could I discuss this over the phone? I could only tell you in person. You are only in the office for half a day. I hadn't had the chance to inform you yet, and you've already found out. Liu Shiki smiled. Chen Weikong poured a cup of tea for Jun Qian, who just took a small sip. Liu Shiki was really eloquent. This matter was originally her fault, but with a few words, she made it seem like it was his fault. Manager Chen, just a small employee. Do you really need to make such a fuss? Liu Shiki could see the dissatisfaction in Jun Qian's eyes. That was exactly what she wanted. This whole situation was her doing. She had two goals. Firstly, to assert her presence in the company and put some pressure on Jun Qian. Secondly, to see if Jun Qian was interested in this employee. Liu Shiki had already heard about what happened at Deng Shuxin's house last night. After Jun Qian went to the hospital, without saying a word, he paid 300,000 for Deng Shuxin's medical expenses, very generous. To say Jun Qian was a good boss, paying for medical expenses was being considerate of a subordinate, but perhaps overly so. Deng Shuxin was indeed her subordinate, temporarily transferred to the PR department. Liu Shiki understood Deng Shuxin's family situation. Though she was a white-collar worker with a good salary, ultimately, she was just a worker. With an annual bonus of 14 months, it would still take her nearly 2–3 years to pay off her debts even if she didn't spend anything. Liu Shiki already had a good understanding of the first goal. Regarding the second goal, she hadn't had the chance to ask yet. In other words, she foresaw that Jun Qian would be angry and come to her about Deng Shuxin. Could it be? Manager Zhang, do you have feelings for little Deng? Are you attracted to her? Liu Shiki half-jokingly asked. How could that be? That can't be the case. Chen Weikong joined in with a smile. Though Liu Shiki appeared to be joking, in reality, she was probing. Chen Weikong didn't say much about it, waiting for Jun Qian's response. Jun Qian now understood why Liu Shiki had transferred Deng Shuxin. From the day he entered the company, Jun Qian had been generous, giving out large red envelopes and even organizing a trip to Moon Island for his subordinates, all right after work. General Liu did this to suppress his authority in the company, even thinking he had feelings for Deng Shuxin, hence deliberately transferring her away. When Liu Shiki had a cold attitude towards him before, Jun Qian didn't respond. He knew Liu Shiki was resourceful and capable, but he didn't think she was on the same wavelength as him. It was entrepreneurs like Chen Weikong, full of passion and fighting spirit, that Jun Qian sought to connect with. Regardless if she was trying to discuss Jun Qian or deliberately create trouble, she wanted to make Jun Qian aware of her presence. General Zhang, at any time, in any company, office romances are not allowed. How can you forget this rule? The cat was out of the bag now. Jun Qian was certain this was all a game set up by Liu Shiki, but he still naively played along. After calming down his emotions, Jun Qian felt relieved and let out a long breath. Meanwhile, Xia Qianxi, who had been behind Jun Qian all along, was curious to see how he would react to Liu Shiki's scheme, perhaps even a bit hopeful. Liu Shiki understood human nature well and was more calculating. This situation was clearly Liu Shiki's fault, as she hadn't informed Jun Qian and had transferred Deng Shuxin without consent. But now, she shifted the blame onto Jun Qian, implying that he lacked manners and was being overly assertive. Manager Liu, what do you mean by that? Why do you say I have feelings for Deng Shuxin, this employee? Well, Liu Shiki was about to speak, but was interrupted by Zhang Qian. I need this person. Immediately transfer the file back to the PR department. I have other things to attend to, so I'll be leaving. With that, he left with Xia Qianxi back to his office. Chen Weikong and Liu Shiki exchanged a glance. Liu, you've overplayed your hand this time. He's not falling for your tricks. Chen Weikong took a sip of tea, saying with a smile, "Humph." Liu Shiki grunted in frustration. Liu Shiki's plan did indeed backfire, as she did not expect Zhang Qian's reaction to be so intense. On the other hand, it was evident that Zhang Qian decisively defended his position in the company. After returning to the office, Zhang Qian did not come out again. Xia Qianchen tactfully did not follow to disturb him, but instead found a random desk outside to start working on documents. However, the glass in Chen Weiqian's office was transparent but soundproof, so when what happened between Zhang Qian and Liu Shiki in the office leaked outside, it sparked private discussions among many colleagues who were speculating on what the three bosses had said. Particularly Zhang Qian's few subordinates under his hand had intense discussions. Why do you think General Zhang stormed into President Chen's office in such a rage? I don't know. The glass is soundproof. I couldn't hear. Of course, we are just speculating. I felt General Zhang's aura was very strong. His face stayed calm all the time, seeming serene, but actually filled with uncontrollable anger. It was intimidating. I think it might be because of Xu Xin's issue. Qianyan hit the nail on the head. Earlier in the morning, she asked why Deng Shuxin didn't show up for work. Deng Shuxin? I heard Deng Shuxin was transferred by General Liu since she took a day off. And Zhang Qian was so angry. This possibility is quite high. Apart from being the vice president of the shipyard company, Liu Shiki had several other identities, having previously worked in Liu Shiki's foundation. Due to business issues, the foundation no longer needed so many people. Liu Shiki thought highly of Deng Shuxin, recognizing her strong business skills, so she introduced her to Chen Weiqian, who hired her in his company. Deng Shuxin was working at this company because she received a referral from the vice president of the company, Liu Shiki, and not, as she claimed, being seconded over. This was completely unsubstantiated. Could it be that General Zhang has his eye on Deng Shuxin? General Liu transferred Deng Shuxin, causing General Zhang to be so angry? Upon hearing this, Yao Mongmong and Zhang Xiaoyao tensed inexplicably. Zhang Qian was interested in Deng Shuxin. Apart from this reason, the group couldn't find others that explained Zhang Qian's anger. Some were surprised, as from the surface, Deng Shuxin and Zhang Qian didn't have much interaction. After the team-building activity, Zhang Xiaoyao seemed to have the best relationship with Zhang Qian, followed by Chong Mengmeng, Hao Rushi, and so on. As for Deng Shuxin, she barely said a few words the whole time, just sang to songs. It seemed she should be at the bottom of the list. Unexpectedly, she caught Zhang Qian's attention. Zhang Xiaoyao couldn't believe she lost to Deng Shuxin. In terms of aura, she exuded a mature woman's charm and was open to anything. In terms of vocals, she was a diva in singing, exerting pressure on Deng Shuxin. In terms of looks, she was no less attractive than Deng Shuxin, except that Deng Shuxin was slightly taller. Not only was she taller than Zhang Xiaoyao, she even surpassed General Zhang. He liked this type. Deng Shuxin sang mostly pure or love songs, while she sang with immense momentum, overshadowing all the divas in the music industry. It turned out Zhang Qian favored Deng Shuxin's style rather than hers, the mature woman type. Zhang Xiaoyao was somewhat unwilling. With her good qualities, why wasn't Zhang Qian interested in her? Was it just because of a minor illness? Ridiculous. Yao Mongmong was shocked and had some regret. She had been in the company for some time, and knew Liu Shiki's personality, being very unpredictable with her subordinates, to the point that even Chen Weiqian didn't dare raise his voice in her presence, let alone the part-time workers like them. But Zhang Qian dared to confront Liu Shiki face-to-face over Deng Shuxin, even willing to break ties openly. How she wished she had such a person. Zhang Qian had been very caring towards her before, showing his concern unreservedly, almost like a male attendant taking care of her. However, Yao Mongmong gradually looked down on Zhang Qian, treating him like a dog. Hence, she openly had an affair. When Zhang Qian caught her red-handed, she displayed no shame on her face. Why did she do those things to hurt Zhang Qian? Yao Mongmong regretted it deeply, clenching her fists. Now Zhang Qian's attitude towards her had become somewhat ambiguous, making Yao Mongmong unsure of what Zhang Qian was thinking. For most people, if their ex-girlfriend cuckolded them, they wouldn't have been as accommodating as Yao Monmon during her internship. Was he holding a grudge? Or was he selfless? Yao Monmon thought perhaps a bit of both. No, she had to find out what Zhang Qian currently thought of her, whether there was hope for a reconciliation, to make amends to Zhang Qian with all her might if a reconciliation was possible. If reconciliation wasn't possible, Yao Monmon felt it would be better to leave the company sooner, move to a city where no one knew her background, or the company could create a new identity, establish a new persona, start fresh. She believed that she had the ability to conquer Zhang Qian since she managed to win him over before. Now was the time to try again. You two gossiping about two vice presidents during work hours. Do you know what a serious offense that is? Xia Qianchen, who had been focused on her work, couldn't bear it anymore and interrupted the conversation. All right, shut up and get back to work, Xia Qianchen commanded, and the girls couldn't withstand the threat of talking about the boss's gossip being reported. If someone else overheard, it wouldn't be good for them, especially when the bosses were involved. The girls knew Xia Qianchen wouldn't report them, but if others heard, they might be in trouble, so they quickly quieted down and focused on their tasks. Xia Qianchen breathed a sigh of relief. As Zhang Qian's secretary, she naturally couldn't disclose what happened in the office, nor could she join in the discussion with those people. However, Zhang Qian's recent actions in the office made her admire him. Xia Qianchen had also heard some things about Deng Shuxin. Zhang Qian had argued logically in front of Chen Weiqian and Liu Shiki to secure Deng Shuxin's rights under him. It was not just about his own face but more about Deng Shuxin's interests, representing the employees' interests. The company was not big, but it had rules and regulations. The vice president indeed had the power to transfer employees, but the proper procedures had to be followed. Deng Shuxin couldn't simply be transferred just because of a word from Liu Shiki without the process, including where she would be moved to, whether it was a promotion or demotion, and the reasons for it. From Xia Qianchen's perspective, Liu Shiki had bad intentions and was just trying to discuss Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian had paid 30,000 in medical expenses, showing his care for his subordinates, but she couldn't confirm whether Zhang Qian was interested in Deng Shuxin. Xia Qianchen was with Zhang Qian most of the time in the company and had not seen any interaction between Zhang Qian and Deng Shuxin, nor had she heard anything about Deng Shuxin. Of course, it was also possible that Zhang Qian was very discreet with this matter, but this possibility was very slim. Xia Qianchen glanced at the time, thinking that Zhang Qian's anger should have subsided by now. She also had several documents to submit for Zhang Qian to review, so she set off for his office. At 6:30 in the afternoon, Zhang Qian left the company on time. In the evening, Jinlu helped him arrange to meet Ho Jiani. He was preparing to attend this dinner and talk about gym matters with Ho Jiani. Zhang Qian did not drive his Rolls-Royce, as he found that it was difficult to drive and lacked a comfortable handling of a BMW. After parking the car at Jianshan International, he got into Jinlu's car and headed to the restaurant. You don't look too good. Jinlu glanced at Zhang Qian and noticed that his expression was different from usual. Ran into some annoying stuff. Quite frustrating. No need to mention it. Zhang Qian felt that Liu Shiki was a bit disgusting, so what if she was the founder and hostess of Foundation? How much funding could she have anyway? Zhang Qian even felt an impulse to find out exactly what projects Liu Shiki's foundation had invested in, to give her a wake-up call and remind her not to mess with him. Jinlu didn't ask further. Since Zhang Qian didn't voluntarily share, it meant he didn't want to discuss the matter. As Zhang Qian's wise assistant, Jinlu knew not to pry into his affairs if he didn't want to talk about them. Around 7 o'clock, the two arrived at a restaurant called Lotus Pond Moonlight. This restaurant was relatively high-end, with an average cost of at least 3,000 per person. Ho Jiani was already waiting at the entrance of the restaurant. General Zhang, Lulu, Ho Jiani warmly greeted them. Zhang Qian shook hands with him and followed Ho Jiani into a private room. There was another person in the private room, Han Huahao. He was here too. General Zhang, Boss Han, you should know each other. No need for me to introduce. Ha ha, Ho Jiani said with a smile. Han Huahao stood up with a smile, came forward to shake hands with Zhang Qian. General Zhang, you're here so early. I was on the phone just now. Didn't come to greet you at the door. Sorry. Boss Han, what nonsense are you talking about? I should be late, keeping you waiting. Zhang Qian saw how polite Han Huahao was, so he reciprocated with equal politeness. Excessive courtesy doesn't hurt. Moreover, Han Huahao's status wasn't lower than what he displayed. It was normal not to come out to greet. Jun Qian's official title was just the vice president of a shipping company, not the president yet. On the other hand, Han Huahao was the owner of Wangyu Island. There was no comparison. However, the fact that Jun Qian had substantial financial support behind him meant that he could easily produce 30 million yuan and drive a Rolls-Royce. Han Huahao should be aware of this, which was why they could sit at the same table tonight. Hou Jianyi had invited Han Huahao, the implication being that Han Huahao was also interested in Hou Jianyi's gym. So, the purpose of tonight's meeting was clear. After the four of them were seated and exchanged some pleasantries, Hou Jianyi also mentioned Jin Lu's father. Lu, isn't your brother coming out soon? Yes, my dad recently fought for another sentence reduction. There's about a month left. Jin Lu replied. Ah, your brother has been in for over 10 years, finally coming out. Jun Qian didn't hear Jin Lu mention her father much besides their first meeting. After their conversation, Jun Qian learned that Jin Lu's father was named Jin Jiwan, but nothing much was detailed thereafter. When your brother comes out, surely he'll praise your merit. Having a son-in-law like General Zhang, the latter half of his life will be comfortable. Ha ha. Everyone laughed. Currently, Jin Lu was indeed Jun Qian's girlfriend on paper and even the legitimate wife. However, Jun Qian's will wasn't that firm. At times he made mistakes common to men. Yet, what amazed him was that the clever Jin Lu pretended not to know, silently allowing him to misbehave outside. According to Jin Lu, with his wealth, status, there were surely many women eager to approach him. How could he stay pure-hearted? As long as the red flag at home didn't fall, she would overlook whatever he did outside. By the way, Uncle Ho, what's the deal with your gym? I mentioned to Xuan that I wanted to exercise, but was told it was closed. Jun Qian found the small talk tiresome and steered the conversation towards business. Before coming, Jin Lu had briefed him on Hou Jianyi's background. He had bought some commercial properties and made investments in previous years, living off rents and dividends. The gym was just something he ran for fun. These days, it's not easy to do business in any industry. Since we're all insiders, I'll share with you something. I have suffered an 80% loss in one of my investments. The financial chain broke, and the gym had to close out of necessity. Hou Jianyi expounded. Publicly, the gym was said to be undergoing restructuring, but in reality, the financial chain was broken. Situated in a prime location, this gym had accumulated a considerable network over the years. Hou Jianyi didn't want to see it fold like this but needed new funding for its survival. If no new capital came in, he would have to shutter the gym, sell the occupied commercial space, to recover funds. Tonight's discussion revolved around the sale and acquisition of the gym. Hou Jianyi's plans were straightforward. Either buy the gym but continue renting the venue annually, or purchase the gym outright, but provide a 5% discount if the capital came all at once. However, we need to refund the membership fees properly. I can't just take the money and run. Also, some employee positions should be retained, Hou Jianyi concluded, making a point. The location of Hou Jianyi's gym in the city center was truly a prime spot, with a footprint large enough to be subdivided into several smaller commercial spaces, making it a challenging acquisition. This condition ensured that loyal customers remained members of the gym regardless of the new ownership, alleviating the need to coerce them into renewing memberships. Honestly, Hou Jianyi was a conscientious boss. He treated both customers and his employees fairly. With numerous connections, including wealthy individuals, businessmen, and high-ranking officials, he could surely find potential buyers. Others made casual conversation, but Jun Qian and Han Huahao, this was their first time discussing this matter at a dinner. As for the price, my current idea is 4.5 million, but considering the close relations between General Zhang and Boss Han, we could negotiate down to 4 million. Hou Jianyi didn't ask for more. Buying a gym in downtown Yabai, owning the property, for 4 million, was a pretty good deal. Uncle Ho, if you sell the gym, what will you do next? Jun Qian was curious. I haven't decided yet. We'll see how it goes, Hou Jianyi replied. Jun Qian nodded and turned to ask Han Huahao, Boss Han, are you interested? Definitely interested. As you know, apart from Wangyu Island, there's no industry in Yabai North. Furthermore, I am particularly interested in the gym industry, Han Huahao replied. But if General Zhang is also interested, I'll give way to you first. Han boss, I'm really sorry about this. However, Zhang Qian was indeed interested. The gym industry can be very profitable as long as it is managed well, but if not, it can end up in a loss. Hou Jiani has been running his gym for many years, and according to Jin Lu, he could keep the expenses balanced without causing any losses. I initially planned to open a gym on Wanyu Island, but upon careful consideration, who would be willing to take a boat to the gym every day? So, I scrapped the idea. Hou Jiani chuckled as he took a sip of his drink. The Zhang Qian wanted to buy the gym not to make money, but because he heard from Jin Lu that after her father passed away, Hou Jiani had helped her a lot. Zhang Qian wanted to repay that favor for Jin Lu and have her casually manage it later. With her around, Zhang Qian wasn't afraid of losing money. With two people running it, the profits aren't very apparent. Someone of Han Boss's stature probably wouldn't bother with such a small amount of money. Jin Lu suggested discreetly to Zhang Qian, a gym for sale, 4.5 million or maybe for $1 million. The initial investment is not insignificant, and the payback period is long. It wouldn't make much sense for two people to be partners. Zhang Qian nodded in agreement with Jin Lu's idea. Here's the thing, I won't haggle. Let's go with the previously mentioned 4.5 million. Do you have a contract ready? Zhang Qian didn't want to negotiate. If Hou Jiani had the contract ready, he would transfer the money immediately. Hou Jiani was surprised. Was it really going so smoothly? His internal price was actually 3.8 million, so Zhang Qian's 4.5 million was clearly to repay the debt of gratitude to Jin Lu. Quite a generous offer. Mr. Zhang, I don't have the contract with me. Can we sign it tomorrow? Would that be alright? No rush. I'll transfer the money to you first for emergency use. You can give me the contract later. Zhang Qian asked for Hou Jiani's bank account and transferred 4.5 million. Hou Jiani was amazed as he saw the bank account balance change. 4.5 million, transferred just like that. Jin Lu. Oh Jin Lu, you have a good eye. 4.5 million could buy a brand new Ferrari, yet Zhang Qian used it to repay a favor. Quite extravagant. Truly worthy of a top-tier wealthy individual. Jin Lu suddenly felt that Zhang Qian buying Hou Jiani's gym didn't seem like buying an asset for himself. Han Hua wouldn't care about such a small sum of money, and Zhang Qian probably wouldn't either. Although Hou Jiani had said for million was negotiable, Zhang Qian didn't even ask further and directly transferred the money. It seemed more like repaying a favor to her. This man was beginning to puzzle her. Zhang Qian then asked, Doubles, when you mentioned that it's not so meaningful for two people to run a gym together, what did you mean? Jin Lu nodded. When she chose to join a gym before, she had done some research on the population and location of Yabai City. There are many white-collar workers and civil servants in Yabai North. There are also many middle-class families who prioritize physical and mental health. As long as the gym isn't particularly shady and poorly managed, it can make a decent income. Zhang Qian and Han Hua were both interested in Jin Lu's proposal. If we were to partner up, you and Han Boss each contribute 10 million, taking a 42.5% stake. Hou Shu currently has no other plans. With experience in running a gym, he can help operate it and take a 15% share. He can act as a silent partner and not have to worry about anything. Zhang Qian acted quickly, buying Hou Jiani's gym to repay a favor on his behalf. He didn't want to owe anything to Han Hua. Her suggestions were straightforward. If Han Hua wanted to do it, he would. And if not, he wouldn't. After hearing Jin Lu's proposal, both Zhang Qian and Han Hua felt there was potential. Hou Jiani hesitated momentarily but quickly agreed. Opening a gym seemed too easy for him. Alright, then I'll go scout for a location tomorrow and show you both to see if it's suitable. No, Han Boss and I will only provide the funding. We won't handle anything. It's all up to you to decide. Zhang Qian and Han Hua said they only wanted to be silent partners. The three of them agreed. Everyone at the table admired Jin Lu's business acumen. Zhang Qian felt Jin Lu was extremely well prepared for this dinner, showcasing her skills as a wise wife. Hou Jiani even thought that Jin Lu understood the gym business better than himself. Mr. Zhang, this lady of yours is quite business savvy. Did she study for an MBA or finance master's? Han Hua asked jokingly. Han Boss, you misunderstood. I am still preparing for postgraduate exams, Jin Lu calmly responded. Haha, you certainly have a talent for business. Well done. Han Hua praised Jin Lu non-stop. At that moment, Zhang Qian glanced at the beautiful Jin Lu beside him and noticed her favorability rating skyrocketing to 100 points. System test. Should host Zhang Qian marry this woman? Not again. No. Zhang Qian immediately refused. Just then, he received a message from Deng Shuxin asking if he had eaten and inviting him over for steak with her sister. Although he wanted to decline since they hadn't finished their meal, Zhang Qian decided to reply positively. Once the Jin deal was settled, Hou Jianyi went to settle the bill. He originally wanted to invite Zhang Qian to the club, but with Jin Lu present, he didn't feel it was appropriate to suggest. Mr. Zhang, do you have any other plans? Would you like to hang out for a while? Hou Jianyi inquired. No. I have something to attend to later. Let's end things here for today. After saying goodbye to the restaurant, Zhang Qian sat in the passenger seat, replying to Deng Shuxin's messages. Do you still have another socializing event? Jin Lu asked after closing the car door. Zhang Qian nodded. This could also be considered a social event. Where are you going? I can give you a ride, Jin Lu said, looking at Zhang Qian with more affection in his eyes. Let's talk about it later. Why wait? I miss you. After closing the car window, Zhang Qian leaned over the center console and kissed Jin Lu passionately. At first, Jin Lu resisted a bit, given they were in a parking lot with many people passing by, but Zhang Qian's kiss was decisive, not giving Jin Lu a chance to evade. Besides his lips, Zhang Qian's hands also started to wander. The intimate atmosphere inside the car quickly heated up. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Qian took a deep breath and then sat back properly. Just drop me off near Wenfeng Road, he said. Since he had already told Jin Lu it was a social event, he couldn't let Jin Lu take him to Deng Shuxin's house. Even though he was just meeting someone for an appointment, Zhang Qian and Deng Shuxin didn't have any relationship beyond a typical superior-subordinate one. Wait, at this point, they weren't even in that type of relationship. Zhang Qian had no intention to explain all this to Jin Lu, as it would be troublesome, and Jin Lu might not even believe him. The car gradually arrived near Wenfeng Road. Are you coming back tonight? Should I wait for you? Jin Lu asked, her cheeks still flushed. Zhang Qian, feeling reluctant to leave her, said, not sure. It depends. You might have to come pick me up later. If I haven't called by midnight, just go to sleep without waiting for me. Jin Lu obediently nodded. Zhang Qian walked to the residential area where Deng Shuxin lived. Standing downstairs, he messaged her to press the elevator button for him. After meeting up, Deng Shuxin led Zhang Qian to the 14th floor. Deng Shuxin was dressed coolly, with long hair down, a hint of makeup, and a light jasmine fragrance on her body, clearly prepared after agreeing to the meeting. Upon entering, Deng Yuqing welcomed them warmly, looking more formal and mature, emitting a different scent than jasmine. Zi Qian is here. Please have a seat, Deng Yuqing said with a smile. Instead of Chinese food, a spread of Western cuisine was prepared on the dining table. Delicate and visually pleasing appetizers, sauce beefsteaks, and dessert after the meal. There was a decanter and 3 Bordeaux wine glasses on the table. The host had prepared a sumptuous meal, and it would be considered disrespectful if the guest left a lot of food uneaten. I just finished another social event and discussed some matters with 2 other friends, so I might not eat much, Zhang Qian explained preemptively. It's okay, we invited you late. Eat as much as you want, don't be shy, Deng Yuqing said, gesturing for Zhang Qian to take a seat. How's Uncle Deng? Can both of you manage at home? Zhang Qian inquired. My dad has been transferred to another hospital, Deng Shuxin replied. Transferred? Yes, he's at the Capital Union Hospital now. Director Liu helped with the arrangements, and a specialized caregiver is looking after him while waiting for a kidney match. The surgery will likely be done in a few days. Deng Yuqing sighed and said, speaking of which, both Zi Qian and Director Liu have been lifesavers for our family. Zhang Qian, trying to process the information, took a few seconds before comprehending it. Capital Union Hospital was one of the most prestigious hospitals within Zhuzhou, equipped with advanced medical facilities and a professional medical team, surpassing many others in terms of capabilities. If Deng Ziming was transferred there, he would receive top-notch treatment. Zhang Qian acknowledged this and felt a bit more positive towards Director Liu. However, he wondered why Director Liu acted this way. Tonight, I invited Shuxin and Director Liu as well, but she said she was busy with work and couldn't make it, Deng Yuqing explained. It may be home, but I assure you that the food I've prepared is just as good as any outside establishment. This bottle of wine will help you relax, it's a Romanée, she said, as she handed the wine glass to Zhang Qian. Helping with a transfer didn't require significant connections. As long as the payment was made, everything could be settled. Why did Director Liu suddenly become a caring boss towards her subordinates? Deng Shuxin didn't seem aware of all this. Zhang Qian had gone to argue with Director Liu for her sake. Although it didn't escalate into a fight, the tension was palpable. Mr. Zhang, has anything happened at the company because of me? Deng Shuxin felt responsible if Zhang Qian had done something wrong because of her. Zhang Qian shook his head repeatedly, saying everything was normal. You mentioned wanting to open a coffee shop before. Shall we discuss it now? A coffee shop? Deng Shuxin seemed surprised. Deng Yuqing was also taken aback, wondering why she had shared the coffee shop idea with Zhang Qian. Yes, I plan to partner with both of you to open a coffee shop. I'll provide the funding, and you both contribute your expertise to build a brand. We'll split it 55 to 45. Are you interested? Zhang Qian had been arguing with Director Liu before leaving a sharp statement behind urging her to bring back Deng Shuxin. Yet, he hadn't received any message from Director Liu. Only a few words of comfort from Chen Weiqian, advising him to be more understanding. Losing one's temper was always a losing strategy. Zhang Qian regretted the conversation in the office. After the argument with Director Liu, he felt remorseful. The whole situation was awkward for both him and Director Liu. If she insisted on transferring Deng Shuxin, he would lose face. But even if she didn't transfer Deng Shuxin, she wouldn't be respected either. The most decent solution that saved face for both was for Deng Shuxin to neither work under him nor Director Liu. How do you feel about this? I heard Uncle Shi say that he used to run a coffee shop before, and he has always been planning to open another one. It was only because of financial issues that the plan fell through. Shuxin and Yuqing Deng looked at each other. Neither of them expected Zhang Qian to bring up such a thing. Zi Qian. Opening a coffee shop is not something that can be done with just tens of thousands of dollars. Take Yubei for example. To rent a small storefront in the city center would cost over 100,000 a year, not to mention the cost of renovations, materials, and equipment. Money is not a problem, as long as you're willing. Just name the price. I am not lacking in money. Zhang Qian took a sip of Romane, trying hard not to show a displeased expression. It's not that the red wine was bad, but Zhang Qian was not used to it. He had mostly been drinking beer and white wine before, and the better red wines cost over 1,000 yuan a bottle, which he couldn't afford. But since red wine is a favored drink among the upper class, Zhang Qian had to change his habit and get used to it. The two sisters had strange expressions. Not lacking in money. Mr. Zhang, do you have that much money? Can you easily come up with 1 or 2 million yuan? I'm afraid even the top rich second generation in Yubei don't have the financial strength and courage like Zhang Qian. Of course, we are willing, but to start a coffee shop, you conservatively need 1 million in startup capital. Zhang Qian smiled, opened his mobile banking app, found a previous transfer record to Shuxin Deng, and transferred another to million yuan. Spent 1 million yuan, cashback of 1 million yuan, account credited. Shuxin Deng inadvertently caught a glimpse of Zhang Qian's balance. It was a figure with several digits, too much for her to count. Zhang Qian, the vice president of the company, turned out to be a big shot with a net worth of over 100 million yuan. Then why would he condescend to work for Chen Weiqian's company and serve as a mere vice president under him? Deng Shuxin couldn't understand. Have you received the money? Shuxin, resign tomorrow. Zhang Qian said casually. Yuqing's sister, I heard you are a nutritionist. You can resign tomorrow as well. Let's work together to open this coffee shop. Zhang Qian was a bit surprised as well. He didn't expect that sponsoring these two sisters to open a coffee shop will also lead to a cashback. However, he transferred out to million yuan. So why was only 1 million cash back to him? Zhang Qian quickly figured out that it was because he had offered a 55% profit sharing previously, which essentially meant he took out 1 million from his own pocket to support Shuxin and Yuqing Deng. Zi Qian, did you really transfer the money? Yuqing Deng stood up and walked to Shuxin Deng, seeing the balance of exactly 2 million in her phone. Yes, 200,000 each. Let me know if you need more. Zhang Qian maintained a neutral expression, as if the money he had transferred was just a bunch of numbers, nothing more. Indeed, for Zhang Qian, money was just a bunch of numbers at the moment. His values were being reshaped by the system. Deng Shuxin's delicate hand holding the phone was trembling slightly. She had never seen so much money in her life. Yuqing Deng was the same. Their father Deng Ziming had worked hard to put them through college through frugal living, and now that they were working and gaining some ability, they wanted to show filial piety to their father. Even if they reduced their living standards, it would still take them years to save $2,000,000. Their father was entering his twilight years, and they didn't know if he would ever see his dream of running a coffee shop come true. Jun Qian's appearance was like a godsend, rescuing the Deng family from dire straits and even agreeing to invest and partner with them to open a coffee shop. If footing medical bills and helping with hospital transfers was seen as a gesture of care for subordinates, then investing $2,000,000 in a coffee shop was clearly beyond that kind of relationship and delved deeper into the hearts of the two sisters. Likability plus 10, likability plus 10, likability plus 10. Shuxin Deng's likability towards Jun Qian had reached 90 points. Likability plus 25. Yeching Deng's likability towards Shuxin Deng skyrocketed to 95 points. Jun Qian looked surprised. He didn't think he had spent that much money, but why did the likability of the two sisters increase so much? One at 90 points, one at 95 points. It was quite exaggerated. Zi Qian, whether you helped us with the medical expenses or invested in opening the coffee shop, I really don't know how to thank you. Yeching Deng felt at a loss. She felt like she would never be able to repay Jun Qian's kindness in her lifetime. The profit-sharing rate you offered is too high. We only need 30%. You are the investor. How can you take 55%? Yeching Deng voluntarily reduced the profit-sharing rate. The coffee shop was my father's dream for half his life. 30% is enough. No, it must be 55%. I was counting on your unique skills to make money for us. 30% is too low. Jun Qian decisively made the decision. Tomorrow, you two will go check out the location for the shop, and if necessary, we will just buy a storefront directly, regardless of the cost. The two of them didn't know what to say. Especially Shuxin Deng, she had already straightforwardly told Jun Qian before that using money to pursue her was not the way, as she was someone who needed time to warm up. Yet Jun Qian did so anyway, and she found herself not repulsed at all. If Jun Qian were to confess to her tonight during this opportunity, Shuxin Deng didn't know what reason she could use to refuse. She would have no choice but to agree. But looking at Jun Qian, who was focused on cutting the steak on his plate, he showed no intention of confessing, which left Shuxin Deng extremely puzzled. If footing medical bills could be considered as caring for subordinates, then investing in a coffee shop couldn't be seen in the same light, right? Apart from wanting to pursue her, Shuxin Deng couldn't think of a second reason. Why isn't Jun Qian making a move to confess to me? In reality, Jun Qian was facing the system's true love test. The system has detected that one or more women have developed true love for the host. Is Jun Qian willing to marry and have children with any of them, and live together for the rest of their lives? Could it be true? How could true love be so cheap now? Encountering 3 true loves in one night. Damn it, Yeching Deng didn't even show any signs of affection towards him. What reason did she have to like him so much? It was just a high likability score, and that's considered true love. Did the system malfunction? The system did not respond to Jun Qian. There was still some money in Jun Qian's account, and with the option to choose to marry and have children, the system would compensate him with a significant amount of money after choosing. It seemed like opening a coffee shop and living the rest of his life with either Shuxin Deng or Yeching Deng was also a good choice. But Jun Qian still chose no. Qin Lu hadn't even chosen yes, let alone Shuxin Deng or Yeching Deng. Even without choosing to marry Jin Lu, Jun Qian was doing fine. No different from being married. If Jun Qian had not initially refused to marry Jin Lu, he would not have entered Chen Weiqian's company as vice president, nor would he have met Deng Shuxin and Deng Yuking, these two beautiful ladies. The road ahead is still long for him. Without a vast system of financial resources as his backing, he would only be played with once he entered the circle of capital. What good is it to have assets of over 100 million? A true capitalist can make your money disappear in minutes. Jun Qian is still a sheep, occasionally using his horns to push against his enemies, but he is still far from being independent. If he wants to enter the circle of capital, he cannot be a sheep. He must be evolve with sharp teeth and claws. Just as Chen Weiqiang said at the card game, women, money, status. Without greed, without being ruthless, one cannot succeed. Jun Qian has a long way to go. Whether it's tempering oneself in the mortal world or navigating the business world, Jun Qian will face many challenges in crossing class boundaries. Not bad, This steak is really well made. Jun Qian praised Deng Yuking's cooking skills after tasting the steak. The steak was crispy on the outside and tender inside, cooked medium rare perfectly without losing any protein, and the texture was maintained well. Jun Qian had already eaten quite a bit at the dining table, thinking he couldn't eat any more, but ended up eating quite a lot and leaving very little. Zi Qian, how about you don't leave tonight? Stay here overnight, sleep in Shuxin's room. Shuxin and I can squeeze together, Jun Qian said. After checking his watch, it was already past 12, surpassing the time he had told Jinlu. Okay, Jun Qian agreed. After eating, the two sisters prepared toiletries for Jun Qian and asked him to shower first. To avoid awkwardness, Den Shuxin hurriedly cleared some clothes left in the bathroom before Jun Qian went in. Jun Qian just smiled when he saw this. After he finished showering, the tableware had been cleared, and even Deng Yuking had prepared the bed for Jun Qian. Wrapped in a bath towel, Jun Qian dried his wet hair with a towel. Deng Yuking sat on the bed, and when Jun Qian walked in, she quietly closed the door. Zi Qian, I want to talk to you about something, she said. Should I put on some clothes first? Is this not decent? Jun Qian was a bit shy. Oh, sorry, you should change first. Deng Yuking felt anxious as Jun Qian had just come out of the shower with only a towel on. She blushed as she left the room. After a while, Jun Qian changed into his clothes and signaled for Deng Yuking to come in. Yuking, what do you want to talk to me about? Jun Qian asked. Oh, it's nothing special. Deng Yuking blushed slightly. I just wanted to ask, are you interested in pursuing my sister? It was the same question again. Last time, Jun Qian had already answered that he wasn't interested in pursuing Deng Shuxin. He had just paid the medical bills on the spot due to the circumstances. To be honest, 300,000 to 400,000 wasn't much for Jun Qian, and the system had returned 10 times as much. Investing in a cafe was simply to save face within the company. Who knew if Liu Shiki would retaliate? I don't mean anything else, just asking. Deng Yuking quickly explained, fearing a misunderstanding from Jun Qian. It's okay, I can also tell you the truth. I do have some feelings for Deng Shuxin, but that doesn't mean I want to pursue her. I also have feelings for you. Should I pursue you as well? Haha. Jun Qian spoke the truth. He had feelings for both sisters, and choosing one wasn't easy. Maybe he should just have both sisters. No, that would complicate things. Deng Yuking would have to call him husband, call Deng Shuxin her sister-in-law, while Deng Ziming would simply call him son-in-law. Dealing with the relationship between the two of them was tricky. How to handle it without ruining their sisterly bond at the cost of his desires? Jun Qian couldn't do it. You can pursue me too. Haha. Deng Yuking chuckled. Yuking, don't joke like that. It's not appropriate. Jun Qian quickly dismissed. Why not? Pursue both. Whoever you get first, you get them. Deng Yuking continued. Do you think I'm not attractive? She even gave a cute expression that stirred some impure thoughts in Jun Qian. Luckily, he had changed out of the bathrobe into clothes, avoiding an awkward situation. Deng Yuking had inherited Deng Ziming's genes, not as tall as Deng Shuxin, but on par with Jun Qian, standing at 1.7 meters. She was tall and perfectly proportioned, exuding exceptional beauty with every gesture and expression, even surpassing Hong Kong and Taiwanese female stars. With her qualifications, Deng Yuking could easily become an international model. Despite the opportunity to rely on her looks, she chose to rely on talent and ability. You're very beautiful, just my type, Jun Qian answered honestly. So, between me and Shuxin, who do you prefer? Deng Yuking asked. Well, I like both, Jun Qian truthfully replied. Are you afraid your sister will hear what we're saying? I'm not afraid. What's the harm? Deng Yuking raised an eyebrow. Deng Shuxin's voice came from outside the door. Sis, can you help me find some lotion? Coming. Deng Yuking responded from the room. By the way, I heard your lower back and shoulders are bothering you. Should I ask her to come and give you a massage? Make you more comfortable? No need. It's getting late. Let her rest. Okay. After lying down, the sound of running water from the bathroom lasted nearly an hour, leaving an itch in Jun Qian's heart. It wasn't until the two sisters finished showering and Jun Qian forcibly suppressed his desires that he fell asleep. The next morning, after breakfast, Deng Yuking drove Deng Shuxin to the company to resign and dropped Jun Qian off as well. The car she drove was an old model Santana, making a lot of creaking noises as they drove. Now that you both are coffee shop owners, How about upgrading your car when you have time? It's fine as long as it runs, it's just for daily use. Jung Qian shrugged. We also want to upgrade, but we don't have the money. No problem. In the next few days, download some apps on your phones, and when I have time, I'll take you to the dealership. Jung Qian felt that even if they bought a car worth hundreds of thousands, with the tenfold return from the system, it would still be easy money. This is too much trouble. Zi Qian, you've already spent a lot these past few days. How can we take your car? You can't be driving this car for business meetings. It makes us look weak. If you don't have enough presence, people will think you're not capable and won't negotiate properly in business deals. Although Deng Yuqing wanted to reject, Jung Qian stopped her. All right, let's leave it at that. Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin frowned. Was this the life of the rich and handsome? After arriving at the company, Jung Qian asked Deng Yuqing to wait downstairs for a while, then took Deng Shuxin to the Human Resources Department. With a vice president leading the way, everything was quickly settled within 2 to 3 minutes. After moving things downstairs, Jung Qian let Deng Yuqing drive her away. Jung Qian had not been sitting in his office for half an hour, and Xia Qianchen knocked on the door and entered. What's the matter? Jun Zong, I think we need to talk. Jung Qian raised his eyelids, glanced at her, then turned off his computer game and asked, "Oh, what do you want to talk to me about?" Xia Qianchen locked the door, walked in front of Jung Qian, put her hands on the desk, leaned forward, and said with a sense of righteousness, "I can't control the matter between you and President Liu, but please don't involve Deng Shuxin. You know that you have pushed her to resign, don't you?" It was quite hot weather. Xia Qianchen was dressed lightly today, in a simple pencil skirt, plus her questioning posture, which put Jung Qian in an angelic position. Xia Qianchen was scrutinized by him completely. Not hearing a single word, she said, "Wait, can you stand properly? Just now you were opening and closing your mouth. I didn't catch what you said at all." Jung Qian gestured, and Xia Qianchen then noticed what was inappropriate. She adjusted her clothes, stood up straight, her displeasure towards Jung Qian even more apparent on her face. She repeated what she said just now with anger. "You said Deng Shuxin resign. I know about that." Jung Qian answered truthfully. Deng Shuxin was the one he took to the Human Resources Department to handle her resignation. How could he not know? However, Xia Qianchen also found out very quickly. In less than half an hour she knew about it. Seeing her angry face, his favorability decreased by 15 points. Clearly a misunderstanding. Xia Qianchen may have thought that because of the matter between him and Liu Shiki, Deng Shuxin resigned. You know. How can you be so calm? Don't you feel any guilt? Nonsense. Jung Qian feels guilty for what? What does he owe Deng Shuxin? Why do I need to feel guilty? Jung Qian replied. Xia Qianchen was so taken aback by Jung Qian's words that she couldn't say anything. Xia Qianchen felt that Jung Qian's issues with Liu Shiki should not have affected Deng Shuxin. She worked so hard, diligently as an employee, but because of the internal struggles between the two presidents, she was forced to resign and find another job. Isn't that irresponsible? Why don't you go talk to Liu Shiki about this instead of coming to me? Do you think I am more approachable than Liu Shiki? Should I try to bring Deng Shuxin back? Jung Qian voiced his doubts. No, I think you make a better boss, a better superior than Liu Shiki. I see. Jung Qian understood. However, he had no intention of telling Xia Qianchen about his plan to financially support Deng Shuxin in opening a cafe. Since she misunderstood, it was better for fewer people in the company to know about it. Is there anything else? Yes. Manager Chen asked you to go to his office. He said he needs to talk to you about something. Jung Qian narrowed his eyes. Is it still about Deng Shuxin? After leaving the office, Jung Qian found Chen Weiqian. Besides Chen Weiqian, there was also a familiar face in his office. Li Dao. Li Dao had not been in the company for the past few days as he was sent out by Chen Weiqian to handle business affairs. Today was the first time Jung Qian was meeting Li Dao in the company. However, Jung Qian had no intention of being courteous with Li Dao in the office. Instead, maintaining a professional relationship. It was fine to have a personal relationship outside of work, but in the office, their positions were different. Li Dao was the business manager, while Jung Qian was a vice president. If they were always casual with each other, no one would take Jung Qian seriously as a vice president. Jun Zong is here. Please have a seat. Chen Weiqian poured a cup of tea for Jung Qian. After sitting down, Jung Qian first handed each of them, Li Dao and Chen Weiqian, a cigarette. Manager Lee, how have the business negotiations been going these past few days? Zhang Qian was not just putting on airs, but this was the office. Li Dao naturally understood the situation. It's been going smoothly. I've always said, Manager Lee can come here, at least the company can get an additional 40% of orders. Now he is a mainstay of our company. In just a few days, he negotiated a long-term order of 20 million yuan. General Chen is exaggerating. These are things I should do. After some simple pleasantries, the three got to the point. Zhang Zan, I called you here, not for anything else, but there is a customer from inland who wants to talk with you. Are you willing to give it a try? Chen Weiqian's anything else naturally referred to matters concerning Deng Shuxin, but he didn't mention it at all. In the company, Zhang Qian held the position of a vice president responsible for some mainland business, but Chen Weiqian hadn't specifically defined these boundaries. In other words, if Chen Weiqian said you can handle something, you can handle it. If it's not within your jurisdiction, you have no other choice. That Zhang Qian didn't just want to come to the office every day to play games. He had invested money with Chen Weiqian to secure a ticket to the upper echelons of the business world, all in an effort to elevate himself. Chen Weiqian had told Zhang Qian before that he would introduce him to all of his clients and friends, but so far, it had only been Han Hua Hao. As for the client's side, Chen Weiqian had not let Zhang Qian get in touch with them. Natasha was a result of a chance encounter at the company. Sure. Which customer? Zhang Qian agreed right away. A steel company customer. They want to use our company for inland transportation. Have you negotiated with them before? Zhang Qian nodded. He had negotiated with similar companies while working in transportation logistics and understood some rules of business negotiation. But for a client like this, Zhang Qian had never dealt with them before. All right. I'll have Manager Li accompany you to try and secure this customer. Chen Weiqian gave a brief overview of the client's information, the company's background, and Zhang Qian and Li Dao hit the road together. The enterprise Zhang Qian was going to visit today was the Jingshu Group, mainly focused on processing steel coils, screws, and steel bars, also dealing with timber, an old local enterprise in Yabai with a stable operation for several decades. Zhang Zan, this is really something. You're driving a Rolls-Royce. Ha ha. Just like that. Come on. I'll be your driver so we both can experience what it's like to ride in a Rolls. Outside of work, the two were naturally relaxed, without too many constraints from the workplace. Li Dao even took the driver's seat, wanting to experience what it felt like to drive a Rolls-Royce. On the way, Li Dao once again detailedly introduced Zhang Qian to the Jingshu Group. The head of Jingshu Group, Su Chenji, had a daughter late in his life at the age of 50. Now at an advanced age, he is already retired behind the scenes. Today, we are meeting Su Chenji's daughter, Su Shuyan. The reputation of Jingshu Group is greater than its actual strength. Enterprises like this cannot negotiate high transportation fees. It's enough to make a modest profit. Zhang Qian nodded. Since Li Dao knows this, then Chen Weiqian must also be aware. Zhang Qian thought it was a good opportunity for him to improve himself. After arriving at Jingshu Group, guided by the secretary, Zhang Qian and Li Dao met Su Shuyan. Su Shuyan had refined features, stood at the same height as Zhang Qian in high heels, with her long and thick black hair neatly pinned up. She wore a female suit, giving off an aura of sharpness and competence. Hello, Manager Su. I am the Vice President of Jiangxin Shipyard Company. Today, we are here to discuss business matters with you. This is our company's business manager, Li Dao. Hello, I am Su Shuyan. She smiled and proactively extended her hand for a gentle shake with the two. Please, have a seat. Su Shuyan looked very young, appearing only a few years older than Zhang Qian. Despite her young age, she had already taken over the position of general manager and inherited the family business. Officially, she held the title of general manager in the company, but in reality, Su Chenji was just a figurehead as chairman, with Su Shuyan handling all aspects of the company, big and small. While Zhang Qian held the title of vice president and Li Dao was the manager of the business department, it seemed as if their positions were higher than Su Shuyan's on the surface. In reality, the combined authority of the two did not compare to Su Shuyan's. Su Shuyan wasted no time and quickly moved on to discussing the company's needs and then to negotiate prices. Li Dao had informed Zhang Qian earlier that as long as they could make some profit, Su Shuyan had agreed to a transportation fee of 750,000. However, Su Shuyun's offered price was too low at only 250,000, a difference of 500,000, leading the company to incur losses if they accepted the order. The negotiation was deadlocked from the start. Su Shuyun remained calm throughout, showing an attitude of either accepting or rejecting offers, making it difficult for Zheng Qian to negotiate a better price. Companies like Jingshu Group usually subcontract transportation to a major contractor, who then engages truck fleets for transport. Su Shuyun's interest in water transport likely arose from issues with land transportation, nudging her towards maritime solutions. Manager Su, your price is far below our operational costs. Apologies for being blunt, but our company cannot bear this burden, Li Dao, experienced in business negotiation, advised. Although the company was newly established, it was not desperate enough to accept loss-making transportation orders. Li Dao signaled to Zheng Qian to find a way to lead the negotiation. However, Zheng Qian disagreed. He believed that it was necessary to secure this deal. Manager Su, Jingshu Group has been relying on land transport for years. Why the sudden interest in water transport? These words struck a chord with Su Shuyun. In fact, Jingshu Group was planning to expand its business and cut the high cost of subcontracting transportation, opting to handle transport internally. The previously stated 250,000 was roughly the cost for each outsourced order. Su Shuyun was aware that the price she offered was unrealistic in comparison to land transport rates, but she was merely exploring options and comparing providers at this stage. Li Dao thought about it and realized Zheng Qian's point made sense. Why hadn't he noticed it before? At this moment, he glanced sideways at Zheng Qian. Unable to divulge her true intentions to Zheng Qian, Su Shuyun casually lied, I just wanted to experiment with a new method of operation, but if the costs are too high, then forget it. Since Manager Su is exploring water transport, have you spoken to other shipyard companies regarding the 250,000 offer? Before meeting Zheng Qian, Su Shuyun had already met with representatives from several shipyard companies. However, when she presented the 250,000 offer, they had simply left without acknowledging her, primarily due to the small scale of Jingshu Group's operations and the unreasonably low price. A vessel, once in operation, incurs constant fuel expenses calculated by weight. For a ship weighing 7,000 tons, it consumes roughly half a ton of fuel per hour. At current fuel prices, this amounts to a hefty expenditure. The destinations that Su Shuyun mentioned would cost between 500,000 to 850,000 in fuel costs each. Zheng Qian took out thick contracts from Li Dao's briefcase. If all is well, we can sign the contract now. Li Dao hesitated to speak. Zheng Qian had seemingly misunderstood, offering prices significantly lower than the company's actual costs, resulting in substantial losses. Initially hoping for a modest profit and ready to walk away if negotiations failed, Zheng Qian's action seemed unnecessary and unprofitable. Cutting short transport routes would prolong shipment times and incur significant maintenance costs annually, a losing proposition. Su Shuyun was knowledgeable about the current market rates. She understood that transport to the two cities at 7,000 tons should cost around 600,000. And for 12,000 tons, around 1 million. As Zheng Qian had mentioned, Su Shuyun found his offer to be the cheapest she had encountered, far below the market rates. The initial 250,000 quote was merely a tactic to gauge Zheng Qian's bottom line. Seeing her goal achieved, Su Shuyun accepted the agreement. Su Shuyun is very cautious. The price quoted by Zheng Qian was just too low, more than half the average price of other shipyard companies. She even suspected there was fraud involved in this contract. She carefully read through the contract brought by Zheng Qian. After confirming that there were no issues, she finally signed it. During this process, Li Dao kept tugging on Zheng Qian's sleeve, trying to remind him, but Zheng Qian acted as if he didn't see it. If they were to take back a loss-making contract, Chen Weiqiang would definitely question it. What would they say then? Today Zheng Qian was negotiating in earnest, but Chen Weiqiang had sent him for this exact reason, to prevent any mishaps from Zheng Qian. Before he could say anything, the contract was already signed. If Chen Weiqiang were to hold him accountable, Zheng Qian would be the first to take the blame. Manager Su, congratulations on becoming a customer of our Jiangxin Shipyard Company. Zheng Qian stood up proactively and shook hands with Su Shuyun. Sharing the Zheng director, I have a question I'd like to ask. Go ahead. Why is the transportation price of your shipyard company cheaper than land transportation? Su Shuyun's actual question was not about this. She wanted to know why Zheng Qian had quoted such a low price. She never expected that after saying he wouldn't pick customers indiscriminately, he would still agree to such a low price. Zheng Qian did not provide a reasonable explanation, instead using generic phrases to placate Su Shuyun. It's almost time for dinner. Let me treat you to a meal. Su Shuyun's offer to Zheng Qian was merely a gesture of courtesy. No need. Manager Su, we have other matters to attend to. We'll take our leave. After saying this, Zheng Qian exchanged contact information with Su Shuyun and left the Jingshu group with Li Dao. On the way back, Li Dao couldn't help but ask questions. Brother Dao, if you trust me, don't ask anything. I'll explain to General Chen on that end. Zheng Qian had groomed him and was smart. Since he had signed such a contract, he must have had a plan. Since he had said he would handle it with Chen Weiqian, there was nothing more for him to say. All right, Li Dao sighed and obediently remained silent. Watching the Rolls-Royce leave the Jingshu group, Su Shuyun's secretary approached her. Manager Su, should I take the contract to the legal department for further review? No need. I know what he's up to. Su Shuyun waved her hand. Deliberately lowering the price to give her some benefits was a tactic she had encountered many times. If Zheng Qian thought this move could win her over, he was sorely mistaken. In Yebai, there were countless suitors pursuing her, and she had seen every trick and maneuver. Zheng Qian seemed a few years younger and harmless on the surface, but she was surprised by his cunning. Inviting Zheng Qian to dinner was an attempt to gauge his character, but he had surprisingly declined. Look into Zheng Qian's background for me, Su Shuyun instructed her secretary. At that age, being able to afford a Rolls-Royce likely meant the car was not his own, suggesting a significant family background. However, Su Shuyun couldn't recall any Zheng family in Yebai. She decided she needed to have a meal with Zheng Qian to better understand him. She immediately sent a message to Zheng Qian. Director Zheng, if you have plans for lunch, I won't keep you. Are you free tonight? Let's set a time for dinner. Zheng Qian, sitting in the passenger seat, noticed the message. Su Shuyun was meticulous, intelligent, shapely, and somewhat beautiful. She had climbed the ranks from a junior executive to the general manager of the Jingshu group in a short time. Zheng Qian's plan in signing the loss-making contract with Su Shuyun was strategic. The Jingshu group was undergoing a transformation, attempting to enter the maritime transport sector. Zheng Qian aimed to provide Su Shuyun with a taste of success, demonstrating the efficiency and effectiveness of maritime transport. After several successful shipments, Su Shuyun would realize the benefits of maritime transport, eventually signing a long-term contract with the Jingshu group. This move would secure stable and profitable future partnerships for the company. As vice director, Zheng Qian considered the bigger picture, willing to sacrifice short-term profits for long-term gains. Another part of Zheng Qian's plan was to establish a relationship with Su Shuyun through the low-cost contract. He believed he could leverage the Jingshu group to potentially cripple their competitor, Dafu Wood, who had recently borrowed a large sum of money and sought a resurgence in the market. That evening, over dinner, Zheng Qian heard that Dafu Wood had relied on a loan to cover their expenses and was attempting a comeback. He thought he could use the Jingshu group to eliminate this thorn in their side. Su Shuyun's approach differed from women like Liu Shiki, who lacked family support. Su Shuyun exuded a sense of integrity and confidence, qualities ingrained since childhood. Zheng Qian admired Liu Shiki's perseverance, but saw Su Shuyun as possessing a unique aura. The message exchange concluded with a dinner appointment between Su Shuyun and Zheng Qian at the Wangyu Tower at 8 p.m. Zheng Qian responded, "Tonight at 8 p.m. Wangyu Tower." Su Shuyun replied, "Okay, I'll be there." After receiving the message, Su Shuyun instructed her secretary to book a private room at Wanyuelu. "Okay, General Su. By the way, General Su, who just arrived and has been waiting for you in the meeting room for 30 minutes, saying there is something important to discuss with you. This guy, like a stubborn tick, can't be shaken off." Su Shuyun cursed silently, as usual. "Just say I'm not here, and send him away. He said your car is parked in the courtyard, so it's impossible for you not to be here. He said he won't leave until he sees you." The secretary was at a loss as well. Su Shuyun sighed and reluctantly headed to the meeting room to meet with Hu Yubin. Hu Yubin was the son of the chairman of Maya Shipping Company and held the position of general manager in the company, similar to Su Shuyun's family situation. Hu Yubin's father and Su Shuyun's father were old acquaintances and from the same hometown, and the two elderly men intended to matchmake Su Shuyun and Hu Yubin. Su Shuyun had heard about Hu Yubin's character long ago. He was known to be idling his time away, indulging in luxuries and decadence in his private life. Maya Shipping Company used to be a giant in the northern region, but it had declined significantly under Hu Yubin's leadership. Su Shuyun had no interest in meeting someone like Hu Yubin, let alone developing any kind of relationship with him. Hu Yubin, do you have something to discuss with me? Su Shuyun arrived at the meeting room and went straight to the point. Not really, hehe. Hu Yubin, with gel-styled hair and a fancy Armani suit, a bold Fendi belt around his waist, appeared in a flamboyant manner. The entire Hu family was short in stature with poor genetics, resulting in Hu Yubin's height of only 1.6 meters. Su Shuyun, standing in front of him in high heels, towered over him by half a head. If you have no business here, please leave. I have a lot of work to do. Su Shuyun didn't bother with pleasantries. She had to manage all matters big and small in the Jingshu Group. As the company faced transformation challenges, her workload had increased, having only slept for hours the night before and now sporting faint dark circles under her eyes. She had to apply makeup every morning to hide them. All right. Hu Yubin quickly changed his tone upon seeing Su Shuyun's attitude. Actually, I came to discuss business with you. Isn't Jingshu Group planning to delve into water transport? Maya can assist you with that. No need. I have already signed a contract with Jengson Shipyard Company, and we will commence transportation from the Bye-Bye Dock the day after tomorrow. Please leave. Even if Hu Yubin offered a lower price than Zhang Qian, Su Shuyun had no intention of dealing with him. In the local lingo, Hu Yubin only used his brothers to think, never his brain. Su Shuyun saw through his intentions clearly and knew dealing with him would be a waste of her time. Jengson, you mean Chen Weiqian's company? How many small boats does his company have? Can they compare with Maya? Don't cooperate with them. If you had discussed this earlier, I would have offered you the lowest price, reducing the cost for Jingshu Group significantly. Hu Yubin never took Chen Weiqian seriously, having started a shipping company with a few shabby boats and daring to take orders. In Hu Yubin's eyes, Chen Weiqian was no match. We have already signed a contract with legal ramifications. Do you think tearing up the contract at this point is feasible? Besides, Jengson's quoted price is something you can match. Su Shuyun stood her ground, looking down on Hu Yubin with disdain. 200,000 for a trip to Jiangnan. Can you offer that price? 200,000? That's impossible. Hu Yubin couldn't believe it. As the general manager of Maya Shipyard Transport Company, even though he lived a luxurious life, he had some business acumen. He refused to believe that Zhang Din could offer such a low price. Go get the contract from my desk and show it to General Hu. Su Shuyun instructed the secretary. When the contract was brought out, Hu Yubin carefully reviewed each clause. The price was indeed 200,000 per trip, just as Su Shuyun had said. This can't be right. There must be an issue with the contract. Despite the contract being clearly stated on paper, Hu Yubin still doubted its validity. The contract has been verified by the legal department and is in order. If you have nothing else, I won't detain you for dinner. Su Shuyun gave Hu Yubin the boot. Hu Yubin left Jingshu Group dissatisfied, remembering the name on the last page of the contract, Zhang Qian. This Zhang Qian is quite something. If the contract is real, won't he suffer losses? What does he want to achieve? Could it be that he's trying to woo my woman? No. I need to investigate him thoroughly. Sitting in his Rolls-Royce, Zhang Qian remained unaware of the developments at Jingshu Group after he left. Zi Qian, can I give you a piece of advice? Sure. Dao, I think that the Rolls-Royce is a good car, but it might not align with your current status. Why do you say that? It's too ostentatious. Li Dao told Zhang Qian that business was essentially one big game. A game of strategy, whether big or small. In the business world, whether big fish or small shrimp, everyone plays to win. When faced with a shark, many fish either escape or try to befriend it. However, leeches have a different idea. They aim to suck your blood. Do you understand what I'm saying? Li Dao shared some valuable experience with Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian had suddenly become wealthy, claiming to be financially supported by his girlfriend, who provided startup capital. Li Dao might have already seen through this, but Zhang Qian didn't provide any explanation willingly, and Li Dao didn't ask further questions. That's how people should behave. There wasn't much to do in the afternoon, as Chen Weiqian and Liu Shiki were not in the office, and Zhang Qian wasn't summoned for interrogation. Before leaving work, he messaged Jin Lu, informing her that he wouldn't be coming home for dinner as he had a client meeting, and then proceeded alone to the planned meeting at the Wangyu Tower on the 24th floor. The height provided a sweeping view of the night in half a bye-bye. "Mr. Zheng, please have a seat." Su Shuyan snapped her fingers, indicating the waiter to start serving. To her surprise, Zheng Qian hadn't changed his clothes or appearance from the morning. His face had even started to get slightly oily. "Zheng, I'd like to treat you to dinner tonight. It's just a gesture of thanks for the great support you've given to our Jingshu group." "No, I'm just looking at the long-term picture. I believe Jingshu and Jengsen will be long-term partners in the future. We shouldn't be greedy for short-term gains. For you, it might be a small gain, but for us at Jingshu, it's a significant cost." "You're joking. The strength and reputation of Jingshu Group in the northern region is well known. Everyone knows Jingshu Group is a solid and established company." Su Shuyan and Zheng Qian exchanged some business compliments. "Oh, what solid and established? My father might be a bit too traditional in his ways. Jingshu Group was founded in the 1970s. If we continue to manage the company using his methods, I believe it won't be long before Jingshu starts to decline." Zheng Qian believed that Su Shuyan had a good business sense, being able to realize how to manage a company effectively. Even he could see that land transportation costs were too high. So Su Shuyan surely understood it as well. If Jingshu Group wants to advance further and become a large enterprise, a transportation model involving heavy tonnage will be necessary. It's better to start considering maritime shipping early on. I can only do my part. Success is uncertain. Su Shuyan sighed. She was just speaking nice words superficially. In reality, Jingshu Group had already begun to decline early on, something she couldn't tell others. The company faced many problems: transformation, operational models, cost control. Among them, funding was Jingshu Group's biggest issue. Otherwise, Su Shuyan wouldn't be considering aggressively lowering costs, abandoning inefficient and costly land transport, and considering efficient and cost-effective maritime options. Unlike you, Zheng, so energetic and promising. Su Shuyan had someone look into Zheng Qian's background. A local guy, graduated from a university in the northern region, orphaned. He recently invested 30 million in Jengsen Shipyard, but only held a 24% share. 2 days ago, he and Han Huahao partnered to register a gym in Lanhu district, each contributing 10 million. He owned a Rolls-Royce, paid in full. Aside from this, he had no other assets. Su Shuyan thought the Rolls-Royce might be his father's or borrowed to project an image, but it turned out he had bought it in full, not even 2 weeks ago. Looking at it on paper, Zheng Qian seemed like a newly wealthy individual. Yet, if one were to think deeper, Zheng Qian's background seemed quite mysterious. His purchase of shares in Jengsen indicated good foresight, identifying a sector with great potential in the coming years. A partnership in opening a gym might seem ordinary, but partnering with Han Huahao, who owned all of Wangyu Island, indicated extensive connections. Purchasing a Rolls-Royce in full meant at least 10 million, a sum most bosses would finance to maintain cash flow and potentially reduce tax by listing the car under the company. Zheng Qian's full payment and ownership indicated substantial financial backing. Su Shuyan grew more curious about Zheng Qian's true background, his resume failing to convince her. A seemingly ordinary young man suddenly possessing such wealth suggested another possibility. Zheng Qian was a figurehead fabricated by a major player. Lacking real power, he merely carried out orders from a higher authority, aimed at cleaning money for that individual, with a professional team guiding him. Of course, this was all Su Shuyan's wild imagination. If Zheng Qian were a figurehead, operating in an economically developed coastal city, why would he come to a small place like the northern region? However, the source of Zheng Qian's funds remained suspicious. Winning the lottery, reading biographies or business novels, aspiring to build a commercial empire, all seemed absurd. But Zheng Qian's true background remained a mystery. General Zheng, are you considering investing in Jingshu Group? Investing? Yes, a genuine investment. Not in you, but in Jingshu Group. Don't get the wrong idea. Su Shuyan blushed, surprised by Zheng Qian's teasing offer. You're the Deputy General of Jengsen, current partners with Jingshu. If you invest in Jingshu, aren't you worried about gossip at Jengsen? It shouldn't be a problem. We have another Deputy General managing 3 companies. Zheng Qian believed that his plan to dismantle Dafu Timber would be implemented soon. How much can you contribute? Regardless of Jung Kian's true intentions or interests in her, Jingshu was in need of funds. So Shuyun had been contacting financial bigwigs in coastal cities to raise capital. How much do you need? Jun Qian, with over 100 million in his account, felt that contributing to Jingshu would suffice. What did he mean? So Shuyun wondered how much Jun Qian could actually invest in Jingshu. Was he suggesting that however much she needed, he could provide it? Judging by Jun Qian's casual demeanor, it seems Su Shuyun didn't take him too seriously either. Jingshu Group had around 70 to 80 million in assets, and for the company's expansion and transformation, she estimated at least 200 million would be required. Her initial plan was to let Jingshu develop steadily and accumulate enough capital before proceeding. However, the uncertainty of this steady development loomed large. The market conditions could change quickly, and within a few months, the company could have the required capital on the books. Conversely, a market downturn could lead to layoffs, production scale reductions, and barely breaking even for a few years. 200 million in capital would be out of the question. Jun Qian's appearance undoubtedly offered hope for a rapid transformation and change in the company's operating model. Yet, Su Shuyun wasn't sure if Jun Qian was serious or how much he could actually invest in Jingshu Group. General Jun, may I ask why you want to invest in Jingshu Group? Su Shuyun voiced her curiosity, unable to understand why Jun Qian would invest in a declining business. I only have faith in you as a person. I believe that under your leadership, Jingshu can revive Mr. Zhu's past glory. The two discussed some personal matters at the dinner table, in addition to business pleasantries, but did not delve further into Jun Qian's investment in Jingshu. After dinner, Jun Qian returned to Jianshan International. These days, Jun Qian rarely stays overnight at home, and he has very few chances to meet Jin Lu. He doesn't know if she's mad at him. Coming back so late today, Jun Qian didn't want to make much noise, so he tiptoed upstairs. I was just about to message you, and you're back. Just as he reached the corner of the stairs, he heard Jin Lu's voice. Feeling guilty, Jun Qian put on a smile and went upstairs confidently. A sheepskin blanket was laid on the floor with soothing music playing. She was fully focused on doing yoga. She was wearing a black sports tank top and shorts, showcasing her perfectly proportioned, long, beautiful legs. The tank top just reached her prominent collarbones, accentuating her figure. Jun Qian knew that she only dressed like this at home. If she wore this outfit to the gym or any public place with male companions, it would attract unwanted attention. Where have you been? Not even looking at your husband? Jun Qian approached from behind, wrapping his arms around her slim waist and resting his chin on her right shoulder. Where have you been? Not even looking at your husband? Do you even remember you're my man? Count how many nights you haven't stayed at my place. Where have you been? It's all work-related. I have a lot to handle every day. Otherwise, how would your man support you, right? Jin Lu's words held a hint of dissatisfaction, but she understood Jun Qian's routine. She knew that the time he spent in the mornings had to be made up for at night. She wasn't really angry, but wanted Jun Qian to return home earlier and avoid staying out overnight, establishing a sense of home in his mind. All right, from today, I promise, I will try to come back earlier. Jun Qian realized that there were many instances where he could have returned home without staying out. He just didn't want to trouble Jin Lu to pick him up. Where should I put my hands? I'll go take a shower. I'm tired and don't feel like showering. I'm sweaty. I'll go wash up first. I suddenly feel like showering too. How about we do it together? Jun Qian suggested mischievously. If he had to shower alone, he really didn't feel like moving. But if they showered together, he would instantly feel more energetic. HMPH, are you really tired or just pretending? I'm tired, but seeing you makes me forget about it. Smooth talker. Where did you learn that from? From a book. Which book? How to Make Your Wife Happy. Heh. About an hour and a half later, Jun Qian was lying in bed, holding the exhausted Jin Lu in his arms. He suddenly noticed that Jin Lu's eyelashes were longer than usual. Why are you looking at me like that? Jin Lu had actually helped him a great deal before, providing valuable assistance in handling a tricky situation. Earlier, Jun Qian was contemplating how to deal with a potential conflict with Han Huahao, but Jin Lu had done her research and resolved the issue quickly. You look cute. By the way, how is the gym doing? Jin Lu informed him that the gym was now under her management and had resumed operations, with no changes in personnel. However, some equipment is outdated and needs to be updated. I have ordered a few Smith machines, imported ones. Okay, I'll transfer the money to you tomorrow. Are you free tomorrow? I'll take you to the gym. Sure. What about Lanhu? Any updates? They're still selecting a site at Lanhu. Some places are small but overly expensive. Mr. Ho felt it wasn't suitable, so they didn't make the purchase. Others were cheaper, but too remote, about 7 to 8 kilometers from the upscale residential areas. If you encounter any difficulties, just let me know. I can handle the funding, and Hanhua Hao can manage the connections. We make a good team. I've been wanting to ask you something. Why did you buy his gym? Honestly, Jin Lu had been holding this question in her heart for a long time and finally couldn't resist asking Zhang Qian. For you. Zhang Qian didn't hide the truth. If Jin Lu wanted to know, he would tell her honestly. For me? Why? Is that not okay? I can be extravagant with my money. It's not just a few thousand or tens of thousands, it's 4.5 million. How wealthy am I really? Compared to the world's top billionaires, I'm just this much. Zhang Qian extended his pinky finger. How about compared to regular people like us? That I'm not sure about, but I suppose I'm considered wealthy. Jin Lu playfully flicked Zhang Qian's nose. You're such a show-off, aren't you? This playful banter roused a mischievous spirit in Zhang Qian. Continue. The next morning, around 10 o'clock, Zhang Qian rubbed his sleepy eyes. Jin Lu was already up and had prepared breakfast. She covered it with a steel-colored heat preservation cover and was in the study wearing Bluetooth earphones, listening to English comprehension exercises. My lazy pig finally woke up. Jin Lu took off her earphones as she saw Zhang Qian. I was tired from yesterday, Zhang Qian explained. Tired during the day or at night? Both. After breakfast, Jin Lu took Zhang Qian to the gym. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Hello, Miss Jin. Mr. Zhang is working out again? Every employee at the gym greeted Zhang Qian warmly. Why are they all so friendly? Zhang Qian was perplexed. It seemed like the gym had become more enthusiastic, and when he last visited, even the receptionist at the company wore a smile, greeting Zhang Qian. You're their benefactor. They are greeting you out of gratitude. Jin Lu explained that jobs in Yo were hard to come by, and Zhang Qian's purchase of the gym saved their jobs and prevented losses. I've sent the contract as instructed. It's an electronic version. Take a look. If everything is fine, I'll go sign it this afternoon. Jin Lu handed the document to Zhang Qian. Earlier, Zhang Qian had instructed Ho Jiani not to transfer ownership of the gym to his name and had left everything related to the gym, including the land and equipment, in Jin Lu's care. No issues. Go ahead and sign it when you have time. Mr. Zhang. Welcome. Would you like some water? A robust man with a big smile came over. It was Duen Qiren, who had been coded by Jin Lu last time. Zhang Qian had to lean back, squinting to see clearly. Duen Qiren's head was wrapped in thick gauze, looking just like an Indian sadhu, with many bruises on his legs. He had a clean towel draped over his shoulders and a bottle of mineral water just taken out of the refrigerator in his hand, as he warmly offered it to Zhang Qian. No need for now, I just got here, not thirsty yet. Okay. Director Zhang, I'll keep it for you first. Do you want me to make you some protein? You can replenish energy after training with Miss Jin later. No need. I'll go straight to lunch later. Other people were attentive to Zhang Qian, and he could accept it, but Duen Qiren, who was filled with anger towards him before, even threatening to fight him one-on-one, was now being so attentive. Zhang Qian found it a bit unfamiliar. Director Zhang, about what happened before, I want to apologize to you. You're a bigger person who doesn't remember the faults of small people like me. Just treat me like a fart. Don't hold it in your heart. Duen Qiren had his reasons for being like this. He had always heard that Jin Lu had trained in Muay Thai, but he never expected her to be so strong. With just a few careless moves, she knocked out this provincial Team Sanda player. In the battle in the octagon that day, Duen Qiren admitted defeat sincerely. However, he didn't stay long in the hospital. He heard about the gym closing down. He hadn't even paid this month's car loan. If the gym closed, what would happen to his loan? Thankfully, in a few days, news came that Zhang Qian took over the gym and spent millions. Zhang Qian transformed, becoming the gym's owner, and naturally Jin Lu became the gym's boss lady. Jin Lu beat him in combat skills, but Zhang Qian defeated him in business and man's mentality. So, even though Duen Qiren's injuries had not fully healed, he came to the gym, wanting to apologize to Zhang Qian at the earliest opportunity. Today was the day. Is your injury healed? Jun Qian asked casually. He had seen clearly from outside the octagon that day, when Kieran was already foaming at the mouth. His injuries were not light, and Jinlu had used lethal force. He probably wouldn't be out of the hospital for a few months. Not yet, Director Zhang. You've been so gracious to acquire the gym. It's a critical time when we need people. How can I lie in the hospital at this juncture? When Kieran's transformation was swift, and he became like Zhang Qian's loyal dog, constantly wagging his tail, hoping Zhang Qian would pat his head. Working despite your injury is commendable, but don't neglect your health. If you need to rest, go rest. I won't say more for now. I'll go train first. Guided by Jin Lu, Zhang Qian entered the gym's private training area, starting his sweating process for the day. After training, Zhang Qian's sportswear was soaked with sweat, and there was an indescribable sensation all over his body. At the dining table, Jin Lu led Zhang Qian to a restaurant and ordered a high-protein lunch. What are you going to do this afternoon? Zhang Qian asked. I have to go to the coffee shop. How about you? Zhang Qian said he had to go to the company. When it came to the coffee shop, Zhang Qian couldn't help but be curious. What's the name of the coffee shop you opened? Chumler. Zhang Qian nodded and remembered the name. After lunch, Zhang Qian went to the company. On his desk was a detailed report about the Jingshu Group, which Zhang Qian had asked Xia Qian to prepare last night. After carefully reviewing the information, Zhang Qian gained new insights into the Jingshu Group. Particularly interesting were Mr. Su and Miss Su Shuyan, as well as the organizational diagram of the Jingshu Group, including partners and competitors. Xia Qian did a great job. This report would be of great help for Zhang Qian to invest in the Jingshu Group and execute his plan to bring down Dafuwood. Knock knock knock. Coming. Xia Qian walked in holding a report. I was just about to praise you, and here you are. You did a great job on the report. I'll give you a bonus this month. Zhang Qian praised. No need. This is part of my job duty. No need for the bonus. This is the information for today's interviews. You can go to the small meeting room and interview these people now. Xia Qian handed the information to Zhang Qian. Interview. What interview? Deng Shuxin resigned, and we need someone to fill in that position, so we need to interview new members. You directly manage the PR department, so you need to personally conduct the interviews. Manager Li is also here. He needs to interview an assistant. Considering that you only come in the afternoon each day and not in the morning, I combined the interviews to save time. It won't clash. I heard you and Manager Li are old acquaintances, so you can discuss the candidate's character. Wow. Xia Qian was indeed a top secretary. Her logical thinking was extraordinarily meticulous, and her considerations were very thoughtful. What about Manager Chen? Isn't he coming? Manager Chen is on a business trip to the Magic City and won't be back at the company for the next few days. And you can make the final decision on this. Even if Manager Chen were in the office, he wouldn't attend this interview session. Zhang Qian nodded, took the documents, and went to the small meeting room. Li Dao had already started reviewing the candidates' resumes for the interviews. The small meeting room had 3 seats. Li Dao on the far right, a colleague from the Human Resources Department on the far left. Zhang Qian had met him when he brought Deng Shuxin to handle her resignation before. Director Zhang. The HR manager stood up to greet Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian nodded in response. The HR manager was mainly there to handle matters after the interviews, where Zhang Qian and Li Dao chose which candidate. He would be responsible for taking them to handle the internship procedures so they could start working on the same day, saving many tedious administrative processes. Director Zhang, we are waiting for you. Let's start now. Li Dao also stood and welcomed Zhang Qian to his seat in the middle. The middle seat was reserved for him. Today, there are a total of 8 candidates. The first one is Zhiqian Zi. Xia Qian acted as the host of the interview meeting, introducing the identities of the candidates to Li Dao and Zhang Qian, and also introducing Li Dao and Zhang Qian to the candidates. The earlier candidates were all excellent, with resumes mostly from top-tier universities and at least 3 years of relevant work experience. Zhang Qian's own university was average compared to these candidates, and they were much more outstanding. However, it was Zhang Qian who sat in the chair. Zhang Qian never expected that he would be an interviewer in his lifetime, interviewing people much more excellent than himself. One thing to note was that all these candidates seemed very nervous during the interview. For some reason, seeing their nervousness, Zhang Qian was reminded of his own job hunting and interview days, feeling sympathetic towards them. It was possible that after Xia Qian introduced Zhang Qian as the vice president, they felt immense pressure. The previous candidates were all go, but Zhang Qian and Li Dao did not rush to make a decision on who to select as their subordinate employees. They decided to complete all the interviews first. When Zhang Qian flipped through the last candidate's information, he was somewhat surprised. Not because her alma mater was outstanding or her work experience was rich, but because he knew her. Qin Zuli. Zhang Qian and Li Dao stared at each other, both surprised that Qin Zuli would come to participate in the interview at the Jiangxin Shipyard Company. Manager Li, did you know in advance that this person would come for the interview? I didn't know. She didn't tell me she was coming. Xia Qianchen was a bit puzzled by what these two were saying. General Zhang, Manager Li, Qin Zuli graduated from a 211 school and has relevant work experience, meeting our interview criteria. Do you have any questions? No issues. Let her in. Li Dao said to Xia Qianchen, she came here based on her abilities. There's no reason for us to reject her. Xia Qianchen didn't know that Qin Zuli used to be Li Dao's subordinate and also a colleague of Zhang Qian during their previous job, sitting next to each other. Qin Zuli was dressed very elegantly today, her hair tied up as required, wearing a professional outfit, which was a significant change from her previous casual style. Miss Qin, this is the HR manager of our company. If you pass the interview today, you can go to him directly to handle the internship procedures. Manager Peng, hello. When Qin Zuli saw Zhang Qian and Li Dao, she was extremely surprised. She had heard from various sources that Li Dao had brought Zhang Qian and switched to a maritime transportation company called Jiangxin Shipyard. Coming for the interview today, she was actually aiming for Zhang Qian. Li Dao, as a senior in the industry, getting promotions and raises after switching jobs was quite normal. She had known before coming that Li Dao had become the manager of Jiangxin Shipyard's business department. But she didn't expect Zhang Qian to be one of the interviewers today, sitting in the most prominent position. It seemed like he had a higher position than Li Dao. How did this happen? Zhang Qian had always been Li Dao's trusted little brother, with the big brother rising high, so the little brother naturally basked in the glory as well. But being an interviewer together seemed a bit too exaggerated. Miss Qin, this is the manager Li Dao of our business department. Manager Li, hello. And finally, this is the vice president of our company, Zhang Qian. Vice president. Qin Zuli widened her eyes. How could Zhang Qian's position be higher than Li Dao's? This didn't make sense at all. Zhang. Vice president. Hello, Zuli. Don't be nervous, we are all old colleagues. You did well under my leadership before. I appreciate your abilities. Don't worry about this. I won't reject you simply because of it. Li Dao hinted at something in his words. In other words, Li Dao's intention was to say that they all knew each other well. There was no need for any tricks. The interview rules were not just about recruiting for particular positions. Li Dao's assistant, Zhang Qian's PR team, could both be chosen from these 8 people. If chosen by Li Dao, under the leadership of this senior, she could learn a great deal of experience, and the salary was also good. If chosen by Zhang Qian, she could enter his PR team, directly led by the company's vice president, with a promising position in the company, promotions and raises at the say of Zhang Qian. However, the PR team had fewer responsibilities, and the salary was slightly lower than being an assistant to Li Dao. Either way, being chosen would be a good thing, considering the benefits and the 10,000 yuan salary after deductions. Jiangxin was a growing maritime transport company with fixed assets, unlikely to go out of business even after several years. Moreover, there were many opportunities in this company. Joining Jiangxin was like stepping into the middle class. However, just as Li Dao said, you couldn't enter his team, so it was better to ask if Zhang Qian would accept her. Li Dao appreciated Qin Zuli's abilities, but he also knew that she was a typical sea queen. What he needed was an assistant who could wholeheartedly devote themselves to work, regardless of gender, but being a sea queen was not ideal. In this role, there was no clear distinction between working hours. Once they called you, it was work time. While being a sea queen required spending a lot of time on fish feeding and care, Qin Zuli might be a time management expert, but in the long run, she would surely delay work several times. To avoid such work mistakes, Li Dao rejected Qin Zuli upfront. The two positions available today are the Director of Operations and Li Dao's assistant, a role much more valuable than Zheng Qian's PR team. Xia Qianchen furrowed her brow slightly. If Li Dao hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have known that Qin Zuli was originally his subordinate. Zheng Qian seemed to be colleagues with Li Dao, so there must be some sort of relationship between Qin Zuli and them. Whatever Li Dao's reasons for rejecting Qin Zuli, his actions were wise. Li Dao was personally brought in by the company's CEO Chen Weiqian, and to avoid any possibilities of complaints about favoritism, he didn't grant any special treatment to former colleagues. In reality, Li Dao also had this in mind. By rejecting Qin Zuli, she was left with only Zheng Qian as an option. Qin Zuli had strong capabilities, but in terms of her emotional and personal life, Zheng Qian was somewhat disdainful. I have one question. Vice President Zheng, please go ahead. Why did you want to switch jobs? This was a common question asked by many interviewers. For Zheng Qian, he needed to understand. Qin Zuli certainly couldn't say, I came for you. Last time you left me alone in the hotel, not even bothering to come and see me. She felt deeply insulted by that. This insult triggered her desire for conquest. Previously, as a sea queen, she had numerous admirers lining up for her attention. Why couldn't it work with Zheng Qian? Was she less than a nightclub girl here? Her desire for conquest, coupled with competitiveness, drove Qin Zuli to participate in Jiangxin Shipyard's interview today. Qin Zuli couldn't express her true thoughts. After a moment's thought, she blurted out, the work culture in my previous company was rather low. I am not content with the status quo. I have things I want to pursue, and a startup company like Jiangxin Shipyard is the place for me. I believe Jiangxin also needs my contribution. These words impressed everyone present. Her confident demeanor, unwavering mindset, instantly set Qin Zuli apart from the other candidates. Just based on this confidence, it was already a certainty that Qin Zuli's performance in the company would surpass others. She even amazed Li Dao. Even if he did hire Qin Zuli, no one would say a thing, let alone treat her as a pawn. If Qin Zuli's words were true, then Li Dao's assistant position would be more suitable for her. As long as she maintained this drive, Li Dao would wholeheartedly mentor Qin Zuli. Before Li Dao could change his mind, Zheng Qian stood up. Whether she was trying to impress Zheng Qian or genuinely discontent with her situation and seeking self-improvement, Zheng Qian had no reason to refuse such an outstanding employee. Welcome to join my team. Zheng Qian believes that Qin Zuli is fully capable of taking over the position after Deng Shuxin resigned. Manager Pan, please take her to handle the formalities later. You can start familiarizing yourself with the work from today. Thank you, General Zheng. Li Dao saw that Zheng Qian had already signed Qin Zuli. He didn't feel like saying anything, so he let it go. After all, there are plenty of people like Qin Zuli. The girl named Ji Changxiao in front is actually not bad and very driven. Li Dao is quite satisfied with her, although she is a bit shy. She was the first to interview, so nerves are understandable. During this time, Qin Zuli has mostly been cutting off ties with the sycophants around her, returning gifts to those who should be repaid, and settling debts. By today, she has pretty much set clear boundaries with those people. For a few obsessed sycophants, Qin Zuli didn't even think twice, she just blocked them. It's not that she is heartless, her relationship with sycophants was always just for fun, but some took it too seriously and she can't be blamed for that. Qin Zuli is already 25 years old this year, and a few more months will mark her 26th birthday. Her classmates from the past have started families and gotten married. Many men surround her, but most just want to have fun with her. A few are serious, but Qin Zuli isn't interested. Although it seems lively around her, she is still single. She has no idea how Zheng Qian suddenly rose to wealth and became the company's vice president, but she thinks he's a pretty decent man. Qin Zuli now sees Zheng Qian as her ultimate goal to pursue. She used to take relationships seriously, back in high school, when she was still a pure teenager. After being hurt by a senior, she thought she understood relationships between men and women and became a sea king who enjoys fishing and breeding fish. Now, seeing Zheng Qian, she realizes that scumbags are actually few and far between, and most people are sincere in relationships. This time, Qin Zuli decides to put all her effort into pursuing Zheng Qian and sees him as a potential husband. After completing the formalities, Zuli was added to a WeChat group by Jun Qian and received a red envelope of 2,000 yuan. Jun Qian. Welcome new colleagues Jun Qian. Congratulations on getting rich. Good luck. Jun Qian continued to send a 2,000 yuan red envelope in the group and asked Zuli to claim it. This is an exclusive benefit for his public relations team. And just because Zuli arrived late, she shouldn't miss out. He treats everyone equally. After receiving the red envelope, Zuli went to her workstation and, under Xia Qianchen's guidance, began to get to know her new colleagues and familiarized herself with her upcoming tasks. Hello, I'm Yao Manman. Yao Manman. Zuli was a bit shocked. She has heard of Yao Manman's name. Isn't she Zhang Qian's ex-girlfriend? How come Yao Manman is also in this work group? Why are you looking at me like that? Have we met before? Yao Manman smiled. Sorry, I got distracted. Hello, I'm Zuli, your new colleague. Please take care of me in the future. Zuli greeted the remaining people one by one. She was relieved to not know the others, only recognizing Yao Manman as Zhang Qian's ex-girlfriend. She thought Zhang Qian's work group might be a gathering place for his ex-girlfriends. Now it seems not to be. But why did Zhang Qian keep Yao Manman in the work group? Does he still have feelings for her, or is he keeping her in the company hoping to rekindle the past? Seeing this, Zuli understands that her acceptance into the public relations team is not because Zhang Qian has feelings for her but because he appreciates her abilities. Putting personal feelings aside, Yao Manman's professional capabilities should also be strong. Zuli now sees Yao Manman as a potential competitor. Men like Zhang Qian are scarce high-quality resources in society. When you encounter a good man, you have to fight for him. Even if you were my sister, I wouldn't let go. Without this determination, how can she win Zhang Qian? In the afternoon, with the guidance of several colleagues, Zuli has a basic understanding of her job responsibilities. The workload is manageable, and she estimates she can catch up with everyone in 1 or 2 days. Approaching the end of the workday, Zuli excused herself to the restroom and quietly approached Zhang Qian's office door. Knock, knock, knock. She lightly tapped on the door. General Zhang, are you busy? Zhang Qian heard it was Zuli and asked her to come in. What's up? He put down his documents regarding the Jingshu group and asked, please take a seat. Zuli closed the office door and sat in front of Zhang Qian. General Zhang, do you have time after work? I'd like to invite you for dinner. I've done many things wrong before and would like to apologize to you. Zhang Qian recalled that when he resigned to pack his things, Zuli had previously suggested having dinner to apologize. At that time, Ding Hanfei, who replaced Li Dao, interrupted them, leading to a big quarrel, and they parted ways directly. Another time, I'm busy today and need to go back to accompany my family. Family? Does Zhang Qian already have a girlfriend? Zuli's eyebrows furrowed, feeling completely incredulous. It's only been a short time, and Zhang Qian already has a girlfriend. From the tone, are they already living together? Everything happened so quickly. Zuli suddenly felt a blow. There's one more thing I want to clarify. General Zhang, please go ahead. You performed well in the interview, and I hope you can maintain that level and not let past issues affect your new job. Since I chose you for my team, I won't look at you with colored glasses due to personal emotions. That's all. Zhang Qian glanced at his watch. It's time to go. If there's nothing else, please rest early. Good luck. Outside the office at this time, a few colleagues, seizing the opportunity while Zuli was away, started discussing the new colleague. Zuli is quite flirtatious. How could she go to General Zheng's office just after joining? I think General Zheng called her over, right? That's impossible. I saw her when I went to the bathroom. She lingered outside the door for a few seconds. It was Zuli who actively knocked on General Zheng's door. She seemed to want to invite General Zheng to dinner. Wanted to invite General Zheng to dinner. Did General Zheng agree? I have no idea. I can't eavesdrop on General Zheng's office door. I lingered for a few seconds and then left. Zuli is quite scheming, trying to seduce General Zheng just after starting. How old is she? Hey. Look now. Zuli is coming out. Do you think General Zheng agreed? Agree to what? Look at her disheartened appearance. You can tell she was rejected by General Zheng. Zuli walked out of Zhang Qian's office feeling very discouraged. Zhang Qian's words just now were undoubtedly a blow to her. Originally, Zuli was happily walking into his office, but she was practically driven out by Zheng Qian. She thought that Zheng Qian keeping her meant there was still some feelings between them, but his words just now told her that Zheng Qian already had a girlfriend, and she should be more cautious in her words and actions in the future. Although she didn't know if it was true or not, there was a cold indifference on Zheng Qian's face that pushed her far away. Qin Zuli was not going to give up. Her confidence came from her graceful appearance and her determination to win over Zheng Qian. She didn't mind playing the role of a third party in their relationship, but to play this role, she needed to become Zheng Qian's mistress first. She had to show Zheng Qian that she had turned over a new leaf and genuinely wanted to have a relationship with him with marriage in mind. So what if you have a girlfriend? You're not married yet, right? If you're not married, she still had a chance. While queuing to clock out, Qin Zuli was questioned by a few colleagues. Lily, did Manager John have any work for you? Qin Zuli felt a sinking feeling, realizing that these colleagues were teasing her because she was driven out by Zheng Qian. It seemed like everyone knew about it. No, Qin Zuli coldly replied. She could tell that among these colleagues, someone had already set their sights on Zheng Qian, which is why they were teasing her. Other than her, there were many potential rivals for Zheng Qian, but this wouldn't stop Qin Zuli. What are you all to me? Dare to make fun of me? Let's wait and see who wins in the end. After enduring a round of mockery, Qin Zuli clocked out and left. Lily, don't pay attention to them. When you left just now, they were discussing if you were trying to seduce Manager John. I think you wouldn't do that. This was spoken by He Yanyan. After Deng Shuxin left the company, she kept to herself, not interacting much with those girls except for work-related conversations. Thank you, Yanyan. Qin Zuli looked at this cute girl with round glasses. He Yanyan was the first girl she chose to believe in after joining Jengson. After a brief conversation, they realized they lived close by. After clocking out, they went to have dinner together and took a bus home. After finishing the last bit of paperwork, Zheng Qian returned to Jianshan International as usual and went to the gym with Jinlu the next morning. In the afternoon, instead of going to the company, he made an appointment with Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin to go buy a car at a car sales center in the north suburbs. Initially, Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin refused since Zheng Qian had already helped them a lot, and they didn't want to accept more from him. But Zheng Qian was firm. If the sisters didn't agree, his expression turned ugly. They set a meeting point, and Deng Yuqing drove to pick up Zheng Qian, and the three of them headed to the Forest store. Zi Qian, this isn't necessary. My dad's car is good enough. Although it's an old car, it's durable. Just as Deng Yuqing finished speaking, the car suddenly made strange noises. Deng Shuxin immediately panicked. The car stopped moving, and smoke billowed from the hood. Zheng Qian urged them to quickly get out of the car. Durable? Zheng Qian chuckled. Ow. I just got it repaired last month. What's happening? All right. Forget it. Let's call for a tow truck and get it taken away. Today, I'll take you to pick out a new car. Zheng Qian clicked his tongue. Oh. Deng Yuqing lowered her head and obediently called for a tow truck. After settling the issue with the old Jetta, the three of them took a taxi to the car sales center. After helping the two sisters purchase a car, Zheng Qian followed Li Dao's advice and decided to get a Mercedes S-Class for himself. After careful consideration, Zheng Qian found Li Dao's suggestion logical. As a businessman, he should cultivate a sense of mystery and sometimes disguise himself. The S-Class was the best choice for him, not a Rolls-Royce, which would be too ostentatious. Leading Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin to beautiful roses into the car sales center, Zheng Qian immediately attracted attention. Wow, that guy is so lucky. He brought two beauties directly. If you have money, you can bring them too. These two beauties look similar. Are they sisters? Could it be sisters? Some men admired Zheng Qian even more now, thinking that being able to handle two sisters like this meant he was very wealthy. Indeed, Zheng Qian didn't even bother to look at the domestic brands and went straight to the Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Damn, I need to work hard to earn money, so I can have a supermodel girlfriend drive a luxury car. You, forget it, you'd need to finance a QQ, let alone a luxury car for a model. These remarks were overheard by the trio, but Zheng Qian didn't care about others' opinions. However, the two sisters blushed, feeling embarrassed. After entering the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, Wang Huan, the sales manager, received a call. It was from an old classmate who had given him a large red envelope a few days ago and asked for a favor. His classmate's good buddy had recently started pursuing a tall model. Knowing Wang Huan worked at the Mercedes 4S store, he had this plan. Wanhwan was to serve them throughout but, in the end, inform the model that the particular car she wanted wasn't available and would require a deposit of 100,000 yuan for pre-order, with a waiting period of 1 month. If she asked for any other available options, Wanhwan was to maintain none were in stock. After leaving the store, they would arrange for a refund where the deposit would be returned at 95,000 yuan, and Wanhwan would keep 5,000 as a reward. This 1-month period was intended to make the good friend grow tired of the model. This conversation was with his good buddy, saying there was no need to wait another week. They were coming today to see the car. Wanhwan had to keep this entire operation secret, especially from Zhang Xian, the other sales manager at the store. Zhang Xian and Wanhwan were in constant competition for the top sales spot at the Forest store. Even though they were cordial on the surface and behaved like regular colleagues, they loathed each other deep down. The monthly cash prize for being the top seller was 20,000 yuan, and Zhang Xian had won it for 3 consecutive months. This was why Wanhwan was taking this risk to help his old classmate. Today was an exception since Zhang Xian was out accompanying a customer for registration, and he probably wouldn't return soon. Feel free to look around. Let me know if you like any car. Wanhwan glanced at the entrance. She's here so soon? Wanhwan had never seen this good brother of his old classmate, but judging from the figures and looks of those two beautiful women, it was indeed this good brother. The 2 beautiful women beside Zhang Qian had regular features, fair skin, were full of vitality and charm, with beautiful looks and elegant posture. Especially in terms of height, they were all above 1.7 meters, the standard height for models. Looking at their faces, the 2 even looked somewhat alike, as if they had a blood relationship. In Wanhwan's mind, 3 words instantly popped up. Sisters. It was agreed that there would be 1 person, and suddenly, there were 2. No. After completing the task, extra money would have to be added. This is my classmate's brother. You guys take a break. I will go over there. After saying this to several other sales managers, Wanhwan adjusted his collar and walked out. Sir? Hello. Are you here to see cars? Nonsense. Why else would I come to the Forest dealership if not to see cars? Wanhwan furrowed his brow. His classmate's good brother was quite good at acting all grand, but after all, he had paid money, so Wanhwan just played along. Alright, do you have any models in mind? Let me introduce them to you, Wanhwan said with a smile. Today, they are the ones buying the cars, you can ask them. Everything was within Wanhwan's plan. Ziqian, these cars are all too expensive. Shall we go to a cheaper dealership? You have helped us so much already. It's really embarrassing for us to let you pay for our cars. Deng Yuking and Deng Shuxin glanced casually. Even the cheapest Model C cost tens of thousands, which was too expensive. The 2 thought that if they could ever drive an Audi A4 in their lifetime, they would consider life complete. And they had not expected that as soon as Zhang Qian came, he made them look at models like the Maybach, a car only top bosses could afford. Completely beyond the 2's expectations. It's fine. Money is not an issue for me. Today, I insist that both of you take 1 car each. Don't just look at the C-Class. Go over there and look at the S-Class. Zhang Qian pointed at the area where the S-Class models were displayed. Both of you don't have to worry about money. Today, Zhang Qian is counting on the 2 of you, as sisters, to bring him closer to his goal of buying the S680. Wanhwan heard Zhang Qing's words very clearly. This kid indeed knew how to make things happen. The lowest spec C-Class already cost tens of thousands, and now they were getting 1 each. His bluffing skills were unmatched. No wonder he said he was never short of beautiful women, even managing to get the 2 model sisters. All thanks to his silver tongue. Wanhwan had been a salesperson for 5 years, adept at talking, but now he didn't even have a wife. Unlike Zhang Qian, who had 2 women by his side without much effort, Wanhwan made up his mind to learn from Zhang Qian. After finishing things up, Zhang Qian could think of a trick like getting a deposit refunded, suggesting all he had in mind were ways to impress women. As the sales manager at the Mercedes-Benz dealership, he could use such tricks to impress women as well. Wanhwan knew all the sales managers at the Forest dealership, except for that one guy Zhang Xiang, who he didn't get along with. He was familiar with everyone else. Ziqian, this car is even more expensive. How can we afford it? The 2 sisters were shocked after seeing the price of the Mercedes S-Class. Even the most basic S4 cost over $1 million, not to mention the S680 model with all the extra features. It's okay. Didn't I say money is not an issue for you? I'll take care of it. Take a look. Choose which one you like, and let me know. Each of you will get one. Each of them will get one car. Deng Yuking and Deng Shuxin felt a sudden shock. This was not John General. This was a money god. Every aspect of the Mercedes-Benz was top-notch. The craftsmanship was exquisite. The interior was beautiful, and the streamlined design was ahead of any other cars on the market by at least 5 years. The two of them really liked it, but the only flaw, which was a fatal flaw, was that it was too expensive. A car like this cost over $1 million, and two cars would cost almost $3 million, enough to cover the operating costs of a cafe for 2 years. The car was fantastic, but it was just too expensive. Deng Yuking and Deng Shuxin both thought that they couldn't let Zhang Qian spend that much on buying them cars. They decided to speak to him about it. Zi Qian, we appreciate your kindness, but we really can't accept the cars you are buying for us. Yeah, when the cafe starts making money, we can use our earnings to buy cars. No need to rush it. My dad's old Jetta can still be driven. It's just a transportation vehicle. We don't need such expensive cars. Zhang Qian realized that they had been intensely admiring the S for a while, touching it, sitting in it, testing it out, and he thought they were going to choose that model. But suddenly, they came over to tell him this. Zhang Qian understood that neither of these two would accept a car he bought for them, no matter what he said. How about this? Let's consider this car as the cafe shuttle. Would that be acceptable? I'll finance it for you two as the owners. I see you had your eyes on the S400, right? Then go ahead and choose that one. Regardless of their agreement, Zhang Qian decided that since the cars were now going to be used as business vehicles, they would be for the two of them to use, while he would have another one for himself. The sales manager, where is he? Here. Zhang General, what can I do for you? Wang Huan stepped forward cheerfully. Zhang Qian took out a card from his pocket, ready to hand it to Wang Huan for the payment. However, he suddenly remembered that when he accompanied Jin Lu last time to purchase a car, a few words from Jin Lu resulted in the dealership giving her many gifts. It was all for free, but future maintenance costs for the car would be high, and the two sisters might not afford it. If both cars are paid for in full, are there any discounts or gifts included? Zhang Qian, imitating Jin Lu's tone, began talking to the sales manager. In just about 10 minutes, the price, discounts, gifts, and free maintenance were all discussed and settled. The high-spec S400 model cost around 1.3 million yuan, so the total payment for two would be around 2.6 million yuan. Since they were going to pay in full, he thought they'd have a down payment ready. While the whole process was a bluff, Zhang Qian acted the part so convincingly that he completely impressed the two stunning models. Acting was also quite natural for Wang Huan, who enthusiastically engaged with Zhang Qian, even exaggerating the discounts, gifts, maintenance offers, all 3 times more than what was usually given to regular customers. Since it would not have to be delivered, they wouldn't have to follow through with their promises anyway, so exaggeration served their purposes. Zhang Qian, on the other hand, believed that offering more incentives than Jin Lu had was indicative of success. He was unsure if it was because Mercedes-Benz was generous or if he had already learned the art of negotiation from Jin Lu, but he was content with the results. All right, let's go ahead and pay with the card. At this point, Zhang Qian finally handed the card to Wang Huan. Zhang General, 1 car or 2? Wang Huan decided to give Zhang Qian the respect he deserves. Of course 2. Zhang General, one thing I forgot to mention. The S400 model is not currently available. Not available? Then what about the 2 cars in the showroom? Zhang Qian was starting to get annoyed. Come on. They had already discussed the price, the discounts, the maintenance. Now he's being told there are no cars available. Is this some kind of joke? Mr. Zhang, the 2 cars you mentioned were actually booked by customers a few days ago, who even paid a deposit of 100,000. However, they still haven't come to pick up the cars, so they are not the immediate delivery, as you mentioned. Wang Huan performed quite convincingly, even taking out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one for Zhang Qian. Mr. Zhang, I am truly sorry. Please don't be angry. Damn it, are you playing me for a fool? You are telling me now that there are no cars available immediately. If you had told me earlier that there were no immediate deliveries, I wouldn't have wasted so much time here. Wang Huan was also starting to feel irritated. This was not how the scenario was supposed to play out. By common sense, he apologized and offered a cigarette, and Jun Qian should have politely informed the two beautiful ladies to wait for the cars and make the deposit. It was clear to Wang Huan that this guy was not playing by the rules. Originally, it was agreed that one model would be showcased, but today he brought two. Fine. Wang Huan decided to go along with the show. After being frustrated and humiliated, he knew that the final price wouldn't be just 5,000. Decided, at least afterwards, he would demand an additional 20,000 from this guy as compensation for his mental distress. Mr. Zheng, we are truly swamped here. It's quite popular in our showroom. You can pay a deposit of 100,000, and we can reserve one for you. If you want to order two, it would be a 200,000 deposit. How long is the wait? Jun Qian asked coldly. 1 month. Damn. 1 month waiting. If this guy named Wang Huan had told him earlier about the 1 month wait, Jun Qian wouldn't have spent over an hour at the Maiban store. No immediate availability. No matter how good the deal sounded, what's the use if it's all talk? Jun Qian felt insulted by his intelligence. Zi Qian. Let's forget about it. Deng Yuqing had never planned on letting Jun Qian buy her a car, and now that it wasn't possible, it was a chance to save some money. Yeah. Let's forget about it. Let's just get any car for transportation. Forget about it. How could it just be forgotten like that? Jun Qian's S6A was waiting to be reimbursed for the two ladies. No. You have to give me an explanation. Call your boss. Jun Qian started to feel a bit upset. The more the two sisters refused, the stronger his resolve was to resolve this matter. After spending so much time at the Forest store, and with the two sisters showing interest in this model, Jun Qian had promised them before coming that they could take it home today. If it didn't happen, wouldn't it be a slap in his face? When Wang Huan heard Jun Qian requesting to call the boss over, he felt it was going too far. He whispered in Jun Qian's ear, in a voice only they could hear, "Bro, that's enough. I've given you enough hints. Who's your bro? Are you insane?" Jun Qian pushed Wang Huan away. He had seen people trying to be familiar, but never to this extent. Wang Huan was also frustrated. He had received so little money for so much effort, and despite making things clear, Jun Qian was taking advantage and pushing him, calling him insane. Furious, he decided to spill the beans and reveal the full story. Hey! Why is there a commotion outside? It's Wang Huan and that customer. Didn't he say they were acquaintances? Why are they arguing? I don't know. Let's go check it out. In the sales lounge, several sales managers gathered around, curious to see what was happening. All right, since you're not giving me face, don't blame me for not giving you any. Jun Qian had truly provoked Wang Huan. A joke. As a car salesman, what face do you have here? Do you think you are superior just because you sell Mercedes? In my eyes, you are just an ordinary salesman. What are you trying to prove? This was the first time Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin had seen Jun Qian lose his temper. It was partly due to them that the argument had escalated. Zi Qian. There's no need to get upset. Yeah. Can we just go elsewhere? It's fine. You to stay here and watch. Jun Qian gave them a reassuring look. If you like to show off, then I will too. Open your eyes wide and see how much money I have in my account. Jun Qian displayed his bank account balance card. Everyone leaned in, squinting to count the digits. Thousands, hundreds, tens, million, 18 million. Wang Huan was in a tough spot now. Jun Qian wasn't his associate, but a wealthy and handsome guy for real. A few million was just a fraction of his bank account holdings. There was no need to impersonate some partner for such a minimal sum of money. After seeing the bank account balance, Wang Huan's eyes widened in shock, completely stunned. What's going on here? Why are there so many people gathered? A man in a suit with a sales manager badge appeared in the crowd. Zhang Xian, weren't you supposed to be getting the license plate for the customer? There weren't many people at the traffic office today, so it didn't take much time. What's going on here? Zhang Xiang inquired. Just a moment, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Xiang immediately recognized Zhang Qian. Hello. I didn't expect you to grace our Forest store with your presence. How come you didn't inform me before coming? Quick, go get a cold Coke for Mr. Zhang. Zhang Qian furrowed his brow. Who was this kid? And how did he know he liked drinking cold Coke? Mr. Zhang, don't you recognize me? We've met before. Zhang Qian still couldn't recall. You were at our Forest store last time looking at cars, and after a tour, you went to BMW across the street. As Zhang Qian listened, he started to remember. He had indeed come over with Jinlu last time, and they had visited Maiban. But how did this guy know he liked cold Coke? The BMW salesperson over there is an old friend of mine. When we were out drinking, he told me about serving you and closed a deal for a 7 series worth over 2 million. Impressive. Zhang Xian initially had not paid much attention to Zhang Qian, but during a night of drinking with colleagues, he heard from a BMW friend that a simple cold Coke had sealed a deal for a car. While Zhang Xian was skeptical at first, the friend described Zhang Qian and Jin Lu's appearance, as well as the trading process. Eventually, Zhang Xian clearly remembered Zhang Qian's distinctive preferences and his liking for cold Coke. When Zhang Xian first recognized Zhang Qian, he thought, "Here to buy a car again. Not here to bring a girlfriend to buy a car." For high-net-worth individuals like Zhang Qian, having multiple girlfriends wasn't uncommon. Buying a car for a well-performing girlfriend wasn't out of the ordinary. Such people weren't short of money. Wang Huan had no idea that Zhang Qian was genuinely there to buy a car, thinking he was just a good buddy sent to fool around. The look of fear on Wang Huan's face was unmistakable. Zhang Xian, everything you said is true? Of course it's true. Mr. Zhang, here's your Coke, enjoy it. Sout. Wang Huan sat on the ground. Manager Wang, what are you doing? Zhang Xian wondered. Even though we don't usually get along, when it comes to snatching customers, it's all about ability. There's no need to be so exaggerated. Zhang Xian thought that Wang Huan felt he was snatching his customers, but in reality, it was not the case. Wang Huan felt like his world had collapsed. At the same time, the automatic door of the forest door opened. A not-so-tall man, dressed in a more hip-hop style, was hugging a tall, well-built woman with a face that was hard to describe. Who knows how many injections of hyaluronic acid she had on her face, or how many times she had gone under the knife. She looked like a plastic surgery model. Which one of you is Manager Wang? I'm here to pick up the car. Wang Huan felt like crying even more. Turns out this was the real deal. Damn. Wang Huan got up from the ground and kicked him directly without any hesitation. I am Manager Wang. The young man was dumbfounded. He had just called a friend to talk to Manager Wang and everything seemed fine. But why did Manager Wang kick him as soon as they met? For no reason. Just wanted to hit you. Hit me. How could the young man lose face in front of his model girlfriend he had just charmed? The two of them started fighting right there. The woman with the plastic face beside them didn't understand what was happening. She didn't even know why they were fighting, covering her chest in confusion. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian had learned the whole story from his colleagues. Boss Zhang, ladies, it's noisy here. Let's go upstairs and talk. Don't let this scoundrel ruin the mood for us. Zhang Xian continued serving Boss Zhang. The conversation between the two parties went smoothly. Zhang Xian said the S400 was in stock, and they could drive it away today. Moreover, all the gifts and benefits promised by Wang Huan were still valid. Boss Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. This was the service he expected when coming to make a purchase. The conversation was light, and there was even nice cola to drink. The cars are for these two young ladies, once registered under their names. All right, Boss Zhang. Boss Zhang took out his bank card and swiped 2.6 million. Spent 2.6 million, with a cashback of 260,000, already credited. The two sisters were left dumbfounded. 2.6 million, the amount a coffee shop might earn. Boss Zhang spent it just like that. Was he the big shot with 18 million in his account? They were mistaken. Boss Zhang's account already had over 200 million. The two sisters were the lucky ones. By the way, Zhang, do we have an S680 in stock at the store? I want to pick up one more. Yes, we do. Zhang's eyes sparkled when Boss Zhang wanted another car for 3.2 million. If the promised after-sales policies and gifts remain the same, let's use the card. Once again, Boss Zhang handed over his bank card. Ding. Boss Zhang received a transaction alert on his phone. Zhang couldn't stop smiling. It was only the beginning of the month, and he had already sold 3 cars directly, all high-end models, 2 S400 high-spec versions and 1 S680 top version. He was already comfortably leading the sales charts for the month. Deng Yuking, Deng Shuxin, how could he spend over 3 million again in such a short period? In one afternoon, he spent nearly 6 million. This spending speed could outstrip a sports car. Deng Shuxin knew that Boss Zhang already had a BMW, a Rolls-Royce, and now another car. Seriously, one car is not enough. Why so many? In the world of the wealthy and handsome, she truly couldn't understand. Zhiqian, you. What's wrong? Nothing. Deng Yuking hesitated, and Boss Zheng didn't press for more. With Zhang's continuous assistance, the car formalities were quickly taken care of. While the three were driving the cars out of the forest store, Wang Huan and the young man were still fighting, both with swollen faces and bruises. Just then, JC arrived, controlled the two, and took them away in the car. Deng Yuking and Deng Shuxin each sat in the driver's seats of the new cars Boss Zheng bought for them. These cars might be a lifelong goal for an average person. Although Boss Zheng said they were for the coffee shop, which female cafe owner drives these kinds of cars, and white cars, seemingly named for them cleverly. They both touch the handcrafted leather, quite different from the old Jetta they once owned. These cars felt more luxurious, a goal that most people might never achieve in their lifetime. Boss Zheng just said charge it and completed it for them. Unbelievable. What are you standing there for? Do you not have a driver's license, or you can't drive even with a license? Then these two cars are a waste. No. I can drive. I just feel sentimental. Deng Yuking quickly explained to Boss Zheng, who was sitting in the S680 driver's seat. Let's drive then. Do you want to buy groceries or something? I miss your cooking. On the way back, the three stopped at a mall, bought some steak, red wine, and groceries. Deng Shuxin struggled to park in the underground garage, frustrating herself. She drove the new car cautiously, and it was Deng Yuking who finally parked it safely. After dinner, Boss Zheng patted his satisfied belly. Let me help you set up the bed. Don't drive after drinking. Do you have some business tomorrow? Let's pick a location together. No need. I have to go back. Boss Zheng declined Deng Yuking's offer and called a designated driver through his phone. I have something else tonight. Tell me the location. I'll come over tomorrow directly. It wouldn't be right to stay at your place every night. In Boss Zheng's persistence, Deng Yuking didn't insist further. They agreed to meet under Shuangliu Bridge at 10 in the morning. Boss Zheng had learned his lesson, even if he stayed at Deng Yuking's house. The sound of their showers every night made him itch. It was better to be at Jianshan International, where there was a warm bed and no complaints from Jin Lu. He decided to spend more time with Jin Lu. The next morning, Jin Lu woke Boss Zheng up at 9 a.m. Sleepyhead. Didn't you say we have something to do today? Get up. Boss Zheng slowly got up from the bed, and after freshening up, Jin Lu brought him clean clothes. Another car bought. Following a senior's advice, I bought a Mercedes S-Class. Over breakfast, they chatted, with Jin Lu agreeing that Rolls-Royce was always very showy wherever it went, but if he liked it, that was all that mattered. This one has more of a business vibe now, looking more stable. If you have any other suggestions in the future, just tell me directly. Sometimes harsh advice is for the best. Haha. Got it. At 10 o'clock, Shuangliu Bridge. Zheng Qian left 20 minutes early, but still arrived 10 minutes late. The morning rush hour in Yo, especially Shuangliu Bridge, was too congested. Zheng Qian had to wait for the traffic light at the large intersection for 7 or 8 minutes. Deng Yuking hadn't arrived yet, probably stuck in traffic as well. After waiting for 20 minutes at Shuangliu Bridge, Zheng Qian noticed a very interesting phenomenon. There were many cafes around, with well-known brands such as Lucky X Coffee, Our Spice Coffee, and Starbucks Coffee all located on the same street. At 10 in the morning, office workers were passing by, with riders of various colors gathering at Shuangliu Street to pick up takeout orders. The business of cafes in Yo North was booming. No wonder Deng Yuking chose to meet here and had selected the address of the cafe here. Shuangliu Street was located in the middle of Yo North, like the center of a circle, with more commercial buildings nearby, convenient transportation, close distance, and low delivery prices. Zheng Qian turned around at the sound of the call and saw Deng Yuking running towards him with a white leather bag. The summer breeze lifted Deng Yuking's hair, making it hard for her to open her eyes, so she had to use her hand to shield her forehead to see. My hair is all messed up. Sorry for keeping you waiting. The traffic was really bad on the way here. I didn't expect the traffic light to be so long. I had to wait through 3 cycles. It's okay. I just arrived as well. Zheng Qian helped Deng Yuking fix her hair. By the way, why are you alone? Where's your sister? My father is preparing for surgery. She took an early morning flight to the capital yesterday. I stayed in Yo North to handle the site selection. If the surgery goes well, he'll be transferred back to Yo North for recovery in a few days. By then, Ian Shuxin will take care of him. Oh, okay. Where are we going to see the shops? Have you made a decision? The two of them crossed Chuangliu Bridge, chatting as they walked. Deng Yuking told Zheng Qian she had selected 3 shops, and they were going to see the first one. The first shop was in a more remote location, not on Chuangliu Street, but on the adjacent Sanatory Street. There were fewer cafes on this street, and more snack shops, milk tea shops, and cake shops. The rent for this one is relatively cheap, around 150,000 yuan a year, and the landlord includes property management fees. Next, Deng Yuking took Zheng Qian to see the second shop. This one was on Chuangliu Street, with an annual rent of 250,000 yuan, and the location was more suitable. However, Zheng Qian was surprised to find out that this empty shop was right across from Shumiler. Zheng Qian had asked JNLS what the name of the cafe she opened was, and it was called Shumiler. The cafe opposite was opened by JNLS. How coincidental. Zi Qian, what do you think of this one? Although the rent is a bit high, I quite like it. Well, don't we still have one more to see? Let's finish looking before deciding. Zheng Qian was in a hurry. He had already seen the familiar BMW parked outside Shumiler. Jin Lu must be in the shop, and it wouldn't be good if she saw him accompanying Deng Yuking to see the cafe. Oh, okay. Deng Yuking didn't think much, just wondering why Zheng Qian suddenly became so nervous. The third shop was also on Chuangliu Street, not far from the location of the second shop, diagonally across from Shumiler. The rent for this one is even more expensive, 300,000 yuan a year, and the area is larger. In fact, the second one was quite good. Let's go with this one. Ah. Why the rush? Why did you choose this one? I think the second one was fine. The size was suitable, and the rent wasn't expensive. Why? Zheng Qian scratched his head wildly, his brain spinning rapidly, and finally came up with a clumsy excuse. The feng shui at the second shop isn't good. Even the landlord laughed. It was the first time he'd seen someone considering feng shui in selecting a shop. Sorry. The landlord quickly apologized for his slip. How about this? If you sign the contract today, I'll include the property management fees for the whole year. Seeing the landlord's sincerity, Zheng Qian didn't intend to argue. Wait for a moment, I'll talk to him alone. Deng Yuking gave Zheng Qian a signal, and the two of them stood in a secluded place to discuss the matter. What's up? Zheng Qian saw Deng Yuking silent and teary-eyed, and asked with concern. Nothing. Let's go with what you say. Deng Yuking quietly wiped her eyes with her sleeve to hide her emotional reaction from Zheng Qian. Attraction +5. Current attraction, 100. Zheng Qian, all right, we've discussed it and decided to rent from you. Do you have the contract with you? I'll transfer the payment to you now. After receiving the payment, the landlord happily signed the contract with Deng Yuking, then rode away on a small electric donkey. Zheng Qian was left feeling confused. He was still pondering why Deng Yuking's favorability suddenly increased by 5 points, reaching the maximum level. Could it be because his casual remarks touched her in some way? As favorability increases, it becomes harder to raise, usually increasing by 1 point at a time. Zheng Qian was sure that his offhand comment had stirred up strong emotions in Deng Yuking's heart. Otherwise, his favorability wouldn't have increased at all when buying a car. Yet a few words raised it to the maximum level. Women truly are emotional creatures. A few words were enough to charm Deng Yuking. Zheng Qian believed that even without spending money on Deng Yuking, gradually getting to know her would have led to success. However, Zheng Qian already had a girlfriend. Throughout, neither Deng Yuking nor Deng Shuxin asked him about having a girlfriend, tacitly assuming he didn't have one. Zheng Qian speculated that this was the reason their favorability towards him increased so quickly. If they knew he had a girlfriend, things wouldn't be as they are now. At noon, the two of them found a restaurant and had lunch together. Lil Qian, I have a question for you, if you don't mind. What question? Go ahead. Do you really not have a girlfriend? Zheng Qian? He had just been thinking about this, and she asked him during lunch. Zheng Qian hadn't decided how to answer. After some thought, he chose to conceal the truth. No. Why suddenly ask about this? Zheng Qian deflected the question. I'm just curious because I think a man like you should have many girls around him, right? No. I used to be poor. Only recently have I become wealthy. This was true. Zheng Qian had indeed become rich recently, and it was through women that his wealth increased. Oh. I see. By saying this, Deng Yuking understood why Zheng Qian had been spending money this way. From rags to riches, there was always a process involved. Generally speaking, Jung Qian was a stable and trustworthy man. Otherwise, Deng Shuxin wouldn't have let him stay overnight at her house. As for how Jung Qian became wealthy, Deng Shuxin didn't ask, understanding it was a sensitive topic. Are you getting wine? You're driving. Maybe you should refrain from drinking. The waiter offered a bucket of ice with 2 bottles of wine inside. Jung Qian thought Deng Shuxin had forgotten she was driving and reminded her, I know, but I feel like drinking a bit. Do you want some? I have to drive later and go to the office in the afternoon, so I can't drink. Jung Qian politely declined. All right, then I'll drink alone. Deng Yuqing skillfully opened the bottles and drank both on her own. Throughout the meal, Jung Qian advised her to drink less, or not at all if she couldn't handle it, but Deng Yuqing kept pouring it down. By the end of the meal, Deng Yuqing was a bit tipsy, with a flushed face. Before settling the bill, Deng Yuqing collapsed on the sofa. Your drinking capacity isn't that good. You shouldn't have drunk so much. Now, Jung Qian had to take Deng Yuqing home. Why drink so much in broad daylight, especially without any sorrowful reason? Now, Jung Qian had to take Deng Yuqing home. Wait a minute. Jung Qian suddenly noticed that Deng Yuqing's favorability rating was fluctuating. Favorability -1, favorability +1, favorability -1. Jung Qian had experienced favorability fluctuations before, but it was usually when the girl was sober. Could it be Deng Yuqing wasn't really drunk? Jung Qian gently shook her but got no response. Jung Qian realized that Deng Yuqing was pretending to be drunk. He had only seen her drink low-alcohol red wine before. If it weren't for the favorability system, he might have fallen for Deng Yuqing's little trick. But what was her purpose in pretending to be drunk? Testing Jung Qian, seeing if he would do something inappropriate, while she was not in control and defenseless. But with a favorability rating of 100, was there a need for such a test? Of course, Deng Yuqing might be trying to test Jung Qian for her sister Deng Shuxin, but risking herself seemed too extreme. In Deng Yuqing's mind, whether she developed a romantic relationship with him or her sister, it would be accepted. But Jung Qian wasn't going to fall for it. After helping Deng Yuqing into the car, he drove her straight home. Along the way, Jung Qian only glanced at her long legs a few times, refraining from any improper actions. Once he put Deng Yuqing in bed and covered her with a blanket, Jung Qian left. After closing the door, Deng Yuqing suddenly opened her eyes. She was anxious, but felt relieved, realizing Jung Qian didn't take advantage of her vulnerable state. If he had tried anything, Deng Yuqing would have resisted superficially, but ultimately would have complied. Jung Qian didn't seem like a man who would be irresponsible. Deng Yuqing decided to see how Jung Qian would choose. In an office at Zhonggong Fun. Not good. Director Liu. Something has happened. Liu Shiqi's female secretary rushed into the office, reporting the situation to her boss. Liu Shiqi remained calm. Having weathered several years in the business world, she had seen it all. The secretary urgently briefed her on the unforeseen situation. A timber company in Yan'an, owing 7 million in freight for international voyages to Zhengxin shipyard, was withholding payment and planned to sue the Zhengxin group for breach of contract. It seemed like they had no intention of settling the debt. Which company? Dafu Timber? No. It's Jiwon Furniture, the secretary replied. Liu Shiqi furrowed her brow slightly, but quickly relaxed. Jiwon Furniture was an old friend of Chen Weiqian. They had signed a long-term business contract with Zhengxin at the beginning, so the secretary's report may have exaggerated the situation due to her panic. Director Liu, I'm not panicking for no reason. They've even issued a legal notice. After handing a legal document to her boss, Liu Shiqi took it seriously. How did President Chen respond? President Chen went to Shanghai for business. He hasn't returned yet, so he may not know about this situation. This is troublesome. Such a thing happened. But Chen Weiqian is not in the company. It's only her and Jung Qian, the 2 vice presidents, left responsible for dealing with it. Let's pretend we don't know anything. I want to see how the kid will handle it. But Manager Liu, enough of buts. If he really can't handle it, we'll step in to clean up this mess. Jung Qian just entered the office, Zhengxin shipyard, when Xia Qianchen rushed in to brief him on the situation. How did this happen? After listening to Xia Qianchen's report, Jung Qian seemed a bit stunned. 7 million is not a small amount, and the upfront costs of the 4 international cargo ship trips were covered. If this money isn't recovered, the past 6 months would have been in vain. Manager Chen can't be reached for now, and there's no definite answer from manager Liu. Xia Qianchen informed Zhang Qian that currently, it's up to him to handle the situation as his level is appropriate. Also, as the leader of the public relations team, this matter falls within his scope of responsibilities. Only then did Zhang Qian understand the significance of the public relations team. It wasn't about whitewashing for celebrities in the entertainment industry, but handling such sudden events. This department might look idle and inconspicuous in the company, but it was indispensable. Zhang Qian initially thought that Chen Weiqian had given him a relaxed department, not realizing the crucial role of the public relations team. No wonder Chen Weiqian assigned him a capable assistant. Remaining composed, Zhang Qian immediately called for a meeting with the team to investigate Jiwon Furniture's background information. In less than 2 hours, there was a knock on the office door. Qin Zuli promptly delivered information about Jiwon Furniture. "John, here are the details I compiled. Please take a look." Xia Qianchen helped close the office door. It was evident that after receiving Zhang Qian's instructions, she had worked swiftly without delay to investigate the background of Jiwon Furniture and the historical cooperation of the two companies. According to the data, at the inception of Jiangxin Group, a 6-month cooperation agreement was signed with Jiwon Furniture. Counting the days, half a year was nearly up. "John, I speculate that Jiwon Furniture and the company's CEO should have a good relationship. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to sign such a contract on the company's second day of operation. What do you think?" Zhang Qian agreed with Qin Zueli's analysis. "Why don't you call Manager Chen and ask?" "I can't reach Manager Chen. His phone is unreachable." Knock, knock, knock. Coming. The next person to enter was Yao Mongmon. She glanced at Qin Zuli standing nearby, showing a hint of disdain. Perhaps Qin Zuli was trying too hard to impress by rushing ahead of everyone to give Zhang Qian the information. Didn't she know that Zhang Qian was once my boyfriend? Did she think she could compete with me for Zhang Qian? Does she have the capability? Would Zhang Qian even consider someone manipulative like her? This was a joke. In her mind, Yao Mongmon silently cursed at Qin Zuli for her actions. Yao Mongmon then walked to the desk and handed over a set of documents. "John, here is the information I've compiled for your review." Zhang Qian opened the second set of information provided by Yao Mongmon, detailing the financial issues of both companies. While Jiangxin Group was in a growth stage and didn't heavily rely on cash flow, assuming that all customers would pay final payments according to contracts, if a company like Jiwon Furniture did work but refused payment, it could pose significant difficulties for the company. If Jiwon Furniture didn't settle the 7 million final payment and proceeded to sue the company, Yao Manman's notes detailed the consequences. Turning the page revealed the quarterly financial report of Jiwon Furniture. "John, based on my analysis of the contract signed between our company and Jiwon Furniture, the price agreed by Manager Chen was about 5 points lower than the industry average. Using our for international cargo trips, Jiwon Furniture should have made a profit of approximately 54 million. Furthermore, there have been no disputes with partners, no lawsuits. The factory continues to ship goods regularly, and they are entirely capable of paying our 7 million final payment." Zhang Qian frowned. According to Yao Manman's analysis, was Jiwon Furniture intentionally avoiding settling the transportation fees? But Jiwon Furniture's boss is a good friend of Chen Weiqian, a close acquaintance. Why would they do such a thing? Knock, knock, knock. The third person to enter the office was Zhang Xiaoyao. Her hair was already disheveled from the wind outside, as if she had been rushing around. "John, I've gathered all the information. Take your time, have a seat and explain slowly." Seeing Zhang Xiaoyao slightly out of breath, Zhang Qian asked her to sit down first. Once Zhang Xiaoyao had regained her composure, she began. "I visited Jiwon Furniture's factory and found that production hadn't stopped." Yao Mongmon glanced at Zhang Xiaoyao, as if to say she had already investigated this point. Was it necessary to go to such lengths for something evident from the documents? Yes. Go on. Through Yao Manman's information, Zhang Qian was already aware of this. He hoped that Zhang Xiaoyao's trip had unearthed new information he wasn't aware of. Production hasn't halted, but they've stopped shipping to Yabai North Pier and redirected everything to Yabai South Pier. Zhang Qian was familiar with both the shipyard and the piers. Most of the company's cargo ships departed from Yabai North Pier, while Yabai South Pier only had one small tonnage cargo ship that wasn't frequently in use. Zhang Xiaoyao continued. Most of the ships docked at Yabai South Pier belonged to the Emir Group. I suspect Jiwon Furniture may have collaborated with the Amir shipyard. This legal letter is likely their doing, jointly targeting the company. Yao Manman's detailed analysis had already covered this point. Although 7 million wasn't a huge sum for Jenkson, it wasn't negligible either, enough to disrupt the company's financial chain. Zhang Xiaoyao's swift actions had revealed potential hidden truths behind the situation. Xia Qianchen summarized, if that's the case, then this isn't just a regular business dispute. Jenkson has now been drawn into a commercial battle. They say warfare without gunfire is the most ruthless kind of war. Unexpectedly, the Amir Group and Jiwon Furniture were playing dirty. While it was still speculation at this point, the evidence presented suggested a highly probable scenario. With Chen Weiqian currently unreachable, and Liu Shiki seemingly uninterested in intervening, it was up to Zhang Qian to take the lead. Xia Qianchen harbored doubts about Zhang Qian's abilities and wasn't sure if he could handle the situation. Currently, contacting Chen Weiqian seemed the most prudent course of action. As Chen Weiqian and Jiwon Furniture CEO Ma Wencheng were friends, a simple conversation might clear up the misunderstanding. Zhang Qian was pleased with the three individuals reporting the situation. Qin Zuli had just joined the company, showed a deep understanding of the company's partners, indicating her diligence and hard work. Yao Manman's sharp instincts identified the primary problem accurately, making logical judgments. Zhang Xiaoyao's investigational acumen had impressed Zhang Qian, uncovering potential hidden truths behind the situation. If he had to rate them, Zhang Qian would give Zhang Xiaoyao 10 points, Yao Manman 8 points, and Qin Zuli 8 points. However, he viewed them as advisors, and although he relied on their input, ultimately, he would have to lead the charge himself. You've all done well, keep it up. Zio, organize these materials, we're going to pay a visit to Jiwon Furniture and meet with Ma Wencheng. The three people who walked out of the office had different moods. Zhang Xiaoyao naturally had a hint of disdain towards the other two when it came to providing information and investigating backgrounds, as she had made the greatest contribution in that aspect. Judging from the expression on Zhang Qian's face, it was clear that he was most satisfied with her. She must have received full marks for this answer sheet. The other two did not see it the same way. Yao Mengmeng and Qin Zuli thought that Zhang Xiaoyao had simply taken advantage of the situation, hitting the nail on the head. Although Zhang Qian was most satisfied with her, his evaluation was based on the information provided by the two of them. In a way, Zhang Xiaoyao had taken advantage of the labor of the other two. Qin Zuli felt that she needed to work harder to stand out among the two. Zhang Qian's feelings towards her were still acceptable, and his attitude was at least on par with Yao Manman. But Qin Zuli was not willing to be grouped with Yao Manman. She wanted Zhang Qian to see her in a different light. Yao Manman was confused and held a grudge against Zhang Xiaoyao, accumulating more resentment on her face. All right, the three of us will start from here. Are you really planning to handle this matter on your own without waiting for Manager Chen? It would be safest if Manager Chen could handle it, but since we can't reach Manager Chen now, I can't just sit around and do nothing. Let's go meet this Ma Wencheng. Jiwon Furniture. In the chairman's office, there were two middle-aged men and a young man. They were Ma Wencheng, Chan Dashan, and Tu Yubin. The three of them were smoking together, causing the office to be filled with white smoke. The secretary standing nearby coughed uncontrollably, almost being driven away. Open the window. While the female secretary went to open the window, Ma Wencheng reached out and pinched her behind. The female secretary did not dare to resist and could only bear it silently. Cough, cough. All right, you can leave. Don't stand here. The female secretary left as if granted amnesty, quickly exiting the office. Director Hu, your move was quite decisive. Jenkson must be in chaos now. Ma Wencheng couldn't help but admire. This sniper operation was led by Hu Yubin, involving their two companies. Of course, I have already investigated Jenkson Group. Chen Weiqian is doing business in the Magic City now, not in Yabai. With just one Zhonggong fund, Liu Shiki is already busy enough. She is currently in the financing stage and definitely doesn't have time to deal with this. Moreover, that unpleasant woman Liu Shiki is just a titular vice president with no real power in the company. To get involved, she would need Chen Weiqian's authorization. Speaking of Chen Weiqian, Director Chan, have you handled it? Hu Yubin asked, as Chen Weiqian was a key figure in this operation and needed to be temporarily held back. It was taken care of last night. Chen Weiqian's phone has been confiscated, and he's dining in prison. He won't be out for 10 days or so. That's good. A few days should be enough. You've done well. Hu Yubin patted Chan Dashan on the shoulder. This made Chan Dashan unhappy, but he managed to force a smile. You're patting my shoulder. Who do you think you are? Even if your father comes, he can only pat my arm at most. When I started from scratch, your father hadn't even shot you out yet. Just a pampered playboy. The Yami group will eventually be dragged down by you. A friend of the enemy, his friend. Chan Dashan understood this. Right now, the three were in an alliance, and being thin is better than being larger. Yami group was several times the size of the other two. Chan Dashan could only endure for now. There is still an unknown junior vice president left. I heard that he just took office a few days ago and is doing business for the first time. He must be urgently seeking Chen Weiqian's help. Hu Yubin was not only targeting Jingxin shipyard, but also this Zheng Qian, the director who, if Chen Weiqian comes to look for me, what should I say? Ma Wencheng felt a bit uneasy. He and Chen Weiqian were familiar with each other. Not only had he not settled the freight charges but he had also sent a lawyer's letter, preparing to sue Jingxin shipyard. It would be awkward to meet face to face. Ma, you are not being moral. Director who offered products from Jiwon Furniture at 35% below market price. Why do you need to meet the kid Chen Weiqian? Alright. After careful consideration, Ma Wencheng realized that at this price, he could easily turn into an enemy opposite to Chen Weiqian. Jiwon Furniture mainly produced finished wooden furniture, mainly exported to countries like Japan and Singapore. Labor costs were not high, but transportation costs were significant. With a familiar person, he could reduce costs by nearly 20% in a year, which was worth it. Director Chan understands this well. In the business world, there are no long-term friends, only long-term benefits. What can Jingxin shipyard compare to your father's founded Yami shipyard? Exactly. Director who is right. Comparing Jingxin shipyard to the Yami shipyard your father established, 'tis like comparing nothing. Ha ha. The three of them burst into laughter. Chan Dashan was especially pleased, as he eagerly awaited the joke of Jingxin shipyard and that Zheng Qian. From this point of view, his goals aligned with Hu Yubin's. When Chen Weiqian demanded 2 million in freight charges, he acted like he was asking for his life, saying that extending the deadline for a few more days was not an option. Chan Dashan even had his own son kneel down, lowering his pride to plead with Chen Weiqian and ultimately forced him to pay the freight charges or else he would sue. Now, he was forcing Jingxin shipyard to taste being sued. Are there still such things? Jingxin is too much. 2 million is nothing. Yet Chen Weiqian can't even provide that. What's the point of maritime transportation then? This was the first time Hu Yubin had heard this. It's true. If I hadn't borrowed a sum of money from a friend in a hurry, Chen Weiqian would probably have been sued. After Chen Weiqian left, Chan Dashan had to borrow, loan from private sources, using Dafu timber as collateral, and even promised high interest rates. He had reached a strategic cooperation agreement with Yami shipyard and was preparing for a comeback. Teddy, such a person can't achieve anything. Hu Yubin scolded. If Chen Weiqian couldn't even provide 2 million, then what about this 7 million for this time? Wouldn't it break Jingxin's financial chain? Just thinking about it made Hu Yubin feel extremely pleased. He knew too well that if the shipyard's financial chain broke, it would lead to a disastrous outcome. They wouldn't be able to afford the salaries of captains and sailors, nor refuel the ships. They would just be stranded at the dock, accumulating docking fees every day. With this, Jingxin shipyard would find it difficult to expand its operations. Seeing these bad debts and accounts, the investors would shy away, and the customers would not trust Jingxin to handle their orders. How would they sail the ships then, let alone receive orders from Jingshu Group? That bastard Zheng Qian, who took over Jingshu at an extremely low price, even extended an olive branch to Su Shuyan. Hu Yubin was well aware of this because he had the same plan in mind, but Zheng Qian beat him to it. By daring to snatch the woman he had his eye on, Hu Yubin had to take severe action against the other party. Zheng Qian had not only failed in his seduction, but also put himself in a hopeless situation. He had a premonition that Su Shuyan would soon sue Jingxin shipyard, demanding an exorbitant compensation. Then Su Shuyan would actively contact him, hoping that Yami shipyard could transport Jingshu Group's goods. By then, Hu Yubin would pretend to be very reluctant but would reluctantly agree to Su Shuyan's request. Well, it's just a game. Su Shuyan was already his intimate partner, She just didn't know it yet. Director Ma, there is a man named Jun Qian below who claims to be the vice president of Jengson Shipyard and wants to see you. Hu Yubin was just cursing that bastard, but unexpectedly, when he mentioned Cao Cao arrived. After Ma Wencheng sought Hu Yubin's opinion, he decided to let Jun Qian come up and see what tricks he could come up with. Director Hu, do you think he might be here to negotiate peace? In my opinion, it's very likely. He won't do any good business. I guess it's not Chen Weiqian who sent him, but he's afraid of trouble. He's here on his own initiative to preempt possible repercussions from Chen Weiqian's return. Hu Yubin analyzed seriously. Jun Qian entered the office with Xia Qianchen following Ma Wencheng's secretary. As they entered, they saw 3 people in the office. Jun Qian only recognized one, Chang Dashan, and hadn't met the other 2. Xia Qianchen quietly introduced the identities of the 3 people on the side. The one in the black suit is Ma Wencheng, the owner of Jiuan Furniture. The young man in the silver-gray suit next to him is the owner of Asia America Shipyard. Jun Qian was a bit surprised after hearing this. The owner of Asia America Shipyard was unexpectedly so young. Looking at his appearance, he was only a few years older than Jun Qian, even younger than Chen Weiqian. Asia America Shipyard was one of the largest shipyard companies in the Midwest region, and it was unexpected that a young man was in charge. Xia Qianchen quickly explained to Jun Qian that he was similar to Su Shuyan of the Jingshu Group, but the development after taking over was different. One was underground, the other was in the sky. With this explanation, Jun Qian immediately understood. It turned out he was a dandy who liked to indulge in pleasure. The Asia America Group was bound to be ruined under his leadership. What a coincidence! Director Chan is also here. Jun Qian glanced at Chan Dashan. The expressions on Chan Dashan and Hu Yubin's faces didn't give Jun Qian a warm atmosphere, and they didn't pay any attention to Jun Qian. Instead, Ma Wencheng, who was being used as a pawn, smiled warmly, asked Jun Qian and Xia Qianchen to sit down first, and even took the initiative to pour tea for the 2. I wonder what Director Zhang wants to see me about. Ma Wencheng was a master at pretending to be confused. He knew exactly why Jun Qian was here, but he acted as if he didn't. Jun Qian snorted, not planning to please Ma Wencheng. Mr. Ma, you seem to have a poor memory. Your company sent us a lawyer's letter earlier today. Forgot? Oh, look at my memory. Yes, the lawyer's letter. What about it? What about it? Jun Qian was really aggravated by his playful expression. Analyzing the situation carefully, the scene was unexpectedly clear. Although Ma Wencheng appeared friendly, he was sitting with Hu Yubin and Chan Dashan, discussing something before Jun Qian arrived, which was unknown to Jun Qian. However, with Asia America Shipyard being involved, it was highly likely related to the current event. As for Dafu Timber, Jun Qian hadn't heard any news about the company's movements yet. The fact that these 3 were openly meeting with Jun Qian seemed to suggest they were telling Jun Qian, "We are going after you. What can you do to us?" Jun Qian didn't plan to talk much. He signaled Xia Qianchen, who brought out documents detailing the legal consequences of defaulting on payment and the absurdity of that lawyer's letter. "Miss, please hold on a moment. What absurdity in the law? The wooden furniture I exported, once arrived in Old Singapore, was damaged by 7%, and when it got to the island nation, it suffered 15% damage. This is clearly a breach of contract on your part. I can also tell you directly that you need to compensate us with 13 million in breach of contract fines. You won't pay a penny and expect us to pay 6 million in return. Mr. Ma, all our deliveries were signed for as in good condition. Where did you get the 7% and 15% damage rate data from? Based on our sailors' records, the damage was only 3% throughout the journey, well within the contract's terms, and it was due to your poor packaging. There's nothing more to say. I'll tell you this one thing. Asia America Shipyard must compensate us with 13 million in breach of contract fines, or we will see you in court." Ma Wencheng, unable to handle Xia Qianchen's arguments, began to mix up the situation. At this moment, Jun Qian finally couldn't bear it. "Mr. Ma, I have one thing to say. You have 1 day to transfer the outstanding 7 million shipping final payment to the account of Asia America Shipyard. Commercial conversations are often inscrutable." Jun Qian actually wanted to curse someone out, but since the other party didn't curse, he refrained as well. What he had originally wanted to say was, "If you don't pay, try me. If you don't pay within a minute, don't blame me for being impolite." Now, Jun Qian could only say, Mr. Ma, I have informed you in person. If you exceed the 24 hours have set, I will take unconventional measures. Let's go. After saying this, Jun Qian left Jiyuan Furniture. He had no intention of staying there any longer. In the office, extremely exaggerated laughter could be heard. Did you see his expression just now? Hu Yubin burst into laughter. I will take unconventional measures. Ma Wencheng pouted, imitating Jun Qian's tone and manner of speaking. Stop popping. You're making me laugh. Chan Dashan slapped his thigh. They didn't think Jun Qian had any unconventional measures up his sleeve. He was just bluffing to scare people. ... On the way back, Jun Qian called Su Shuyun, hoping to meet her today and discuss some business. Su Shuyun readily agreed to meet Jun Qian. Xia Qianchen was a bit puzzled. It was originally a matter involving Asia-America shipyard, so why was he involving the Jingshu group? At this critical moment, was he still flirting around? To be honest, even Xia Qianchen was a bit confused. Was Jun Qian just bluffing earlier, or did he already have a way to deal with them? Now, with the three companies coming together to target Asia-America shipyard, especially with Ma Wencheng at the forefront, she wondered what benefits Hu Yubin had given him to turn against Chen Weiqiang. When she was Chen Weiqiang's secretary before, she had a close relationship with Ma Wencheng. It was truly difficult to betray someone for a bit of profit. Even if Chen Weiqiang was in Ye by now, he would probably feel the pressure. Have you been able to reach Director Chen? Not yet. I don't know what's going on, but we still can't get in touch with Director Chen. If this continues, the company will have to report him missing. Xia Qianchen was extremely worried. It was really distressing not being able to reach him at such a critical moment. It was nerve-wracking. At 7 p.m., Jun Qian arrived at the Langxi Big Hotel to meet Su Shuyun. Director Jun, if you have something to say, just say it. What do you need me for? As soon as they sat down, Su Shuyun wanted to get to the point. Direct and straightforward. That was just what Jun Qian wanted. When he was at Jiyuan Furniture, he had already figured out a way. It wasn't just empty threats. Jun Qian indeed had a card up his sleeve. This card was enough to make Ma Wencheng kneel down and call him grandfather. Actually, it's about investment. We didn't finalize things last time, did we? Let's have a good chat this time. If everything is agreeable, let's finalize it right away. It's better to be safe than sorry. What do you think, Director Su? He wanted Jingshu Group to help him, and it was definitely impossible with just a low-priced contract. Moreover, the encirclement and sniping encounter faced by Jingxin Shipyard, Jingshu Group had no need to lie in the murky waters between them. Zhu Shuyun did not owe anyone any favors, and the low-price contract was a case of you get what you pay for. Jun Qian did want to establish a good relationship with Zhu Shuyun through a contract with Jingshu Group, but he did not intend to pursue her, nor did he have any other thoughts about her. He simply thought that Zhu Shuyun had a commercial talent, but just got off to a bad start. If he could support her a little, she might become a good helper for Jun Qian in building his business empire in the future. Facing Jun Qian, Zhu Shuyun was actually a bit worried. This man, who was the same age as her, had such great courage and financial power, which was beyond her expectations. For an ordinary young person, now he would either be working hard in a foreign land or be living off his parents at home, while Jun Qian was focused on his career. Zhu Shuyun was worried that if Jun Qian invested in Jingshu Group, besides his intentions towards her, he might have other thoughts about Jingshu Group. She had heard her father tell many business stories, one of which was a legendary tale where with just 2 million, a company with a market value of 30 million was acquired, and the founder was kicked out of the company, which was still running smoothly. In business, this tactic is called the butcher's method, using money as a scalpel to slice your company into pieces, and then, with the introduction of huge capital, swallowing it up, leaving the founder with no choice. Okay, Mr. Jun is really straightforward. Then I won't haggle. How much money can you put out? Zhu Shuyun originally wanted to fly to the imperial capital or the magic city, contact a few investment institutions, secure some capital. Since Jun Qian had approached her twice to discuss this matter, she might as well have a preliminary discussion. If it couldn't be agreed upon, so be it. The most important thing in financing is to look at 3 things. 1. How much money can the investment institution provide? 2. The reputation of the investment institution in the industry. 3. the level of trust the investment institution has in you. The last one seemed important but was actually not that important, with the main focus on the former 2 points. If the reputation and trust are okay, then actually money was not a problem. But the capital investment required huge returns. Jingshu Group was founded by Zhu Shuyun's father and financing would be a last resort, if necessary. Moreover, the Zhu family had been operating in the northern land of Yebai for a long time, might have some personal resources, knowing some bosses, capital, but completely transforming their own Jingshu Group was completely impossible. Therefore, they needed to find large capital and big institutions like the Imperial Capital and the Magic City. But in those first-tier cities, the Zhu family's connections were insufficient, so why should they be given money? Yebai, Jingshu Group. Sorry. Never heard of them. If you wanted to get money in that circle, there were only 2 ways. 1. Know the big shots in the circle, get their backing and endorsement. 2. Be a vegetable for capital if the transformation fails, not to mention, if it succeeds, the big share goes to the capital. But Zheng Qian was not an investment institution. As an individual interested in investing, it was negotiable. How much money do you need? Zheng Qian said lightly. Jingshu Group had always been considered a medium-sized enterprise, so for such enterprises wanting to transform, it was just a small-scale change, with the main business remaining unchanged, so not much money was needed. As long as it was under 200 million, Zheng Qian would accept 100 million for 40% of the company. Zhu Shuyun said tentatively. Okay. Let's prepare the contract. Zhu Shuyun. That's it. The actual total market value of Jingshu Group was only around 70 to 80 million, giving Zheng Qian 40% of the shares was to test whether he wanted control over Jingshu Group or if he intended to use the butcher's method on them. Zheng Qian's quick agreement made Zhu Shuyun even more suspicious. 100 million. Agreed just like that. That was not a small amount. For an ordinary person, with 100 million, they would already have achieved financial freedom and entered a life of retirement. Zheng Qian was even more ruthless than she had imagined. Is this all there is to it? Zhu Shuyun was extremely surprised. JD&TX discussed business, with Lao Liu and Lao Ma personally involved, and it took over half a year. Although she and Zheng Qian were not internet giants, it should not have been this quick. Zheng Qian seemed to understand Jingshu Group very well, otherwise, it would not have been so fast. Ow. That's it. Zheng Qian did not want to waste time. He already had a plan in mind. As you said, 100 million, 40% of the shares. Zheng Qian did not want to waste time. The current Jingshan Group was like ants on a hot pot. Time was of the essence. But if he was too quick, Zhu Shuyun would also have doubts. However, you must agree to one condition. Zhu Shuyun sighed. Indeed, the inevitable always came. Zheng Qian's straightforwardness would come at a cost. What condition? Zhu Shuyun had already guessed that Zheng Qian would not easily invest 100 million in her without any additional conditions, or else it would seem a bit fake. From their first meeting to discussing business, Zheng Qian and Zhu Shuyun formally meeting in person had only happened 3 times. She had already made up her mind that as long as Zheng Qian's request was not too excessive, she would agree. The next day, Chairman's office of Jiwan Furniture. Ma Wencheng was shaking with anger while holding a notification letter from Jingshu Group. Slam. Ma Wencheng fiercely slammed the letter on the table. HMPH. What is Zhu Shuyun up to? Daring to cut off the supply like this? Mr. Ma, please don't get angry. Miss Su said that there is a nationwide shortage of raw materials, and she had no other choice. The curvaceous secretary hurriedly tried to calm him down. Shortage my ass. Do you know how many tons of raw materials Jingshu had in the warehouse in the first half of the year? She's clearly aiming at me. Ma Wencheng's blood pressure was soaring. He took out a blood pressure lowering pill from the drawer and swallowed it to feel a bit better. No, he couldn't let Zhu Shuyun get away with this. Have the driver, Ziwan, prepare the car. We're going to Jingshu Group. I want to find out the truth from Zhu Shuyun. Meeting room at Jingshu Group. Where is Miss Su? Why hasn't she finished her meeting yet? I'm sorry, Mr. Ma. Miss Zhu's meeting hasn't ended yet. Please be patient. Patient? Patient my ass. Ma Wencheng had been in the meeting room for a full 2 hours, without a glimpse of Zhu Shuyun. Only a female secretary trying to stall him. It was clear she didn't want to see him. Waiting further was futile. I'm leaving. Let's go. Ma Wencheng felt that waiting any longer would be fruitless. Mr. Ma, take care. Ma Wencheng didn't head back. Instead, he went straight to the Zhu family. He just didn't believe this, a dignified chairman of Jiwan Furniture, being ignored by a young girl. Alright, since Su Shuyun didn't want to see him, then he would go straight to see Su Lao Zhu Shuyun's father. Has he left? Mr. Su, Mr. Ma has already left. He seemed quite upset to me. Su Shuyun's heart was calm and unruffled. She left Ma Wencheng hanging for 2 hours. Anyone else would have been upset, but she didn't cause a scene at the Jingshu group, explaining that Ma Wencheng's temper was already quite good. Alright, you have no business here. Ma Wencheng's Jiwan Wooden Furniture had much more experience in the industry than her, even having a deeper connection with her father. The two companies had a long-standing cooperative relationship. Last night, Su Shuyun learned from Zhang Qian that Jengsan Shipyard was being targeted by 3 companies from the north. The leader of the attack was Hu Yubin, with Ma Wencheng and Chong Dashan acting as his henchmen. Huxia MEI Group was doing well in the north and south of Yi, mainly focusing on international shipping. While there was some competition with companies like Jengsan Shipyard, Yi MEI Group was much larger. Su Shuyun was sure that it wasn't merely a precautionary measure. Without a resource explosion, Jengsan Shipyard wouldn't be able to surpass the MEI Group for at least a decade. There was only one possibility left. Hu Yubin was jealous of her and Zhang Qian's relationship, leading him to organize the attack. Due to a low-priced order, Hu Yubin believed there was something unhealthy between her and Zhang Qian. Hu Yubin was capable of such actions. However, in Su Shuyun's eyes, it was absurd. Regardless of her emotions and reasons, Su Shuyun couldn't reject the terms Zhang Qian offered. She no longer believed that Zhang Qian simply wanted to invest in the Jingshu Group. He was willing to fight against these 3 companies with $1 billion yuan. Jiwan specialized in Jingshu Group's secondary business, timber, including black walnut, birch, and maple. Jiwan produced finished wooden furniture, mainly exported to Singapore and other countries. Quality control was strict, and only Jingshu Group's timber met export standards in the north and south of Yi. Upon returning home, Su Shuyun was surprised to find Ma Wencheng at her house, chatting with her father over tea. Oh, Shuyun is back. You two talk. Mr. Su sipped his tea and pointed to Su Shuyun, who had just returned home. Su Shuyun never imagined Ma Wencheng would directly approach her father. It seemed Ma Wencheng had spilled everything. You're ruthless. But what can you do? Su Shuyun's father was now focused on retired life, holding only the title of chairman. He had entrusted full control of Jingshu Group to Su Shuyun. Mr. Su, I talked to Shuyun. I haven't visited the company in half a year. I don't know anything. Mr. Su waved his hand, showing disinterest. While he hadn't visited the company in 6 months, Su Shuyun would update him on financial reports and operations every month. He knew the state of the warehouse stock too. Suddenly terminating the cooperation with Jiwan Wooden Furniture must have had valid reasons, which they hadn't talked about yet. Su Shuyun's father was smart enough not to intervene at that moment and redirected the issue back to them. His earlier message implied that Ma Wencheng looking for him was pointless. He should talk to Su Shuyun. She was now the one in charge of Jingshu Group. Su Shuyun's father was just an elderly man who stayed at home, occasionally drinking tea and playing chess. Ma Wencheng felt bitter. After bringing numerous gifts, Mr. Su didn't pay any attention, but at last, he saw Su Shuyun in person. Mr. Ma, what can I do for you? The company meetings have been constant today. Sorry for the delay in your appointment. Su Shuyun politely greeted Ma Wencheng. Mr. Su, you're too kind. I've been waiting for you here. I received a notice from Jingshu Group earlier today saying they would temporarily suspend the supply of timber. Can you explain this, Ms. Su? Despite his internal impatience, Ma Wencheng tried to remain calm. Oh, that lumber is currently scarce, and we have run out too. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Ma. How long will this suspension last? It's hard to say. It all depends on the market, but given the current situation, it could be at least a year and a half. Ma Wencheng couldn't wait that long. He couldn't even wait a month. Ms. Su, considering the relationship between Mr. Su and me, could you please help figure something out? The factory cannot stop. I have two pending orders in the island nation, relying on this batch of timber from you. Well, I have no solution either. Mr. Ma, if you don't believe me, feel free to check in our warehouse. There truly isn't a single piece of timber left. Ma Wencheng left the Su residence disappointed. Shuyun, what's going on here? Mr. Su couldn't help asking. Su Shuyun explained the matter regarding Zhang Qian to her father. There have been many company matters lately, and I haven't had the chance to discuss this with you. After hearing the story, Mr. Su couldn't help but fall into a common fault that elderly people often make. Mr. Su was advanced in years and hoped to see his grandchild before passing away. How old is this Mr. Zhang you're talking about? He must be an older man in his 40s or 50s, right? He is in his 20s, younger than me. As soon as Zhu's father heard that, his eyes instantly lit up. Shuyun, when can you bring him over for me to meet? Su Shuyun? How can I do that? Do you want me to say, Mr. Zhang, do you have time to meet my father? Zhu's father wouldn't listen to Su Shuyun's nonsense. He stated with seriousness, Shuyun, you're not young anymore. It's time you found a partner. I don't have many days left, and you should hurry up and get me a grandchild to hold. Zhu's father saw Zhang Qian through Su Shuyun's description as a confident, bold, and highly intelligent man with exceptional business acumen. Most importantly, he was younger than Su Shuyun. In Zhu's father's mind, he was an ideal fast son-in-law. Nonsense, Dad. Don't say such unlucky things. Su Shuyun, known as a strong independent woman, blushed under her father's nudging towards marriage. Despite Su Shuyun being outside as a career woman, at this moment, under her father's hints about marriage, her face turned red. Zhu's father, who had seen many people, couldn't fail to notice his daughter's unusual expression as her face flushed. What unlucky or lucky? From now on, you'll worry less about company matters. I'll let Xia Peng keep a close eye. You should figure out how to win over Mr. Zhang, get married soon, and it will be the most important matter for you. A girl shouldn't be busy with her career all day long. At such a stage, not having dated even once would be a laughing stock if it got out. Jiwan Wood Products. Manager Ma, this is a bank draft sent to you by someone from the embroidery group, saying it's a penalty for breaching the contract. As compensation for us, a secretary with a perky behind walked in, placing the check on Ma Wencheng's desk. Ma Wencheng's face alternated between green and white. What the hell does this mean? That's Zhu Shuyun daughter, sending 50,000 to dismiss me. Ma Wencheng held 2 orders from Old Singapore. If the embroidery group no longer provided him with raw materials, he would have to urgently contact wood merchants in other regions. Not only would the quality of the raw materials decline, but the costs would also increase at least 2.4 times. Still, Ma Wencheng faced the risk of delayed delivery of finished wooden furniture. Damn it! Mocking me. Huh? This 50,000, not even enough to cover his losses, clearly a joke on him. Manager Ma, calm down. It's a colleague from our market research department who just brought over a document for you to look at. The perky secretary handed a red file folder to Ma Wencheng. After Ma Wencheng read it, he almost passed out, collapsing onto the sofa. The document showed a significant change in the share information of the embroidery group, with a man named Zhang Qian investing 100 million to acquire 40% of the shares, serving as the vice president of the embroidery group at the time. Manager Ma, are you all right? Manager Ma. The perky secretary was terrified, hurriedly fetching Ma Wencheng's medicine from the drawer for him to take, finally calming down a bit. Ma Wencheng was in a terrible state. Wasn't Zhang Qian the vice president of Shinshin Shipyard who visited him yesterday? He barely seemed grown up. How could he possess such influence? Are you sure this document isn't mistaken? Ma Wencheng asked again. The share information was copied directly from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Manager Ma, it can't be wrong. Ma Wencheng's face suddenly turned ugly, making the situation difficult. From the current situation analysis, Zhang Qian's investment in the embroidery group at this time was clearly to control the vital part of Jiwan Wood Products. Controlling the embroidery group was equivalent to controlling the raw material of Jiwan Wood Products. Although they hadn't openly confronted each other yet, Su Shuyun's indifferent attitude was enough to show that the two companies were no longer in a cooperative relationship. That Zhu Shuyun, for 100 million in financing, actually did such a thing. It's 100 million. What's the current market value of the embroidery group? Only 70 to 80 million. If it were Ma Wencheng, he would also abandon any business partner without hesitation. Manager Ma, there's another matter. Our colleagues from the sales department sneaked into the embroidery group's warehouse and found that they had dozens of warehouses filled with pressed wood, with the doors tightly locked, not allowing anyone in or out. Nonsense. They're clearly indicating they don't want to deal with you anymore. They found a new benefactor. No. I need to report this to Huyubin and see if he has any solutions. Dafu would. Father. There's new information. Chang Rui hurriedly entered Chan Dashan's office. Oh, what's going on? Chang Rui recounted the situation Jiwan Wood Products was facing to him. Our informant said this is a top-secret message that many people in Jiwan Wood Products are unaware of. For small and medium-sized enterprises like this, the competition is much fiercer than that of large companies, and everyone has spies in each other's companies. After learning about Jiwan Wood Products' situation, Chang Dashan's brows furrowed. What's the embroidery group up to? That smelly brat you fought with before. 100 million. What a joke. Not even the entire Dafu wood could sell for 100 million on the market. What's the embroidery group's basis? Are you sure you haven't misunderstood? This matter is not a joke. Chang Dashan remained skeptical. He couldn't believe that the vice president of Shinshin Shipyard, such a small company, could stir up such a big wave with 100 million. If it were true, they were throwing around 100 million, engaging in this smokeless battle. Father, I didn't believe it at first either, but our person guaranteed it. It's definitely true. That's why I hurried over to tell you. If it's true, I'll find out with a phone call. Chang Dashan took out his phone, preparing to call Huyubin to inquire about the situation. After such a big event, Ma Wencheng's Jiwan Wood Products certainly wouldn't handle it alone, and the first person he would seek help from would be Huyubin. Father, we have a lot of inventory too. Since we are allies, why not help Ma Wencheng? Chang Rui was somewhat bewildered. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He understood this principle well. He harbored more hatred towards Zheng Qian than anyone else, wishing to see him at his demise, strip off his skin, tear out his tendons, and grind his bones. Zheng Qian had hit him too hard last time. He spent a week in the hospital with a head wrapped like an Indian, barely discharged. His swelling hadn't subsided. He looked like a pig's head. What's even more irritating was that Yao Monmon had cut ties with him, blocking all forms of contact. It had been days since he last tasted a woman. Sporting a pig's head, this wealthy guy felt too embarrassed to venture into bars or nightclubs. People would surely wonder what happened to his head. Too shameful. If their company could help Jiwan Wood Products save Ma Wencheng from danger, it would also be a confrontation with Zheng Qian. What kind of wood do we deal with? Can't you figure it out still? Jiwan Wood Products go through dozens of processes for a set of tableware. Our wood quality doesn't meet their requirements. Otherwise, Ma Wencheng wouldn't inform me through you. He would personally call me for help. Dang. The door was suddenly pushed open by the assistant. Ali, the chairman and the general manager are discussing something. What's going on? After being scolded by his father, Chang Rui could only transfer his frustrations onto the assistant. I'm sorry. Chairman, General Manager, I have urgent news to report. The female assistant, in a tight-fitting suit, looked guilty and self-reproachful, even a bit anxious, indicating something urgent. What is it? If it's about Jiwan Wood Products, you can leave. I'm already aware of the situation. Chang Dashan waved his hand. No. 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 The female assistant was already stuttering. Maya Group was carrying our wood. Got into an accident at the dock. The ship capsized. All our goods went into the Yi River. What did you say? Chang Rui and Chang Dashan exchanged a glance, realizing the severity of the situation. Chairman, General Manager, everything I've said is true. The cargo workers from Yinan Wharf are just outside the door. You can call them in to ask about the situation, Chang Dashan said, urgently, trembling. Soon, the assistant brought in the drenched worker, water dripping from his body onto the floor. What's the situation at Yinan Wharf? The dock worker cried. Chairman, just as we were loading the timber onto Aziame's ship, their new cargo ship didn't sound the horn, recklessly bumped around the wharf, and directly overturned Aziame's ship. What about the timber? Speak quickly. With the effort of several workers and two cranes, we managed to salvage some of the wood, but about half of it got wet and waterlogged. How much was salvaged? About 1/5, the worker replied. Chang Dashan angrily slammed the water cup he was holding to the ground. The female assistant, seeing this, asked the cargo worker to leave. How did the ship from Zhengdin shipyard operate? Were the crew in the engine room blind? And the sailors aboard blind too? Damn. Chang Dashan, with eyes bloodshot, roared hysterically. Father, please calm down. Getting upset won't do any good for your health. Chang Rui comforted quickly. According to our sources, the cargo ship from Jundin shipyard didn't have a single sailor on the deck at the time, as if it was planned at. They avoid colliding with other ships, but hit the one loaded with our cargo. The female secretary's words further fueled the tension. Chan Dashin stood up from his seat, every single hair on his face standing upright. All right, please leave. Chan Rui gestured for the female assistant to exit. Father, if the incident was indeed orchestrated by Jundin shipyard, it's a direct challenge to us. Chan Rui was equally infuriated. Fine. Jun Qian is audacious. Daring to pull such a stunt, Chan Dashin declared. Let's go. I want to meet this guy and ask him directly what he intends to do. Jundin shipyard. Chan Dashin, accompanied by Chan Rui, rushed to Jundin in anger to confront Jun Qian. Li Dao, as the fourth highest ranking person in the company, welcomed them. I'm sorry. The general manager Jun is not in the company at the moment, Li Dao informed them. Where is Jun Qian? What's he up to? Chan Rui demanded loudly, making it almost a public affair. His father was the chairman of Dafu Timber, and he was the general manager. With the top two figures of a medium-sized enterprise present, the least they could do was send someone of an equal status to meet them. Mr. Chan, I am the chief executive of Jundin Shipyard. My position besides Mr. Chen and Mr. Liu is the highest. Li Dao responded with a smile. Do you have any business with Mr. Zhang? Let's go to a private meeting room. Cut the nonsense, Chan Dashin bellowed. With such a significant incident, Jun Qian is still occupied with business matters. How preposterous! Li Dao wore a puzzled expression. Mr. Chan, what significant incident are you referring to? No need to act oblivious. Don't you know about the Yinan Wharf incident? Chan Rui confronted. I do know about that. Mr. Zheng anticipated that your company would send someone over. However, he did not expect the top two executives to come in person. We are sincerely apologetic. Both of you, please calm down. The incident at Yinan Wharf was an accident. Jun Qian expressed willingness to bear all the costs of salvaging the sunken cargo in Yi River. If you are reluctant to salvage it, we can compensate your company in cash. How much timber sunk? We will compensate accordingly. Chan Dashin was taken aback. Is this what Mr. Zhang intended? Li Dao nodded. Mr. Zhang also mentioned that he is currently rather busy and unable to apologize in person. If you could pass on a message to Mr. Hu Bin from Azame Group, please inform him that Jundin Shipyard is willing to bear all costs related to salvaging and repair of the sunken cargo ship. Li Dao glanced at his watch. It's almost 6:30. I need to clock out. Please excuse me. After Li Dao dismissed them, the Changs left Jundin Company feeling puzzled. Dad, what does that guy really want? I'm a bit confused, Chan Rui admitted. Chan Dashin failed to react immediately. After suppressing his anger and analyzing the situation calmly, he finally understood what was going on. You fool! He cursed. He had neglected to consider the current state of the company. Dafu Timber was now able to operate smoothly by borrowing a high-interest loan from a private lender, promising significant interest for 6 months. He took on several orders from overseas, aiming to recover and become self-sufficient within 6 months to repay the loan promptly and avoid excessive interest charges. Jun Qian's intentions weren't directed at Azame Group, but at Dafu Timber. Even if their cargo was loaded at Yibei Wharf instead of Yinan, they would still have been targeted to stall their exports. Jun Qian, upon learning about Dafu Timber's financial situation, knew about their loan and aimed to bankrupt them. After listening to Chan Dashin's analysis, Chan Rui finally understood the situation. This guy is too sneaky, Chan Rui remarked. Chan Dashin coldly responded, this is just the beginning. He could do much worse. If I were Jun Qian, I would have sealed your goods and stalled your company for months, Chan Dashin claimed. Father, what should we do now? Chan Dashin needed to inform Hu Bin of this situation immediately. Jun Qian had played a dangerous game, and they needed to strategize on how to respond to this threat. You should go back. I've spoken to Hu Bin over the phone. Please go see him, Chan Dashin instructed before heading to Azame Group's office, where anxious Ma Wencheng awaited in the meeting room. After leaving the company, Li Dao took out a tissue and wiped the sweat that had slowly emerged on his forehead. Before Jun Qian played this card, Li Dao had strongly advised against it, thinking Jun Qian was crazy. But when Jun Qian earnestly told him why he was doing this, Li Dao finally understood. The whole set of rhetoric was also taught to him by Jun Qian, and he had actually managed to deceive Chan Dashin. However, Li Dao believed that deception could work for a while, but not forever. When Chang Dashan came to his senses, there would probably be another round of struggles. Yinan, a luxurious mansion. Hu Yubin was exercising on the balcony with his beautiful secretary. The phone kept ringing incessantly, and Hu Yubin answered it very displeased. Hello, this is Hu Yubin. Mr. Hu, haven't you finished your meeting yet? Chairman Chan has also arrived and said there are some issues to report. He wants the three of us to sit down and discuss strategies together. Is it about the Jingxin shipyard's matter? After receiving a positive answer, Hu Yubin finally put on his pants. Where are you going? On the balcony, the slightly disheveled beauty spoke with some reluctance in her tone. Something came up. Quickly tidy up and come with me to the company. Half an hour later, Hu Yubin appeared in front of Ma Wencheng and Chang Dashan with his beautiful secretary. The secretary's face was still flushed, and her collar was not entirely neat. It was evident that Hu Yubin was not there for a meeting, but for some ambiguous affair with the mistress. Things were urgent here, and Hu Yubin had the elegance to do this. So, what's the situation? Hu Yubin lit a cigarette as soon as he sat down. After listening to the reports from the two, Hu Yubin's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had spent the entire night at the nightclub yesterday and had only woken up gradually in the afternoon around 2 or 3. After hearing about Jingxin shipyard and Zheng Qian's news from the two, he finally woke up. This is impossible. Where did he get all that money from? Whether Hu Yubin believed it or not, the equity information was posted on the Industrial and Commercial Bureau's website, so he had no choice but to believe it. Zheng Qian invested 1 billion and acquired a 40% stake in the Jingshu Group. No wonder Su Shuyun rejected him and went into Zheng Qian's embrace. She found herself a big benefactor. Selling oneself for 1 billion? Hu Yubin thought that Su Shuyun had a too idealistic view of herself. If he had known, he would have invested 1 billion and bought a stake in the Jingshu Group. After a series of operations, he couldn't help but think that he could possibly take down Su Shuyun and even seize control of the Jingshu Group, picking up an enterprise for free. Su Shuyun. Oh Su Shuyun, you think too highly of yourself. Did you really think Zheng Qian just wanted your body? His ambitions extend beyond that. Zheng Qian not only wanted to sleep with you, but also to take over the Jingshu Group from your hands. Hu Yubin's face showed a disdainful expression towards Su Shuyun, calling her a fool. Mr. Hu, the most critical issue now is the cargo ship of Yami Group and the raw materials on Mr. Masai. Can you think of a way to ensure smooth shipping of my timber? Yes. Yes. Mr. Hu, you have a wide network and know many bosses. Can you help me resolve the issue of raw materials? Hehe, I don't know many people. Why do you have to find my dad? Hu Yubin was slightly annoyed, feeling that everyone who dealt with him had to mention his father, thinking that his father was stronger than him. Don't worry about the raw materials. I also know many bosses and will definitely help you solve the problem. Hu Yubin readily agreed. Mr. Hu, what about me? Chang Dashan was a bit anxious. He couldn't afford to waste time. Hehe, if he messes with my ship, I must make him pay. Hu Yubin flared up. The Dafu timber will continue shipping as usual, and I will send twice the number of staff to supervise. If he dares to bring his ship to my doorstep again, it's not over. Hu Yubin was annoying. Were all the people on that ship blind? Jingxin shipyard managed to sail the ship into such a mess. It indeed was a small company. Assistant Liu, inform the legal department immediately to prosecute Jingxin Group. I will make this guy pay. Hu Yubin acted decisively, believing he had not fallen behind compared to his father. Mr. Hu, no need. I have contacted Jingxin shipyard already, and they have a message for you. Chang Dashan interjected. Oh, what did they say? Is the guy scared? Not quite sure, but they said they are willing to pay the salvaging fees for Yami Group and the repair costs for the shipyard. They claimed it was an accident. An accident? Originally Hu Yubin also thought it was an accident, but with Chang Dashan's message, was it still an accident? It was clear they had premeditated the ship collision incident. Jingxin shipyard hits us and they send you with this message. Upon careful analysis, it was evident that they had already established a pact. Dafu Timber and Yami Group were allies. Chang Dashan only now revealed the meaning behind this statement. It could be translated as, I did this on purpose. What are you going to do? If the ship capsizes, I'll give you money to salvage it. If the wood sinks, I'll compensate you enough. I won't let either of you off easily. This guy is too arrogant. Hu Yubin's face changed. He thinks just by paying money, everything will be solved. Money can't solve everything. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Hu, I'm from the legal department, and I have something to report to you. The legal department? Perfect timing. I was just looking for you. After the person came in, Hu Yubin sternly stated that they must hold Jeongsan Shipyard accountable and demanded that the legal department act strongly on this. Mr. Hu, this might be a bit difficult. Cold sweat dripped down the legal department manager's forehead. Difficult? I spend so much money on you guys every year. What are you here for if you can't overcome difficulties? Understand? Damn. Embarrassing him in front of two business leaders. Hu Yubin became furious. Mr. Hu, that's not what I meant. I wanted to say that Jeongsan Shipyard reported us. The legal department manager handed over a document from the Bureau of Oceanography to Hu Yubin. Damn. We were reported. Is this guy evil enough to file a claim first? After reading the document, Hu Yubin finally understood what had happened. Several vessels have been reported not complying with the Farsi transportation safety law. Now they are all detained at the docks, not allowed to sail. They can only leave when the maintenance is done. How many ships have been detained? Almost all the long-haul cargo ships were detained, with only 2 small 7,000-ton cargo ships left that can only run to Malaysia and can't even make it to the Atlantic. Ma Wencheng, Chan Dashan, Hu Yubin. What did you say? Hu Yubin seemed to be struck by thunder out of a clear sky. The manager of the legal department could only repeat the words he had just said cautiously. Holding the notice from the Maritime Transport Bureau, Hu Yubin felt like he had been hit by a thunderbolt. The people from the shipyard management department had actually approached him several times, saying that several long-distance freighters needed maintenance, but when Hu Yubin heard that the price was too high, he refused the maintenance and even scolded the management department several times. He planned to carry out maintenance at the end of the year, not for any other reason, mainly because it was too expensive, and Hu Yubin was reluctant to spend that money. If they didn't maintain it, the ships could still run. Running for another year would save a year's maintenance cost, wouldn't it? Originally wanted to find a loophole, but unexpectedly was caught in the act by Zheng Qian. Secretary Liu, start the maintenance on the shipyard now. How soon can we set sail again? Hu Yubin urgently asked his secretary beside him. It will take at least for months. Manager Liu calculated on a calculator, then gave the answer. The shipyard has been delayed for too long. This time the maintenance cost may double. All right, you can go now. Ma Wencheng and Chang Dashan looked at each other. For months. This was for months. Their two companies couldn't afford to wait for months. Ma Wencheng was most troubled. The raw materials were under control, and now the ships couldn't even sail. What could be worse than the current situation? Both of you, rest assured, I will use my father's connections. Our Hu family has been operating in both the north and south of Yecheng for so long. We still have some connections. Trust me, we will definitely set sail again within a week. Trust you. Trust you. Nonsense. Chang Dashan couldn't wait for a month, let alone a week. His timber had to be loaded on the ship and set sail immediately. The island nation places a lot of emphasis on time, and if they were late, he would have to pay a hefty penalty. This deal not only wouldn't make money, it might even lose money. With only 2 7,000-ton freighters in the Asia-America group, they couldn't even get across the Atlantic. How could this partnership continue? Okay, in that case, I'll wait for good news from General Hu. General Hu, I'll take my leave as well. After the two left, Hu Yubin swept everything off his desk onto the floor. He had just bragged that he could handle these things on his own, but he ended up having to rely on his father's connections, which was truly embarrassing for him. But if he didn't say or do this, they wouldn't be able to stabilize the troops. This alliance seemed calm on the surface, but in reality, cracks had already appeared. No, Hu Yubin couldn't let Zheng Qian use such a sneaky move to ruin the carefully planned sniping operation. With Chen Weiqian not in the company now, it was a perfect time to completely destroy Jeongsan. He had to seize this opportunity. He wanted Jeongsan to have no place to bury himself, to go bankrupt completely. As for the Jingshu group, they could be dealt with slowly in the future. The next day, Chang Dashan took Chang Rui and headed straight to the Jeongsan shipyard. Although he had said yesterday that he would wait for good news, he had no intention of waiting for Hu Yubin. Hu Yubin was unreliable. In the end, he would have to rely on his father to handle this matter. Without this secret weapon, why bother with this porcelain work? Just as the other party made a move, things fell apart here. Chang Dashan couldn't expect Hu Yubin to be as brave as Zhao Yan. He couldn't even compare to a weakling like Adu. What kind of alliance was this? It was better to break up early. General Chan, why are you here again? The salvage fee has been transferred to your company's account. Are you here to sue us? Li Dao met with Chang Dashan and Chang Rui again. What right does a small business manager like you have to be so arrogant? Let me tell you, our Dafu. Smack. Chang Dashan landed a resounding slap on Chang Rui's face. Manager Li, I didn't come here today to claim salvage compensation, let alone to sue your company. Dad, why did you hit me? Chang Rui covered his face, took a half step back, full of grievances and confusion. Chang Dashan shot Chang Rui a sharp look, scaring him half to death, and he quickly shut his mouth. Manager Li, my son can be tactless. Please forgive him. Today, Chang Dashan didn't come to question Zhang Qian, but to seek reconciliation with him. He didn't care about Hu Yubin or the Asia America group. He had to protect himself first. Dafu Timber was the result of his lifetime of hard work, and Chang Dashan couldn't just watch it become a sacrifice in the competition between the two shipyard companies. Reconciliation was the right path. It's okay, your son has a good reputation in the whole Yebanbai. Li Dao smiled as he spoke. Chang Dashan glanced at Chang Rui and could only smile as well. General Chan, just say what you want to say. What's the matter with your visit to our company today? I want to talk to General Zhang. Is he in the office? Chang Dashan never dreamed that he would have to be so polite in his speech to a business director like this. But he had no choice. Hell was better than dealing with this little devil, not to mention that Li Dao was no small fry. Everything he did represented Zhang Qian. Offending him meant never seeing Zhang Qian again. He's here. Li Dao picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea with a nonchalant attitude. However, General Zhang is in a meeting right now and won't be available to see you for a while. Are you willing to wait? If you are willing to wait, I'll go inform General Zhang. I am, of course, willing to wait. Chang Dashan hurriedly smiled. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Li Dao nodded and went to Zhang Qian's office to tell him that Chang Dashan was waiting for him. Dad, what are you doing? Our Dafu Timber is such a big company. Why do you have to be so polite to this little business manager? What kind of shitty position does he have to be so arrogant? Even if Zhang Qian sees you, wouldn't he have to call you general? You ungrateful child. Smack. Another loud slap. From now on, you'll do whatever I do. Do you understand? Chang Rui had no choice but to shut up obediently. In the office, Zhang Qian was trying to pass through a checkpoint. General Zhang, Chang Dashan is here, as you anticipated. This time his attitude is completely different from yesterday. He's made a 180-degree turn and seems to be pleading with you. Li Dao reported to Zhang Qian in his office. Zhang Qian smiled. All right, just leave him hanging for a while. General Zhang, do you think Chang Dashan will sign this kind of contract? Xia Qianchen held a commercial contract in her hand that had been drawn up that morning. In terms of its content, it was even more humiliating than a certain treaty. It was as unequal as it could be. After hanging Chang Dashan and Chang Rui for 2 hours, Li Dao finally brought the two to the meeting room. Upon seeing Zhang Qian, Chang Dashan immediately knelt down, crying and begging. This scene shocked both Zhang Qian and Li Dao. Even Chang Rui was stunned. Hey, General Chan, what are you doing? I can't afford such a grand gesture. Rebel, why don't you hurry up and kneel down to Mr. Zhang? Chang Dashan fiercely hammered Chang Rui's knee, forcing him to also kneel down to Zhang Qian. Xia Qianchen couldn't help but cover her mouth. The chairman and general manager of Dafu Wood, kneeling directly to Zhang Qian. Isn't that too harsh? But it also indirectly shows that the card Zhang Qian play has already grasped Dafu Wood by the throat. As long as Zhang Qian wants, he can make Dafu Wood disappear in a breeze at any time. Quickly get up. Quickly get up. Let's talk about it nicely. What are you doing? Zhang Qian pretended to be at a loss, but deep down, he was extremely pleased. Dafu Wood isn't all that great, right? Aren't Chang Dashan and Chang Rui quite arrogant? You're so amazing. What? Can't stand up anymore. Kneeling down? Since you're kneeling, everything can be discussed and negotiated. Mr. Zhang, I am truly at my wit's end. I hope you can set aside past grievances and cooperate with me again. Mr. Chan, let's talk slowly. The sky hasn't fallen yet. What exactly happened? Zhang Qian was overjoyed inside. Now he knows he's the one they turn to when desperate. Chang Dashan sobbed about the difficulties Dafu Wood faced, expressing willingness to pay the breach of contract fee to Zhang Qian to guarantee their weekly shipments, hoping to renew a year-long contract with Zhang Xinchuan. Mr. Chan, it's not that I want to make things difficult for you, but our company's shipping schedule is full. If you're in a hurry, you can use the privilege of the vice president to arrange to 10,000-ton freighters for you, but you'll have to pay an expedited fee. Zhang Qian took advantage of the situation. To keep Dafuwood afloat, they must pay for what they've done before. It's not just Chang Dashan, but also his son, Chang Rui. Zhang Qian will never forget what Chang Rui did to him. Chang Dashan was momentarily stunned. Your son is quite the actor. If he's not in a hurry, can you find him? Chang Dashan knew Zhang Qian was trying to leverage the situation for a price increase, but he had no other choice at the moment. He had to endure Zhang Qian's threats. Then let's triple the original amount. Mr. Chan, can you accept that? Triple? Are you crazy? You might as well rob a bank. As soon as Chang Rui heard about tripling the shipping cost, he stood up from the floor and directly confronted Zhang Qian. It seems General Manager Chan doesn't agree. Manager Li, please show them out, Zhang Qian said, preparing to leave. Chang Dashan anticipated Zhang Qian's high demands, but he didn't expect such a significant increase in costs. But what could he do now? Not accepting the conditions meant Dafuwood's goods couldn't be shipped. He could only sit in his office and worrying. Only Zhang Xinchuan shipyard in the north and south has the capability to transport Dafuwood's goods to the island country. He had no choice but to accept. Mr. Zhang, my son is unruly. I'll discipline him for you. Chang Dashan, fierce and resolute, reopened the wounds that had almost healed on Chang Rui. Chang Rui, soaked in fresh blood with thick bandages on his head, felt speechless. He thought Zhang Qian had gone too far, which led to his verbal confrontation with Zhang Qian. Unexpectedly, his father intervened and physically punished him again. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door was followed by Yao Manman's sweet and gentle voice. Mr. Zhang, I've prepared some documents. Do you have time to review them now? Come in. Ah. Yao Manman, startled by the scene, covered her mouth in shock. Chairman Chan is discussing business with us. Place the documents on the table. Mr. Zhang will look at them later, Li Dao ordered, and Yao Manman quickly put the documents on the table and left the meeting room. Chang Rui couldn't believe that while he was being beaten by his father, Zhang Qian allowed Yao Manman to enter and submit the documents. He felt embarrassed and disgraced, imagining what Yao Manman must think of him in this humiliating situation. Constantly cursing Zhang Qian in his heart, Chang Rui was at a loss. Chairman Chan, please stop. I have more documents to review later. Zhang Qian, feeling it was enough, stopped Chang Dashan. The conditions I mentioned won't change. Whether you agree or not, you better give me an answer now. I agree. I agree. I agree. Chang Dashan gasped for breath. Good. Since you agree, you can sign the contract with my secretary next. When Zia Qianxi placed the humiliating contract in front of Chang Dashan, he hesitated for a moment, then signed it without hesitation, expressing gratitude for Zhang Qian's generosity. Just as they were about to leave the Zhang Xinchuan shipyard company, Zia Qianxi was a bit confused. She thought Chang Dashan would question if there was a mistake, but he hesitated for a moment and signed the contract, even thanking Zhang Qian. It was truly incomprehensible. Wait. Zhang Qian called out to them. Mr. Zhang, do you have any other instructions? Chang Dashan had turned into Zhang Qian's lapdog at this point. Is it your doing that Mr. Chen was detained in the Magic City? The word you sent a shiver down Chang Dashan's spine. Mr. Zhang, it was Hu Yubin's doing regarding Mr. Chen. It has nothing to do with me. In reality, it was Hu Yubin who instructed him, but Chang Dashan couldn't admit it to keep his ties with the Yami group distant. Since Hu Yubin wasn't present, it was easy to blame him for everything. You don't need to say so much to me. I only have one question. Can you make it happen and get Mr. Chen released? Zhang Qian didn't bother listening to Chang Dashan's excuses. Yes. 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 I'll call them right now and have Mr. Chen released. After making the call in front of Zhang Qian, the two were allowed to leave. As they left the company, Li Da burst into laughter. Zhang Qian's actions deserved praise. Business warfare isn't child's play, and using some tactics is inevitable. Zhang Qian's methods were always straightforward and effective, unlike some companies that resort to dirty tricks. As Yao Manman stepped out of the office, she felt a mix of emotions. She was relieved to have cut ties with Chang Rui some time ago. Otherwise, she might have ended up like Chang Rui, not necessarily publicly beaten but certainly in a difficult situation. It seems her past with Chong Rui is a dead end in Jung Qian's eyes. Despite his courteous treatment in the company and hiring her as a regular employee, Jung Qian's private feelings towards her were likely filled with hate. Ma Wencheng was pacing anxiously in the office, smoking in solitude. These past few days, he had been driven crazy by Jung Qian. After leaving Ami Group that day, Hu Yubin had promised him that everything would be settled within 3 days. But 3 days had passed, and there was still no news from Hu Yubin. President Ma, it's time for the board meeting. Do you have a moment? I want to report a new development to you. The secretary with a perked-up bottom rushed into the office to remind Ma Wencheng. What's the situation? Is there any news from Ami Group? Ma Wencheng's eyes sparkled with determination. 3 days had passed, and his waiting had not been in vain. President Ma, it's not from Ami Group, it's about Dafu Timber, the secretary continued. Ma Wencheng was not interested in Dafu Timber at the moment. He only cared about 2 things, raw materials and transport conditions. Only when these 2 issues were resolved could Jiwon Timber operate normally and their alliance continue. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. According to our arrangements, the chairman of Dafu Timber, Chon Dashan, has just signed a year-long contract with Jengson Shipyard. Timber has been gradually transferred from Yenan Wharf to Yebai Wharf, and it seems that they have started using Jengson's freighters, the secretary explained. Seems like, tell me clearly, this is no time for seeming. Ma Wencheng was getting impatient. This was indeed a new situation. After the secretary described the current situation of Dafu Timber, Ma Wencheng understood right away. Damn it, Chong Dashan had betrayed their alliance and surrendered to Jengson Shipyard. Upon entering the meeting room, several directors and executives bombarded Ma Wencheng with numerous questions. President Ma, our raw materials can only support us for 2 more days. When can the timber supply be restored? President Ma, our factory cannot afford to stop. We lose tens of thousands of yuan for every hour of downtime. We can't bear this. President Ma, Ami Group just sent people over, saying that the ships haven't been repaired in the past few days, haven't passed the Marine Bureau's inspection, and we need to wait at least another week. Just as Ma Wencheng had finally calmed down a bit, the bombardment of questions from his colleagues caused his headache to return. Damn it, another week of waiting. This was unacceptable. Chong Dashan had betrayed them 3 days ago. This guy was truly untrustworthy. As Ma Wencheng realized that waiting to see Jung Qian was futile, he made up his mind. Enough, we won't have the board meeting today. I will go and solve these problems immediately. Ma Wencheng felt that his head would explode if he stayed in the meeting room any longer. Prepare the car, we are going to Jengson Shipyard. At Jengson Shipyard, Li Dao came to meet Ma Wencheng. Manager Li, is President Zhang in the company? I am Ma Wencheng, chairman of Jiwon Timber. I have something important to discuss with him, Ma Wencheng expressed humbly. So you are President Ma, heard a lot about you, Li Dao responded, still nonchalant. Having guessed correctly about Ma Wencheng's visit, Jung Qian was indeed mentioned. President Zhang is currently in a meeting. Can you wait? I will inform him now, Li Dao offered. Yes. Please do. Thank you, Manager Li. Ma Wencheng acknowledged. Familiar dialogue, familiar emphasis, familiar taste. Li Dao, following Jung Qian's instructions, decided to let Ma Wencheng wait for an hour or 2. Ma Wencheng quickly caught on to Li Dao's attempt to prolong the wait. Manager Li, please inform him again, my matter is urgent. Ma Wencheng's urgency resulted in Li Dao accidentally spilling boiling water on Ma Wencheng's face. Apologizing, Li Dao quickly fetched some tissues to help Ma Wencheng wipe his face. Ma Wencheng, taken aback by Li Dao's direct approach, had not expected to be kept waiting without seeing Jung Qian. All right, since President Ma is in a hurry, I will inform him again. Please wait a moment, Li Dao replied, leaving Ma Wencheng wondering whether he would be able to meet Jung Qian that day. Outside the room, colleagues were discussing Ma Wencheng's act of kneeling down at Jengson Shipyard. Rumors and gossip spread quickly, as it became a hot topic of conversation among employees. In the meeting room, Jung Qian deliberately slowed his pace as he approached Ma Wencheng. Surprised to see Ma Wencheng on his knees, Jung Qian was taken aback but understood the gravity of the situation. Jiwon Timber was in a dire state under Ma Wencheng's leadership, much worse than Chong Dashan's Dafu Timber. Jung Qian had control over Ma Wencheng's raw materials and shipping methods, jeopardizing the operations of Jiwon Timber. Even if Hu Yubin could pull strings, would Ma Wencheng risk using unreliable freighters that might lead to trouble in the Pacific Ocean? With two critical issues at hand, Ma Wencheng was feeling the pressure. Zheng Qian, I am at my wit's end. Based on our relationship, I hope you can lend me a hand in this critical time, Ma Wencheng pleaded. When it comes to his relationship with Chen Weiqian, damn, why is Chen Weiqian coming to mind at this time? Zheng Qian couldn't help but shake his head. If Ma Wencheng hadn't screwed himself over, he would have continued to cooperate honestly with Zhongdin Shipyard and wouldn't have caused such a mess until now. General Zhang, I will settle the owed 7 million immediately, and I hope you can arrange for me to use 10,000-ton cargo ships. General Ma, you are really putting me in a difficult position. I just promised Boss John a couple of days ago that I would arrange the cargo ships for him. Now our company's orders are full, so I may not be able to assign a ship on time. Zheng Qian pursed his lips, looking very troubled. Li Dao also spoke up at this time. General Ma, your words are not right. Jiwon would has been owed for such a long time. Including interest and penalties, it is much more than 7 million. The two of them inadvertently made eye contact, one playing the good guy, and the other playing the bad guy, almost making Ma Wencheng confused. Fortunately, Ma Wencheng was clever enough to understand what these two sentences meant immediately. Yes, Manager Li is right. How much should I pay? You name the amount, and I will have the company finance department transfer it to you immediately. Zheng Qian suddenly said, 10 million. 10 million? Ma Wencheng broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, he was asking for a sky-high amount. Even the highest private loan with high interest rates doesn't charge you as much. You are asking for more than a loan shark. However, in the current situation, he could only agree. Okay, 10 million. I will call the finance department right away. General Ma, why the rush? Is Zhongdin Shipyard really that short of money? Li Dao advised. Finish your discussion with General Zheng first. It's not too late to go back and talk later. Okay. Zhongdin Shipyard is wealthy. How can they be short of my small amount of money? Ma Wencheng saw that the conversation was moving elsewhere. He followed Li Dao's lead and praised the Jingshu Group profusely. Alright, I reluctantly agree to that. But it won't be 2 ships. Can 1 cargo ship be arranged for you to use? Okay. Thank you, General Zhang. Thank you, General Zhang. Ma Wencheng nodded repeatedly, like pounding garlic. 1 ship was already enough. Damn, the boss wouldn't be like Hu Yubin, unable to even start the ships at the port, let alone go to the Atlantic or the Pacific with 2 ships that could potentially operate, but had documentation issues. In addition, General Zhang, I have one more thing I would like to ask for your help. He felt that it was worth it to come to Zhongdin Shipyard. An extra 3 million in breach of contract plus the ship issue got resolved, and Zheng Qian didn't give him a hard time, much better than Hu Yubin. Sorting out the ship issue left only the raw materials. Zheng Qian invested 100 million to acquire 40% of Jingshu Group shares. Serving as the vice president of Jingshu Group, providing supplies to him was just a matter of a word, right? I can't decide on this matter. You need to find General Su. Zheng Qian refused. Li Dao was puzzled too. Why come to Zheng Qian for the issue of raw materials? Shouldn't you go to General Su for this? No matter how capable Zheng Qian was, with just a low-price contract, he couldn't possibly influence General Su of Jingshu Group. Li Dao actually didn't know that Zheng Qian had invested in Jingshu Group. He had been thinking lately why General Su cut off Ma Wencheng's raw materials at this critical juncture. It was definitely not a coincidence. General Zhang, I will definitely go to see General Su, but I hope you can put in a good word for me in front of General Su. It would make the matter much easier. With the cargo ship agreed upon, Zheng Qian wouldn't let Ma Wencheng stop production. Alright, but at least sign a 1-year contract with our Zhongdin Shipyard. Okay, I'll sign. Ma Wencheng didn't even hesitate, agreeing directly. After seeing the content of the contract, Ma Wencheng hesitated for a few seconds. General Zhang, is there a mistake in this contract? There is no mistake. This contract is exactly the same as the one signed by Chong Dashan. If you don't want to sign, you don't have to. In that case, I won't have to speak well of you in front of General Su. Zheng Qian's tone sounded like a threat. Ma Wencheng interpreted it as, either sign or get lost. He didn't dare not sign. Furthermore, hearing Zheng Qian say that the contract signed by Chon Dashan was exactly the same as his was humiliating. Chon Dashan was ruthless to sign on such a humiliating contract. But humiliation aside, reviving the business was more important. Waiting for bankruptcy liquidation was the only outcome. If he didn't act, I'll sign. Ma Wencheng obediently signed his name at the end of the contract. All right, now everything is settled, Boss Ma. We can continue to cooperate in the future. I will talk to General Su, so you can rest assured. Zhang Qian looked at the contract, smiling as he spoke. Li Dao, on the side, became more and more confused. Raw materials were at the core of business competition. If Zhang Qian advocated for Ma Wencheng, would Jingshu Group provide the raw materials to him? Did Zhang Qian have that much influence with General Su? Zhang Qian didn't explain to Li Dao, and Li Dao tactfully didn't ask. Outside, as the three were negotiating, the colleagues were in an uproar. General Zhang is amazing. Even the cunning entrepreneur Ma Wencheng was settled by him. Look at Ma Wencheng's expression. He's turning pale. It seems that General Zhang really got him good. Ha ha. I've always said that this new General Zhang has real skills. Otherwise, how could he have taken that position at such a young age? You didn't believe me back then. All right. Let's all believe you now. Many colleagues admired Zhang Qian exceptionally at this moment. Everyone in the company knew that Zhongdin Shipyard was currently in a battle against Yami Group, Jiwan Wood, and Dafu Wood for survival. The three major enterprises in the Yan'an and Yanbai regions were teaming up to besiege Zhongdin Shipyard. Many believed that Zhongdin Shipyard would either perish or be severely crippled after this, with no prospects for the future, leading to eventual bankruptcy. However, Zhang Qian's smart moves unexpectedly made two of the company bosses come to him, even kneeling and kowtowing, a scene that might not be witnessed a second time in their lifetimes, truly earning people's respect. After experiencing this incident, Yao Monmon had already seen Zhang Qian's abilities and ambitions. The small Yeben area would definitely not be able to stop Zhang Qian's progress. At the same time, she knew that she no longer held the same weight in Zhang Qian's heart as before, and there might even be hatred, not as much as an ordinary colleague. Yao Monmon felt for the first time that she was not worthy of this man. The male charisma displayed by Zhang Qian far surpasses all the men she knows in terms of business skills. She feels unworthy of such a man. Even if Zhang Qian overlooks the past and reconciles with her, what can she do? Do laundry, cook, and take care of children for Zhang Qian. That would be fine too. No shortage of money to spend. But Zhang Qian cannot overlook the past. Just like she thought the other day, that matter will always be a knot in Zhang Qian's heart. A dead knot at that. She made up her mind to give up pursuing Zhang Qian further. The idea of overlooking the past and making things right again is just wishful thinking on her part. It's simply impossible. Yao Monmon is just dreaming too beautifully. Zhang Xiaoyao glanced at Yao Monmon and noticed her complex expression, as if she was burdened with heavy thoughts. It was only yesterday that Zhang Xiaoyao learned that Yao Monmon had a past romantic relationship with Zhang Qian. But because Yao Monmon did something that hurt Zhang Qian, it led to their relationship breaking apart and a complete breakup. Judging from Yao Manman's recent behavior, she seems to want to win back Zhang Qian's passionate heart. Zhang Xiaoyao can only say that Yao Monmon really doesn't understand men. Despite her spreading how to control men in the company every day, it's simply a joke. Men like Zhang Qian, no matter where they go, are surrounded by beautiful women. Even if Yao Monmon has some level of attractiveness, so what? There are many people in society who are more attractive and have better figures than Yao Monmon. Take me, for example. It's simply foolish to think that Zhang Qian would forgive her. It's nothing but a pipe dream. It's simply impossible. To describe Yao Monmon into words, it would be a big idiot. How could someone be so foolish, having such a treasure of a man in hand and not cherishing him, let alone cheating and doing something unforgivable to Zhang Qian? She's truly an idiot. At this point, Zhang Xiaoyao completely dismisses Yao Monmon. The only remaining competitor is the newcomer Qin Zuli. She looks at Zhang Qian with eyes that seem to want to devour him. This irritates Zhang Xiaoyao. In reality, Qin Zuli is in the same situation as Zhang Xiaoyao thought. She just learned that Yao Monmon is a longtime girlfriend of Zhang Qian, but due to putting a green hat on him, they broke up. Yao Monmon doesn't understand people, nor does she believe in Phoenix men. She only looks at current achievements and overlooks Zhang Qian's potential. What a stupid woman. Yao Mongman is definitely unable to win back Zhang Qian, so the only one left in the company with such feelings for Zhang Qian is Zhang Xiaoyao. Of course, one cannot exclude Zhang Qian's assistant Xia Qianchen, but the biggest competitor remains Zhang Xiaoyao. The battle is already halfway through, and victory certain for the Jiangxin shipyard. After it's over, rewards will undoubtedly be given. Qin Zuli learned that since Zhang Qian took over the public relations department, the position of team leader has been vacant, with no one appointed to the role. Due to this vacancy, on one day, 3 public relations staff went to Zhang Qian to deliver documents. Once becoming the team leader, these tasks will all fall on the team leader, increasing the chances of interacting with Zhang Qian. Regardless of whether feelings may develop with time, if Zhang Xiaoyao becomes the team leader, she will surely find reasons to approach Zhang Qian. Naturally, this will reduce Qin Zueli's chances and reasons for interacting with Zhang Qian. It's not even out of the question that Zhang Xiaoyao might use her authority as team leader to suppress Qin Zuli, making things difficult for her. In this way, Qin Zuli will be at a disadvantage. This disadvantage will snowball and get bigger until she ultimately fails. Yahui Group. Damn it, these 2 fence-sitters, traitors. After hearing about the betrayal of Jiwan Wood Products and Dafu Wood, Hu Yubin flew into a rage in the office, startling everyone in the company. He had been urgently dealing with matters concerning the Yahui Group for the past few days and had met with leaders from the Marine Bureau several times, believing that he could handle it without calling in his father. Initially, when the leaders heard it was the Yahui Group, they were willing to talk, and Hu Yubin thought he had a good chance of succeeding. However, upon meeting, they found out that it wasn't Hu Yubin's father but a second-generation wastrel. Instantly, they changed their tune and said it was not possible and must comply with regulations. Hu Yubin eventually had to face reality and was about to ask his father for help when he heard about the betrayal of Ma Wencheng and Chan Dashan. Damn it, those 2 softies. Hu Yubin was furious at the thought of these 2 useless people. Zhang Qian, remember my name. Prepare the car. We're going to Jiangxin shipyard. Jiangxin shipyard. Chen Weiqian got out of a taxi. These days, he had been detained at the 4th detention center in the Magic City, eating prison food for several days and not even allowed to make a phone call. He knew without a doubt that he had been set up. Chen Weiqian braced himself, knowing that his company was probably in chaos by now, unrecognizable even to himself, with employees leaving and slacking off without any fighting spirit. He sighed and made his way upstairs. But what he saw when he went up was extremely surprising. The employees were lively, spirited, and even enthusiastic, excitedly greeting him one by one. Hello, General Chen. Hello, General Chen. Hello, General Chen. Facing his employees, Chen Weiqian nodded in confusion and amazement. He had thought the company was in disarray, but everything was running smoothly, with many employees smiling. Could it be that Liu Shiki had taken over the company in his absence? It couldn't be the young newcomer Zhang Qian. Chen Weiqian didn't think Zhang Qian had that kind of capability. General Chen, you're finally back. Zhang Qian exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Chen Weiqian. Is there anything going on in the company recently? Chen Weiqian asked. Come in. Come in. Let's talk inside. Zhang Qian called Li Da and told him about the recent happenings in the company. Low-priced orders, hiring, a defensive battle, a counterattack. Excluding the matter of investing in the Jingshu Group, this was something Zhang Qian planned to keep to himself. As long as no one asked, he was determined not to share it. Wow, Zhang Director, you're amazing. I never thought you had such great business and management skills. Chen Weiqian praised Zhang Qian endlessly upon learning about these events. However, I have a question. How did you convince the Jingshu Group to cut off the raw materials supply to Jiwan Wood Products? I know Su Shuyan. She's not easy to deal with. Very tough. Just with a low-priced order, it shouldn't be enough, right? What's your secret? You should share it quickly. Oh, some things are better left unsaid. Zhang Qian gave an odd look. Oh, I see. The 2 men shared a knowing smile and dragged out a Lano. Zhang Qian chuckled as well, knowing he hadn't even said anything, so how could they understand? Were they under the impression that he had won over Su Shuyan just like that? With his limited charm, as a man, he wouldn't have been able to win over a wealthy woman so easily. Mr. Zhang. Mr. Chen. Manager Li. Something big is happening. The receptionist at the company's front desk anxiously knocked on the office door. Don't be in a hurry. Take your time, and tell us what's going on. Li Dao reassured. Someone who claims to be the CEO of Maya Group is causing a scene at the front desk, demanding to see Mr. Zhang, she explained. Who you been? That seems to be the name. I'm not entirely sure. Do you have a moment now? Should I go and check it out? Since our two security guards can't restrain him. Both security guards couldn't restrain him. Hearing this, the three men burst into laughter. When they went to the front desk to see for themselves, it was indeed Hu Yubin. He was behaving like a thug, causing a scene at the company's front desk, far from looking like a person of authority in a major enterprise. Hu Yubin, what do you want from me? Zhang Qin stepped forward, asking in a rather flippant manner. I'm here looking for you. You've really outdone yourself, playing dirty tricks. Chen Weiqian, when did you come out? Hu Yubin's demeanor faltered upon seeing Chen Weiqian, his tone even weakening. Before making a move against Zhong Shipyard, Hu Yubin had his people investigate Chen Weiqian's whereabouts. Knowing he was doing business in the city, Hu Yubin hired a woman from a nightclub to seduce Chen Weiqian. As a result, when Chen Weiqian was undressed, a group of police burst in. What was a consensual encounter was twisted into a rape accusation. This was all orchestrated by Hu Yubin, executed by Chang Dashan. Hu Yubin didn't intend to send Chen Weiqian to prison, but he had plenty of time to drag him around for a few days. Unexpectedly, Chen Weiqian was out so soon. It must have been Chang Dashan who pulled back the woman, delaying the investigation of Chen Weiqian by a month or two. Hu Yubin, all the things you've done, Chang Dashan has told me about them. If we talk about being sly, it's you who's truly sly. Who can outwit you? Chen Weiqian was full of anger when recalling the night he was set up. If it weren't for Zhang Qin's clever maneuvering, he would have fallen into the trap set by Hu Yubin. Hey, all's fair in war. If you couldn't resist the temptation, why blame me? Okay Hu Yubin, let's see where this goes between us. I am curious to see how long Maya Group can hold up under your control. Even if it's your father, Maya Group will start going downhill under your leadership. Let's wait and see. Another mention of his father. Hu Yubin gritted his teeth. Why did everyone always compare him to his father? Would he never be able to escape his father's shadow? The old man had done so well in the past. Why the trouble now? Hey, Chen Weiqian, where do you get the nerve to speak to me like this? How many old, battered ships does Zhong Shipyard have in comparison to Maya Group? Let's wait and see. The two sides declared war right at the company's doorstep. After exchanging harsh words, Hu Yubin left the company. Both of you, follow me. I have important news to share with you. Zhang Qin and Li Dao exchanged glances and followed Chen Weiqian into the office. After they all sat down, Chen Weiqian started making tea. This time in the city, I met two big financiers who are highly interested in Zhong Shipyard. We discussed a big deal. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock at the door interrupted them. Who is it? Coming. Hey. What are you three whispering about? At the door stood the elegant and trendy Liu Shiki. Today, she was even wearing black stockings and high heels, accentuating her femininity. It's Miss Liu. How fortuitous. Come on in and sit. I'll tell you some big news. Chen Weiqian stood up to welcome Liu Shiki into the office, locking the door. He didn't want any further interruptions. Wait a minute, Chen. Did you lose any parts while in the city? I heard you were severely played. Liu Shiki joked, causing Zhang Qin and Li Dao to burst into laughter. Where would I have lost any parts? Why not let me take my pants off to show you? No. Don't take off your pants. We wouldn't dare to look even if you did. They laughed. All right, enough joking. Let's get to business. Chen Weiqian informed them about the big deal he discussed in the city. You'll never guess how significant this deal is. Chen Weiqian deliberately teased them. 1 billion. By now, Chen Weiqian awaited their surprise. Just $1 billion, and you're making a big deal out of it. Miss Liu, $1 billion compared to your Zhonggong fund may seem small, but this $1 billion is just the first round of financing, requiring us to dilute our shares slightly. Chen Weiqian observed the varying reactions, with Zhang Qin looking calm, while Li Dao appeared more surprised. I thought it was 10 billion at least. $1 billion is nothing special. You should just ask Mr. Zhang. He could easily produce $1 billion for you, remarked Chen Weiqian. What do you mean? Chen Weiqian looked puzzled. Mr. Zhang spent $1 billion to buy 40% of Jingshu Group shares, just to protect Zhong Shipyard and control Jiwon Timber's raw materials. Why not directly ask Mr. Zhang for money? No need to go all the way to the city and end up getting played. Not worth it at all. Wait. You all don't know. Liu Shiki frowned in surprise, but soon relaxed. Right? Mr. Chen lingered in the city for several days. It makes sense you didn't know. Mr. Zhang is now the vice president of Jingshu Group. In reality, Chen Weiqian and Li Dao were expressions of disbelief. Zhang Qin had invested $1 billion to acquire 40% of Jingshu Group's shares. The financial commitment was massive. Chen Weiqian suddenly understood why Zhang Qin could control the raw materials of Jiwan timber. It wasn't through handling Su Shuyan, but by investing in Jingshu Group. Li Dao only realized at that moment. When Ma Wencheng visited, he asked Zhang Qin to put in a good word for him in front of Su Shuyan. As the vice president of Jingshu Group, wouldn't that just be the simple task of deciding whether or not to provide raw materials? Mr. Zhang, you truly are full of surprises. Chen Weiqian patted Zhang Qin's arm. When they first met on Wangyu Island, Chen Weiqian already knew Zhang Qin was no ordinary person. However, he never expected Zhang Qin to have such a significant influence. How rich was Zhang Qin? And how much liquid capital did he have at his disposal? After a few days without seeing him, Chen Weiqian suddenly felt like Zhang Qin was becoming harder to read. At this moment, Chen Weiqian had a new understanding of Zhang Qian. Regarding company management, Zhang Qian seemed a bit inexperienced, but the fact that the company did not collapse during his absence showed his capability. Management skills can be honed. All he needs to do is delegate more tasks to Zhang Qian, and significant improvement can be achieved in half a year. Furthermore, Zhang Qian's business acumen was unexpectedly impressive. Faced with the siege launched by 3 enterprises, Yamei Group, Jiyuan Furniture, and Dafu Timber, Zhang Qian remained calm and composed in handling the situation. The current results were apparent. Although the Yamei Group didn't collapse, the siege against Jiangxin shipyard definitely ended in failure. Chen Weiqian felt that even if he had been at the company at that time, he might not have dealt with the situation as perfectly as Zhang Qian did. The company would have suffered losses. Zhang Qian was not an ordinary person. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't be able to invest 100 million into the Jingshu Group. What Zhang Qian possessed now might be only money. He lacked social connections, so when trouble arose, his first thought was to use money to resolve it. Throughout history, Zhuzhou has been a society based on connections. If Zhang Qian lacked these connections, he would suffer substantial losses. This time was somewhat fortunate. Chan Dashan and Ma Wencheng were fence-sitters, soft-hearted. If faced with entrepreneurs who were unmovable, loyal, and willing to confront you, Zhang Qian's strategy would definitely be less effective. Whether it would work was uncertain. Regarding this business, I only discussed it roughly and haven't finalized anything yet. In a few days, there will be a maritime trade summit in the Magic City. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to finalize things then. Chen Weiqian's intention was clear. He wanted Zhang Qian to expand his network and interact with real big shots. Actually, our Zhonggong Fund also has slots for the summit. Mr. Zheng can attend as a VIP client of the Zhonggong Fund, which would seem more legitimate. Mr. Zheng, what do you think? Liu Shiki blinked at Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian understood clearly that Liu Shiki was trying to impress him and extending an olive branch. Let's discuss this later. Zhang Qian replied ambivalently, indirectly rejecting Liu Shiki. A few days ago, due to Deng Shuxin's matter, Zhang Qian was still upset. He wasn't as carefree as he seemed. Zhang Qian naturally did not reciprocate this gesture. He wasn't being petty, but wanted others to know that he wasn't someone to be underestimated. If there are no other matters, I'll take my leave now. There are some documents I need to handle. Once Zhang Qian finished speaking, he left Chen Weiqian's office. Mr. Chen, Mr. Liu, I'll also take my leave. Li Dao followed suit. In the office, only Chen Weiqian and Liu Shiki remained. Chen Weiqian glanced at Liu Shiki, not holding a significant grudge against her despite her obvious attempts to undermine him. He felt some sympathy for her. Chen Weiqian and Liu Shiki had a history. When the company was just starting out, Liu Shiki had assisted him considerably, even providing part of the starting capital through the Zhonggong Fund. Describing the relationship between them as intertwined like two ants on the same strand might be excessive, but their networking resources were indeed intertwined. However, if Zhang Qian didn't reciprocate this relationship, Chen Weiqian had no other choice. Ms. Liu, it seems like Mr. Zheng is still upset about transferring one of his subordinates away. Why don't you apologize to him again? Don't be too harsh in your approach. Eventually, you'll reconcile. Chen Weiqian offered a bit of advice to Liu Shiki. After making a name for herself in the financial sector, Liu Shiki's style had transformed. She approached negotiations and social interactions with a more aggressive elite businesswoman demeanor. However, Zhang Qian wouldn't respond well to this approach. If you don't humble yourself, it would be challenging to establish any social relationship with him. I may not have a clear understanding of Mr. Zheng's bottom line at the moment, but it's only temporarily foggy. Sooner or later, he will work with me. Liu Shiki made up her mind. She would do whatever it takes to win Zhang Qian over. Her Zhonggong fund could offer Zhang Qian an irresistible high interest rate, making him the fund's biggest client. This would further elevate the fund's scale and status. Liu Shiki was a woman who was never satisfied. Wolfishness was how she summarized her years of experience in the financial industry and workplace. To her, this approach was invaluable. It's a bit terrifying. Chen Weiqian hadn't seen such determination in Liu Shiki for a long time. She seemed determined to completely overcome Zhang Qian. Ms. Liu, take it easy. He is still young and might become a business giant in the future. He's much younger than you, so how could you treat him this way? After work, Zhang Qian went straight home. These past few days had really taken a toll on him. With several days of high-intensity attention to the movements of three enterprises, strategizing their downfall, his body was starting to feel strained. You are back so early. Do you still need to stay up working on the plans? At 7 o'clock, Jinlu saw Zhang Qian at home and was a little surprised. I'm not going to look anymore. Things are almost done, and I'll let others handle the rest. By others, Zhang Qian meant Chen Weiqian, who had just returned from the Magic City. He had been doing a lot these past few days, nearly reaching his limit, so it was time to rest. At the same time, Zhang Qian learned that dealing with venture capitalists wasn't as easy as he had thought. The conflict among capitalists had left him mentally and physically exhausted. All right, let's have dinner. I've cooked. Zhang Qian loaded his bowl with 4 servings of rice and enjoyed his meal. Seeing this, Jinlu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Oh, by the way, how is the gym business going these days? Zhang Qian remembered the gym project and casually inquired about it. Jinlu mentioned that Ho Jiani had already chosen a location in Lanhu. She had checked it out, and it seemed suitable in terms of location and size. They had imported a batch of gym equipment from abroad, and the renovation workers were diligently working on the setup. If everything goes smoothly, the gym can open for business in a month. With you overseeing it, I feel much more at ease. These days, Jinlu had been busy as well, and Zhang Qian praised her for it. I don't need to pay too much attention. Uncle whose experience is plenty, and we can trust him. Zhang Qian observed Jinlu's expression and noticed a hint of worrying lingering between her eyebrows, as if something was troubling her. What's wrong? Are you facing some issues? Talk to your boyfriend. Maybe I can help. Upon hearing Zhang Qian's words, Jinlu suddenly realized that she hadn't controlled her expression well. However, Zhang Qian was now her man, and she didn't need to pretend or act in front of him. The most important thing between them was honesty. Jinlu didn't hide anything. It's nothing special. I have a coffee shop. A new coffee shop opened nearby these days, and business is good. I went there for a cup. The taste is unique. They have a wide variety, and it's popular among young people. These days, I have been working with a few baristas to develop new products, so I'm a bit overwhelmed. She opened the coffee shop right across from mine. Can't let her steal all the business. Zhang Qian felt a bit guilty after listening. The coffee shop you mentioned, is it called Love Connection? He asked tentatively. Yes, you know about it too? Well, a colleague brought me a cup. It was pretty good. No colleague had brought him coffee. In fact, a few days ago, Deng Yuking and Deng Shuxin separately texted him, asking for suggestions on what to name the coffee shop. Zhang Qian was bad at naming things, so he let them handle it completely, and they ended up with the name Love Connection. It sounded a bit ambiguous, just like the relationship between the three of them. Yet, it's pretty good. It sold out on the first day of opening, without any advertising. The entire Shuangliu street is filled with the aroma of their coffee. Zhang Qian couldn't tell Jinlu that the Love Connection coffee shop was funded by him, for the Deng sisters. If she found out, who knows what she would think. She might come up with a scheme to directly defeat him. It's probably some foreign brand. There have been many foreign investments here in recent years. You can't let them surpass you. Zhang Qian encouraged. It's not a foreign brand. It's run by two local sisters. They say it's their father's craft, and a big boss sponsored them to open the shop. Zhang Qian marveled. You discussed this with them? Yes, we had a good chat. We even exchanged contact information for healthy competition. They are quite pretty. Look at their photos. Jin Lu took out her phone, flipped through Deng Yuking and Deng Shupsen's moments, showing their pictures to Zhang Qian. What do you think? Should I introduce you on WeChat? Zhang Qian? Zhang Qian was taken aback. No, keep it to yourself. I dare not ask. Zhang Qian had already added Deng Shupsen and Deng Yuking. He didn't need Jin Lu's recommendation. He couldn't bring himself to mention this matter in front of Jin Lu. In Zhang Qian's heart, Jin Lu was always the primary partner, and that flag would never fall. It seemed necessary to talk to the sisters to prevent them from revealing his identity to Jin Lu. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. If Jin Lu found out that the coffee shop was funded by him, explaining it would be troublesome. HMPH. Consider yourself lucky. Xuan, to be honest, you don't need to invest too much energy in the coffee shop. Aren't you preparing for your postgraduate exam? Just close the shop. Let them have the business. After all, I can support you. Zhang Qian expressed his thoughts. What if one day you stop supporting me? Jin Lu looked into Zhang Qian's eyes and asked. Impossible. I'll support you for the rest of my life. Zhang Qian's gaze was sincere, from the bottom of his heart. The two locked eyes for 10 seconds. Eventually, Zhang Qian couldn't contain himself and started to fidget. I'll go take a shower first. ... The next morning, Zhang Qian saw the message Su Shuyan sent last night. Su Shuyan. Zhang, do you have time in the morning? Su Shuyan. The company has prepared a welcome event for you. Can you attend? Su Shuyan. If you see this, please reply. Smiling face. Zhang Qian reply. Just saw it. Sorry. Zhang Qian didn't expect Su Shuyan to reply so quickly. Zhang, do you have time in the morning? Zhang Qian checked the time in the upper right corner of the screen. It was a little past 9. If he didn't go to the gym, Zhang Qian indeed had nothing urgent to do. These days, Zhang Qian had been exhausted, and today he wasn't in the mood to go out. However, he wasn't interested in Su Shuyan's welcome event either. Even though he had bought 40% of Jingshu Group shares, he saw no need to make a big deal out of it with a welcome event. It wasn't his style. Besides, Zhang Qian wouldn't be working at Jingshu Group. His focus was still on Jiangxin Shipyard. He invested in Jingshu Group mainly to cut off G1 Timber's raw materials. Zhang Qian, I'm a bit tired these days. Let's talk about it another day. Su Shuyan. Zhang, if you don't want the welcome event, can you come over to sign those legal documents when you have time? After careful consideration, Zhang Qian realized he needed to sign those legal documents to prevent potential schemes against him. Although Su Shuyan wouldn't do such a thing, Zhang Qian knew there could be others who might try. Like who you been? Zhang Qian agreed and quickly freshened up, had breakfast, and headed to Jingshu Group. Jingshu Group, Shuyan. What did Zhang say? Did he agree to come? Su Chen urged Su Lao in anticipation. Su Shuyan was visibly irritated. Dad, Zhang said he's on his way now. Stop rushing me. Okay. Today's plan wasn't Su Shuyan's style. She believed that instead of this, focusing on work could achieve more meaningful results. But stubbornly, Su Lao insisted that she find a way to bring Zhang Qian in. It seemed even like he had intentions for Zhang Qian to be her future son-in-law. Su Shuyan resented the idea of tricking Zhang Qian into coming, making Su Lao even suggest arranging a welcoming event. Su Shuyan adamantly rejected the idea, but eventually, to comply with Su Lao, she suggested handling the legal documents instead. Today, Su Chenju dressed sharply and groomed himself meticulously, even applying hair styling gel to his white hair. Dad, seriously? Zhang is busy, and you want him to come here for such a trivial matter? Though resistant, Su Shuyan still tried to cope with bringing Zhang Qian over, even when Su Lao had hinted at matchmaking between them. Half an hour later, Zhang Qian met Su Shuyan in her office. Zhang, I'm grateful that you managed to spare the time amidst your busy schedule to come here. Su Shuyan and Zhang Qian were being so polite, which really surprised him. Oh, we're family. Why be so polite? Zhang Qian felt that Su Shuyan was being too formal. He was now a major shareholder of Jingshu Group, so he could easily overlook all these formalities. So this is Manager Zhang. Such a youthful and promising individual. Zhang Qian only noticed now that there was an elderly man sitting at Su Shuyan's desk, with white hair, but looking lively. The old man stood up from his chair, walked towards Zhang Qian with a smile, and greeted him. "And who might this be? Let me introduce you. This is my father, Su Chenji. Originally, my father had already retired, but when he heard you were coming, he specially rushed to the company to meet you," Su Shuyan introduced. "So, you're Mr. Su. Mr. Su went to the trouble of coming to meet me. It's truly my honor. Just call me Zhang or Chan." "Nonsense. It's rare to come across a young person like you. Furthermore, you are also the vice president of Jingshu Group." Su Chenji shook hands with Zhang Qian and patted his shoulder with a smile. Good first impression. Manager Zhang, these are the legal documents prepared by our legal department. You can take them back for inspection, and if everything is fine, you can sign them. Su Shuyan handed a prepared legal document to Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian felt it was unnecessary to take them back, as it would imply a lack of trust in Su Shuyan, creating a barrier between them. He simply flipped through the documents. On the document, Su Shuyan's position in Jingshu Group had conspicuously changed to chairman and CEO. Zhang Qian took out a pen from the desk and signed at the bottom. "Manager Zhang, you signed it already. Don't you want to take them back to review?" Su Chenji curiously asked. 100 million. That was not a small amount. "No need. I trust General Su. That's why I came today to sign these documents. I was afraid of some ill-intentioned individual taking advantage. Otherwise, these things can be signed or not." Zhang Qian expressed his high level of trust in Su Shuyan. "Qian, why do you trust our Shuyan so much?" The first sentence was still very official as Manager Zhang. The second sentence, using Qian and our Shuyan, was more intimate. Su Chenji's wording was very calculated. It was akin to setting aside work and discussing personal life in private. An elder was an elder. Both Su Shuyan and Zhang Qian did not notice this issue. I think General Su is a good person. He wouldn't harm me, that's all." Zhang Qian realized something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. "Oh, I see. I understand now." Su Chenji nodded in satisfaction. "Manager Zhang, this is our welcoming reception prepared by our Shuyan. Feel free to join after you finish. It's not too late." "Mr. Su, there's really no need." Zhang Qian tried to refuse, but Su Chenji didn't give him a chance. "Qian, now that you are the vice president of Jingshu Group, we have to let everyone get to know you. And in the future, when you come to the company, at least everyone would know about your presence. The security at the entrance won't stop you either. It's almost dinner time. Shuyan, have the car prepared." Zhang Qian was cut off mid-sentence by Su Chenji, who then took Zhang Qian downstairs. He looked at Su Shuyan for help, but she shrugged, indicating she couldn't do anything. It was easy to come up with excuses over the phone, but once they met in person, it became difficult to refuse. Old people's hospitality was hard to resist, so Zhang Qian had no choice but to follow Su Chenji onto the car. The three arrived at the Triumph Grand Hotel. It was one of the most high-class hotels in Yabai, and Mr. Su had reserved a hall today. Although Jingshu Group was not large in scale, its corporate culture was very well established. Those present today were basically the company's CFO, CIO, and other top-level managers. The legal representative, operations director, financial director, technical director, all department managers were in attendance. Su Chenji stood on stage, introducing the company's new VP, the Vice President Zhang Qian, to everyone. Zhang Qian greeted everyone politely. After introducing himself, applause erupted. During dinner, Zhang Qian was seated next to Su Shuyan and Su Chenji. "Manager Zhang, what are your thoughts on the upcoming transformation of Jingshu Group and the future business development?" An operations director questioned Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian was a bit perplexed. How come there was a Q&A session? Wasn't it just dinner? The group at the table had all been prepped by Su Chenji, aiming to test Zhang Qian's business insights. Zhang Qian had to talk about his understanding of the transformation of Jingshu Group. Established in the 1970s, Jingshu Group still followed traditional methods in operations, but the emergence of new channels such as the internet, maritime transport, and the rise of finished wood products in recent years would impact Jingshu Group's future development. Innovation was necessary, otherwise, they would be left behind by the times, replaced by newer companies. These were Su Chenji's former confidants. Hearing Zhang Qian's evaluation of Jingshu Group, their faces turned grim. "Well said." Only Su Chenji applauded. "My old approach is no longer effective. Technology, so advanced now, with QQ, WeChat, short videos, information spreads rapidly. Perhaps an unknown ordinary citizen could become famous overnight. I agree with manager Zheng. Su Chenji supported Zheng Qian's views and endorsed Su Shuyun and him to lead Jingshu Group's revitalization. Although Su Chenji had retired a few years ago, entrusting such a large company to Su Shuyun alone was impossible. His loyal old staff still formed the backbone. The purpose of this conversation was to make sure that they not only listened to Su Shuyun but also to Zheng Qian in the future. Opinions could be given, but everyone had to shoulder the responsibilities. The high-level executives understood, following suit with applause. Today's dinner was not just a welcoming party, but also a formal transfer of power from Su Chenji to Su Shuyun. It was made clear to the high-ranking executives. The company would now be led by these two young individuals. By the way, Ziqian, I almost forgot to ask, how old are you this year? Su Chenji asked with a smile. I'm 26 years old. 26. So, when do you plan to get married? Hissing. Everyone gasped coolly in their hearts. They finally understood. This new vice president named Zheng Qian is the son-in-law favored by Mr. Su. No wonder they were praising him so much. Zheng Qian scratched his nose and said, I don't have any plans to get married temporarily. I want to achieve something in my career first, then consider marriage later. Indeed, that was his plan. Diving into the business world, he wanted to establish a career that could provide a steady income even after he lost the system. People felt that Zheng Qian was a bit off. Mr. Su had already hinted at matchmaking between him and Su Shuyun. How couldn't this lad understand it? Zheng Qian, of course, saw through it, but he had no choice but to act clueless. At the same time, he glanced at Su Shuyun. The originally sharp and capable elite woman was now not even looking up, concentrating on cutting the steak, her face as red as a cherry. Current fondness level, 60 points. Close friend max, only 1 point away from reaching the lover stage. However, Zheng Qian's fondness towards Su Shuyun was not actually high. According to the system's calculation, it was probably only around 40 to 50 points, still at the level of ordinary friends, not even close to being close friends, let alone lovers. But Su Shuyun's figure and appearance were outstanding, exuding a wealthy and refined aura cultivated from a young age. Ziqian, don't you understand? Men emphasize starting a family and establishing a career. Starting a family first, then establishing a career. With a warm bed to return to every night, you'll be energized in the morning with all the motivation to do things. I got married when I was quite young, just over 20. If not for health issues, I would have been a grandfather long ago. Zheng Qian silently nodded. In Mr. Zhu's era, people generally married early. Nowadays, people without a foothold in society dare not get married. Zheng Qian's situation was more special. If he chose to marry, the system would directly unbind and disappear. What would he do in the latter half of his life? All right, Uncle Su, I will keep your words in mind, and I will find a suitable partner for marriage as soon as possible. Zheng Qian wanted to brush it off. It was somewhat inappropriate to discuss his major life events in front of so many people. Originally, they thought the conversation would end after Zheng Qian's response, but what followed was unexpected. Mr. Su looked at Zheng Qian, who had been quite clear in his words. Yet, Zheng Qian had not given a clear attitude, making it unclear whether he was truly clueless or feigning ignorance. Mr. Su straightforwardly probed, Ziqian, what do you think of my daughter Shuyun? Mr. Su asked with a smile, inquiring about Zheng Qian's opinion. Only then did Zheng Qian truly understand. Mr. Su intended to matchmake him with Su Shuyun. By calling him here today, it was likely not just about legal documents, but also about this matter. Wise as he was, Zheng Qian just realized it. This statement left Zheng Qian unsure how to respond. He glanced at Su Shuyun and noticed her face was even redder than before, their fondness level fluctuating drastically, extremely unstable. Shuyun is quite good. She's beautiful, has a good character, and is meticulous in her work. Besides praising Su Shuyun, Zheng Qian couldn't find other words to say. He couldn't reject Mr. Su upfront, leaving both Mr. Su and Su Shuyun embarrassed. Both Mr. Su and Su Shuyun could discern that Zheng Qian's words were just pleasantries. Well, I also think so. Shuyun is indeed very diligent. However, there's one thing, she's too diligent. She's already 27 this year, hasn't even dated yet. Sigh.